300 years ago, abyssal rifts suddenly descended upon Blue Star, and countless abyssal beasts surged out of the rifts like a tidal wave. From that moment on, humanity faced the greatest crisis in its history. Qin Feng, an ordinary transmigrator from Earth, awakened an F-rank talent at the start. Eagle Eye. It could be said that his future looked completely bleak. Fortunately, as a member of the transmigrator army, his soul had received Mother Earth's blessing, sublimation. At the same time, he had also awakened his innate skill, Dark Harvest. Sublimation. Consume crystal cores to sublimate all things in the world. Dark Harvest. Infinitely harvest attribute points. From this moment on, the whole world entered the era of Qin Feng. While others were still struggling for excellence-grade equipment, Qin Feng was already covered in mythic gear, with legendary equipment piled up like mountains. Dungeons that others spent months trying to clear, Qin Feng finished in a few minutes. Trash normal skills that even dogfights wouldn't want. In Qin Feng's hands, directly became divine skills that surpassed legendary quality. Heard that SSS-Rank talents are strong? Spend 10,000 mythic-grade crystal cores. Add points, and level it up for me. Instantly upgrade it to a godly tier. What did you say? God-rank powerhouses can casually wipe out an entire world, but before a fatal strike that ignores the rules, they can be killed at will. The story begins. Xia Kingdom, Sangzhou, Kanglan City. Wake up, Brother Feng. Wake up already. In his hazy state, Qin Feng felt someone shoving him. He slowly opened his eyes, and what entered his sight was a ghostly face lit up by a phone flashlight. He was so startled that he jerked on the spot. Fuck, a type of plant. But very quickly, Qin Feng reacted and recognized who this dumbass was. Lao Qi, what the hell are you doing? Not sleeping in the middle of the night. Are you looking to die? As he spoke, Qin Feng picked up the phone by his pillow and checked the time. Good lord, it was 4 in the morning. Lao Qi, full name Guan Qi, had grown up with Qin Feng like they wore the same pair of pants. The two of them had come from the same orphanage. If their relationship weren't even closer than real brothers, Qin Feng would really have wanted to smack this guy to death with one slap. But he forcibly held back the anger in his heart and waited for Guan Qi to explain himself. If he didn't have a reasonable excuse, waking him up in the middle of the night was absolutely unforgivable. Brother Feng, today is our awakening day. Aren't you excited? Aren't you looking forward to it? Guan Qi leaned over Qin Feng's bed, his face full of excitement. Qin Feng glanced at him. Not excited. Not looking forward to it. If there is nothing else, then hurry up and go to sleep. You're not sleeping, but I'm still sleepy. This. Guan Qi scratched his head, not understanding why Brother Feng could be so calm. It was awakening day. If one awakened an extraordinary talent, especially a good one, then from that day on, their fate could be changed and they could soar straight into the sky. All right, go to sleep already. Stop bothering me, or I'll beat you up. With that, Qin Feng shoved Guan Qi, then turned over, yanked the blanket over his head, and ignored him, continuing to sleep. Remember to close the door on your way out. Oh, okay. Guan Qi glanced at Qin Feng, who was buried under the blanket. Qin Feng, a soul transmigrator, an earthling. In his previous life, some expert had once told his fortune and said that when he turned 18, there would be a turning point that would change his life. As long as he got through it, he would run into a stroke of great luck and soar from then on. To that, Qin Feng could only say that the expert's fortune-telling had been fucking accurate. At the turn, he ran into great luck, soared into the sky, and then his soul somehow ended up in this world. This world was called Blue Star. Its technological civilization was not too different from Earth's. The only difference was that this was an extraordinary world. 300 years ago, abyssal rifts had suddenly descended upon Blue Star, and endless monsters, strange beasts, and fiends had poured out from the rifts like a tide. From that point on, the entire globe entered an age of datafication and gamification. Once every person reached the age of 16, they would get one chance to awaken. As for what kind of talent they awakened, that depended entirely on luck. There was no pattern to it. Talents were divided into 9 grades. SSS, S, A, B, C, D, U, F. There were 3 major categories of professions: combat professions, life professions, and special professions. Combat professions, 6 major systems: shield armor, assassin, mage, priest, knight, and archer. Every profession system would branch into different subclasses, and at the same time, powerful and rare professions would also be born. Take the shield armor profession, for example. Its branch was warrior. If one awakened a battle soul type talent, then one could choose the warrior profession. The warrior profession had higher attack power than shield armor, but its defense was somewhat inferior. So every profession had its shortcomings, and the awakening of talents seemed to exist precisely to match these professions. Life professions: chef, cleaner, plant cultivator, weaver, and many other common professions seen everywhere in daily life. Special professions: blacksmith, appraiser, rune engraver, alchemist, gem inlayer, and so on. Overall, aside from the 6 major categories of combat professions, awakening all sorts of professions was nothing unusual. After all, the extraordinary had only descended 300 years ago. There was still much that remained unknown. Morning. Kanglan No. 1 High School. Today was Awakening Day. Early in the morning, thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands, of students had already gathered on the school field because in the entire Kanglan city, only Kanglan know, one high school had an awakening steel capable of awakening talents. Although Kanglan City was only a small city in Sangzhou, the population under its jurisdiction was not small. Every year, for every awakening session, everyone in Kanglan City who had reached the age of 16 would come here to awaken. Brother Feng, I didn't expect the once-a-year awakening day to have this many people. Looking at the scene before him, Guanxi was deeply surprised. Even though our Kanglan City is just a small city, the number of births every year is definitely over 10,000, so this isn't strange. With both hands in his pockets, Qin Feng slowly walked toward his class. That makes sense. Hearing that, Guanxi nodded. Brother Feng, Brother Qi, wait for me. At that moment, a pleasant voice came from behind them. The girl's name was Su Jujio. Like Guanxi, she was also an orphan, and she too had come from the same orphanage. The three of them were extremely close. Sounds like Xiaojiao. Hearing the familiar call, Qin Feng and Guanxi exchanged a glance, then stopped and turned around. Very soon, Su Jujio arrived in front of them. Huff, huff. This young lady is exhausted, Su Jujio said as she panted lightly. Why were you running so fast? Qin Feng rubbed Su Jujio's head. Brother Feng, today is Awakening Day. Of course I had to get here quickly. Su Jujio spoke with a serious expression. See? Even Xiaojiao is looking forward to today's Awakening Day. You're the only one, Brother Feng, who isn't, Guanxi said, glancing at Qin Feng. Huh? Brother Feng, you're really not looking forward to it? Su Hu looked confused. This is the day that can change our fate. The same words had now come from Su Jujio's mouth as well. In response, Qin Feng shook his head. What's the use of looking forward to it? Awakening a talent depends entirely on luck. If I want to awaken a good talent, will the heavens just give me one? No. Sometimes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Instead of wasting effort on that, it's better to properly plan the road ahead. We're all 16 now. Starting next month, we'll have to support ourselves. Qin Feng's words instantly pulled Guanxi and Su Jujio back to reality. Yeah, before they knew it, they were already 16. They couldn't keep living off state subsidies forever. All three of them were orphans. Their parents had died on the battlefield while resisting strange beasts. Although Blue Star was now a world of datafication and gamification, if you didn't carry a revival-type item on you, then once you were killed, you were truly dead. As for war orphans, the state provided subsidies, 600 star coins a month. It wasn't much, but it was enough for them to live on. Star coins were a currency jointly issued by the Blue Star Alliance. The three of them squeezed through the crowd all the way and finally arrived at their class. Senior year class 2. Before he even entered the classroom, Qin Feng heard a group of people discussing which academy they wanted to attend after awakening. If I can awaken an S-rank talent, I'll definitely be able to enter Suzaku Academy. Then I'll become the pride of our Kanglan City. Xia Kingdom had 4 great transcendent academies: Xuanwu Academy in Zhongzhou, Qinglong Academy in Qingzhou, Suzaku Academy in Sangzhou, and Baihu Academy in Linyuan. S-rank talent? Ho-san, are you dreaming? Going by past years, only 1 or 2 people out of every 10,000 can awaken an S-rank. You think you're one of them? Ho-san's real name was Ho Xiaoshan. Hearing this, Ho Xiaoshan's face flushed red. He wanted to argue, but he also knew it was the truth. There was no way to refute it, so he could only say weakly, can I at least think about it? Lu Cheng, don't tell me you don't also hope you can awaken a high-rank talent? The classmate called Lu Cheng revealed a trace of longing in his eyes when he heard that. Heh, of course I also hope I can awaken an S-rank talent. Damn, then what the hell are you talking for? We're both the same, so don't act superior. Hosen rolled his eyes at Lu Cheng in annoyance. TSK, you two are really out here making wishes. S-rank talent? My standards aren't high. As long as I can awaken an A-rank talent, or at worst a B rank, that'd already be pretty great. A person should at least know their limits. Exactly. If I can awaken a B-rank combat-type talent, that'd count as changing my fate. When Qin Feng and the other 2 entered the classroom, they didn't attract any attention from the other students. After returning to his seat, Qin Feng lay down on the desk and took a nap. Ding-ling-ling. Very soon, the sound of the class bell rang out. Talp, talp, tap. The homeroom teacher of senior year class 2, Zhou Yun, approached from the hallway outside the classroom in high heels. Brother Feng, wake up. Demon King Zhou is here. Guanxi shook Qin Feng's shoulder. Qin Feng woke up with a yawn and rubbed his eyes sleepily. For some reason, Qin Feng had been feeling much sleepier lately. He always wanted to sleep. A moment later, Zhou Yun entered the classroom. She looked over the students present and felt quite satisfied. When her gaze swept over Qin Feng and saw that he still looked half asleep, she couldn't help shaking her head. Still, her eyes didn't linger on him for long and instead shifted to Guanxi beside him. Guanxi was strong and sturdy, definitely good material. If he could awaken a high-rank profession talent, then for her teaching career, that would be a bold and brilliant stroke. If an S-rank Heaven S favored could appear in her class, that would be more important than any reward. In the future, at any gathering, She would proudly say that she had taught an S-rank Heaven S-favored. Students, today is the annual awakening day. It is the most important day in every one of our lives, and also the day that will decide our fate. Zhou Yun withdrew her gaze and began her teacher-style speech. Awakening a good talent is only a relatively solid foundation for us, a ticket that can change our destiny. But if you really want to soar into the sky, that will still depend on the exam 1 month from now. The college entrance exam is our stepping stone, and also our chance to prove ourselves to everyone. Entering a good academy means gaining more resources, learning higher-level professional skills, and coming into contact with more hidden core information. At this point, Zhou Yun glanced at the exquisite watch on her wrist. All right, I want to say anything unnecessary. The entire class, follow me in order to the Awakening Plaza. After saying that, Zhou Yun walked out of the classroom, and the students followed behind her in sequence. When all the students of Senior Year Class 2 arrived at the Awakening Plaza, the place was already packed with people. But as students of Kanglin know, one high school, they naturally had their own designated area. After all the Senior Year classes had arrived, the principal of Kanglin No. One high school, Wuda, stepped onto the podium and began speaking. Ahem, hello, students, I'm sure everyone already knows what day it is today, so I won't say anything unimportant. Here, I'll just say a few simple words. 1 hour later. Below the stage, Guanxi looked at Principal Wu on the podium, speaking with righteous vigor, a booming voice, and great passion, and wished he could pin him to the ground and rub him into the dirt. This Principal Wu is seriously inhuman. He hard CC'd us for a whole hour. If he went down the control path, I'm pretty sure no one in the world could beat him. Just a few simple words? It really was just a few words. First he talked about the present, then the future, quiet. At some point, Zhou Yun had appeared beside Guanxi. Guanxi had not expected his words to be overheard by Demon King Zhou. But on second thought, he was about to graduate anyway. He was finally about to escape her clutches. On the podium, Principal Wu also seemed to notice the impatience of the students waiting below and finally ended his speech. Now then, I announced that the annual Awakening Day of Kanglin City No. One high school officially begins. After saying that, Principal Wu returned to his seat. As soon as Principal Wu's words fell, cheers erupted from the crowd, with the voices of over 10,000 people gathering together. Calling it deafening would not be an exaggeration in the slightest. Next, students of Senior Year Class 1, please come forward one by one to awaken. The teacher assisting with the awakening shouted into a microphone. Senior Year Class 1 was the noble class of Kanglin City No. One high school. Their families were either rich or powerful. As for why Kanglin No. One high school had specially set aside a noble class, it was because of class conflict. People who were not from the same circle would easily run into problems if they were forced together. This way, a lot of unnecessary trouble could be avoided. Of course, the ordinary classes were not made up entirely of children from commoner families either. There were conflicts even among the powerful, so naturally, their children would not all be placed in the same class. Badayo, rank talent, chef. Rank talent, atostle. Lu Yu, C-rank talent, teacher. Zhang Xiaoshuang, rank. As time slowly passed, more than half of Senior Year Class 1 had already completed their awakening. Yet the best talent awakened so far was only Su Kuan-'s single B-rank talent. Jiang Cheng, the homeroom teacher of Senior Year Class 1, looked rather unpleasant at the moment. He had been full of hope for this year as students. On the podium, an old man seated beside Principal Wu wore a smile on his face. Old friend, looks like your students this year aren't all that impressive either. Hearing this, Principal Wu glanced at him. Kong Lengzi, my students aren't in a hurry, so why are you? The old man Principal Wu called Kong Lengzi was named Kong Yajun. Kong Yajun, principal of Kanglin No. 2 High School. Every year, whether it was Awakening Day or for the college entrance exam, Kanglin No. 2 High School always lost to Kanglin No. 1 High School, and because his name contained the words Yajun, meaning runner-up, Wuda gave him the nickname Kong Air. Over time, people started calling him Kong Lengzi. Sometimes, Kong Yajun could not help but wonder whether this name clashed with his fate, making him rank second every single time. Just then, the awakening stone monument suddenly burst forth with a purple pillar of light, rising to a height of more than 6 zhang. Zheng Yao, a rank talent. Light of healing. It appeared. Purple light of over 6 zhang. This is an A-rank talent. Light of healing. That should be a priest profession. A smile finally appeared on Jiang Cheng's face. See, didn't it come just like that? Principal Wu said as he looked at Principal Kong beside him. It's only an A-rank talent. What's there to show off about? Principal Kong refused to lose in momentum. With the first A-rank talent appearing, another wave of commotion broke out in the crowd. Brother Feng, could the talent rank be related to the height of that pillar of light? Guanxi asked as he looked at the green pillar rising 6 zhang high. A rank is at the 6th level, and that pillar is also 6 zhang. Not sure. Maybe. Qin Feng gave an ambiguous answer, just as Guanxi and Qin Feng were muttering to each other. An even more dazzling burst of purple light erupted from the direction of the awakening platform. S-rank talent, destruction lightning. S-rank talent. a 9-zhong pillar of light. Guan Qi cried out. This seemed different from what he had imagined. He had thought the height of the pillar of light represented the talent S-Rank. Now it seemed that was not the case. Haha, good. An S-Rank talent has finally appeared, and it's even a lightning element mage. On the Chairman S platform, Principal Wu finally revealed a trace of a smile. An A-rank talent was pretty good, but in Principal Wu's eyes, that was all it was. Although A-rank and S-rank were only one level apart, the gap between them was like a heavenly chasm, and the higher the rank, the more obvious that gap became. Looking at the purple pillar of light, rising a full 9 zhong from the awakening monument, Principal Kong's mouth twitched non-stop. With this, all the pressure had landed squarely on his side. Principal Wu, meanwhile, wore a smile on his face and calmly lifted his teacup for a sip. This tea's not bad, old Kong. Hurry and take a sip. What are you spacing out for? I don't feel like drinking right now. Principal Kong couldn't be bothered with Wuda. Ha. Seeing Kong Yajun get shut down like that, Principal Wu's mood only got better. Brotherly congrats. An S-rank talent. This time, your Li family is probably going to rise to another level. A few of Li Hongwei's lackeys immediately came over to flatter him. Ha. Xyalize yes right. Follow your big bro from now on, and I definitely won shortchange you. Li Hongwei patted Wang Lei on the shoulder and laughed. All right. Go tell the brothers later. I'm in a good mood today, so I'm treating tonight. Eat all you want, drink all you want. Li Hongwei was one of the direct descendants of this generation of the Li family in Kanglan City, ranked 3rd in his family. The Li family was considered one of the top great families in Kanglan City. Their businesses spread throughout the entire city, and they even kept quite a few professional awakeners under their wing. An S-rank talent, and a lightning element mage too. I refuse to believe you. Su Qingxue can be more badass than me. Li Hongwei's gaze turned toward a girl not far away who gave off a cold and aloof aura. Su Qingxue, the school beauty of Kanglan No. One high school. Because her temperament was far too icy, she had earned the nickname Iceberg Snow Lotus. Even though Li Hongwei came from the Li family of Kanglan City, he didn't dare have any thoughts about Su Qingxue, because his family had once warned him that Su Qingxue was not someone the Li family could afford to provoke. If he ever offended her, the Li family would only be able to abandon him. Back then, it was that Li Hongwei had never set his sights on Su Qingxue. It was just that before his plan could even be carried out, it had died in the cradle, and his own family had been the one to snuff it out. At the same time, Li Hongwei was glad his family had told him about Su Qingxue's background ahead of time. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. After Li Hongwei awakened an S-rank talent, it was as if he had used up everyone else's luck. More than a dozen people in a row failed to reach B rank, all of them only getting C rank and D rank talents. Qingxue, it's our turn. I'm going up first. A girl beside Su Qingxue spoke to her. This girl was named Xiaolon. Su Qingxue's expression didn't change in the slightest. She only gave a cool response. Xiaolon, A-rank talent, Knight S shield. I awakened an A-rank talent. Xiaolon could hardly believe it herself. She had actually awakened an A-rank talent, and it was even a combat class. When she returned to the class, Xiaolon immediately showed off to Su Qingxue. Qingxue, I really didn't expect that I'd awaken an A-rank combat class, and it's even a knight that buffs teammates. As the saying goes, supports are ironclad, while damage dealers come and go. My class is even rarer than a healer, and I'm tough enough myself, with decent self-protection too. I believe you'll definitely awaken an A-rank talent too. Su Qingxue answered with a sound, then walked toward the awakening monument. TCH, what are you acting for? If my family hadn't told me to build a good relationship with you, I wouldn't even bother with you. Always acting all cold and icy, putting on airs. If you awaken some trash talent later, let us see if you still keep acting like this. As Xiaolon watched Su Qingxue's back, she cursed in her heart nonstop. On the main stage, the moment Principal Wu saw Su Qingxue, he immediately sat up straight, and a trace of expectation appeared on his face. Noticing Wuda's expression, Principal Kong instantly felt that girl was anything but simple. Setting aside her looks, just that noble aura she carried all over her body was definitely not something from a small place like Kanglan City. Old man, who asked that little girl? From the Su family. Principal Wu did not hide it. I paid quite a price to poach her over from the Su family. The Su family? Don't tell me you mean the Su family from the provincial capital of Sangzhou province? Kong Yajun's pupils shrank sharply, shock appearing on his face. Across all of Sangzhou, the Su family was absolutely a behemoth. Even looking across the whole country, the Su family was definitely a family power that ranked among the top. Because the current old ancestor of the Su family, Su Zhongfeng, was a first-generation powerhouse. A so-called first-generation powerhouse referred to one of the first generation of powerhouses from 300 years ago, after the Abyssal Rift descended, who had survived until today. The division of extraordinary realms in this world was extremely simple. Awaken 1, levels 1 to 30. First turn, first stage, levels 31 to 60. Second stage, levels 61 to 100. Second turn, life skill, levels 101 to 200. Third turn, Life Artifact, levels 201 to 300. 4th turn, Life Soul, levels 301 to 400. 5th turn, Origin, levels 401 to 500. 6th turn, Law, levels 501 to 600. The Su family's old ancestor was an Origin level powerhouse of 5th turn at over level 400. In all of Xia Nation, there were fewer than 10 Origin level powerhouses. As for Law level powerhouses, no one had ever heard of anyone reaching that level. Buzz, crack, crack, crack. At this moment, at the Awakening Monument, a white pillar of light twice the height of an S rank shot into the sky. At the same time, it was accompanied by the phantom of an ice crystal phoenix. As the phoenix phantom flapped its wings once, the air within dozens of meters rapidly dropped in temperature, and a thick layer of frost instantly formed on the ground. A phenomenon. This is a phenomenon, and it's even the phenomenon of a divine beast phoenix. Principal Kong was practically propped up on the table, his eyes widened to the limit. Su Kingsue, SSS-Rank talent, Ise Crystal Frost Phoenix. Haha, 18 Zhong Pillar of Light, an SS-Rank talent, and an extremely rare ice element talent at that. If she takes the mage path, not only will her damage be explosive, she'll also have group control effects. Principal Wu was so excited his body was trembling. Right before retirement, an SS-Rank talent had actually appeared. Even if this seedling had been poached here by him, it was still real. Old Wu, well played. Just what I'd expect from you. Kong Yajun was finally convinced. At this moment, he seemed to understand Wu Da's plan. He had never imagined that Wu Da's connections were this strong, that he could actually poach the Heaven's favored daughter of the Su family into a tiny place like Kanglan City. Kanglan City, this little-known, small city. If an SS-Rank prodigy emerged here, then the nation's attention would inevitably fall on this place. And next year's resources would definitely be tilted here to some extent. Would it didn't dare hope for an SSS-Rank monster. But an SS-Rank prodigy was still something he had ways to bring over. Although talent awakening followed no rules whatsoever. That didn't stop Wu Da from using his connections to gamble once. If he won, Kanglan City would be raised to another level. If he lost, all he'd lose was a bit of face. At his age, already several decades old, did he still care about that little bit of face? No matter how you looked at it, this was absolutely a deal that couldn't he lose. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, waves of sonic booms drew near from far away, quickly arriving above Kanglan No. One high school. The newcomer wore golden armor, his hands clasped behind his back. His face was resolute, and his pair of golden pupils were especially striking. His entire body exuded authority. So strong. This is what a real powerhouse looks like. In the future, I want to be like him too. No, I want to be even stronger than him. That way, I can protect Brother Feng and Lil Nine. Below, Guan Chi in the crowd looked up at the golden-armored figure in the sky, his face full of worship. Senior Wu, this junior is Su Muyang. I came uninvited, so please forgive me. The golden-armored man in the sky gave Principal Wu the courtesy of a junior. So it's Muyang. You came at just the right time. Your little sister just awakened an SS-Rank talent, and it's an extremely rare ice element one. Principal Wu waved at Su Muyang. Hearing that, Su Muyang turned his head toward the Awakening Monument. Sure enough, he saw that his little sister had awakened an SS-Rank talent. Then, with a flash, he instantly moved from high in the sky to Su Qingshue's side, an SS-Rank ice element talent. Not bad, Xiao Xue. Hearing that familiar voice she hadn't heard in so long, Su Qingshue's icy expression finally showed a trace of life. Big brother, why did you come Kanglan? I was passing by Kanglan City, so I came to see you on the way. Su Moing grabbed Su Ingge's head. Stop rubbing my head. I'm already grown up. I'm not that little kid you could mess with whenever you wanted anymore. Su Qingxue took a step back and glared at Su Muyang, puffing up in annoyance. Uh-huh. Who would have thought? In the blink of an eye, Xiao Xue is already 16 years old. Su Muyang shook his head and laughed. I'll go catch up with Senior Wu first. I'll come find you in a bit. Su Qingsue nodded. Okay. Ever since Principal Wu took Su Qingxue away from the Su family 3 years ago, Su Muyang hadn't seen this little sister of his for 3 full years. It wasn't that Su Qingxue couldn't return to the Su family after being taken away. It was just that Su Muyang had his own things to deal with, and Su Qingxue wasn't studying in the provincial capital, so they rarely had a chance to meet. Su Muyang's arrival was only a small interlude during the awakening ceremony, but Su Qingxue awakening an SS grade talent truly caused a huge stir. After all, in the past 300 years, Kanglan City had never produced an SS grade talent. This day was absolutely destined to be recorded in the history of Kanglan No. One high school. Back in the classroom, Xiaolon looked at Su Qingxue, who had become the center of everyone's attention, and the jealousy in her heart grew even stronger. Why did her family insist on making her curry favor with Su Qingxue? Just because Su Qingxue came from a better family than she did? They were clearly both students in the same class, and they had even awakened on the same day. So why was it that Su Qingxue could awaken an SS grade talent? Why? How was she inferior to Su Qingxue? The more she thought about it, the more unwilling Xiaolon became. Even her mentality started to twist into something extreme. Although Xiaolan was filled with jealousy toward Su Qingxue, she didn't dare show it. Leaving aside Su Qingxue's family background, just her elder brother, who was currently talking with the principal. Anyone who wasn't an idiot could tell from the aura coming off him that this man was terrifyingly powerful. Flying through the air, breaking the sound barrier with the physical body alone. What realm did someone have to reach to accomplish that? Xiaolan didn't know. Li Hongwei didn't know either. Anyway, in their understanding, experts with second-turn life skills were already ceiling-level figures. Any random skill from one of them could easily destroy a mountain peak. Yet even for such experts, they had never heard of anyone breaking the sound barrier with the physical body alone. As time slowly passed, all the students of senior year class 1 finally completed their awakenings. 1 SS grade, 1 S grade, and 3 A grades. Very soon, it was senior year class 2's turn. The class Qin Feng was in. Brother Feng, Xiaojiu, it's finally our class's turn. Guanxi looked like he was ready to go all out, especially with the excitement blazing in his eyes. Hearing Guanxi's voice, Qin Feng didn't respond. In truth, he was nervous too. After all, he wasn't from this world. He had no idea whether he could awaken a talent. In a transcendent world, if you had no transcendent talent, how were you supposed to survive? At this point, no matter how nervous he was, it was useless. He could only take things one step at a time. Ho Xiaoshan, C-grade talent, fiery bird. Lu Cheng, B-grade talent, black tortoise shield. Zhao Cixi, A-grade talent. Shadow of darkness, an A-grade talent. Not bad. Seeing that Zhao Cixi had awakened an A-grade talent, Zhou Yun rarely showed a smile. Zhao Cixi was the class monitor of senior year class 2, and also a student Zhou Yun thought highly of. She hadn't disappointed her expectations. Teacher, I awakened an A-grade talent. As soon as she returned to the class, Zhao Cixi hurried over to share her joy with Zhou Yun. Good. Keep working hard and strive to get into one of the 4 great academies in 1 month. Zhou Yun said with a smile. Thank you, teacher. Zhao Cixi nodded. Congrats, class monitor. Awakening an A-grade talent, you're going to soar from now on. Many classmates offered Zhao Cixi their sincere congratulations. Thank you, everyone. I believe all of you can awaken the talents you hope for as well. Zhao Cixi thanked them one by one. Brother Feng, it's my turn. Guanxi glanced at Zhao Cixi, then withdrew his gaze and spoke to Qin Feng beside him. Old 7, don't be nervous. Qin Feng patted Guanxi on the shoulder. 7th brother, good luck. Su Juzhou called out to Guanxi. All right. Guanxi waved his hand and walked toward the Awakening Stone Monument without even turning his head. When he reached the front of the Awakening Stone Monument, Guanxi raised his right hand and pressed his palm against it. In an instant, the runes on the monument lit up. A suddenly overwhelming aura swept out in all directions, and a dark yellow pillar of light, the same height as Su Qingxue's, shot into the sky from the monument. This. 18 zhong. That's an 18 zhong pillar of light. SS grade. Another SS grade. Our Kanglan City has finally produced a true SS grade Heaven's Pride. The moment Principal Wu saw that pillar of light, he sprang straight up from his seat. So excited he could hardly contain himself. Although Su Qingxue had awakened at Kanglan No. 1 High School, she wasn't actually from Kanglan City. But the SS grade Heaven's Pride before them, now, was a true local of Kanglan City. Guanxi, SS grade talent, absolute defense. Absolute defense. A perfect shield armor class. As long as he's there, he'll be the strongest shield in any team. Principal Wu burst out laughing. Beside him, Kong Yajun looked as if he had just eaten a fly. If Su Qingxue awakening an SS grade talent had still left him some excuse, saying she was from the Su family in the provincial capital and not a local of Kanglan City, then now that Guanxi had awakened an SS grade talent, the pressure landed on Principal Kong's shoulders like a mountain. Could it be that today, Kanglan No. 2 High School is going to be overshadowed by Kanglan No. 1 High School again? Senior Wu, congratulations. Kanglan City has finally given birth to an SS grade talent. Your wish has finally come true. Sitting to the side, Su Muyang turned his head and offered his congratulations to Principal Wu. Exactly. 300 years. A full 300 years. Principal Wu clenched his fists, his eyes even turning a little red. On the surface, Su Muyang offered his congratulations, but inwardly, he was already thinking about how to recruit this SS grade Heaven's Pride into Vermilion Bird Academy. The Su family's ancestral land was in Tsangzhou, and the greatest transcendent academy in Tsangzhou was Vermilion Bird Academy. Su Muyang himself had once studied there, although there was still SSS grade above SS grade. Those monstrous geniuses with SSS grade talent were so rare that the entire Xiao nation might not produce more than a few in a year. Therefore, anyone who awakened an SS grade talent was considered one of the nation's top strategic reserve talents, the kind every transcendent academy fought to recruit. On the other side of the main stage, Zhou Yun, the homeroom teacher of senior year class 2, was even more excited. She clenched her fists. Damn, I'm really going to become famous this time. My class produced an SS grade Heaven's Pride. SS grade. In 300 years, the entire Kanglan City had never seen an SS grade. And now, in her class, her student had actually awakened as an SS grade Heaven's Pride. This was an immense honor. She could already imagine how her future life would undergo enormous changes because of this student. Not to mention anything else. Just the reward she'd receive as Guanxi's homeroom teacher would be enough for her to live the rest of her life without worrying about food or clothes. SS. I awakened SS grade. Guanxi rushed back to the class at top speed and gave Qin Feng a huge bear hug. Brother Feng, I freaking awakened an SS grade talent. We're about to take off. Shit, old 7, let go of me already. You're gonna strangle me to death. Qin Feng's face turned bright red as Guanxi squeezed him so hard he could barely breathe. Guanxi didn't notice at all that once a talent awakened, it meant one had officially stepped into the ranks of the awakened. Their physical strength would increase dramatically. Guanxi, let go of Brother Feng already. He can barely breathe. Seeing Qin Feng's flushed face, Su Juzhou hurriedly smacked Guanxi's arm. Hearing Su Juzhou's voice, Guanxi quickly let go of Qin Feng and scratched his head awkwardly. All right. Sorry, Brother Feng. My bad. After a bout of violent coughing, Qin Feng waved his hand. Forget it. I'm fine, but be careful next time. You've already become a transcendent now. Your physical abilities are far beyond those of ordinary people. Usually, you need to keep your strength in check. Hearing that, Guanxi finally realized what had happened and scratched his head again in embarrassment. Hee, I got too excited and forgot. Ugh, Brother Qi, you're hopeless. Your brain didn't work well to begin with, and now it works even worse. Off to the side, Su Juzhou smacked her forehead, looking utterly speechless. Everyone in senior year class 2 had their eyes fixed on the trio, their gazes full of envy. SS grade. That was a talent ranked among the top in the entire nation. Usually, the trio of Qin Feng, Guanxi, and Su Juzhou kept an extremely low profile at school. They never tried to make friends and rarely took part in class extracurricular activities. To put it simply, they were background figures. Aside from the students of senior year class 2, people from other classes didn't even know who they were. But now, with Guanxi awakening an SS grade talent, he had become famous in one shot. On the other side, in senior year class 1, Su Qingxue glanced at Guanxi, then quickly withdrew her gaze and stopped paying attention. As for Li Hongwei, a direct descendant of the Li family of Kanglan City, a different thought arose in his mind. Senior year class 2 is basically full of commoners. If I can recruit him to my side, then could I use this achievement to become the first heir of my family? Li Hongwei ranked 3rd among his generation in the Li family. Above him were 2 older cousins, both of whom also had S-grade talents. While Li Hongwei was still thinking, the awakenings on the stage continued. Yang Yong, D-grade talent, Construction. Lin Hao, B-grade talent, Necromancer summoning. Lu Tsuhua, C-grade talent, Wound Stitcher. Lu Yen, D-grade talent, Weaver. Su Juzhou, S-grade talent, Supportive Amplification Aura. After Guanxi's awakening, more than a dozen people in a row failed to awaken any good talents. Then Su Juzhou awakened another S-grade talent. And it was even a support-type profession. Amplification Aura. Just from a name, it had to be some kind of area buff talent. Very strong. Yay! I awakened an S-grade talent too, and it's even support type. From now on, I can support Brother Feng and Brother Qi. Standing before the awakening monument, Su Juzhou was thrilled. Below the stage, Qin Feng was also very happy to see Su Juzhou awaken an S-grade talent. 1 S-grade, 1 SS grade. I wonder what kind of talent I'll awaken. Qin Feng thought to himself. Brother Feng, your turn. Just as Qin Feng was thinking, Su Juzhou skipped over to him. Qin Feng nodded. Brother Feng, do your best. Su Juzhou made a cheering gesture at him. Seeing that, Qin Feng smiled. Then he walked calmly to the awakening monument. So this is the awakening monument? This was Qin Feng's first time observing the awakening monument from such a close distance. Its surface was engraved with densely packed runes. Sensing them carefully, each rune seemed to have a mysterious power flowing through it. Every person awakened their talent here. Could it be connected somehow to these mysterious runes? Buzz. The moment Qin Feng's palm touched the monument, a mysterious power surged out from inside his body. Warmth spread through him from head to toe. It felt incredibly comfortable, as if his entire body were soaking in a hot spring. The awakening monument began to emit a faint glow. Very soon it turned white, then green, then blue, then purple, then gold, then red. This bizarre phenomenon instantly stunned everyone present, including the school leaders on the main platform. Gude, Kong Yajun, and Su Muyang rubbed their eyes, then looked at one another. What the hell is going on? Since when can the awakening monument dance at a nightclub? Even someone as experienced as Su Muyang had his mind go blank at this moment. This was the first time he had ever seen such a situation. Hiss. I presided over awakening ceremonies for decades. I've seen at least hundreds of thousands of students awaken talents in my life. Yet I've never seen an awakened talent produce a second color. Principal Wu was utterly baffled. But this student's monument is switching non-stop through all kinds of colors. What exactly is happening? Could he have awakened some incredible unknown talent? Or maybe an SSS grade talent? No. Beside him, Su Muyong shook his head. When an SSS grade talent awakens, the awakening pillar can reach as high as 36 zhang. But right now They saw that aside from emitting all kinds of colors, the awakening monument as pillar of light was only 1 zhang high. In other words, this was F grade? F grade? How is that possible? Principal Wu found it hard to accept, but he also knew that the awakening pillar was tied to talent grade. From F grade to A grade, there were 6 levels total. A grade corresponded to a 6 zhang light pillar, S grade to 9 zhang, SS grade to 18 zhang, and SSS grade to 36 zhang. Very soon, the awakening monument, as constantly flashing lights, gradually came to a stop. Qin Feng, F grade talent, Hawkeye. Looking at the words on the monument, Qin Feng's vision went dark, and he nearly fainted. Damn it, with such a huge phenomenon, I thought it was building up to something massive. In the end, it just dumped out a giant pile of crap. F grade talent? Screw you. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, waves of laughter erupted across the entire field. I thought it was going to be some amazing talent, but after all that, it's actually just an F grade. I can't take it. I'm dying here, F grade. The mocking laughter rising and falling from the surrounding crowd kept pouring into Qin Feng's ears, making his already terrible mood even worse. Damn it, as if I get to decide how high my talent is. Qin Feng turned and swept his gaze across the crowd, his face expressionless. Since things were already set in stone, no amount of unwillingness would change anything. F grade talent, Hawkeye. Hawkeye greatly enhances the user's eyesight, allowing him to see farther. Talent, Sublimation, a blessing from Mother Earth. Sublimation consumes crystal cores to improve the quality of any item. This talent possesses the authority of being undetectable. Innate skill, passive Dark Harvester. Dark Harvester, super god grade. Every time the user kills a target whose level is not lower than his own, he will randomly harvest 1 attribute point from that target. No upper limit. Looking at his post-awakening status panel, Qin Feng felt 3 parts excitement and 7 parts confusion. What excited him was that he had cheats. And judging from the look of it, they weren't small ones. More than that, he had more than one. What confused him was why he had transmigrated to this world in the first place. Especially that talent skill, Sublimation, whose suffix carried the phrase a blessing from Mother Earth. Could his transmigration be related to Earth's will? The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more muddled he became. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, then I can't be bothered to think about it. I'll leave everything to future me and let future me work hard. After sorting out his thoughts, Qin Feng returned to his class. The moment they saw him, Su Juzhou and Guan Qi immediately went up to him. Brother Feng, it's okay. With me here, I can protect you. Guan Qi patted his chest and spoke seriously. Brother Feng, 7th brother is right. The 3 of us will always be one family. We swore it when we were little. If there's fortune, we share it together. If there's trouble, we shoulder it together. We would never abandon you. Su Juzhou also hurriedly promised. Seeing the concern in Guan Qi and Su Juzhou's eyes, Qin Feng felt deeply moved. As expected of iron brothers who had grown up wearing the same pair of pants. Old 7, little 9, relax. I'm not as fragile as you think. There are no trash talents, only trash class holders. So what if it's an F-rank talent? I can still carve out my own world. Seeing that Qin Feng had been struck down by the blow, Guan Qi and Su Juzhou both let out sighs of relief. Ha ha ha, an F-rank talent. And you still want to carve out your own world? You're killing me. At that moment, a mocking voice came from not far away. Guan Qi and Su Juzhou turned to look, only to see Ho Xiaoshan and Lu Cheng chatting and laughing together as if they were having a great time. At the same time, they were glancing this way intentionally or not, with sneers of disdain on their faces. Monkey 3, you dare mock my brother Feng? You asking for a beating, damn it? Guan Qi's gaze turned icy, and a violent aura spread from his body. When Guan Qi called him out by name, Ho Xiaoshan looked over at him. But the moment he met Guan Qi's cold eyes, he instantly felt a chill run through his whole body, and the hair on his arms stood on end. Usually, Ho Xiaoshan was the type in class who liked stirring things up, hanging around in groups, and showing off. Today, he had awakened a C-rank talent, which had left him deeply disappointed, so naturally he was in a bad mood. And when he saw that Guan Qi had awakened an SS-rank talent, jealousy naturally rose in his heart. Back in senior year class too, Ho Xiaoshan was also someone of note. Yet Qin Feng, Guan Qi, and Su Juzhou never gave him any face, which made him very unhappy. Now that Qin Feng had awakened an F-rank talent, he naturally wanted to mock him a little. What he had never expected, however, was that Guan Qi, this heaven's favored son with an SS-rank talent, would actually stand up for Qin Feng. That made things very awkward for him, but for the sake of saving face, Ho Xiaoshan still forced himself to stay calm, and even tried to drive a wedge between them. Guan Qi, you're SS-rank, while Qin Feng is F-rank. From the moment your talents awakened, you were already no longer people of the same world. An F-rank talent is destined in this lifetime to never complete a class advancement and break through to level 31. And you, before Ho Xiaoshan could finish, Guan Qi suddenly roared, Monkey 3, you're courting death. Right after that, Guan Qi was about to rush over and beat him up, but Qin Feng grabbed him. Brother Feng, don't stop me. I have to beat this little bastard today, or my heart won't be at peace. Guanxi turned his head to look at Qin Feng. Qin Feng patted Guanxi's arm. Today is Awakening Day. All the important figures in all of Kanglan City have their eyes gathered here. There is no need to cause unnecessary trouble over someone as insignificant as Monkey 3. So we're just letting this go? Guanxi was furious. People could curse him all they wanted, but cursing Qin Feng was not okay. Huh. A smile hung at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. No ruse, no ruse. You know my personality, don't you? I've never had the habit of taking abuse. If a dog bites me, I won't bite it back. I'll just beat it to death with one stick. There'll be plenty of chances later. Hearing that, the violent aura around Guanxi slowly dissipated. At the same time, he shot Monkey 3 a vicious glare and stopped paying attention to him. From beginning to end, Qin Feng had not even given Monkey 3 a proper glance, let alone responded to him with a single word. Do you guys think Monkey 3's brain is broken? It'd be one thing if he just liked acting cool all the time, but I didn't expect him to be this gutsy. The little conflict here naturally didn't escape the notice of the other students, and they all began whispering among themselves nearby. Exactly. Guanxi awakened an SS-Rank talent. He'll definitely be able to enter one of the 4 great academies, and in the future, he'll absolutely become a major figure. Qin Feng has a very good relationship with Guanxi, but Monkey 3 actually went and mocked Qin Feng in public. Isn't that just slapping Guanxi in the face? Said one clever classmate with schadenfreude. Sigh. All I can say is when heaven wants rain, and a mother wants to remarry, no one can stop it. If Monkey 3 doesn't use his brain and never thinks about consequences, then if he goes looking for death himself, he can't blame anyone else, right? I think we should all stay away from this brainless Monkey 3 from now on, so we don't get dragged down by him. After entering the ranks of awakened ones, every aspect of the body was greatly enhanced. So naturally Ho Xiaoshan heard all those students' discussions clearly. At this moment, Ho Xiaoshan's face turned extremely ugly, no matter how he thought about it. He had never imagined that just one casual taunt from him would offend Guanxi. Guanxi was an SS-Rank genius. If he wanted to deal with him, it would be extremely easy. At this point, Ho Xiaoshan had completely failed to notice that Lu Cheng had already quietly distanced himself from him. Just a moment ago, the two of them had been chatting happily, but now, no, I can't just sit here and wait to die. I have to find myself a big tree to lean on. Ho Xiaoshan kept thinking of how he could protect himself. That's right, the Li family. As long as I throw in my lot with Li Hongwei, Guanxi probably won't dare do anything to me. Thinking this, Ho Xiaoshan left Senior Year Class 2 and headed towards Senior Year Class 1. This little incident here, aside from the people in Senior Year Class 2, did not attract anyone else's attention. Everyone else had their eyes fixed on the awakening platform. Very soon, all the students in Senior Year Class 2 finished their awakening. Homeroom teacher Zhou Yun slowly walked over from the podium with a smile on her face, and at the same time glanced at Guanxi, feeling very satisfied. Then she led the entire class back to the classroom. After all the students had settled down, Zhou Yun stood at the lectern and began explaining a few things. Students, the grade of your talent is not something you can decide for yourselves. A good talent only means you have a better starting point. As she said this, Zhou Yun's gaze landed on Guanxi and Su Jiujiu, then shifted to Qin Feng. Of course, students with poor talent shouldn't be discouraged either. As long as you work hard, you will definitely be able to get into a school you like. Feeling Zhou Yun's gaze, Qin Feng was speechless. Did she really have to make the difference in treatment this obvious? Who was she looking down on? Wasn't he just an F-rank talent? He still had a God-tier skill. Qin Feng didn't know what rank God-tier was, but it was definitely more awesome than SSS-Rank. In addition, tomorrow the school will open a beginner dungeon trial. Every one of you must go in for training. This will be your first practical combat lesson after stepping into the extraordinary. Zhou Yun finally got to the main point. Also, the Kanglan City officials have prepared one piece of starting equipment for each of you, which will be distributed through the school. After class monitor Zhao Cece will take everyone to the equipment vault to claim it. At that, Zhou Yun paused and turned her gaze toward Zhao Cece. Seeing this, Zhao Cece nodded in agreement. Okay, teacher. After finishing her instructions, Zhou Yun once again looked at Guanxi and Su Jiujiu. Guanxi, Su Jiujiu, come out with me. When homeroom teacher Zhou Yun called them, Guanxi and Su Jiujiu looked at each other, then both turned to Qin Feng. Brother Feng, why do you think Demon King Zhou is calling us out? What is it about? Guanxi asked in confusion. Hearing that, Qin Feng immediately shot Guanxi a look. This kid was really hopeless. No need to think about it. It's definitely something good. Since you awakened strong talents, the school naturally has rewards for you. As for what kind of rewards, maybe equipment, maybe a skill book. So that is how it is. Guanxi nodded, then looked excited. Go on. Qin Feng patted Guanxi on the shoulder. Okay. Guanxi nodded again and walked out of the classroom together with Su Jiujiu. Outside the classroom, Zhou Yun was waiting for the two of them. Teacher, why did you call us out? Although Su Jiujiu had heard from Qin Feng that it was a good thing, she still asked Zhou Yun directly. It's like this. Every year, the school gives a reward to students who awaken high-grade talents. You can think of it as adding a bit more strength to their growth. Zhouyi did not hide anything. Although our Kanglan city is only a small border city of Xi'an Nation, our school has never been stingy. And we certainly withhold resources meant for any student with an S-grade talent. And now, humanity's living space is becoming more and more difficult to maintain. So every genius with an S-grade talent or above is an indispensable and important resource for the nation. The resources the school is giving you are meant to help you grow quickly and strive to enter one of the 4 great academies. Zhou Yin's words made Guanxi and Su Juzhou's expressions turn more serious. Teacher, is humanity's situation really that bad now? That's right. Zhou Yin nodded. Our Kanglan city lies on the border of Xi'an Nation. Outside the city are countless exotic beasts, monsters, and demonic creatures. To resist those monsters, people die outside the city every single day. If you count the time, it's been almost 20 years since the last beast tide invasion. I don't know when this next beast tide will arrive, but I do know it won't be too long now. So, teacher hopes the 2 of you can enter one of the 4 great academies to study. Only there can you grow quickly. If one day you truly achieve something, teacher also hopes you can return to Kanglan City and do your part. I'm not trying to morally pressure you. I'm sincerely asking you, because Kanglan City is our root and also your root. Hearing their teacher's words, Guanxi and Su Juzhou couldn't calm down for a long time. They had never imagined that one day in the future, they might protect an entire city. In their understanding, they were just orphans. In this life, they had never thought they could be that great. Seeing them like this, how could Zhou Yun, as their teacher, not understand what they were thinking? All right, don't think too much about it. Your road has only just begun. As for the future, let the future talk about it. Very quickly, Zhou Yun brought Guanxi and Su Juzhou to the principal's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Principal Wu's powerful voice came from inside the office. Zhou Yun led Guanxi and Su Juzhou inside. Principal Wu also put down the documents in his hand, then looked up at Guanxi and Su Juzhou, a smile immediately appearing on his face. Teacher Zhou, these 2 students must be Guanxi and Su Juzhou, right? Principal Wu pretended not to know them. Yes, Principal. Zhou Yun nodded. Ha ha, don't just stand there. Sit, all of you sit. Principal Wu pointed at the genuine leather sofa to the side, then stood up and walked to a safe. A moment later, he took out 2 black books from inside. These are 2 C-grade skill books, Armor Blessing and Shield of Holy Light. Principal Wu held the 2 skill books and sat down across from Guanxi. C-grade skill books. Guanxi and Su Juzhou exchanged a glance, both a little shocked. They had not expected the school to give them such a valuable gift. One had to know that even the most ordinary F-grade skill book was worth at least 5,000 star coins at the Treasure Pavilion. And if it was on the black market, the price would be even higher. As for C-grade skill books, each one was worth hundreds of thousands, or even over 1 million. And now, there were 2 of them right in front of the pair. Just from the names, both seemed very suitable for them. Principal, this is too valuable. Guanxi did not accept it immediately. Yeah, Principal, C-grade skill books are really too valuable. Su Juzhou also nodded in agreement. The 2 of them had lived poor, bitter lives for so long that for a moment, they did not dare accept something this precious. It's fine. No matter how valuable a skill book is, if no one uses it, then it's just sitting there gathering dust. Seeing that Guanxi and Su Juzhou had not lost themselves over something so valuable, Principal Wu felt even more gratified. Also, this time, Student Guan awakened an SS grade talent. Aside from the resources given by our Kanglan No. 1 high school itself, the official side of Kanglan City also has an additional reward for you. It's just that this reward won't be handed to you until 1 month from now, because the item is too precious and to avoid certain unnecessary trouble. It can only be given to you on the eve of the college entrance exam. However, I can reveal a little. This item will greatly improve you. There's another reward? Guanxi was completely dizzy at this point. He hadn't expected awakening an SS grade talent would come with so many benefits. Seeing Guanxi like this, Principal Wu smiled faintly, then handed the 2 C-grade skills in his hand to Guanxi and Su Juzhou. You should accept these 2 skill books. Just treat them as support from our school. Don't carry any burden in your heart. If you achieve something in the future, then when the school runs into difficulties, just lend the school a hand within your means. Principal Wu patted Guanxi on the shoulder as he spoke. Guanxi and Su Juzhou were different from the Hongwei. The latter had his own family clan. A child from such a clan would always put the family first in all things. Because of that, Principal Wu did not place too much hope on the Hongwei. 100-year dynasty, 1,000-year family. That saying was not just empty words. But Guanxi and Su Juzhou were true locals, born and raised here. As long as they were helped when they were at their weakest, the return in the future would definitely be far greater than these mere 2 C-grade skill books. Well, all right then. Thank you very much, Principal. In the end, Guanxi and Su Juzhou still accepted them. At present, the 2 of them truly needed these 2 skill books. Every awakened, upon awakening, would automatically awaken 1 skill. In addition, they would also have 1 skill slot that could be used to learn other skills. As their level increased, other skill slots would automatically unlock, allowing them to learn even more skills. And leveling up was not the only way to unlock skill slots. Aside from that, some special dungeons or special bosses could drop skill runestones. These skill runestones could also unlock skill slots. It was just that every single skill runestone was sold at a sky-high price, and on the market they were more or less impossible to find. Every time one appeared, it would be bought up by the great families at an enormous cost. Seeing Guanxi and Su Jiuzhou accept the skill books, Principal Wu revealed a gratified smile. That's more like it. With the same talent, children from ordinary families can't compare to clan descendants. But a skill book that matches them well can still narrow the gap a little. All right, I still have some matters to deal with here, so I won't keep you any longer. I imagine young people like you aren't willing to chat about national affairs with an old man like me anyway. Right after that, Principal Wu turned to look at Zhou Yun. Teacher Zhou, take the two of them back to class. Yes, Principal. Zhou Yun stood up, nodded toward Principal Wu, and then left the office with the two of them. After the three of them left the office, Principal Wu returned to his seat once more, picked up the documents from before, and continued studying them. Guanxi, Su Jiuzhou, Su Qingxue. That was only 3 seed candidates. But if they wanted to make a name for themselves in the National College Entrance Exam 1 month later, those 3 alone were not enough. Right after that, Principal Wu picked up Li Hongwei's file and started reading it. Li Hongwei, the Li family. Principal Wu frowned slightly, his fingers lightly tapping on the desk. If it really doesn't work, then I'll arrange for 3 A-grade talent damage-dealing classes to join the seed team. Ever since the descent of the supernatural and the world became datafied, 6 great combat classes have been born. Under the rules, a single team could have at most 6 members. Meanwhile, in senior year class 2, after Guanxi and Su Jiuzhou followed homeroom teacher Zhou Yun out, Qin Feng also began studying his own status panel, thinking about which class he should choose in the future. Name, Qin Feng. Class, none, pending selection. Level 1. Talent 1, Eagle Eye greatly enhances eyesight, allowing the user to see farther. Talent 2, Sublimation, a blessing from Mother Earth. Consuming crystal cores can raise the quality of any item. Undetectable. Passive natal skill, Super God Tier Dark Harvester. Whenever you kill a target not lower level than yourself, you will randomly harvest 1 attribute point from the target. No upper limit. HP 200, MP 200, Physical Attack 60, Magic Attack 60, Attack Speed 0.6, Physical Defense 60, Magic Defense 60, Strength 10. 1 point of strength gives 5 points of physical attack. Intelligence 10. 1 point of intelligence gives 5 points of magic attack. Agility 10. 1 point of agility gives 0.01 attack speed and increases dodge rate. Constitution 10. 1 point of constitution gives 10 HP and 5 points of physical defense. Spirit 10. 1 point of spirit gives 10 MP and 5 points of magic defense. Looking at the status panel in front of him, Qin Feng thought to himself, if I set aside my own attributes, then my starting HP and MP would only be 100 points each. My attack and defense would also only be 10 points, and my base attack speed would only be 0.5. The Super God Tier Dark Harvester was a growth-type skill, and a passive skill at that. Every time he killed a target not lower level than himself, he would randomly harvest 1 attribute point from the target, with no upper limit. Wouldn't that mean the more monsters he killed, the more attribute points he could harvest? If that was the case, then Qin Feng would truly become a real all-rounder in the future. There were 6 major combat classes in this world: shield armor, assassin, mage, priest, knight, and archer. Qin Feng took out a pen and wrote down the 6 classes on paper. Old 7S talent is absolute defense, so he definitely goes shield armor or warrior. Warrior is a branch of the shield armor class. As he spoke, Qin Feng crossed out shield armor on the paper. Xiao Jiu's talent is an auxiliary amplification aura, so her first choice should be the priest class. Then he crossed out priest as well. With shield armor and priest removed, only assassin, mage, knight, and archer remained. If he wanted to go for a high burst route, then mage was the choice. But mage skill books were outrageously expensive, and he was just a pauper living off state subsidies. He couldn't even afford the most basic fireball spell, although mages had higher damage in the early stage. They also burned through mana extremely fast. With his 200 MP, he would run dry after only a few skills. Was he supposed to rely on basic attacks for damage? If you weren't rich, you simply couldn't play mage. No way. After thinking it over again and again, Qin Feng decided to give up on the mage route and instead look toward physical damage classes like assassin and archer. Assassins had high burst, but their bodies were too fragile. Without life-saving skills, if they accidentally took a fatal AoE hit, they would definitely die on the spot. It would still be hard to get through the weak, early phase. Besides, assassin had another shortcoming. It lacked large-scale attack skills, which meant his Dark Harvester couldn't be maximized with it. As for the Knight class, Qin Feng didn't even bother looking at it. It was a half support, half damage class. Its shortcomings were also obvious. Its burst was high, it had few group attack skills, and its damage wasn't enough. What Qin Feng wanted was a class that could quickly get through the weak early stage, so he directly eliminated Knight. That left only Archer. In the end, Qin Feng's gaze stopped on the 3 words Archer on the paper, and he circled them with his pen. Archer, a physical type class, could also learn elemental attack skills. It was a range damage dealer, and its damage was also quite good. With 0.51 attack speed, that meant he could attack about once every 2 seconds. As his agility increased, his attack speed would grow faster and faster. More importantly, the Archer class could also synergize with the Eagle Eye talent. Looking at it that way, Archer was the best fit for him. After deciding on his class, Qin Feng once again focused his gaze on his second talent. Sublimation. Consuming crystal cores can raise the quality of any item. A simple and straightforward description. Can it raise the quality of my Eagle Eye talent? Qin Feng pondered silently. Forget it. I don't have any crystal cores right now anyway. Even if it can, it's still useless without the materials. Or crystal cores. Qin Feng knew that they were a special material that could only drop from elite tier monsters and above. Crystal cores had different attributes. With crystal cores of different attributes, one could ask a blacksmith to forge weapons and equipment suited to oneself. On top of that, crystal cores could also be used to inscribe special runes, such as teleportation arrays, defensive arrays, and so on. In short, in this world, crystal cores were a universal resource. Of course, monsters of different levels and ranks naturally dropped different crystal cores. Even the lowest grade crystal core was worth several thousand star coins at Wanbao Pavilion. Monster ranks were divided into normal tier, elite tier, lord tier, monarch tier, emperor tier, legend tier, and myth tier. Equipment grades were divided into white common, green rare, blue excellent, purple epic, gold legendary, and red mythic. The higher an equipment S grade, the more attribute entries it had. Every increase in grade added 1 more entry. A mythic grade piece of equipment could have 6 entries. Aside from these 6 different grades of equipment, there was an even stronger type of equipment called exclusive. Exclusive equipment was the most compatible equipment for a class holder. Every one of its entries seemed tailor-made for its user. This equipment was soul-bound and had growth potential. Once equipped, it could not be traded and would not drop. Even if the owner was killed, exclusive equipment would not drop. It would only disappear along with its owner. Just as he finished planning everything out, Zhou Yun returned to the classroom with Guan Qi and Su Jiujiu. After sitting back down, Guan Qi Kudenti helped sharing the reward he had gotten from the principal with Qin Feng. Brother Feng, just like you said, the principal really is generous. Xiao Jiu and I each got a C-rank skill book. MHM, that's right, Brother Feng. And these skill books suit our talents pretty well too. Su Jiujiu turned to look at Qin Feng, her face full of smiles. Guan Qi and Qin Feng were desk mates, while Su Jiujiu sat in front of Qin Feng. That is pretty good. With C-rank skills, tomorrow's trial will be much easier for us. Qin Feng nodded. Haha, Brother Feng is right. In tomorrow's trial, we'll definitely go on a killing spree in the dungeon. Guan Qi clenched his fists, wishing he could immediately enter the newbie dungeon and fight those monsters. Ding ling ling. The bell for the end of class rang. Class monitor Zhao Cici led the entire class to the school storeroom to collect their equipment. In the crowd, Guan Qi asked Qin Feng, Brother Feng, what class are you? Archer. Qin Feng answered with 3 words. Hearing that, Guan Qi's eyes lit up, and he immediately clapped his hands. Archer, that's a good class. Ranged attacks and the damage isn't low either. When we fight monsters in the future, I'll tank up front, shout Jiu will buff us, and you'll go crazy outputting damage from the back. It's perfect. MHM, MHM. Su Jiujiu grabbed Qin Feng's sleeve and nodded hard. Whenever an awaken awakened, each person would unlock 1 initial skill. Basically, everyone would choose their class based on that skill. Otherwise, they would waste an extremely important skill. Of course, for those heaven's favored from great families, they would choose their class based on talent instead. After all, they didn't lack skill rune stones. Even wasting 1 skill didn't matter to them. For example, if someone awakened an S-rank fire attribute talent, but their initial skill was a melee, physical type skill, an ordinary commoner would definitely choose the shield armor branch and take the path of a flame elemental warrior. But those family geniuses were different. An S-rank fire talent? Wasn't he that obviously a flame mage? So they would choose the mage class with higher damage. The mage class was the core damage dealer of the team. Guan Qi's initial skill was taunt. No need to think about it, he was definitely suited for the shield armor class. Su Jiujiu's initial skill was heal. And together with the C-rank skill Holy Light Shield, she was obviously suited for the priest class. Very soon, under class monitor Zhao CC's lead, the students of senior year class 2 finally arrived at the school's equipment storage. After filling in their personal information, everyone received a piece of equipment that truly belonged to them. This equipment was only starter gear, but for Qin Feng, Guan Qi, and Su Jiujiu, it was the most important first step in entering the transcendent world. It was also the starting point of their lives. It was the first piece of combat equipment in their lives. It could be said to hold extraordinary meaning. With equipment enhancing them, their attributes would increase by a noticeable amount. So-called starter equipment was a set of level 1 white common equipment. Although it was common equipment, Each piece still had one affix. The affixes weren't anything rare. They basically just added attack, defense, or health. At that moment, Qinfeng looked at the bow in his hand. Weapon, iron arm bow, type bow, physical attack, 10. Kongwu, attack plus 10. A level 1 common weapon with 10 points of attack, and its affix also added another 10 points. This counted as a pretty nice piece, didn't it? Qinfeng was very satisfied with the iron arm bow S stats. What he lacked most right now was attack power. Adding this to his own attack, he had already reached 80 points. 80 attack, not bad. Qinfeng slung the iron arm bow over his back. Brother Feng, look, how is this armor of mine? At that moment, Guanxi and Su Juzhou came over to Qinfeng's side. Armor, chainmail, metal armor type, worn by shield armor classes. Physical defense, 10. Sturdy, physical defense plus 10. Guanxi showed Qinfeng the stats of his chainmail. HM, all the stats were plus 10. Could it be that the base attributes of common equipment were all 10 points? Qinfeng was a little puzzled. Then he looked at Su Juzhou. Seeing this, Su Juzhou quickly displayed the stats of the staff in her hand. Weapon, Tonghua staff, type staff, magic attack 10, clear mind, spirit plus 3. The affix on the staff actually added attribute points. Qinfeng looked at the staff S, clear mind affix. Yes, Brother Feng. 3 points of spirit can give me 30 more mana, so I can cast a few more skills. Su Juzhou was very satisfied with this staff. Su Juzhou's initial skill was heal. It consumed 10 mana points and could restore 60 plus 30% of spirit health to a friendly unit. Combined with her support, amplification, aura talent, her healing effect would become even stronger. After receiving the equipment, Zhou Yun briefly mentioned a few precautions, then dismissed all the students to go home. Qinfeng, Guanxi, and Su Juzhou returned to the rental house outside the school. The three of them sat around the dining table and held a simple family meeting. First, let me say 2 things. Qinfeng took out paper and pen and wrote down the current problems they had to face. First, starting today, we can no longer continue receiving the national subsidy or the school as poverty assistance. Therefore, from this moment on, we have to rely on our own hands to fight and carve out our future. Of course, this difficulty isn't really a problem for us. At that, Qinfeng paused, looked at Guanxi and Su Juzhou, then continued. Second, the college entrance exam. Qinfeng wrote those 2 words on the paper and marked them heavily underneath. There are 4 transcendent academies in Xia Kingdom. They contain countless resources. I've heard every academy controls many dungeons. Only by entering one of them can we grow rapidly. And getting into any one of those 4 transcendent academies is no easy matter. Every year, at least hundreds of thousands of students awaken across all of Xia Kingdom. In other words, the 3 of us have to compete against hundreds of thousands of people. So in the next month, we really have to risk our lives. I'm not joking. At that moment, Qinfeng's expression was extremely serious. Brother Feng, what is your plan? Guanxi looked at Qinfeng and asked. Su Juzhou beside him nodded as well. Although Arcaneland City is just a small city, it still controls a few dungeons, especially those challenge dungeons. So for the next month, we'll probably be spending our time there. Qinfeng stated his plan. Challenge dungeons. I heard those dungeons are extremely difficult. Are we confident we can clear them? Guanxi sounded a little lacking in confidence. Every city had a few challenge dungeons specially provided for Heaven's favored geniuses. And each challenge dungeon was connected nationwide and had challenge records. If someone cleared one, there would be generous rewards. If someone broke a record, the rewards would be even greater. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Before I have absolute confidence, I want to take risks lightly. Qinfeng gave Guanxi a reassuring look. All right, I'll listen to you, Brother Feng. Hearing Qinfeng say that, Guanxi agreed as well. Not wanting to fall behind, Su Juzhou quickly raised her hand to cast her vote. And me, we're always a family. Wherever you go, I'll go. All right, Brother Feng, what talent did you actually awaken? Why did the awakening monument give off so many different colors when you awaken your talent? Guanxi finally asked the question that had been bothering him. From beginning to end, he had never believed Qinfeng had awakened an F-rank talent. You'll know in the future. Qinfeng smiled mysteriously. Seeing that smile on Qinfeng's face, Guanxi's eyes lit up. He was far too familiar with that smile. I knew it. Brother Feng, your talent is definitely not simple. All right, that is enough about this matter. Before we've grown strong enough, we absolutely can't gamble on the ugliness of human nature. Qinfeng warned Guanxi. I understand. Guanxi nodded solemnly. As an orphan, Guanxi had witnessed too much ugliness since childhood. In this world, all that goodness, all that caring for your sake, it was all bullshit. As long as those powerful figures saw value in exploiting you, they would devour you until not even your bones were left. So over the years, Qinfeng's group of 3 had lived very quietly, doing their best not to enter the sight of those nobles. The next day, Qinfeng and the other 2 went to school together. Today was the day the school opened the newbie trial dungeon. At that moment, many students had gathered at the trial dungeon. They all wanted to make a name for themselves through this trial. Before long, Principal Wu slowly approached with a group of school leaders. Beside Principal Wu was a middle-aged man in a suit, speaking with him in high spirits. This man was none other than the mayor of Kanglan City, Ling Xiaotian, and also the #1 powerhouse in Kanglan City. Having reached the realm of a 3-turn life artifact, he had received the news yesterday that Kanglan No. 1 high school had awakened an SS grade genius this year, which made him very happy. Originally, he had planned to personally come to Kanglan No. 1 high school yesterday to meet that SS grade genius, but some matters had delayed him. So early this morning, he had rushed over to the school to find Principal Wu. Ling Xiaotian's visit to Kanglan No. 1 high school this time was not only to meet this homegrown SS grade genius, but also take a look at this rookie trial and see what kind of results this student could achieve. Students in this rookie trial dungeon, each of you will have 5 chances to enter. Your clearance result will be based on the best one out of those 5 attempts. Principal Wu explained the rules of this rookie trial dungeon to the students. Besides that, this result will also include the levels you gain during the rookie trial. The higher your level, the more bonus points you'll get. This score will add points to your college entrance exam. This time, Principal Wu really only said 2 sentences. After that, he directly had people activate the trial dungeon, as dozens of crystal cores glowing with blue light were embedded into the grooves of the teleportation gate. The trial dungeon was instantly activated. The slowly rotating purple vortex inside the gate was the entrance to the dungeon. All the students focused their attention on that purple vortex. But Qin Feng's gaze fell on the dozens of crystal cores glowing with blue light. Blue quality crystal cores were excellent grade. Excellent grade crystal cores could only drop from lower grade bosses or even higher tier bosses. He expected that activating a single rookie trial dungeon would consume dozens of excellent grade crystal cores. If converted into star coins, that'd be worth several million, or even over 10 million. Qin Feng couldn't help sighing inwardly. Once again, he had witnessed the resources consumed by the transcendent. It really proved that saying, poor scholars, rich warriors. Brother Feng, let us form a team first, then go into the dungeon. Guanqi sent Qin Feng a team invitation. Guanqi has sent you a team invitation. Accept? Seeing the system prompt pop up before his eyes, Qin Feng agreed without hesitation. Very soon, Su Jujiu also joined the team. Just like that, their 3-man squad was successfully formed. Ever since the world had become digitized and everyone awakened to talent, each person had their own exclusive status panel. This status panel was extremely convenient. Besides viewing your own detailed attributes, you could also add friends, make video calls, check the prices of certain items, and even buy things online. After the 3 of them formed their team, they prepared to enter the dungeon gate. Just then, a commotion came from the crowd behind them. Look, ISNT, that Li Hongwei from senior year class 1, the one who awakened an S-grade lightning talent? Look at that set of equipment on him glowing with faint blue light. It's probably excellent grade, right? Definitely. Only excellent grade equipment gives off blue light. Holy crap. A full set of level 1 excellent grade gear? Even if Li Hongwei's family is rich, this is way too extravagant. TSK. Comparing people really is infuriating. We're still using white normal grade equipment, while he is already wearing excellent grade gear, as expected of a prominent family power in Kanglan City. Listening to the surrounding students' discussions, Li Hongwei felt an immense sense of satisfaction. With his head held high and chest out, he walked toward the dungeon gate. When he saw Guanqi and Su Jujiu preparing to enter the dungeon, his eyes immediately lit up. Classmate Guan, classmate Su, how about teaming up with me? As long as you join my team, I guarantee we'll get first place. Hearing Li Hongwei invite him and Su Jujiu, Guanqi rejected him without even thinking. You gotta be kidding. I'm gonna grind the dungeon with Brother Feng. No thanks. We've already formed a team. Guanqi directly refused. That's right, we already have a team. Su Jujiu also spoke up in refusal. Is that so? Then that's really too bad. Seeing the 2 reject him, Li Hongwei didn't get angry. He only glanced at Qin Feng and said nothing. After returning home yesterday, Li Hongwei had people investigate Guanqi's identity. He had expected Guanqi to be an orphan. What surprised him even more was that Su Jujiu was also an orphan, which made Li Hongwei's mind become even more active. Orphans were good. Orphans were easier to control, as long as he offered enough resources. He refused to believe they wouldn't be tempted. But when he saw Qin Feng's file, his brows immediately furrowed. The 3 of them were all orphans, all from the same orphanage. One was SS grade, one was S grade, and the last one was F grade. What the hell was that last one supposed to be? Did some weird thing get mixed in? Looking at Qin Feng's file, Li Hongwei quickly came up with an idea. If he wanted to win over those 2 geniuses, maybe he could start with Qin Feng, who said rich second-generation kids had no brains. See? Li Hongwei was very smart, alright? Seeing that Li Hongwei didn't continue pestering them, Guanqi took Su Jujiu and stepped directly into the dungeon gate, with Qin Feng following right behind. After entering the dungeon, what came into view was a red crystal about 1 zhong in size. In front of this red crystal was a straight road stretching into the distance. Looking at this somewhat familiar scene, Qin Feng's expression turned a little strange. Wasn't this the era mode from League of Legends in his previous life? Or maybe crystal defense? Crystal shattered, clear failed? Just as Qin Feng was feeling puzzled, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang out. Please select dungeon mode. Easy, hard, nightmare, inferno. Interesting. This newbie dungeon could actually let them choose different modes on their own. Qin Feng looked at the 4 options that had popped up before his eyes. Brother Feng, how about we play it safe and pick easy first to get a feel for it? Guan Qi suggested. Xiao Jio, what do you think? Instead of answering Guan Qi directly, Qin Feng looked at Su Juzhou. I'll follow Brother Feng. Su Juzhou held her vine staff. All right then, let us pick easy first and get a feel for it. Qin Feng also agreed with Guan Qi's suggestion. After all, his talent required killing monsters to obtain attribute points. The monsters in easy mode would definitely be weak. For him, that was undoubtedly the best choice. Once his attribute points stacked up, it wouldn't be too late to challenge higher difficulty modes. Having made up his mind, Qin Feng selected easy mode. Start dungeon immediately? Yes, no. Yes. Qin Feng decisively started it. Roar, 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 crush them, grind them to pieces. The instant Qin Feng activated the dungeon, waves of beastly roars came from the far end of the road. Qin Feng immediately activated Eagle Eye and focused his gaze. About 10 minotaurs were charging over in a mighty wave. Monster, normal minotaur. Level 1. HP, 500. Attack, 50. Defense, 10. Description, I will trample every enemy before me. I swear to crush that red crystal. Looking at the Minotaur's description, Qin Feng instantly felt a wave of Chuyuni energy hit him in the face. Clearance condition, defend the crystal from being destroyed by monsters. Crystal shattered, clearance failed. So it really was crystal defense. Qin Feng muttered inwardly, then took out his iron arm bow. Old 7, get ready to fight. You got it. Before the words had even fully fallen, a golden light appeared around Guan Qi's body. This was the C-grade skill, Armor Protection. Stalwart Armor Blessing. Level 1. Consumes 20 mana points, increases the user's defense by 50 and elemental resistance by 20 points, and each attack received will have its damage reduced by 20 points. Duration, 180 seconds. Cooldown, 240 seconds. Xiaojiu, put a shield on Lao Qi, and keep an eye on his HP at all times. Infeng Quickening Strati Suhiu. MHM. Su Juzhou answered, immediately activating her talent, then instantly casting that C-rank skill, Holy Light Shield. Holy Light Shield. Level 1. Consumes 10 mana points, grants an ally a shield worth 180 intelligence. Duration, 40 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Su Juzhou's talent was Support Amplification Aura. After activating the aura, within its covered range, every support type skill she cast would receive a 100% amplification effect. Right now, even without activating his talent, Guan Qi's defense had already reached as high as 80 points. Those Minotaur monsters couldn't even break his defense. But to be safe, it was still better to have Su Juzhou add an extra layer of insurance. At the front, Guan Qi suddenly felt a shield appear on his body. After checking it carefully, good lord, the shield value was almost as high as his own HP. That left Guan Qi a little stunned. Xiaojiu, your talent is insane. Of course it is. This young lady is the future pastor god. Su Juzhou said proudly. -1, -1, -1. A dense stream of numbers floated up above Guan Qi's head. The Minotaur monsters couldn't break Guan Qi's defense, so they could only forcibly deduct 1 point of HP at a time. Whoosh! An arrow shot out from Qin Feng's hand. -70. Qin Feng's attack was 80, while the Minotaur monster's defense was 10. So one normal shot could deal 70 damage to a Minotaur monster. -50. -50. While Qin Feng attacked, Guan Qi and Su Juzhou didn't forget to attack either. Everyone's awaken base attributes were 10 points, so their base attack was 60. With Su Juzhou and Guan Qi helping with damage, the first Minotaur monster's HP bottomed out in less than 10 seconds. Whoosh! -70. Qin Feng fired another normal shot and took the first Minotaur monster's kill. Experience points, 5. System prompt, Dark Reaper triggered. Gained 1 point of strength. I got 1 point of strength just like that. Qin Feng glanced at his status panel. His strength, which had originally been only 10, had now become 11. Even his attack power had increased by 5 points, reaching 85. Good lord, this was way too overpowered. The boost in attack power filled Qin Feng with motivation, and he continued attacking the second Minotaur monster. Whoosh! -75. HM, 75 damage. Looking at the damage number that popped up before him, Guan Qi was a little dazed. That is not right. Brofeng was clearly only doing 70 damage just now. How did it suddenly go up by 5? Could it be related to his talent? I knew it. Brofeng's talent definitely isn't ordinary. Thinking of this, Guan Qi worked even harder, using his taunt skill to pull aggro while punching the monsters. Qin Feng's sudden damage increase didn't just leave Guan Qi stunned. Even Su Juzhou at the side was extremely shocked. Still, she didn't say anything and simply kept it to herself. Neither of them was stupid. They definitely knew this was related to Qin Feng's talent, so neither asked. They just kept helping him stack damage with normal attacks. Minus 75. Qin Feng took another Minotaur monster kill. Experience points, 5. System prompt, Dark Reaper triggered. Gained 1 point of strength. After gaining another point of strength, Qin Feng's strength had already reached 12, and his attack power had also climbed to 90. As for experience points, Qin Feng didn't care much about them. Once his damage stacked up, wouldn't leveling later be easy? Minus 80. Qin Feng's damage appeared again above another Minotaur monster this time, and this time it was 80. When that damage number appeared, it fully confirmed Guan Chi's guess. Bro Feng's talent was very likely directly tied to killing monsters. One monster meant plus 5 damage. That was just outrageous. With Guan Chi and Su Juzhou's help, Qin Feng smoothly secured all the kills from the first wave of monsters. Maybe it was because of the monsters themselves. But the 10 Minotaur monsters gave Qin Feng 10 points of strength, which meant an increase of 50 attack power. Now, Qin Feng's attack power had already reached 120. His experience points had also increased by 50. To level from LV1 to LV2 required 1,000 experience points. In other words, they needed to kill 200 Minotaur monsters to reach level 2. Bro Feng, your talent is way too monstrous. One shot already breaks 100, and this is only level 1. Guan Chi looked at Qin Feng with a face full of envy. Haha, calm down, calm down. Qin Feng waved his hand, but his expression was full of smug, show-off energy. There's no way I can stay calm. I don't care. I'm destined to hug your thigh for the rest of my life. As he said that, Guan Chi really did look like he was about to go hug Qin Feng's thigh. Giggle, 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 seeing Guan Chi like that. Su Juzhou immediately covered her mouth and laughed. Seventh brother, you really have no shame. Shame? What is shame? Can it be eaten? Can it help me grow stronger and develop faster? Guan Chi didn't care at all about his dignity. That actually sounds kind of reasonable. Su Juzhou tilted her head and thought, then I'm gonna hug Bro Feng's thigh in the future too. Seeing Su Juzhou get led astray by Guan Chi, Qin Feng kicked Guan Chi in the butt. Handle your monsters properly. The second wave is about to come out. As soon as he finished speaking, another burst of beast roars came over. Roar. Battle, I want battle. Rumble. A wave of pressure, even stronger than before, swept toward the three of them. The monsters were still the same monsters as before, but their number had reached 20, exactly double the first wave. Xiao Jiao, put a shield on Lao Qi. Even though the monsters can't break his defense, the rules forcibly deduct HP. One round from them will still make him lose 20 points. Qin Feng quickly said to Su Juzhou, got it. Su Juzhou cast another Holy Light shield on Guan Chi. At the front, Guan Chi kept using his taunt skill, pulling the aggro of all 20 Minotaur monsters and not letting them attack the backline targets. Whoosh. Minus 110. A damage number of 110 floated up above one Minotaur monster's head, with an attack speed of 0.6. Qin Feng could fire one normal attack about every 2 seconds. Adding in the normal damage from Su Juzhou and Guan Chi, they only needed 5 seconds to take down one Minotaur monster. In the end, the three of them spent about 2 minutes clearing all 20 Minotaur monsters. Of course, Qin Feng landed all the finishing blows in the end, and his strength had now reached 40. His physical attack had reached 220. Name, Qin Feng. Class, Archer. Level, 1 151,000. Talent 1, Eagle Eye F rank. Talent 2, Sublimation, a blessing from Mother Earth. Consumes crystal cores to upgrade the quality of any item. Cannot be detected. Passive natal skill, God tier Dark Reaper. Equipment, Iron Arm Bow. HP, 200 points. Mana, 200 points. Physical attack, 220. Magic attack, 60. Attack speed, 0.6. Physical defense, 60. Magic defense, 60. Strength, 40. Intelligence, 10. Agility, 10. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 10. Looking at the 40 points of strength on his status panel, Qin Feng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Could it be that the attributes harvested by the Dark Harvester were closely related to the monster's own attributes? If he wanted to figure out this pattern, he would need to kill a large number of monsters. As long as this guess was true, just as Qin Feng thought, then the road ahead would be much easier for him. Whatever attribute he lacked, he could just specifically look for the corresponding type of monster. He wouldn't have to grind blindly, like a headless fly. A person's strength wasn't determined by how fierce his damage output was or how high his skill damage was, but by his shortcomings. Before Qin Feng could think further, the third wave of monsters arrived very quickly. This time they were still Minotaurs, but the number had increased from 20 to 30. Looks like each wave added 10 more monsters. He just didn't know how many waves there would be in total. Roar, roar, roar. Trample. I will trample you all. They roar, roar, roar every time. Are you out of lines? Guan Chi let out a roar and fired off a taunt, instantly drawing all the Minotaur monsters aggro. Without Qin Feng needing to remind her, Su Juzhou took the initiative to cast a shield on Guan Chi. After 2 tough battles, Su Juzhou was gradually becoming more and more proficient. Qin Feng, standing beside her, secretly nodded in approval. Battle coordination wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. Whoosh. Minus 210. An exaggerated damage number floated up above a Minotaur monster's head. Now, the three of them only needed 3 seconds to kill one Minotaur monster. With their previous experience, farming monsters had become even easier for the trio. As long as Guanxi held aggro at the front, Qinfeng could go wild with damage output from the rear. Minus 210. Experience 5. System notice. Dark Harvester triggered. Gained 1 point of strength. Another point of strength acquired. Beautiful. A few minutes later, all 30 Minotaur monsters died under Qin Feng's arrows. By now, Qin Feng's strength had reached an outrageous 70 points. With the extra 20 attack from his equipment, his total attack had already reached 370. 370 points. Just ask yourself, what class could deal 370 points of damage with a basic attack at level 1? At this point, Qin Feng only needed 2 arrows to take down a Minotaur monster. Very soon, the 4th wave of monsters arrived. Just as Qin Feng had guessed, the number of monsters this time had reached 40. Although the number had increased, to Qin Feng's 3-man team, it was still nothing much. After taking down the 4th wave, he gained another 40 points of strength, reaching 110. This is only the 4th wave, and I've already harvested 100 points of strength. A god-tier skill really is insane. This newbie dungeon is making me rich beyond belief. Qin Feng forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart. Right now, Qin Feng could directly kill a Minotaur monster with a single basic attack. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a violent tremor came from the ground, as if some heavy object were smashing against it. Right after that came a furious roar. Insignificant ants, filthy trash, tremble beneath my iron hammer. A golden Minotaur could be seen carrying an enormous iron hammer, walking behind the group of ordinary Minotaurs. Monster, Golden Minotaur, Lord rank. Level 5. HP, 50,000. Attack, 200. Defense, 100. Skill, Heavy Hammer Strike. Uses the heavy hammer to unleash a charge blow, dealing 300 points of damage within a 5-meter area in front, and stunning targets for 3 seconds. Roar. The Golden Minotaur let out a roar, and the ordinary Minotaurs quickly charged toward Qin Feng's group of 3. A boss is out. This scene didn't scare Guanxi at all. On the contrary, his face was full of excitement. What was a boss? In Guanxi's eyes, this was a rare treasure that could drop equipment and materials. After seeing the Minotaur's stats, Qin Feng couldn't help blurting out in shock, good lord. A level 5 monster, and it's even Lord rank. 50,000 HP, 200 attack, 100 defense. This is still just an easy dungeon. If a team doesn't have a strong shield tank, who could withstand its damage? Then Qin Feng began calculating his own damage. With my current 570 attack, 1 basic attack can deal it 370 damage. I only need 136 effective hits to kill it. If I work together with Old Qi and Xiao Jiao, forget it, they can't break its defense. If I clear these 50 monsters first, then my attack will increase by another 250 points. That way, my total attack will reach an astonishing 820, and I'll only need 81 effective hits to kill the boss. After calculating the damage, Qin Feng looked at Guanxi and gave his orders. Old Qi, all you need to do now is hold the aggro of these Minotaur monsters. Leave the rest to me. Xiao Jiao, keep an eye on Old Qi. Watch his status at all times. The moment his shield disappears, put another one on him. Got it. After receiving Qin Feng's instructions, the two instantly entered battle mode. You little calves, eat a punch from your 7th master. Guanxi smashed his fist into the nearest Minotaur monster while simultaneously activating taunt. Whoosh. Qin Feng also began drawing his bow and firing arrows. Minus 560. 1 basic attack took away 1 Minotaur monster, granting 5 EXP and 1 point of strength. Whoosh. Minus 565. Minus 570. Minus 575. With every arrow Qin Feng fired, 1 Minotaur monster fell, and he gained 5 EXP and 1 point of strength. His attack kept climbing higher and higher. When the last ordinary Minotaur monster fell, just as Qin Feng had expected, his attack reached 820, and his strength attribute also rose to 160. Whoosh. Minus 620. A shocking damage number floated up from the Golden Minotaur's body. Seeing that damage value, even though Qin Feng had expected it, he was still stunned at this moment. And not just him. Even Guanxi and Su Jiujiu were frozen in place. Bro, are you using hacks or what? Maybe you should turn them off before your account gets banned. Guanxi couldn't help but joke. Brother Feng, did you really turn on hacks? Su Jiujiu also couldn't help looking at Qin Feng and asking. Relax, relax. This is nothing yet. Qin Feng responded to the two while continuing to attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Minus 620. Minus 620. Minus 620. Very soon, the Golden Minotaur's HP was down to only 10,000. Roar. Take one of my hammer strikes. The Golden Minotaur raised the giant hammer above its head with both hands, and the hammerhead began to emit a dazzling golden light. Old Qi, watch out for the skill. Qin Feng immediately shouted a warning when he saw this. No, I want to test my talent. Guanxi shook his head and refused. He also wanted to see just how awesome his talent really was, whether it could withstand a frontal strike from this Minotaur monster. Up until now, Guanxi had never activated his talent before. Absolute defense activate. As soon as the words fell, an earthy yellow aura spread out from Guan Chi's whole body. Absolute defense, an SS rank talent, had 2 traits. Effect 1. Increases the user's defense by 200. Effect 2. Grants 30% damage reduction. Blessing of sturdy armor, activate. Immediately after, another burst of golden light lit up on Guan Chi's body. His defense instantly rose once again. Guan Chi himself had 60 points of defense. Add the chainmail as 20 points of defense, and that made 80. After activating the skill Iron Armor Blessing, he gained another 50 points for a total of 130. After stacking his talent on top of that, it became 130, 132, 390 points. At level 1, a full 390 points of defense. Who could possibly break that defense? On top of that, the talent itself came with 30 damage reduction, and with the 20 damage reduction from Iron Armor Blessing added in. It could be said that this Minotaur monster S attack power truly couldn't break through Guan Chi's defense. With a loud boom, -1. A number floated up above Guan Chi's head. Just as expected, the golden twisted head monster S charge strike really had failed to break Guan Chi's defense. However, a stun effect appeared above his head. Even though he had blocked the attack, he had no way to resist the control effect. Still, it was useless. Once 3 seconds passed, the stun was automatically removed. While Guan Chi was taking hits, Qinfeng's output never stopped either. -620. -620. When the 81st effective arrow struck the boss's body, its HP was finally emptied. I refuse to fall just like this. The great Minotaur will return. After an intense and satisfying battle, the Golden Minotaur finally collapsed with an unwilling roar. Killed Lord Tier Golden Minotaur. Gained 500 experience points. System prompt. Dark Harvester triggered. Gained 1 point of strength. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, LV2. At the moment, the Golden Minotaur fell. A beam of golden light instantly shone from the bodies of Qinfeng, Guan Chi, and Su Juzhou. They had leveled up, going from level 1 to level 2. At the same time, the system announcement rang out. Congratulations to Guan Chi's team for clearing simple mode. Total time used, 15 minutes and 20 seconds. We cleared it. We actually cleared it. Guan Chi jumped up excitedly. And we even leveled up. Su Juzhou was just as happy. Crash! As the Golden Minotaur disappeared. A pile of materials suddenly burst out all over the ground. Among them, one blue glow was especially eye-catching. It dropped something good. Qinfeng quickly stepped forward and picked up the material, giving off the blue light. Item, excellent grade crystal core. It really was a crystal core. E&T expected their very first dungeon run to drop an excellent grade crystal core. Qinfeng was extremely happy inside. With this crystal core, he could try out his other talent, Sublimation. Brother Feng, there's also a skill book here. I think you can use it, but it's only F rank. Su Juzhou picked up a book from the ground. There was a trace of regret on her face as she handed it to Qinfeng. What Su Juzhou didn't know was that this was a passive skill book, and passive skills were far more valuable than ordinary skill books. Ordinary skill books contained active skills. Casting them consumed mana, and they also had cooldowns. But passive skills were always active. They had no cooldown to speak of, much less any consumption. Taking the skill book from Su Juzhou, Qinfeng looked it over. It really was a skill only an archer could use. Skill name, multi-shot, rank F, multi-shot, passive skill. Each attack will additionally increase by 1 arrow. This, looking at the description of the skill book, Qinfeng's eyes instantly widened, and even his breathing grew hurried. Brother Feng, what's wrong? Seeing Qinfeng like this, Su Juzhou hurriedly asked. Mifine. This skill book was practically tailor-made for me. Qinfeng burst into laughter. You two must already have some guesses about my talent. That's right. My talent has growth potential. This skill book can add 1 extra attack. In other words, as long as I learn this skill book, my attack power will double. Really? That's great. Su Juzhou instantly beamed with joy. Seeing that, Qinfeng couldn't help rubbing Su Juzhou's head. Actually, Qinfeng had no way to hide the Dark Harvester talent, nor could he hide it all, as long as he kept farming monsters. His attack power would keep rising. Besides, he had never planned to hide it from Guan Chi and Su Juzhou in the first place. They were the people closest to him in this world. From beginning to end, Qinfeng had never believed that Guan Chi and Su Juzhou would betray him. If even the two of them could betray him, then Qinfeng didn't know who else in this world could still be trusted. If that day ever really came, Qinfeng truly wouldn't mind destroying this world. After all, he wasn't from this world to begin with. More importantly, he still had his greatest trump card, his second talent. That was his true source of confidence. A god-tier skill was indeed powerful, but with the talent Sublimation, Qinfeng believed that creating another one wouldn't be difficult at all. Before long, Guan Chi had also finished collecting the materials dropped by the Golden Minotaur. Brother Feng, this boss dropped a pair of ox horns, Lord Tier ox horns. If we sell them, they should fetch quite a bit of money. Guan Chi held the horns out in front of Qinfeng. Seeing that, Qinfeng did not take them. Keep the horns with you for now. Oh right. This crystal core is somewhat useful to me. I need to do some research. Guanxi waved his hand, completely unconcerned. It's fine. This thing is useless to us anyway. If we take it out, we can only sell it for a bit of money. For now on, as long as we get materials useful to you, Brother Feng, just keep them. No need to ask us. Little Gio, and I just need to hold tight to your thick thigh. I believe you want to dislike us, right? After saying that, Guanxi looked at Qin Feng expectantly. What nonsense are you talking about? We're family. Why talk about disliking anyone? You two never disliked me for being an F-rank trash, so what would I dislike you for? Qin Feng patted Guanxi on the shoulder. Brother Feng, and me too. Su Jiujio quickly raised her hand, signaling him not to forget her. Right, and little Gio too. The three of us are one loving family. Qin Feng smiled at Su Jiujio. All right, the monsters are cleared. We should head out and start the second run. Okay, again. Today we're going to kill until the skies go dark. Guanxi immediately agreed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Hongwei and a few of his lackeys were in the middle of a bitter fight. Frontline, hold the line for me. Don't let the monsters get through. Where's the healer? Hurry the hell up and heal. Li Hongwei roared while gulping down red and blue potions. At the same time, he threw out a chain lightning spell. Chain lightning was the most classic early game skill for a lightning element mage. It had low consumption, solid damage, and was also an AoE attack, but it had one flaw. Its cooldown was long. Even as a level 1 skill, its cooldown was a full 8 seconds. It had to be said, an S-rank Thunder Mage really did have impressive damage. Every attack from him could take nearly 200 HP off a Minotaur monster. Of course, part of that was also thanks to the boost from excellent great equipment. Still, that was already extremely strong. Being able to burst out over 200 damage at level 1 could only mean one thing. The mage class really was the class with the highest damage. Brother Li, I can't hold on much longer. There are too many monsters. Even with potions, I can't recover fast enough. The frontline shield armor quickly shouted to Li Hongwei. Then fight while retreating. You must protect the crystal. Don't let it shatter. Li Hongwei immediately gave the order. Got it. With Li Hongwei's approval, the frontline shield armor slowly retreated. But there were simply too many monsters. They couldn't clear them at all. A 6-man team. Their normal attacks could deal 50 points of damage to the Minotaurs. After one round, even with Li Hongwei's chain lightning, they could only clear one monster. And a mage's skills had cooldowns. The mana consumption was also enormous. The fact that Li Hongwei's team had lasted until now was entirely because they were chugging potions to hold on. If Qin Feng were here, he would definitely give himself a thumbs up. Good thing he hadn't chosen the mage class. Very soon, Li Hongwei and the others retreated all the way back to the crystal. There was nowhere left to retreat. If they backed up any further, they would be handing over the crystal directly. But behind that group of Minotaur monsters, there was an even stronger lower tier boss. Looking at its HP as high as 50,000, 200 attack, and 100 defense, a wave of helplessness instantly swept through his heart. Damn it. This is supposed to be an easy beginner dungeon? Who the hell can clear this? Forget it. For now, killing one more is one more. Anyway, there's still 4 chances left. Once I reach level 2, my skill will improve by a whole tier. Li Hongwei could only keep comforting himself in his heart. At the same time, Guanxi's SSS-Rank absolute defense surfaced in his mind again. If he were in his team, they definitely would not be this passive. The more he thought about it, the more Li Hongwei wanted to pull Guanxi into his team as soon as possible. With Guanxi around, why worry about not clearing it? The same predicament was happening to the Su family's heaven-blessed daughter as well. Although she had an SS-Rank ice element talent. In terms of skill damage, she was not much stronger than Li Hongwei, but she had a huge advantage, the slowing effect of her ice element talent. Her initial awaken skill was called Frozen Seal, and it was a passive skill. Frozen Seal. Every time an ice element skill is released, it carries an extremely strong slowing effect and applies a frost mark. When frost marks stack to 10 layers, the enemy target will be frozen for 2 seconds. Su Qingshui's other active skill was called Glacial Radiance, an S-rank skill. Glacial Radiance level 1. Consumes 30 mana points to release a rhombus-shaped ice crystal toward a target area, with a maximum distance of 10 meters. Dealing 60 damage, 60 magic attack, to all targets within a 2-meter range along its path. After the ice crystal reaches the end point, it explodes automatically. The explosion has a diameter of 5 meters and deals 80 damage, 80 magic attack. Cooldown time, 6 seconds. An S-rank skill really was insane. At level 1, its starting damage was already as high as 1 to 200 points, and it was also AoE damage within a range. Compared to Su Qingshui's skill, Li Hongwei's Chain Lightning was practically trash. Su Qingshui was different from Li Hongwei. She was soloing. No, there are too many monsters. I can't clear them all, and my mana can't keep up either. Su Qingshui fronet daiti. The furthest damage range of Glacial Radiance was only 12.5 meters, and that was counting the damage produced after the explosion at its limit. Monsters outside that range simply cannot be hit. Even if Su Qingshui fought point blank, her skill range still would not be enough. So she could only clear the ones in front first before continuing with the ones behind. But if she did that, Then like Li Hongwei, she could only fight while retreating. Even if Su Qingxue managed to clear all the small monsters in the end. That lower-tier golden minotaur was absolutely impossible for her to kill. So this dungeon run could only end in failure for her as well. Outside, Principal Wu was chatting and laughing with Ling Xiaotian. Old Wu, do you think anyone from this batch of students will clear the beginner dungeon? Hearing this, Principal Wu picked up his teacup and took a sip, then shook his head and let out a sigh. If a powerful team made up of high-rank talents were formed, then there should be a chance. What a pity. Li Hongwei has an S-rank lightning element talent. Su Qingxue has an SS-rank ice element talent. One is from a family clan and looks down on commoners, and the other isn't even from our Kanglan city. Even if they clear it, the honor still 1T belong to our Kanglan no. One high school. In other people's eyes, our Kanglan no. One high school just hired outside help. Ha ha. Old Wu, and you still have a nerve to bring up outside help. That little girl from the Su family. Weren't you the one who shamelessly invited her here? Doesn't that count as outside help? Ling Xiaotian was immediately amused by Principal Wu's words and teased him on the spot. That's different. Principal Wu shook his head, set down his teacup, then leaned back in his chair, a trace of loneliness appearing on his face. The trial dungeon is the testing ground for newly awakened people across the entire nation. It's also their first real combat lesson, and a reflection of a high school as foundation. How deep Kanglan know? One high school as foundation is, I know better than anyone. That's why I would rather not have this honor. If someone with ulterior motives finds out, what gets disgraced 1T just be Kanglan no. One high school, but the entire face of Kanglan City. As for inviting that girl from the Su family to study at Kanglan no. One high school, it was nothing more than wanting to borrow the Su family's influence so the people above would notice us. All these years, Kanglan City has never had any outstanding seedlings worth showing off, and our resources have only gotten fewer and fewer. If this keeps going, I figure it 1T be many more years before the resources allocated to Kanglan no. One high school are truly reduced to less than 1 in 10. Even if inviting someone from the Su family was indeed somewhat inappropriate, I can't care about that anymore. Hearing Principal Wu's words, Ling Xiaotian fell silent. Buzz, at that moment, a wave of spatial fluctuation suddenly came from the dungeon teleportation gate. Qin Feng's group of 3 appeared right in front of the dungeon teleportation gate. Seeing this, all the school leaders' gazes gathered on them. At the same time, a screen beside the dungeon teleportation gate displayed. Congratulations to Guan Chi's team for clearing easy mode. Total time used, 15 minutes and 20 seconds. They cleared it? Principal Wu rubbed his eyes, then put on his glasses. After confirming he hadn't seen it wrong, he instantly jumped up in excitement, vaulted directly over the long table in front of him, and hurried to Qin Feng's group of 3. He took a careful look at the clear time. 15 minutes and 20 seconds. Good, good, good. Principal Wu said good 3 times in a row. At this time, Ling Xiaotian also came to stand before Qin Feng's group. His sharp eyes, together with the aura of someone long in a position of power, kept sweeping over them as if trying to see through them completely. That gaze made Guan Chi's whole body crawl, and Su Juzhou hurriedly hid behind Qin Feng. Seeing this, Principal Wu quickly stepped in front of Qin Feng. I say, Ling Xiaotian, you're scaring my students. If you frighten them badly, can you afford to take responsibility? Right now, Guan Chi's group of 3 were the treasures in Principal Wu's heart. No one was allowed to touch them. Whoever touched them, he'd fall out with them. That was my fault. Occupational habit. Ling Xiaotian also immediately realized he had been rude and quickly apologized. I'll let you off this time. Don't let there be a next time, or don't blame me for not giving you face. Principal Wu let out a light snort. Don't be fooled by the fact that Ling Xiaotian's position was higher than Principal Wu's. When it came to connections, he could not compare no matter how hard he tried. Principal Wu had been able to run all the way to the provincial capital and invite the Su family as heaven-blessed daughter to Kanglan no. One high school. Could Ling Xiaotian do that? No. Old Wu, I assume this is Guan Chi student Guan? Ling Xiaotian changed the subject. That's right. It's him. Principal Wu nodded. When he looked at Guan Chi, a smile immediately appeared on his face. An SS-rank genius indeed. Truly heroic and extraordinary. On his very first trial, he cleared the beginner trial dungeon. You've really brought glory to our Kanglan city. Ling Xiaotian did not hold back his praise. A big shot, you're joking. Guan Chi naturally knew who Ling Xiaotian was. He didn't know how to address him, so he simply called him a big shot. Ha! You little guy are pretty interesting. It was the first time in Ling Xiaotian's life that someone had addressed him like that, and he was instantly amused. By the way, did you really clear the newbie trial dungeon? Ling Xiaotian didn't doubt Guan Chi and the other two. It was just too unbelievable. Guan Chi was a shield armor class. His damage output simply couldn't break the Golden Minotaur's defense. As for Su Juzhou, she was a support, so that was even more impossible. So the core damage dealer of this team had to be Qin Feng, this F rank. But Qin Feng was only an F rank, the lowest grade talent. How had he done it? That left Ling Xiaotian deeply puzzled. Ever since yesterday's talent awakening, Guanxi and Su Juzhou's files had already been placed on Ling Xiaotian's desk, and Qin Feng, who had grown up with them, had naturally drawn his attention as well. When he saw Ling Xiaotian actually questioning him, Guanxi immediately got unhappy. As if I lie about that? Oh, then can you tell me what method you used to kill that golden minotaur? Ling Xiaotian's gaze drifted toward Qin Feng, intentional or not. At this, Guanxi turned to look at Qin Feng. Can I say it? Can't you? Ling Xiaotian pressed again. Do I have to keep it secret? Guanxi lifted his head and looked straight into Ling Xiaotian's eyes. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help sighing inwardly at how crafty this old fox Ling Xiaotian was. With just one sentence, he had already figured out Guanxi's personality and trapped him. Sure enough, no one who could hold a high position was simple. Qin Feng didn't believe Ling Xiaotian didn't know about his relationship with Guanxi. In daily life, a lot of things between the three of them were decided by Qin Feng. But Ling Xiaotian still chose to bypass him. And just like that, with a simple provocation, Guanxi had fallen for it. Ahem. I say, Ling Xiaotian, why are you asking so many details? Conducting a background check or something? Principal Wu, who had been standing to the side, directly stepped in. If student Guan and his team can clear it, that is naturally their own ability. And didn't you see? All three of them have already reached level 2. That only happens if you clear the easy trial dungeon and gain enough experience to level up. It's not my place as an old man to lecture you, but as the mayor of Kanglin City. Shouldn't you be dealing with public security and people's livelihoods? Why are you running over to Kanglin First High School to worry about the school principal's job for me? Besides, every awaken has their own awakening skill. If I don't want to talk about it, and you still keep asking, what is it? Been mayor for so many years, and your heirs have grown too? Principal Wu directly shifted the topic onto awakening skills. In truth, he understood very clearly that if Guanxi's team could clear the dungeon, the real core was Qin Feng. Because during yesterday's talent awakening, the strange phenomenon around Qin Feng had truly opened Principal Wu's eyes. But Qin Feng didn't want to step forward right now, so Principal Wu could only act as the shield for him. When Ling Xiaotian saw Principal Wu step in, he didn't continue pressing. Still, he already had some guesses in his heart, and whether those guesses were right or wrong no longer mattered. Principal, didn't you say each of us has 5 chances to enter the trial dungeon? Can we continue now? Guanxi really didn't want to stay here any longer. Talking with people like this was seriously exhausting. Just a few words, and he had already been boxed in. Of course you can. Go ahead as you like. Principal Wu nodded. Thank you, Principal. Guanxi thanked Principal Wu. Then the three of them entered the dungeon again. This time, Qin Feng chose hard mode, because he had leveled up. Name, Qin Feng. Class, Archer. Level, 2, 252,000. Talent 1, Hawkeye, F-Rank upgradable. Talent 2, Sublimation, a blessing from Mother Earth, can consume crystal cores to improve the quality of any item. Cannot be detected. Passive natal skill, Super God Rank Dark Reaper. Equipment, Iron Arm Bow. HP, 210 points. MP, 210 points. Physical attack, 830. Magic attack, 65. Attack speed, 0.61. Physical defense, 65. Magic defense, 65. Strength, 162. Intelligence, 11. Agility, 11. Constitution, 11. Spirit, 11. Free attribute points, 1. Looking at his status panel, Qin Feng was confused. Was an F-rank talent really this week? 1 level up, all attributes +1, and only 1 free attribute point 2. Old 7. When you leveled up, how many attribute points did you get? Qin Feng turned to Guanxi and asked curiously. 15, Guanxi answered honestly. All attributes +15? Qin Feng asked again. Yeah, and 15 free attribute points too. Looking at Guanxi's calm and casual expression, Qin Feng felt like this guy was just showing off. Brother Feng, I don't have as many attribute points as Brother 7. I only got 10. At this moment, Su Juzhou spoke up too. Qin Feng really didn't want to talk anymore. How could the gap between people be this huge? F-rank talents really were trash. S-rank was 10 times F-rank. And SS-Rank was even 15 times F-rank. Then what about SSS-Rank? Thinking of this, Qin Feng took a deep breath, then turned to the Super God Rank Dark Reaper to seek a bit of emotional comfort. Suddenly, he noticed that behind his F-rank talent, Hawkeye, the words upgradable had appeared. That discovery made Qin Feng's pupils contract sharply. Upgradable. That meant the talent sublimation also worked on talents. Could it be that with just 1 crystal core of excellent grade, an F-rank talent could be upgraded? Qin Feng thought to himself. Then with a thought, he connected with the sublimation talent. Very soon, the system notification rang out. Consume 1 excellent grade crystal core to upgrade Hawkeye. This talent can be upgraded to E-rank. After upgrading, it will allow you to see clearly at night and see farther at the same time. An E-rank talent gained an extra night vision effect. Looking at the upgraded description of Hawkeye, Qin Feng didn't hesitate and directly chose to upgrade it. Upgrade. Upgrade it hard for me. Upgrade successful. There were no flashy special effects, not the slightest movement. F-Rank Hawk I completed its godlike transformation in an instant, and the crystal core stored in his inventory disappeared as well. As soon as the talent upgrade was completed, Qin Feng's eyes quickly changed too. Sure enough, he could now see farther, and on his talent panel, F-Rank Hawk I had become E-Rank Hawkeye. What delighted Qin Feng even more was that his 5-dimensional attributes had all increased by 1 point, and even his free attribute points had increased by 1 as well. That discovery truly filled Qin Feng with wild joy. He expected that upgrading a talent actually came with a compensation mechanism. In that case, I can really cut loose now. With the talent upgrade, Qin Feng's attack increased by another 5 points. As for the 2 free attribute points, he didn't use them. He planned to save them up. After all, he wasn't lacking in damage output right now, and as he farmed more and more monsters, his attribute points would keep increasing accordingly. 835 attack power, plus double attack. Right now, 1 normal shot for me can reach 1,670 damage. Invincible. Qin Feng closed the status panel in satisfaction. Then he directly selected hard mode. He also wanted to see just how hard mode really was. Could those monsters withstand even one of his normal shots? Hard mode activated. Roar, roar, roar. Crush them. I want to crush everything. It was the same old voice, still the same familiar feel. Only this time, the monster was obviously far stronger than the one in simple mode. Monster, Minotaur normal, level 2, HP 1000, attack 100, defense 20, Laoki. This monster's stats are twice as high as in simple mode. Qin Feng gave Guan Qi a reminder, signaling him to be a bit more careful. Bro Feng, don't worry. Even that level 5 Lord Boss couldn't break my defense before. Now my stats have gone up by a huge chunk. Guan Qi didn't care in the slightest. Alright, just watch yourself. Xiao Jiao, you don't need to deal damage this time. Just stay to the side and keep an eye on Lao Qi. Throw a shield on him when needed. Qin Feng turned to look at Su Jiuzhou. Okay. Su Jiuzhou nodded, then immediately cast a holy light shield on a Guan Qi. With the shield on him, Guan Qi charged straight into the monster pack, and the battle erupted instantly. Little calves, come scratch 7th Master Qi SH. With 1 taunt, Guan Qi instantly pulled all the monsters aggro. Whoosh 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 dash 835 2. Dash 840 2. Dash 845 2. Guan Qi tanked the monsters up front, while Qin Feng went wild with damage from the back. Every single attack he made killed a Minotaur under his arrows, while also reaping 1 point of strength. Just like simple mode. The first wave in hard mode also had 10 monsters. The difference was their level. A few dozen seconds later, the 10 Minotaurs were easily killed by Qin Feng, earning him 10 points of strength and 100 EXP. As the monster's level increased, the EXP gained from killing them rose as well. After that, the same monster clearing rhythm began again. Second wave, third wave, fourth wave. By the time the 5th wave was cleared, the only thing left was the Lord Boss, still attacking Guan Qi nonstop. Monster, Golden Minotaur, Lord Class. Level 10, HP 100,000, attack 400, defense 200, skill, Heavy Hammer Strike. Unleashes a charge blow with its heavy hammer, dealing 600 damage to targets within 5 meters in front and stunning them for 4 seconds. Whoosh whoosh. Dash 1,385 2. At this point, Qin Feng's strength had already reached 313, and his base attack power had climbed to a terrifying 1,585. One attack from him could take over 2,700 HP off the boss. The level 10 Golden Minotaur had a full 100,000 HP. For any newly awakened person, that number would undoubtedly be enough to make them despair. But in front of Qin Feng's damage of over 2,700, it was only a matter of a few dozen normal attacks. The hard mode Golden Minotaur had high damage, but in front of Guan Qi's terrifying boosted 200 defense and 30 damage reduction effect, it still couldn't break his defense. After leveling up once, Guan Qi had put all of his free attribute points into Constitution, instantly raising his defense by 150 and his HP by 300. Now, Guan Qi's raw defense had already reached 230. With the boost from his skill and talent, it had risen to an astonishing 840. 840 defense, 30 damage reduction, plus a fixed 20 points of flat damage reduction. Even a level 10 Lord Class Golden Minotaur was no different from an ordinary mob in front of Guan Qi. As for Su Jiuzhou, she just sat to the side watching the show, watching how Qin Feng and Guan Qi brutalized the boss. Whoosh whoosh. Dash 1,385 2. As the sound of something slicing through the air rang out, the final number floated up above the Minotaur's head, and then it collapsed to the ground unwillingly. The great Minotaur will never submit. I'll be back. You killed the Golden Minotaur, gained 1,000 EXP, you leveled up. Current level LV3. System prompt, Dark Reaper triggered, gained 1 point of strength. Buzz. 3 bursts of golden light flared from Qin Feng and the other 2. They had finally reached level 3. Right after that, the dungeon clear notification sounded. Congratulations to Guan Qi's party for clearing hard mode. Total time used, 11 minutes and 25 seconds. 11 minutes and 25 seconds. nearly 4 minutes faster than simple mode. Looking at the dungeon, clear time, Qin Feng felt very satisfied. Next came the time to collect the rewards. Guanqi was closest to the boss, so he immediately picked up the crystal core on the ground that was giving off a blue glow, then handed it to Qin Feng. Bro Feng, this is what you need. Qin Feng didn't refuse and took it directly. Huh, equipment dropped. Guanqi exclaimed, digging a battle blade out from a pile of star coins. Weapon, Minotaur Boning Blade, excellent grade. Type, Blade Sword. Required level, 5. Physical attack, 50. Conquest, physical attack, plus 30. Vigor, strength, plus 10. Scorch, each attack carries an additional 10 fire damage for 3 seconds. Good stuff. It's perfect for Lao Qi. Qin Feng carefully looked over the battle blade, base stats and affixes. Too bad this weapon can only be equipped at level 5. Guanqi sounded a little regretful. Brother Qi, isn't it just level 5? We only need to clear 2 more higher difficulty dungeons, and we should get there? Su Juju said. That is true. Guanqi nodded. Bro Feng, let us hurry out and keep farming. At our speed, we should hit level 5 soon. This time, let us go straight for nightmare mode. Hearing that, Qin Feng didn't refuse. In fact, even if Guanqi hadn't said it, he would have chosen nightmare difficulty anyway, because he was already level 3. The monsters in hard mode were all level 2, so Dark Reaper could no longer reap attributes from them. Very soon, the 3 of them stepped out through the dungeon teleport gate again. The moment they emerged, another line of information popped up on a large screen beside the dungeon gate. Congratulations to Guanqi's party for clearing hard mode. Total time used, 11 minutes and 25 seconds. At that moment, Principal Wu, Ling Xiaotian, and the rest of the school leadership all froze when they saw that clear time. What? 11 minutes and 25 seconds. And it was hard mode. The difficulty went up. So how did the clear time go down instead? That makes no sense. Just as Principal Wu and the others were still stunned, Guanqi and the other 2 flashed and entered the teleport gate again, as if there was some terrifying beast outside. This. Principal Wu looked at Qin Feng's group, who had come out of the dungeon and then re-entered the teleport gate in less than 3 seconds. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Was he really that scary? No, definitely not me. It must be that guy Ling Xiaotian, right? It was absolutely him who scared my precious students just now. Principal Wu felt that this guess of his was extremely reasonable. He immediately looked at Ling Xiaotian with a hostile expression. Mayor Ling, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to inspect Kangla No. 1 High School. Now that you've seen what you should and shouldn't have seen, I think you should head back and handle official business. Huh? Ling Xiaotian looked completely baffled. He hadn't offended Principal Wu, had he? So why was he suddenly being shown the door? But very quickly, he realized it was probably because of how he had questioned Guanqi earlier. Thinking back on it now, Ling Xiaotian felt a bit regretful too. Alright, then I'll head back first. When I have time, I'll come find you for tea again. Ling Xiaotian also felt that it was a bit inappropriate for him to keep staying here. I'll walk you out. Principal Wu made a welcoming gesture toward Ling Xiaotian. No need. Ling Xiaotian waved his hand and refused. Just as Ling Xiaotian left, Li Hongwei's 6-man squad stumbled out of the instance portal in a miserable state. When he saw Principal Wu standing not far away, he immediately straightened his appearance, and a smile appeared on his face. He secretly thought, could it be that the principal is waiting here specifically for me? Of course he is. After all, I'm an S-rank heaven's favorite. Thinking of this, Li Hongwei stepped forward to greet him, but just as he took one step, a startled cry came from behind him. Holy crap, am I seeing things? Guanqi's squad cleared simple mode in 15 minutes and 20 seconds, and difficult mode in 11 minutes and 25 seconds. Crack. Li Hongwei only felt as if his head had been struck by lightning in an instant, exploding with a boom. He turned his head stiffly, and sure enough, 2 dungeon clear notifications were displayed prominently on a large screen beside the instance portal. This. Li Hongwei found it hard to accept this reality. He was an S-rank lightning mage, and was even equipped with a full set of excellent grade gear, yet even he couldn't clear the simple trial instance. Even if Guanqi had awakened an SS-rank talent, how could a shield armor class possibly clear it? If you remember correctly, Guanqi's team only had 3 people. The other 2 were an S-rank support and an F-rank archer. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Hongwei simply couldn't believe it. Unless they found a bug, right? That must be it. That was the only explanation. Otherwise, with just the 3 of them, there was no way they could kill that Lord Grey boss. Buzz at that moment. The instance portal rippled again. Su Qingxue walked out, dressed in a white mage robe and holding an ice crystal staff. Congratulations to Su Qingxue's squad for clearing simple mode. Total time, 33 minutes and 45 seconds. Puffed. Seeing that Su Qingxue had also cleared it, Li Hongwei nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Could the gap between S-rank and SS-rank really be that huge? At this moment, Li Hongwei's Dao heart was on the verge of shattering. Oh, Qingxue girl. I didn't expect that you cleared it too. Principal Wu walked up to Su Qingxue with a smile on his face. Su Qingxue clearing the instance was a bit beyond Principal Wu's expectations, but on second thought, she was the Su family's heaven's favored daughter. It was only natural for her to clear a newbie trial instance. After all, the Su family was rich and powerful. They could just smash through it with items and stack their way through. Principal. Su Qingxue nodded at Principal Wu, then turned her head to take another look at the clear record she had fought so hard to earn. But when she saw the other 2 clear records, those eyes of hers, cold as ice and snow all year round, showed emotion for the first time. 15 minutes and 20 seconds. 11 minutes and 25 seconds. How is this possible? I cleared it once, but they cleared it twice, and one of them was even difficult mode. Originally, Su Qingxue had thought she was the only one in Kanglan No, one high school who had cleared the trial instance. She hadn't expected that she had been like a frog in a well. The pride in her heart was instantly and completely shattered by those 2 sets of numbers. Guanxi, the one who had also awakened an SS-Rank talent. Su Qingxue's thoughts were different from Li Hongwei's. As someone with an SS-Rank talent herself, she naturally knew how powerful talents of this level were, but she also didn't believe that Guanxi alone could clear the instance. Because Guanxi was a commoner. He couldn't afford high-grade equipment, and it was even less likely that he had potions he could use without limit. With his initial attack power, he shouldn't have been able to break the Golden Minotaur's defense at all. Thinking of this, Su Qingxue's eyes lit up. Then the problem had to lie with his teammates. But who were his teammates? The reason Su Qingxue didn't know who Guanxi's teammates were was because by the time she arrived at school, Guanxi had already entered the instance. In the entire Kanglan No, one high school, only Guanxi, who also had an SS-Rank talent, could slightly draw her attention. But only slightly. Since childhood, Su Qingxue had seen too many geniuses. Not to mention anyone else. Just her eldest brother, Su Muyong, was a true monster who had awakened an SSS-Rank talent. At the side, Principal Wu saw that Su Qingxue seemed to have suffered a blow and quickly comforted her. Qingxue girl, you were soloing, so naturally your speed would be slower. You don't need to compare yourself to them. Principal, I'm fine. Su Qingxue looked at Principal Wu and shook her head. Seeing this, Principal Wu sighed inwardly. Sigh. Being able to temper Qingxue girl's arrogance a bit might not be a bad thing for her. Meanwhile, inside the instance, Qin Feng's group of 3 was continuously harvesting Minotaurs. In Nightmare difficulty, the Minotaur stats doubled once again. Their level had changed from the original level 2 to level 5. Monster, Ordinary Minotaur. Level 5. HP, 2000. Attack, 200. Defense, 40. Although the level 5 Minotaur stats had doubled, to Qin Feng's explosive damage, they were still nothing. One normal attack was still enough to harvest one Minotaur monster. After clearing the instance twice in a row, the 3-man squad no longer needed Qin Feng's commands. Guanxi and Su Juju both knew what they had to do. Qin Feng just stood in the back and dealt stationary damage. Time slowly passed as Qin Feng drew his bow and fired arrows until the 5th wave of ordinary Minotaurs had been cleared. That familiar Golden Minotaur let out another unwilling roar before collapsing. The Golden Minotaur in Nightmare difficulty was also level 10. It seemed that the level cap under the newbie instance's rules was level 10, but its stats had doubled once more compared to the Golden Minotaur in difficult difficulty. Even so, in front of Qin Feng's exaggerated damage, it was still far from enough. Congratulations to Guanxi's squad for clearing Nightmare mode. Total time, 8 minutes and 46 seconds. Brother Feng, do you think when others see our clear times, they'll think the higher the difficulty of the instance, the easier it is? Guanxi couldn't help looking at Qin Feng and joking. Probably not. Qin Feng shook his head. Not necessarily. What if some idiot really sees our clear times and, after entering the instance, directly chooses Nightmare or Purgatory mode? Su Jojo said with a smile. Qin Feng didn't know how to respond. There couldn't really be someone that stupid, right? This time, killing the Golden Minotaur once again gave Qin Feng an excellent grade crystal core. Besides that, it also dropped an excellent grade bracelet. Mighty Vajra bracelet, excellent grade. Type, accessory. Level, requires level 5 to equip. Agility, agility plus 10. Strength, strength plus 10. Swiftness, attack speed plus 0.1. Blessing, when HP falls below 30%. Automatically triggers a shield capable of absorbing 300 damage. Shield duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 45 seconds. This bracelet suited Qin Feng very well. Every single attribute line on it was useful. The only problem was that he was still only level 4 and couldn't equip it yet. Now, after harvesting the small monsters in the instance 3 times, Qin Feng's attack had become downright ridiculous. Name, Qin Feng. Class, Archer. Level, 4 1750 out of 8000. Talent 1, Hawkeye E-Rank. Talent 2, Sublimation, a blessing from Mother Earth. Can consume crystal cores to raise the quality of any item. Undetectable. Innate passive skill, Super God Tier Dark Reaper. Every time you kill a target not lower than your own level, you will randomly reap 1 attribute point from the target, with no upper limit. Passive skill, F-Rank Multi-Shot. With each attack, 1 additional arrow will be added. Equipment, Iron Arm Bow Weapon. HP, 260 points. MP, 260 points. Physical attack, 2,365. Magic attack, 90. Attack speed, 0.66. Physical defense, 80. Magic defense, 80. Strength, 469. Intelligence, 16. Agility, 16. Constitution, 16. Spirit, 16. Free attribute points, 6. Looking at his status panel, Qin Feng felt extremely satisfied. He had only farmed a few hundred monsters, yet it had already given him so many attribute points. If he went out into the wild, or farmed one of those dungeons packed with mobs, wouldn't he take off instantly? After picking up the drops, the three of them didn't linger and directly exited the dungeon. They had already cleared this newbie trial dungeon 3 times, and they still had 2 runs left. For the last 2 runs, Qin Feng planned to try Purgatory difficulty. Although he could keep farming Nightmare difficulty, he wasn't alone. He had teammates. He could only do his best to farm higher-level monsters, so Guanxi and Su Jiujiu could level up quickly. As for whether or not to suppress his level, Qin Feng didn't care at all. Anyway, at level 30, there would be a class advancement quest. Before completing the advancement quest, it would be impossible to continue leveling. When that time came, he could freely farm high-level dungeons as much as he wanted. That way, he could help Guanxi and Su Jiujiu level quickly while also constantly farming dungeons, killing bosses, and getting materials. It could be said to kill multiple birds with one stone. Outside, when the figures of Qin Feng's trio appeared at the dungeon entrance yet again, all the leaders present rose to their feet. When they saw the clear time displayed on the big screen, every last one of them was shocked beyond words. 8 minutes and 46 seconds. As the homeroom teacher of Class 2, Senior Year 3, Zhou Yun nearly fainted from happiness on the spot. Her face flushed red. Heavens! What kind of monster student did I teach? Ha ha! Good, very good. Nightmare difficulty, 8 minutes and 46 seconds. Principal Wu used a movement skill and instantly appeared in front of Qin Feng, repeatedly patting Qin Feng and Guanxi on the shoulders with both hands. Our Kanglan City has produced a dragon. With such an outstanding result, even looking across the entire nation, it would absolutely rank among the best. This year's college entrance exam, Kanglan No. One high school will definitely shock all of Songzhou. No, the entire country. On the other side, Li Hongwei, who had been resting, also walked over and immediately voiced the doubt in his heart. Student Guan, did you discover some kind of bug inside? Seeing someone question him again, Guanxi had gotten smarter this time and said with a serious face, didn't you notice? Huh, there really was one? Li Hongwei's eyes lit up, and excitement instantly appeared on his face. Yeah, this dungeon only has one path. As long as we block the road, then just pour on the damage. Doesn't that solve it? Guanxi looked at Li Hongwei like he was looking at an idiot. Hey, that actually makes sense. Why didn't I think of that? Li Hongwei smacked his thigh in regret. Seeing this, Qin Feng instantly got black lines across his forehead, while Su Jiujiu's face turned red from holding it in. Guanxi's skill at spouting nonsense with a straight face had clearly improved. But there aren't any movable objects inside. How are you supposed to block the road? Li Hongwei continued asking. What else could it be? Use people. Guanxi spread his hands. As long as your team has someone who can tank the mob's damage, then you can gather them all together and slowly clear them out. Isn't that simple? As for the boss, that's even easier. Don't clear the mobs in front first. Just pull the boss directly. Anyway, with so many little monsters blocking its position, it can't get through. Just stand far away and keep attacking. As long as you can break its defense. Can't you just slowly whittle it to death? Hiss. Hearing Guanxi's words, Li Hongwei sucked in a cold breath. Damn, why didn't I think of that? What a pity. Our team cleared all the monsters in front before going to fight the boss. Once that boss started charging an attack, we couldn't tank it at all. Student Guan, thank you. At this moment, Li Hongwei had an even better impression of Guanxi. He and expected this student Guan to be so generous, willing to share the dungeon strategy. With the dungeon guide in hand, Li Hongwei once again called his teammates together and began a new round of challenge. No way. He actually believed that? After Li Hongwei left, Guanxi shot Qin Feng a look. Seeing that, Qin Feng was also speechless. He truly hadn't expected Guanxi to be this good at making stuff up. What Qin Feng hadn't expected, though, was that the nonsense method Guanxi casually came up with actually worked. At the same time, Su Qingxue, who had been eavesdropping not far away, also had her eyes light up. She hadn't expected the newbie trial dungeon to really have a bug. But very quickly, her gaze dimmed again because she was alone. No one could tank the monsters for her, and her skill damage was too high. After just a few hits, she would clear out the monsters in front. Without the little monsters blocking the way, the boss would still keep advancing, just like before. The reason Su Qingxue had managed to clear it was because she had relied on her talent and the slowing effect of her skills to slowly grind it down to death. Clearing the simple newbie trial dungeon was enough to raise her to LV2. As an SS rank, just like Qin Feng, Su Qingxue gained 15 points to all attributes, plus 15 free attribute points. For a mage class profession holder, every level up was an epic increase in power. In order to clear the dungeon as quickly as possible, Su Qingxue had put all her free attribute points into intelligence. 30 points of intelligence could increase magic attack by 150 points, and her skill damage would rise accordingly. If level 2 Su Qingxue entered the dungeon again to challenge simple mode, then her clear time would definitely be even shorter. Thinking of this, Su Qingxue adjusted her mindset and began the next round of challenge. As for Qin Feng's trio, they also didn't stay outside for long. There were still 2 challenge attempts left. The sooner they finished, the sooner they could go home. Buzz! As the space around the dungeon portal twisted for a moment, the 3 of them entered a new round of challenge. This time, Qin Feng decisively chose Purgatory mode, judging from the data of the previous 3 difficulty modes. If his guess was right, then the normal monsters in Purgatory mode would also have attributes twice as high as those in Nightmare difficulty. Roar, roar, roar. As the monsters appeared, their basic information also appeared before Qin Feng's eyes. Monster, Ordinary Minotaur. Level 10. HP 5000. Attack 500. Defense 100. Looking at the Minotaur's stats, Qin Feng frowned slightly. The attributes of these mobs were actually even higher than he had expected. Still, for Qin Feng, whose attack power had now reached 2,365, it wasn't a big problem. Just like before, 1 normal attack meant 1 kill. Without Qin Feng needing to remind him, Guanxi directly activated his talent and cast steel armor protection, constantly taunting and pulling monsters. Su Jujiu also put a holy light shield on Guanxi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Using the same method, Qin Feng only needed to stand safely in the back and clear mobs. He wasn't worried at all that those Minotaur monsters would break through Guanxi's defensive line. System prompt, killed a level 10 Minotaur, gained 50 EXP. System prompt, killed a level 10 Minotaur, gained 50 EXP. System prompt, Dark Harvester triggered, gained 1 point of strength. System prompt, Dark Harvester triggered, gained 1 point of strength. Watching the system prompts constantly pop up on the status panel, Qin Feng felt delighted. As time slowly passed, it was finally time for the boss fight again. Monster, Golden Minotaur, Lord Tier. Level 10. HP, 1 million. Attack, 1,500. Defense, 1,000. Skill, Heavy Hammer Strike. Uses a heavy hammer to unleash a charged blow, dealing 2,000 damage within a 10-meter area in front and stunning targets for 5 seconds. Holy shit, a Lord Tier Minotaur. The moment Guanxi saw the boss's stats, he let out a shocked cry. 1 million HP, 1,500 attack. This is fucking. Even Qin Feng couldn't help sucking in a cold breath when he saw those terrifying numbers. Old 7, can you tank it? Yes. Guanxi looked at his defense after activating his talent. It was as high as 1,500, so he nodded firmly in response. After leveling up 3 times in a row, Guanxi had put all his free attribute points into Constitution. Now, his Constitution had reached a full 100 points. Converted into physical defense, that was 500 points. With the 200% boost from his talent, it became 1,500. That wasn't even counting the extra 50 defense from Armor Blessing. What a pity, after clearing the 150 mobs in Hell mode, he still hadn't leveled up. He was only short by 250 EXP, which was honestly frustrating. If he leveled up one more time, Guanxi would be able to tank this Lord Tier boss without taking any damage. But with the 30% damage reduction from his talent, plus Su Jiujiu's shield and healing, there was still no problem at all. Seeing how confident Guanxi was, Qin Feng finally relaxed. If he really couldn't tank it, they could just retreat. There was no need to take such a risk. None of them had resurrection items. If they died, then they were truly dead. Every year, whenever the newbie trial dungeon opened nationwide, there were always casualties. Whoosh whoosh. 2,115 too. 2 numbers floated up over the boss's head. After clearing 150 mobs, Qin Feng's strength had increased by another 150 points. His base attack had already reached 3,115. After subtracting the Golden Minotaur's 1,000 defense, each hit only dealt a bit over 2,000 damage. With the stacking damage from multi-shot, one attack could still take off more than 4,000 HP. This Lord Tier Golden Minotaur had 1 million HP. It looked like a lot, but in Qin Feng's eyes, it was just a slightly bigger blood bag. As long as he kept hitting it slowly, he would kill it sooner or later. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qin Feng kept firing arrows, and the boss's HP kept dropping. When the Golden Minotaur's HP fell to 80%, it finally used its skill. Insects, puny insects. I'll smash you all to death. The Golden Minotaur roared and raised its giant hammer with both hands, launching a charged strike. Old 7 dodge. Don't take it head on. Qin Feng immediately shouted at Guanxi. Actually, even without Qin Feng saying it, Guanxi was already running. What a joke. That skill dealt 2,000 damage. Even if Guanxi could withstand it, he still wouldn't tank it head on. He wasn't stupid. If a skill could be dodged, why would he stand there and take it? Only after seeing Guanxi leave the boss's attack range did Qin Feng shift his attention back to the Golden Minotaur. Xiaojiu, keep an eye on Old 7's HP at all times. Got it, Brother Feng. Su Jujiu nodded in response. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2115-2. While the boss was charging its attack, it couldn't move, but Qin Feng could still output damage. 2115-2. By kiting it back and forth like this, even though this golden minotaur was a lord-tier boss, it still couldn't withstand Qin Feng's non-stop attacks. Its HP steadily and methodically dropped. 75%, 60%, 30%, 10%. Whoosh whoosh. 2115-2. After an intense battle, the golden minotaur finally collapsed. Roar. How could a great minotaur fall just like this? I refuse to accept this. And just like that, the great lord-tier minotaur fell unwillingly. Clatter. A pile of colorful materials burst out from the golden minotaur's corpse. One purple glow among them was especially dazzling. Purple loot dropped. Guan Chi's eyes lit up. In just a few quick moves, he dug it out. Brother Feng. It's an epic-grade crystal core. At that, Qin Feng quickly stepped forward, took it, and examined it carefully for a moment. That noble purple color was simply refreshing to look at. Then he put it into his backpack. After awakening their talents, everyone had a system backpack so they could store items. A bracelet. Another bracelet dropped, but this one's excellent grade. And it's for spellcasters. Perfect. Shout, Gio can use it. Guan Chi handed the magic-type bracelet to Su Juzhou. Thanks, Brother Chi. Su Juzhou happily accepted the bracelet Guan Chi handed over, then displayed its stats. Bracelet. Minotaur's Obsession Bracelet, excellent grade. Type, accessory. Level requirement, level 10. Wisdom, intelligence plus 20. Essence, spirit plus 20. Cooldown reduction, skill cooldown minus 20. Mana recovery, restores 3 mana per second. Description, the Minotaur race lacks wisdom. This is the Minotaur's only obsession. The Minotaur's only obsession. No wonder this bracelet is called the Minotaur's Obsession Bracelet. Looking at this bracelet dropped by a lord-tier boss, Qin Feng quickly noticed an important piece of information. The Minotaur race had no wisdom. No wonder Dark Harvester had always been harvesting strength attributes, Qin Feng thought to himself. Then Qin Feng looked at Su Juzhou. This bracelet has pretty good stats, especially that cooldown reduction affix. It's very suitable for spellcaster classes. It's just that you'll have to wait until level 10 to equip it. It's fine. With your ridiculous damage, Brother Feng, I bet it won't be long before we level up to 10. Su Juzhou didn't mind at all and cheerfully put the bracelet into her system backpack. That's true too. Qin Feng nodded. After picking up all the materials, the three of them finally turned their eyes to the dungeon clear record for this run. Congratulations to Guan Chi's team for clearing Hell Mode. Total time used, 14 minutes and 14 seconds. 14 minutes and 14 seconds. Brother Feng, what place do you think our result would rank nationwide? Guan Chi asked Qin Feng curiously. No idea. Qin Feng shook his head. Every year, the number of people awakening across the nation reached into the hundreds of thousands. Among them, there was no lack of freaks who awakened SSS grade talents. If one of them was used as the core and a powerful team was built around him, then with a full set of high-tier equipment for the whole team, clearing Hell Mode wasn't impossible. Take you, for example. You have an SS grade talent, and with just one piece of normal equipment, you can already tank this boss head-on. So there's no need to mention those prodigies from great families. That does make sense. Guan Chi nodded seriously. Looks like we absolutely can't underestimate the people of the world. Sure enough, there's always someone stronger out there. All right, once you're done cleaning up, head out. One last run. The sooner we finish farming, the sooner we go home. Qin Feng patted Guan Chi on the shoulder. After that, the three of them exited the dungeon together. When they appeared in front of the dungeon portal yet again, Principal Wu's smile bloomed as brightly as a sunflower. He was grinning from ear to ear, and when he saw their clear record this time, even with decades of self-cultivation, he still couldn't hold it together anymore. Purgatory mode. 14 minutes and 14 seconds. You actually chose Purgatory mode. I can't take it anymore. My heart can't handle this. This is way too exciting. Did you even think about whether an old man like me can endure it? Then his tone abruptly changed, and Principal Wu quietly leaned in and whispered into Qin Feng's ear. Qin Feng, give me the truth. Is your talent really only F rank? Hearing that, Qin Feng frowned slightly and looked straight at Principal Wu without saying a word. Don't be nervous. I want to harm you. On the contrary, I want to help you grow quickly. Seeing Qin Feng still not answer, Principal Wu continued. How about this? I want to just make empty promises. Tell me what you need, and I'll help you gather it. In Kanglan City, I still have a bit of face. The growth of a genius always required a huge amount of resources, and Principal Wu was directly showing his goodwill to Qin Feng. And he had also directly grabbed hold of Qin Feng's weak spot, seeing that Principal Wu really didn't seem to have any ill intent. Qin Feng finally lowered his guard a little. But if you don't take advantage when it's right in front of you, you're an idiot. The ascended talent absolutely cannot be exposed, so asking for crystal cores is out of the question. Besides, crystal cores can be bought at the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Qin Feng thought rapidly. Right now, what he needed most was access to more dungeons to farm monsters, while also helping Guan Chi and Su Juzhou level up. Thinking of that, Qin Feng looked up at Principal Wu. I need entry tickets to the other dungeons in the city, and no one can interfere with us. Hearing that Qin Feng only asked for such a simple condition, Principal Wu spoke again. Anything else? Like high-grade equipment, high-grade skill books, or something? Nothing for now. Qin Feng shook his head. He didn't want to get too entangled with anyone, because it would be troublesome. All right then. Principal Wu nodded. In a bit, I'll issue you a seed competitor certificate from our Kanglin. One high school. As long as you have it, you can enter every dungeon within the jurisdiction of Kanglin City. Seed competitor certificate? Qin Feng was a little puzzled. Seeing that, Principal Wu smiled faintly. A so-called seed competitor is someone specially selected for the National College Entrance exam 1 month from now. As long as you enter the seed team, Kanglin City will provide you with some resources. Naturally, those resources also include dungeon access for leveling. So that was it. Qin Feng understood. The seed competitors Principal Wu was talking about were the face of Kanglin City. As long as they could achieve excellent results in the college entrance exam, the nation's resources would definitely tilt in their favor. To put it simply, you get a large amount of national resources through me, and I get benefits from you. It was a win-win. And since it was a win-win, Qin Feng naturally accepted the benefits without hesitation. Otherwise, wouldn't he be taking a huge loss? With a Dark Harvester this monstrous, Qin Feng didn't he even dare imagine how strong he would become after 1 month. By then, a mere college entrance exam would be nothing more than child's play. Seeing that Qin Feng still hadn't answered his earlier question, Principal Wu did not continue asking. He already understood. Smart people never dug all the way to the bottom. A hint was enough. Since Qin Feng had accepted the benefits, that was equivalent to indirectly admitting that his talent was absolutely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Afterward, Qin Feng and Principal Wu casually chatted about a few other meaningless topics. Then he took Guan Qi and Su Jujo back into the trial dungeon. F-rank talent, Hawkeye? Interesting. This year's college entrance exam is going to be fun to watch. Principal Wu stared at the dungeon portal and muttered to himself. In truth, Principal Wu suspected that Qin Feng very likely possessed a second hidden talent. In most people's understanding, every person could only awaken one talent in their lifetime. But there was always that one exception. And he, Wu De, was that exception. This was also his secret, a secret known by very few. In the entirety of Xian Nation, the number of people who knew this secret of his did not exceed the fingers of one hand. And the current Su family head, Su Qingshue's grandfather Su Wu, was one of them. Su Wu and Principal Wu belonged to the same generation. Back then, he had used this talent on Su Wu. And it was also through Su Wu's connections that Principal Wu was able to become the principal of Kanglin One high school. And now, Principal Wu had once again stepped through the doors of the Su family by relying on this talent. Using it as bargaining capital, he had managed to lure Su Qingxue from the Su family into Kanglin One high school. Principal Wu's second talent was called Limit Break, SSS-Rank. As the name implied, Limit Break could break limits. It sounded powerful, and in fact it really was powerful. But it had restrictions. It could only be used 5 times in a lifetime, and only on talents. Moreover, it could only affect talents up to SS rank. In other words, Limit Break could at most forcibly break the limit of an SS rank talent, raising it to SSS rank. By now, Principal Wu had already used his talent 4 times. His final opportunity had been traded to the Su family 3 years ago, and the target of that trade had been Su Qingxue. The condition was that as long as the Su family allowed Su Qingxue to enter Kanglin One high school and help the school achieve a good result in the college entrance exam, Principal Wu would give that opportunity to her. When Su Wu saw this, he naturally agreed without hesitation. He had no reason to refuse. Given the Su family's current status, what difference did it make which high school Su Qingxue attended? It wasn't as if she would stay at Kanglin One high school for life. What a pity. Otherwise, I could have raised that brat Guan Qi's talent to SSS rank. Principal Wu sighed inwardly. Still, speaking of it, this Qin Feng is quite deep. Even I can't quite read him through. That is good too. He knows how to hide himself, and isn't tempted by external things. Only that way can he go farther. Inside the trial dungeon, Guan Qi finally equipped the Minotaur boning knife he had been dreaming about. As he slashed, he also pulled monsters. Now that he had equipped this level 5 exceptional weapon, his attack power had reached 405. One slash could take several hundred HP off a Minotaur, and every now and then, an extra 10 points of burn damage would float up above the Minotaur's head. For a Minotaur with as much as 5,000 HP, that damage wasn't exactly high, but at least it was contributing. Awesome. Damn, this is freaking awesome. This is what combat is supposed to feel like. The more Guan Qi slashed, the more excited he became. Watching from the back, Qin Feng felt speechless inside. What a Chinibyo kid. After reaching level 5, Qin Feng had also equipped the Mighty Vajra bracelet. His base physical attack had now reached 3,930. His strength attribute had risen to 782 points, and his attack speed had also reached 0.78. The increase in attack speed meant that Qin Feng could launch attacks more frequently. When he had first entered the dungeon, Qin Feng had needed about 2 seconds to make one attack. Now, he only needed 1.5 seconds. This was a huge improvement. Just like before, The Lord-tier Golden Minotaur fell to the ground with an unwilling roar. Except this time he did not say, "I will definitely come back." That line seemed to be a little Easter egg for this dungeon. After all, there was no difficulty higher than Purgatory mode. This time, Qinfeng's luck was pretty good. Aside from the crystal core that seemed to be a guaranteed drop, he had actually gotten a longbow as well, and it was even epic grade. That was truly an unexpected bonus. Weapon: Minotaur Golden Horn Bow, epic, type, bow, level, requires level 10 to equip, physical attack, 200, conquest, physical attack plus 50, brute force, strength plus 30, agility, attack speed plus 0.2, critical strike, crit plus 5. Description: this is the unyielding will of the Minotaur race. No matter how strong the enemy is, they will still get a taste of the bull's horns. It was truly a remarkably violent bow. Qinfeng put the golden horn bow into his backpack. Brother Feng, we really made a huge profit from this newbie trial dungeon. I've never seen this much money before. Guanxi was all smiles as he showed the star coins collected from these 5 dungeon runs to Qinfeng and Su Jiuzhou. More than 10,000 star coins. My God, that is so much money. Brother Feng, Brother Qi, tonight I want 1 serving of barbecue. No, 2 servings. Su Jiuzhou's eyes were practically sparkling when she saw so many star coins. All right, we'll do as Xiao Jiu says. Tonight, we eat as much as we want. Whatever you want to eat, we'll eat it. Qinfeng readily agreed. He had been in this world for more than 10 years and had never been this wealthy before. Tonight, he had to indulge in some retaliatory spending. Yay, Brother Feng is the best. Seeing Qinfeng agree, Su Jiuzhou jumped up happily. I always heard people say that as long as you awaken a good talent, you never have to worry about life again. Now that I've seen it for myself, it really is true. Guanxi suddenly let out a sigh of emotion. All right, enough of that meaningless talk. How other people live has nothing to do with us. We just need to take care of ourselves. Qinfeng patted Guanxi on the shoulder as he spoke. Let us go. Time to head out. Guanxi nodded in response. After settling their emotions, the 3 of them exited the dungeon. The moment they came out, their clear time was immediately displayed on the large screen outside. Congratulations to Guanxi's team for clearing Purgatory mode. Total time used, 12 minutes and 43 seconds. Good lord, this really was something else. Even at Purgatory difficulty, they had cleared it in less than 13 minutes. Principal Wu's plot toward Qinfeng had completely changed. He could not see through this team at all. More accurately, he could not see through Qinfeng's talent. Every year, people cleared the Purgatory level newbie trial dungeon across the country, but the best clear record usually hovered around 30 minutes. And now, Qinfeng's group had cleared it twice in under 15 minutes. This time was even more outrageous, 12 minutes and 43 seconds. I never thought that in my old age, I'd still get to witness a miracle. Principal Wu could not help thinking that to himself. He then took out 3 little red booklets and handed one to each of Qinfeng's group. These are the seed competitor certificates the school issued for the 3 of you. With this, you can enter any dungeon in Kanglan City for free. No one can stop you. Thank you, Principal. Qinfeng sincerely thanked him as he accepted the certificate Principal Wu handed over. Putting aside whatever Principal Wu's purpose might be, Qinfeng truly did need this certificate right now. Principal Wu waved his hand. No need to thank me. You've earned this. With your results this time, you will definitely shock the entire country. I can already imagine how many people will be stunned once your trial scores are uploaded to headquarters. You should prepare yourselves in advance. Some people may try to win you over, or even recruit you, but there will also be corresponding trouble. At this point, Principal Wu narrowed his eyes slightly. He was not afraid that Qinfeng's group would be recruited away. What he feared was that some people would resort to dirty tricks. If they could not get them, they might decide to destroy them instead. But you don't need to worry too much. In Sangzhou, this old face of mine still carries some weight. On the surface, they won't dare do anything to you. What I'm worried about is certain people who don't follow the rules and use little tricks in the shadows. Oh, right. Let me remind you of one thing. No matter what, do not leave the city. Principal Wu carefully explained all the pros and cons of the matter to the 3 of them. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Principal. Qinfeng thanked him again. Having lived 2 lives, Qinfeng naturally understood the importance of being cautious. In truth, even without Principal Wu's warning, he would not casually make contact with suspicious people, especially those young masters from great families. Even in a peaceful era, those family signs were already extremely troublesome, let alone in a supernatural world like this one. Right now, all he wanted was to properly farm dungeons. He did not want to think about anything else. In this world, aside from Guanxi and Su Jiuzhou, Qinfeng trusted no one, not even Principal Wu standing before him. Besides, now that he had the confidence to establish himself in this world, why would he need to ask anything of others? You can be strong all you want. Come talk to me again in 3 to 5 years. After thanking Principal Wu, the 3 of them did not stay at the school and left together directly. Watching their departing figures, Principal Wu shifted his gaze back to the large screen at his side once more. No matter how he looked at those clear times, they were exceedingly pleasing. Maybe in the future, Kanglan City would become world famous because of these three little fellows. That thought suddenly surfaced in Principal Wu's mind. The moment it appeared, even he was startled by it. Ha ha ha, Li Hongwei have finally cleared it. Just then, an excited burst of laughter pulled Principal Wu's thoughts back to reality. Turning his head, he saw Li Hongwei and his teammates appear at the dungeon entrance. Principal Wu looked up, and the large screen beside him displayed. Congratulations to Li Hongwei's team for clearing simple mode. Total time used, 35 minutes and 12 seconds. This time was not too different from Su Qingshua's clear time, except the latter had soloed it. So the value of that result was naturally far beyond what Li Hongwei could compare to. This was the gap between S-Rank and SS-Rank. Forget differences in resources and equipment. How much could level 1 equipment really provide in stats? Suddenly, Li Hongwei's laughter stopped because he saw Guan Qi's team's clear record. Damn, am I seeing things? Li Hongwei rubbed his eyes, then looked again at the large screen recording dungeon clear times. You gotta be kidding me. Purgatory mode, 14 minutes and 14 seconds, and then an even crazier 12 minutes and 43 seconds? Principal, this can't be real, right? Li Hongwei looked at Principal Wu and asked. Wu just smiled faintly and only said one sentence. The trial dungeon does not make mistakes. For a moment, Li Hongwei did not know what to say. He had thought that clearing simple mode already made him pretty incredible. Wasn't Su Qingshua's clear time also in the 30-minute range? But who would have thought? No, I have to keep going. I have an S-rank talent. Every time I level up, my attack power will rise drastically. Li Hongwei felt deeply unwilling to accept this. If he could not compare to Guan Qi's team, could he not at least compare to Su Qingxue? Even if Su Qingxue had soloed it, as long as he could suppress an SS rank by a bit, that would still be a kind of glory for him. Not to mention that she was from the Su family. Thinking of that, a fresh surge of fighting spirit welled up in Li Hongwei's heart. He immediately led his team back into the dungeon once more. Not long after Li Hongwei's team entered the dungeon, Su Qingxue also appeared here. Because she had leveled up to level 2 and put all of her free attribute points into intelligence, her spell attack immediately increased by 150 points. As a result, Su Qingshua's clear time this round was a bit shorter than last time, 26 minutes and 37 seconds. It was a full 7 minutes shorter than the first time. That was a huge improvement. Likewise, when she saw Guan Qi's team's clear time, she was even more shocked. Clearing purgatory mode had taken a total of 12 minutes and 43 seconds. This was absolutely a despair-inducing number. As far as she knew, ever since the novice trial dungeon had been introduced, she had never heard of any team clearing purgatory difficulty in under 30 minutes. But now she had seen it, and she had seen it with her own eyes. At this moment, she became even more curious about Guan Qi's trio. More precisely, she was curious about Qin Feng, the one who had awakened an F-rank talent. When Qin Feng awakened yesterday, she had personally seen that bizarre, multicolored phenomenon. At the time, Su Qingxue had already felt that something was off, but she hadn't thought too much about it. Now it seemed that so-called F-rank talent definitely had problems. Meanwhile, after returning to their rental room, Qin Feng and the other two had no idea what had happened after they left. At this moment, the three of them were completely immersed in joy. Clatter. Guan Qi took out all the star coins and poured them onto the floor. Looking at the huge pile of star coins in front of him, he lunged forward, then rolled around on top of them. So comfy. So this is what it feels like to sleep on money? Su Jiuzhou and Qin Feng exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly. Brother Qi, doesn't it feel uncomfortable digging into you? Guan Qi said, my body's tough. Even if I lie on this stuff and sleep on it all night, I'd be fine. Hearing that, Su Jiuzhou smacked her forehead, feeling that Guan Qi was beyond saving. Qin Feng said, all right, old Qi, once you've had your fun, put it away. In a bit, let's go out and have a good meal to reward ourselves and celebrate finally taking the first step onto the extraordinary path. The moment he heard there was food, Guan Qi quickly climbed up from the pile of star coins. We really should celebrate. I want barbecue double portions. Su Jiuzhou was still thinking about her barbecue. The barbecue in this world wasn't from livestock raised by ordinary households, but from mutated beasts hunted outside the city. Not only was mutated beast meat delicious, it could also greatly increase satiety and help restore vitality faster. Even though this world had been datafied, people still had to eat. If they didn't, they would get hungry. They wouldn't starve to death, but it would feel awful, worse than death. Today, the three of them had run the dungeon a total of 5 times, although they had already become awakened and stepped into the threshold of the extraordinary. So their bodies didn't feel especially tired, their mind was still exhausted. It was rare to get a chance to relax, and they weren't about to let it slip by. Because Qin Feng had already made a plan for the next month yesterday. Starting tomorrow, they probably wouldn't even have time to rest. After tidying up a little, the three of them headed out. Soon, they appeared in front of the barbecue restaurant called a barbecue place. This was a snack street near Kanglan No. One high school. Because it was awakening day, there were a lot of people here looking for food. There were simply too many people awakening. And there was no way for everyone to complete the process in a single day, which was why so many people were eating here. Seeing how packed the barbecue restaurant was, Qin Feng and Guan Qi very tacitly turned to look at Su Juzhou. When Su Juzhou saw that, the excited look on her face instantly froze. How about we just go eat regular barbecue instead? I'm fine. It's not like I won't get to eat it in the future. Su Juzhou felt a little reluctant. She had been thinking about this mutated beast barbecue for so long. The last time she had eaten it was on her birthday last year. Brother Feng and Brother Qi had scrimped and saved for a whole month before they could buy her one piece of barbecue. Now they had finally gotten some money, only for the place to be packed. In this extraordinary world, mutated beasts weren't something ordinary people could hunt, much less sell, so this was the only place nearby. Want barbecue? Isn't that easy? Watch me. Qin Feng rubbed Su Juzhou's little head, then gave a mysterious smile and went into the restaurant by himself. Not long after, Qin Feng came back out with a smile on his face. Behind him followed a middle-aged man, the owner of this barbecue restaurant. With a cheerful expression, he said to Su Juzhou and Guan Qi, "You two students, please come in. I've cleared out a room for you." Huh? Oh, okay. Thank you, boss. Su Juzhou was a little dazed. She hadn't expected Brother Feng to really pull it off. Meanwhile, Guan Qi looked at Qin Feng with a puzzled expression, clearly not understanding. No need to be polite. You're students of Kanglin No. One high school. Here at my place, you have priority, the owner said with a wave and a smile. Please, Guomin, I'll have the barbecue chef make your meat first. Oh, okay. Thank you, boss. Su Juzhou thanked him again. Right after that, the three of them followed the owner into the private room he had prepared. Once the barbecue shop owner left, Guan Qi finally asked Qin Feng, Brother Feng, how did you do that? I never imagined that one day I'd get to cut the line so confidently. Su Juzhou also looked at Qin Feng. Yeah, Brother Feng, what exactly did you say to the owner? Well, this thing right here. Qin Feng didn't keep them guessing and immediately took out the seed contestant certificate Principal Wu had given them earlier. Ah, this thing can do that too? Guan Qi looked extremely surprised. Qin Feng nodded and said, yeah, I was just trying my luck too, but I didn't expect this thing to be pretty useful. As soon as the owner saw that we were seed contestants from Kanglin No. One high school, he agreed right away and even said it'd be free. Guan Qi said, but what if the certificate didn't work? Qin Feng said didn't work? Then we just pay extra, as long as the money's there. Is there really any barbecue you can't get? Guan Qi blinked. Huh, you could do that too? Qin Feng said, isn't the whole point of opening a shop to make money? We're handing him money. He'd be happy before anything else. Guan Qi said, I see. I really learned something. At this moment, Guan Qi looked at Qin Feng with admiration all over his face. He could always learn something different from Brother Feng. Meanwhile, Su Juzhou took out that seed contestant certificate. Brother Feng, as long as we show this certificate, does that mean we get priority for anything anywhere in all of Kanglin City? I don't know, but it'd be better if we used it less. Qin Feng shook his head. Why? Su Juzhou didn't understand. In her eyes, such a useful ID didn't seem all that perfect to Brother Feng. Did you forget the warning Principal Wu gave us today? Qin Feng reminded her. This thing may be useful, but it's basically a tracker we carry around with us. Believe it or not, anywhere in all of Kanglin City, the moment we show this ID, someone will definitely know our movements right away. On the surface, people may avoid having crooked thoughts toward us because of Principal Wu's status, but it's always better to be cautious of others. In this world, nothing is harder to predict than the human heart. So no matter what we do, being a little more careful is never a bad thing. Hearing that, Su Juzhou nodded thoughtfully. I understand now. Good if you understand. All right, enough about that. Today is a good day worth celebrating. We came out to celebrate, so everything else can wait until tomorrow. Qin Feng changed the subject. Not long after, the barbecue shop owner brought a large platter of barbecue into the private room. He sat on the table, then smiled at Qin Feng and the others. 3 students, your mutated beast meat is ready. Please enjoy. Okay, thank you, boss. Su Juzhou responded politely. You're welcome. The owner waved with a smile. Eat as much as you want. If it's not enough, come find me again. Don't worry. There's plenty. The owner patted his chest as he made that guarantee, then turned and left. Didn't he expect the owner of this barbecue place to be so generous? Guan Qi looked at the owner's back and praised him. There's no such thing as a free lunch falling from the sky. It's nothing but profit. Qin Feng shot Guan Qi an annoyed glance. In front of food, this guy's brain was completely one track. Profit? Guan Qi didn't understand. Bro Feng, how could a mere barbecue shop possibly have any profit ties with us? Hearing that, Qin Feng genuinely wanted to smack him. Could the owner of an ordinary barbecue shop know what the seed contestant certificate of Kanglin No. One high school looks like? Could the owner of an ordinary barbecue shop keep a place open for more than 10 years on this food street where every inch of land is worth gold? Haven't you ever noticed? On this whole street, this is the only shop that sells roasted exotic beast meat. If you want me to believe this owner has no connection to Kanglin No. One high school, I would believe it even if you beat me to death. Otherwise, why would he have said earlier that students from Kanglin No. One high school have priority here? Guan Qi froze. He hadn't expected Qin Feng to observe things so carefully and infer so much from such small details alone. At the side, Su Juzhou, who was busy feasting, looked at Qin Feng with stars practically shining in her eyes. In truth, Qin Feng's guess was mostly right. The owner of this barbecue shop really was connected to Kanglin No. One high school, and the connection ran deep, because he himself had once been a student there, and he had once possessed a seed contestant certificate as well. Later, because of some matters, he had no choice but to return to Kanglin City. With Principal Wu's help, he was able to open this barbecue shop near Kanglin No. One high school, and once he opened it, he ran it for more than 10 years. Still, there was one thing Qin Feng had guessed wrong. Students of Kanglin No. One high school did indeed have priority here, but that priority was limited to seed contestants only. Bro Feng, this freshly roasted exotic beast meat is seriously so good. It's even better than last time. Hurry and try some. If it gets cold later, the meat turned tough. Su Juzhou quickly cut off a big piece and handed it to Qin Feng. Qin Feng took the barbecue and bit into it. The juices burst right out, and a unique fragrance of exotic beast meat instantly filled his entire mouth. Exotic beast meat never needed any seasoning, because it itself was already the finest ingredient. Whoa, this really does taste amazing. Qin Feng immediately gave the grill master's cooking a mental thumbs up. Last year, on Su Juzhou's birthday, he and Guanxi had scraped together some money to buy a piece of barbecue, but by the time they brought it home, the meat had already gone cold. That night was the first time the three of them had tasted exotic beast meat in this world. Even though the barbecue had gone cold, that flavor was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Otherwise, why would Su Juzhou still keep talking about this barbecue? Bro Feng, I have an immature suggestion. At that moment, Guanxi suddenly looked at Qin Feng. Let's hear first. Qin Feng was a little puzzled. In the future, when we farm dungeons, if we bring along a chef class professional, then our lives. Guanxi didn't continue, because the meaning was already obvious. When Su Juzhou heard that, she also stopped chewing. To be honest, Brother Chi's suggestion had hit right at the center of her heart. Who could resist the temptation of good food, especially an orphan? For a moment, Qin Feng was put in a difficult spot. On one side was his secret, and on the other was the dull life of endlessly grinding monsters. We'll talk about that later. That was all Qin Feng could say. Even though his secret wouldn't stay hidden forever, if he could delay its exposure by even one more day, the value to his growth would be immeasurable. Seeing that Qin Feng had rejected the idea, Guanxi and Su Juzhou exchanged a glance. There was a trace of happiness in both their eyes. All right, we'll listen to Bro Feng on everything. Guanxi nodded, then continued stuffing himself. After eating and drinking their fill, Qin Feng went to settle the bill with the owner, and the three of them left. When it came time to pay, the owner kept refusing, saying the meal was free. But Qin Feng never liked owing favors for no reason, especially not to someone he didn't know. A fortune could be repaid easily. A favor was hard to return. It was just one meal of barbecue. Qin Feng could still afford that much. Seeing that Qin Feng insisted, the owner could only give up. At that moment, the owner stood at the entrance of the barbecue shop, watching the direction Qin Feng and the other two had left in. Just then, a man dressed like a waiter came over to the owner's side and said quietly, "Big brother, those three are the seed contestants of this year?" Then, before he could finish, the owner cut him off in a flat voice. "You ask less about things you shouldn't know. Also, pass the word down. Without my permission, no one is allowed to contact them in private. Otherwise," at that point, a cold gleam flashed through the owner's eyes. "Yes, I understand." The waiter nodded repeatedly, then turned and left. "Little fellows, I hope you can get a good result on this year's college entrance exam and catch the eye of one of the 4 great academies. Otherwise, you won't be able to take a single step in Kanglin City. People will devour you until not even bone scraps are left." After saying that, the owner turned and went back into the barbecue shop. What the owner of the barbecue shop didn't know was Qin Feng's result in the newbie trial dungeon. Once that result came out, it would naturally enter the sight of those high-level figures. After Qin Feng and the other two returned to the rental apartment, each of them went back to their own room. Inside his room, Qin Feng sat on the bed and immediately took out the crystal cores he had obtained today. 2 excellent grade, 2 epic grade. There had originally been 5 in total, but he had used 1 up to upgrade his talent. Name, Qin Feng. Class, Archer. Level, LV6, 753,200. Talent 1, Hawkeye E-Rank. Talent 2, Sublimation, a blessing from Mother Earth. Can consume crystal cores to raise the quality of any item. Cannot be detected. Passive natal skill, Super Drink Dark Reaper. For every target killed that is not lower than your own level, one of the target's attribute points will be harvested at random. No upper limit. Passive skill, F-Rank Multi-Shot. With every attack, 1 additional arrow will be added. Equipment, Iron Arm Bow Level 1 Common Grade. Mighty Vajra Bracelet Level 5 Excellent Grade. HP, 300 points. MP, 300 points. Physical Attack, 394.5. Magic Attack, 100. Attack Speed, 0.9. Physical Defense, 100. Magic Defense, 100. Strength, 78.5. Intelligence, 20. Agility, 30. Constitution, 20. Spirit, 20. Free attribute points, 10. Looking at the status panel floating before his eyes, Qin Feng's thoughts moved, and he immediately activated his sublimation talent. At once, The panel in front of him changed. Not only did the words upgradable appear behind the Hawkeye talent, but the passive skill, multi-shot, and the two pieces of equipment in the equipment bar also now had the words upgradable behind them. Seeing this, Qin used as well like a finger and tapped on the Hawkeye talent. Consume 1 epic grade crystal core to upgrade. Note, after upgrading, this talent will become D-rank Eye of Insight and will perfectly inherit the traits of Hawkeye. Eye of Insight, able to perceive the enemy target's weaknesses. Attacking a weakness can deal double damage. His Eye of Insight. Damn, double damage. Qin couldn't help but suck in a cold breath, making a huge contribution to global warming. With this talent paired with multi-shot, if I hit a weak point, one basic attack will directly deal 4 times damage. If I calculate it like that, doesn't that mean my damage is already over 10,000 now? Holy shit, I'm really about to become invincible. Qin was incredibly excited. Without any hesitation, he directly consumed 1 epic grade crystal core and upgraded E-rank Eagle Eye straight to D-rank Inside Eye. As a crystal core in his hand turned into a streak of purple light, the E representing the talent rank also changed into D. And Eagle Eye changed accordingly into Inside Eye. Because the talent had upgraded, the attribute points gained from its previous upgrades were also refunded. His 5-dimensional attributes and free attributes each increased by 5 points. Although these attribute points didn't add much attack for Qin who had only just started out. This was undoubtedly a huge improvement in other areas. Take attack speed, for example. It had now reached 0.95. He could attack about once per second. 0.95 attack speed. Looking at that number, Qin felt weirdly uncomfortable. Without another word, he immediately used 5 free attribute points on agility. His agility thus became 40 points. Base attack speed was 0.5. Add the 0.1 from the Mighty Vajra bracelet, and now his overall attack speed had reached 1. That meant 1 arrow per second. Not bad. Now this feels right. Qin nodded in satisfaction. Right after that, he shifted his gaze to the passive skill, multi-shot. Passive skill, multi-shot. With each attack, 1 additional arrow will be added. Although this was only an F-rank passive skill, there was no doubt that this was absolutely the core damage skill for an archer. Not long ago, Qin had looked up the price of multi-shot. The moment he saw that long string of zeros, he was instantly stunned. A full 10 million star coins. And that was only for an F-rank passive skill. Worse, it wasn't even something you could buy just because you had the money. He had never imagined his luck would be this good. On his very first day farming dungeons, this skill book had dropped for him. Qin didn't hesitate at all. First, he used 1 excellent grade crystal core to raise it to E rank. After that, he used 1 epic grade crystal core and finally raised it to D rank. Multi-shot, D rank with each attack. 3 additional arrows will be added. The damage of each arrow is the same as the main body. Now my damage is even more insane. The corners of Qin's mouth curled up slightly. 1 attack, for instances of damage. Freaking awesome. Even without hitting the enemy's weak point, he could still deal 4 times damage. And if every arrow hit a weak point, just how beautiful would that scene be? TSK. Better not think about it. Better not think about it. At present, Qin still had 1 excellent grade crystal core left in hand. He had originally wanted to upgrade the bracelet too, but the bracelet was only level 5. Upgrading it wouldn't improve him much, so why waste resources? Besides, after upgrading like this, he was no longer lacking in attack. Next, it was time to properly farm dungeons and push up his other talents as well. Right now, Qin was a fragile little archer with high attack. Any assassin class awakener could instantly kill him, even though this bracelet could provide him with a shield value of 300 points when he walked down the street. He still didn't feel the slightest sense of security. A shield value of 300 points might look like a shield, but in reality, it was just a sheet of thin paper. Any awakener only needed to poke it lightly and it would break. Same as before, a truly strong person wasn't measured by how high your attack was, but by how low your weaknesses were. The current Qin had ceiling level attack and floor tile defense. At the same time, the sudden appearance of a set of results instantly caught the attention of the principal of Zhuke Academy. Sangzhou, provincial capital, Zhuke Academy. Bang. Cleared purgatory mode in a total time of 12 minutes and 43 seconds? What kind of joke is this? Does that old bastard Wu think he has sat in that position for too long? Zhuke Academy's principal, Zhang Jian, slammed the report down hard on his desk and berated angrily. Principal, this was personally reported by Wu De, principal of Kanglin First High School. He also told me to remind you that you absolutely must not let the other 3 academies steal this person away. Lu Yinqing, director of admissions, quickly spoke up for Principal Wu. Hearing that, Zhang Jian immediately turned around and fixed his eyes on Lu Yinqing. Under Zhang Jian's pressure, Lu Yinqing felt all the hairs on his body stand on end. Soon, Zhang Jian withdrew the pressure of a powerhouse, and his tone also eased quite a bit. So this report is real? He not messing with me? Wu De guaranteed it with his character. Lu Qingyun directly dumped the responsibility onto Principal Wu. With me? Wuda has no character to speak of. Zhang Jian snorted coldly. Then he opened his own status panel and found an old friend he hadn't contacted in many years, Wuda, right in front of Lu Qingyun. He directly initiated a video call. Soon, the video connected. A face Qin Feng would find familiar appeared before Zhang Jian. You old bastard. Tell me, was that report you submitted really true? You're not making a fool of me? As the principal of Zhuke Academy, Zhang Jian knew the situation in Kanglan City extremely well. My dear old brother, what kind of person are you taking your little brother for? Back in the day, we slaughtered all directions together. Don't you know my character? Principal Wu had a fawning expression on his face. If Guanxi were here right now, his jaw would definitely drop. Was this really the principal he knew? Even though we haven't been in much contact over the years, I still wouldn't fool you over something like this. Oomph. Zhang Jian let out a light snort. That Guanxi has an SS-Rank talent. No matter how extraordinary that talent is, in my eyes, it only counts as upper tier. It can't be considered top tier. After all these years apart, old brother, how did your intelligence suddenly disappear? Principal Wu shot back in a mocking tone, avenging the disrespect this bastard had just shown him. Cut the crap. Tell me everything in detail. How could Zhang Jian not know there was a problem with Guanxi's three-man team? He simply couldn't be bothered to guess. Seeing that, Principal Wu didn't hide anything and told Zhang Jian everything he knew. Based on his understanding of this old friend, Principal Wu believed that as long as Zhang Jian developed even the slightest bit of interest in Qin Feng, he would not hesitate to recruit him into Zhuke Academy. For Zhuke Academy, having one more person made no difference, and having one less person made no difference either. They could afford to support him. And if they really picked up a hidden treasure, then Zhuke Academy might truly be able to suppress the other three great academies. Old brother, I reported these results to you in advance, so you'd better be prepared. Once those results are uploaded to the Zhongzhou headquarters, it won't be so easy for you to steal him anymore. Principal Wu reminded him. After all, the resources of Xuanwu Academy in Zhongzhou are not something our Zhongzhou can compare to. Then tell me, what kind of sincerity should I show? Zhang Jian was a little tempted. You come to Kanglan City in person and we'll talk privately. We haven't seen each other in many years anyway, so we can take this chance to have a proper get-together. Principal Wu smiled faintly. You old bastard. You think I don't know what you're really thinking? Wanting to see me is fake. Protecting that Qin Feng is the real reason, right? Zhang Jian shot Principal Wu an annoyed glance and chuckled. Principal Wu, just say whether you're coming or not. Meet him in person, and everything become clear? Zhang Ziyan, Gome? Of course I'll come. Since you think so highly of this little guy, then I'll go meet him. What's the harm? Principal Wu, then it's settled. I still have some tea I saved for back then. I'll wait for you to come. Zhang Jian, all right, hanging up. After ending the video call, Zhang Jian looked at Lu Qingyun beside him. Director Lu, not tomorrow. Right now. Leave with me for Kanglan City immediately. Hearing this, Lu Qingyun's face lit up with joy. Yes, Principal. I'll make the arrangements right away. To be able to travel with the Principal personally was an enormous honor. It meant that he had already been regarded as one of the Principal's own people. Since he had already decided to meet the promising seedling Wu De had spoken of, Zhang Jian had to recruit him into Zhuke Academy completely before this result reached the headquarters. For Zhuke Academy to shine brilliantly in this session and crush the other three great academies, he could only do as Principal Wu suggested. After all, this was a student who had cleared the hell-level newbie dungeon in less than 13 minutes. He was worth recruiting in person. At this moment, Qin Feng had no idea at all that he had already caught the attention of Zhuke Academy as principal. Ding! As soon as midnight arrived, the bell rang. The trial results of freshmen all across the nation were directly uploaded by the newbie trial cloud to the Zhongzhou headquarters. The four core figures of the four great academies had all gathered here, waiting for the filter materials to be delivered for review. Very soon, stack after stack of files was sent into the office. Every single file placed here belonged to a student who had awakened at least an S-rank talent. The four of them each picked up a stack and began examining them carefully, because every one of these promising seedlings was a target their academies wanted to recruit. Not bad. That brat from the Yi family led a team to clear hell mode in 35 minutes. Lin Machin, one of Xuanwu Academy's core figures, wore a satisfied expression. Is it that Yi Wushuang from the Yi family, the one who awakened the SSS-Rank talent, Crimson Blood Spear? Shin Qingqian of Qinglong Academy asked from the side. That's right, it's him. I never expected the Yi family to produce an SSS-Rank monster this year. Lin Machin nodded in reply. Since both Lin Machin and Shun Qingqian had the character Chan in their names, even though the four great academies were competitors, they were actually quite close in private. I found one on my side too. An SSS-Rank monster also cleared hell mode in 37 minutes. Looks like he asked from the Gu family of Qingzhou. Lu Ziyuan of Baihu Academy said. It has to be that little guy Gu Yanzi. Shin Qingqian smiled brightly. I found another one here too. Looks like he asked from the Zhao family of Lin Yuan. He also awakened an SSS-Rank talent and cleared hell mode in 33 minutes. Even faster than Yi Wushuang. Looks like this indestructible golden body is something special. Surprise appeared on Lin Machin's face, and then he set that file aside separately. After flipping through so many files, have any of you found any decent seedlings from Sangzhou? Lin Machin said it casually on the surface, but clearly with intent. Director Lin Yanqiu, could it be that Sangzhou still didn't awaken any SSS-Rank talents this year? Seeing his old friend speak up, Shen Qingquan joined in as well. I heard that 3 years ago, the Su family girl was abducted by someone. I just wonder what kind of talent she awakened this time. At a time like this, being able to step on Zhuke Academy together was naturally excellent. Here, take a look. The Su family girl's result. She cleared hard mode in 26 minutes. At once, Lin Machin handed Su Qingshue's file to Shen Qingquan. Taking Su Qingshue's file, Shen Qingquan looked through it carefully, but very soon, clicking sounds came from his mouth. TSK, 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 oh my, no way. Is the Su family's current generation no good anymore? She only awakened an SS rank talent and only clear hard mode. Sure, she soloed it, but her talent itself represents the upper limit of her future achievements. I never thought the Su family, prosperous for 300 years, would start declining too. Lin Machin shook his head in mock regret. That sneering tone sounded extremely harsh in Lin Yanqiu's ears, and she immediately fired back. No matter what the Su family's current generation is like, it's not for you two to speak of recklessly. Be careful those words reach that person in the Su family, or you might end up dying a wrongful death. The moment those words came out, Lin Machin and Shen Qingquan's expressions changed instantly, though they still forced themselves to stay composed. We stand behind the 4 great academies. You two represent the 4 great academies? What a joke. Go back and ask your deans whether they dare offend the Su family. After saying that, Lin Yanqiu could no longer be bothered with the two of them. Lu Ziyuan, who had been watching the show from the side, saw the atmosphere turn bad and quickly stepped in as the peacemaker. All right, we're all colleagues here. We'll see each other every day one way or another. Say a little less, both of you. Oof. I admit the Su family is powerful, but does Sangzhou even have any good seedlings in this batch of Awakened? You should know that even among SSS rank talents, there are still differences. Shen Qingquan couldn't afford to offend the Su family. But couldn't he still mocked the other Awakened in Sangzhou? Hearing this, Lin Yanqiu's expression turned extremely ugly. She couldn't be bothered wasting words on the two of them, and only kept checking the files in her hands, hoping Sangzhou had a report card worthy of showing. Seeing that Lin Yanqiu no longer paid them any attention, Shen Qingquan and Lin Machin lost interest and immediately put down Su Qingshue's file. But very soon, an incredulous cry rang out from Lu Ziyuan. Holy shit, are you kidding me? Hell mode. Clear time under 13 minutes? That's nearly twice as fast as those SSS rank monsters. Director Lin, this student is from your Sangzhou. At that, Lin Yanqiu immediately snatched the file from Lu Ziyuan's hand and hurriedly checked it. On the other side, Lin Machin and Shen Qingquan also walked over to examine the file together. Name, Guanqi. Gender, male. Age, 16. School, Sangzhou, Kanglin City, Kanglin No. 1 high school. Talent, SS rank, absolute defense. Teammates, Qin Feng, F rank, Eagle Eye, Su Jiujiu, S rank, support augmentation aura. Newbie trial dungeon, clear time, 12 minutes and 43 seconds. Detailed information. Looking at this file, all 4 directors from the 4 great academies were filled with disbelief. Fake. It has to be fake. Shen Qingquan denied it on the spot. That's right. The people below must have made a mistake. They've got some nerve. I never expected someone to make an error in something this important. Looks like they've been indulged too much. They need to be dealt with properly. Lin Machin said in angry agreement. The moment those words came out, even Lu Ziyuan felt that the staff responsible for organizing the files had made a mistake. He simply did not believe anyone could clear the newbie trial dungeon in less than 13 minutes. The main thing was that this was a 3-man team, and the captain was an SS rank shield armor class. No matter how he thought about it, there was absolutely no way they could have cleared hell mode. Then the only possibility was that the staff member organizing the files had made a mistake. Most likely, they had read simple mode as hell mode. This kind of thing had happened before. For example, someone had once written S rank as SS rank. Sigh, I got excited for nothing. In truth, even Lin Yanqiu herself didn't believe it. She naturally hoped this result was real, but how could that be possible? Hadn't she seen those monsters with SSS rank talents? Even they needed more than 30 minutes to clear hell mode. And yet this result report said less than 13 minutes. Just thinking about it made it sound absurd. Very soon, Lin Machin, Shen Qingquan, and Lu Ziyuan stopped paying attention to that report card and turned to continue reviewing other people's clear results, as well as the talents they had awakened. With such a huge workload, they naturally wouldn't waste time on a report card that had already been labeled as an error. What they didn't know was that 1 month later, their guts would turn green with regret, and they would have to pay the price for the mistake they had made. However, this was only the beginning. Of course, that was all for later. At this moment, just as Lin Yanqiu set Guanqi's report card aside, her expression suddenly froze. Her pupils shrank sharply as she stared fixedly at the file in her hands. This was a report card for clearing hell mode, and the owner of this report card had awakened an SSS grade talent. More importantly, this student was also from Tsangzhou. Name, Jiang Ruhan. Gender, female. Age, 16. School, first affiliated high school of Tsangzhou Zhuke School. Talent, SSS grade, Divine Dragon Contractor. Party members, none. Newbie trial dungeon, clear time. Hell mode, 49 minutes and 37 seconds. Detailed information, a solo clear, and even hell mode at that. Such a heaven-s favored genius was actually a student from the affiliated first high school of my Zhuke Academy. Haha. Lin Yinxiu clenched both fists, unable to contain the excitement in her heart. Not far away, Lu Ziyuan immediately noticed that something was off with Lin Yinxiu and asked at once, Director Lin, did you find a good seedling? Hearing that, Lin Yinxiu came back to her senses and a satisfied smile finally appeared on her face. That's right. This student is also from my Tsangzhou. SSS grade talent, Divine Dragon Contractor. She solo cleared hell mode. As soon as these words came out, the entire office fell into brief silence. Hiss, a solo clear? Quick, let me see this student's results. Lu Ziyuan crossed over to Lin Yinxiu's side in 2 or 3 steps, and after looking at the report, it was indeed true. Good lord, are the students in your Tsangzhou all this fierce? Solo clearing el mode, TSK. This student is no simple character. I'm warning all of you, this student belongs to my Zhuke Academy. None of you are allowed to snatch her. Lin Yinxiu looked at the 3 of them, her eyes full of warning. How does she suddenly belong to your Zhuke Academy? She has the right to choose her own academy. Don't make your Zhuke Academy act so overbearing, Lin Machin said flatly. I naturally know that. I don't need you to remind me. Lin Yinxiu let out a cold snort and gave him no face at all. That's for the best. After saying those 4 words, Lin Machin withdrew his gaze while silently engraving this student's name into his heart. Lin Machin belonged to Xuanwu Academy, and Xuanwu Academy was located in Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou was the center of the entire Xian nation, rich in resources, in terms of wealth and dungeon resources under its control. The other 3 great academies were far inferior to Xuanwu Academy. Lin Machin was confident that as long as Xuanwu Academy offered generous resources, this SSS grade Divine Dragon Contractor would definitely join his academy. After this Divine Dragon Contractor, they did not discover another SSS grade Heaven S favored genius. The next day, Qin Feng and the other 2 got up early. After making a big round of purchases for daily necessities on the streets and having a hearty breakfast, they headed for downtown Kanglan City to start farming dungeons. The dungeons in downtown Kanglan City were newbie dungeons, specially prepared for awakened ones from level 1 to level 30. They were relatively safe dungeons, similar to the trial dungeons prepared by schools. However, there were still major differences between the 2. The former had much larger maps, and all kinds of monsters could appear inside. You could treat it as a small world. Even though the 3 of them had gotten up early enough, many professionals had already gathered here by now. Among them, students made up at least 70%. After all, with the college entrance exam approaching, they all had to raise their levels as much as possible and hope to get into a good university. If they couldn't get into the 4 great academies, couldn't they still get into other academies? Looking at the sea of people in front of them, Qin Feng and the other 2 were all inwardly shocked, especially by those constantly shouting for party members, as well as the power levelers offering to carry newbies. Dungeon, Dark Forest. B-grade talent, powerful dual skills, shield armored class leading the team. Party of 5 waiting for 1. We got a healer, missing 1 strong DPS. Once we're full, we move immediately, no nonsense. Dungeon, Desert Plains. Need A-grade DPS class for waiting for 2. Carrying newbies for levels, 1,000 star coins per hour. Full AFK ride, the safest leveling service you can enjoy. Full refund if we fail to clear. B-grade mage looking for a strong team. Any team short on DPS, pull me in. Big brother, little sis can sing. Can dance the window wiping dance. Please carry me. Ing beside him, Su Juju said in disbelief. Brother Feng. I knew there'd be a lot of people here today, but I didn't expect this many. Now I've really broadened my horizons. I didn't think there'd be ing monsters among awakened ones too. Guanqi swept his gaze around, voices entering his ears from time to time. Especially that girl-less ing. Cut the crap. Forget the ing monsters. The real business is getting into a dungeon and raising our levels as fast as possible. Qin Feng smacked Guanqi on the forehead, then started squeezing into the crowd. Seeing this, Guanqi and Su Juju hurried after him. With this many people, if they got separated, they wouldn't even be able to find each other. After much effort, the 3 of them finally fought their way to the dungeon portal entrance with tremendous difficulty. Stop right there. If you want to enter a dungeon, you need to line up and pay the corresponding star coin fee for each dungeon. A public security officer maintaining order saw Qin Feng's group trying to cut in and quickly stepped forward to stop them, gesturing for them to go to the ticket counter and buy entrance passes. At this, Qin Feng handed over the seated contestant certificate he had already prepared to the officer. The officer took the document, opened it, and saw that it was a seated contestant certificate from Kanglin No. One high school. Without another word, he let them through immediately. There was no idiotic face-slapping plot like in web novels from his previous life, and no bloody drama of people looking down on others. Everyone was working hard for the college entrance exam. Who would go looking for trouble at a time like this? What's more, what Qin Feng had in hand was a seated contestant certificate from Kanglin No. One high school. Don't underestimate this certificate. What stood behind it was the entire Kanglin city. Who would dare stir up trouble at such a critical juncture? Wouldn't that just be courting death? After entering the dungeon plaza, Qin Feng and the other two finally witnessed a truly grand scene. Beside every dungeon stood 1 or 2 professionals, and all the armor they wore gave off blue, flowing light. There was no need to think much. This equipment was all excellence grade. Qin Feng didn't know what realm these people had reached. But one thing was certain. They were at least first transition experts. As for what tier they were, that was impossible to tell. Brother Feng, which dungeon are we farming? Guanqi kept sweeping his eyes over the dungeon portals around them. Desert Plains, level requirement 1 to 10. Dark Forest, level requirement 5 to 20. Frozen City, level requirement 10 to 30. Blood Fortress, level requirement 30. There were only 4 dungeons here in total, and every one of them had a level restriction. With Qin Feng and the others' current levels, they could only farm Desert Plains and Dark Forest. Let us go straight to Dark Forest. To save time, Qin Feng immediately made the choice. All right, we'll listen to you, Brother Feng. Guanqi nodded. Su Juzhou had no objections either. Ever since childhood, she had been Qin Feng's little tag-along. Wherever Brother Feng went, she would go too. Very quickly, Qin Feng and the other two arrived in front of the dungeon portal 4, Dark Forest. This dungeon was different from the trial dungeon at school. You had to choose the difficulty mode outside before entering. Enter Dark Forest. Yes, no. Without any hesitation, Qin Feng immediately chose yes. Right after that, another prompt popped up. Please select Dungeon Mode. Easy, Hard, Nightmare, Purgatory. The difficulty modes were the same as the Novice Trial Dungeon. Nightmare. Qin Feng directly chose Nightmare difficulty. Buzz. The moment Qin Feng selected Nightmare mode, the dungeon portal was activated on the spot. With their previous experience, Qin Feng's 3-man party went straight in. After the 3 of them entered the dungeon, a nearby class holder immediately reported the news to his direct superior. In fact, the moment Qin Feng took out proof of his seed contestant status, the person in charge here had already been informed. At the same time, he had people closely monitor the movements of Qin Feng's group. Interesting. On just the first day, he already reached level 6, and even directly chose Nightmare mode for Dark Forest. Inside an office building not far from the dungeon plaza, a middle-aged man held a Z-Shot teapot in his hand, his eyes fixed on the dungeon plaza. This man's name was Lin Zhan. He was the top authority of Kanglin City's Superpower Bureau, responsible for managing all the dungeons in the entire city and handling certain matters involving awakened ones. His authority was immense. The Superpower Bureau was an official organization founded by Xian Nation 300 years ago. At first, the organization had been established specifically to deal with certain unruly awakened ones. Because of a shortage of talent, Dungeon Management Authority had been fully handed over to the Superpower Bureau so they could grow rapidly. Now, after 300 years of development, the Superpower Bureau had already become the most powerful official organization in Xian Nation aside from the military. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the office of Kanglin No. One high school, Zhuke Academy's principal, Zhang Jian, and admissions director Lu Yunqing appeared there together. The two of them had arrived in Kanglin City last night. Since it was already nighttime, neither of them had gone to disturb Qin Feng. So first thing in the morning, the two came to Kanglin No. One high school. Wuda, hurry and take me to find that Qin Feng. Zhang Jian looked impatient beyond words. He grabbed Wuda's arm and started pulling him outside. Oh, my old brother, why are you in such a rush? Qin Feng is one of our Kanglin No. One high school's finest students. He has to work hard for the college entrance exam 1 month from now. Principal Wu said helplessly, only able to patiently persuade him. Just now, Bureau Chief Lin Zhan from the Superpower Bureau sent me a message. Qin Feng and the other two have already entered a dungeon for training. Which dungeon? Zhang Jian asked curiously. Dark Forest, Nightmare difficulty. Principal Wu clasped his hands behind his back and said proudly, Dark Forest? That dungeon with a max level of 20? Zhang Jian was a little shocked. Nonsense. This is way too reckless. There are monsters as high as level 20 in there. And they even chose Nightmare mode. If something happens to them inside, then what? Don't worry. Based on my observations of Qin Feng, this student is definitely not some rash fool. Besides, for a peerless prodigy, isn't it perfectly normal to do things ordinary people can't understand? Principal Wu did not believe Qin Feng was some hot-headed rookie. As for us, let's just keep calm, sit here, drink some tea, and wait for news. Sigh. After all these years, your temperament really hasn't changed at all. At this point, Zhang Jian had no other choice and could only sit there and wait for news. He only hoped that nothing would happen to student Qin Feng inside the dungeon. An accident? This really is a bit unexpected for me. Looking at the environment inside the dungeon, Qin Feng truly was quite surprised. This dungeon was called Dark Forest. In his mind, he had assumed the scenery inside would be rather dim and gloomy, but he had never expected that not only was it not dark, it was actually very beautiful. Sunlight shone across the land, dense forests surrounded them on all sides, and wildflowers covered the ground. Wow, the scenery in Dark Forest is way too beautiful. Su Jujo picked a large bunch of wildflowers, then wove them into a flower crown and wore it on her head. Be careful. Don't let your guard down. The prettier something is, the more dangerous it usually is. Qin Feng's expression was extremely serious. Whether it's dangerous or not, I'll know with one shout. Guan Chi said with a grin, "You little bastards, stop hiding. Your seventh master is here." As soon as he finished speaking, Guan Chi immediately released his taunt skill. A shield armor's taunt was a large area, non-targeted skill. As long as hostile monsters were within the skill's area of effect, all of them would be drawn by its aggro. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, dense sounds of leaves scraping against each other came from the forest. There really is something. Guan Chi's eyes lit up, and he decisively activated sturdy armor protection. A yellow light barrier instantly enveloped his whole body. Holy light shield. Seeing Guan Chi enter combat mode, Su Jujo hurriedly put a shield on him as well, while staying ready to cast healing at any moment. At level 6, Su Jujo had split her stat points evenly between intelligence and spirit, and with the all attribute points gained from leveling up, both her intelligence and spirit had now reached 85 points. Now, one holy light shield from her, plus her talent amplification, had already reached 336 points. That was still without the skill's level being raised. Otherwise, the shield value would be even higher. Upgrading skills required consuming a massive amount of experience points. Right now, their levels were still too low to meet the requirements for skill upgrades. Monster, Little Green Snake, normal, level, HP, 10,000 attack, 100 defense, skill, bite also inflicts poison damage of 10 points per second for 10 seconds. Monster, Venomous Spider, normal, level, HP, 9,000 attack, 120 defense, to skill, web bind, spits out a web to bind the enemy, while also dealing 15 points of poison damage per second for 10 seconds. Monster, Bloodthirsty Vine, normal, level, HP, 15,000, attack, 60, defense, 60, skill, Bloodthirsty Entanglement, sends out a vine to bind the enemy, making the target unable to move. Looking at the densely packed monster information in front of her, Su Jujo only felt her scalp go numb. Her face turned pale. Beneath such beautiful scenery, so many monsters were actually hidden. Now you know, right? The prettier something looks, the less you can afford to lower your guard around it. Su Jujo's expression was fully seen by Qin Feng. I understand now, Brother Feng. I won't make this kind of mistake again in the future. Su Jujo accepted the lesson humbly. Good enough if you understand. Qin Feng nodded, then took out his iron arm bow. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Minus 3,964. For arrows directly struck a venomous spider, instantly killing it. Holy crap, Brother Feng, and you still say you're not cheating? That's over 10,000 damage in one shot. Seeing the damage numbers Qin Feng had dealt, Guan Chi was instantly dumbfounded. But Qin Feng paid him no attention, because at that moment, his attention had been drawn to the system prompt that popped up. System prompt, killed venomous spider, experience plus 50. System prompt, Dark Reaper triggered, gained 1 point of agility. Agility, it actually harvested 1 point of agility. Looking at the agility stat harvested by Dark Reaper, Qin Feng's eyes turned red. This was practically a treasure land. I've struck it rich, I've struck it rich. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qin Feng drew his bow and fired even harder. Every arrow could take away one monster. The monsters here were generally around level 10, while Qin Feng was LV6. In other words, every time he killed one monster now, he could harvest 1 attribute point. System prompt, killed venomous spider. Experience plus 50. System prompt, Dark Reaper triggered. Gained 1 point of agility. System prompt, killed little green snake. Experience plus 50. System prompt, Dark Reaper triggered. Gained 1 point of intelligence. System prompt, killed bloodthirsty vine. Experience plus 50. System prompt, Dark Reaper triggered. Gained 1 point of constitution. Looking at the constant notifications appearing in the battle log, Qin Feng was grinning from ear to ear. Today I'm going to farm this dungeon into the ground. Qin Feng had completely gone crazy. His eyes even seemed to glow red. What he lacked most right now were his other attributes. And this dungeon just happened to provide exactly that. Seeing how insanely fast Brother Feng was killing while he was running around pulling mobs everywhere, Guan Chi was unwilling to fall behind. After all, each monster was worth 50 experience points, and with Qin Feng's current attack speed of 1 attack per second, that meant as long as there were enough monsters, he could gain 50 experience points every second. That was 3,000 points a minute. 10 minutes meant 30,000 points. It would only take about 10 more minutes to reach LV7. At that thought, Guan Chi's eyes also turned red, and he started running even faster. Xiao Jiu, keep up. We're getting ready to head into the woods. Hearing that, Su Juju nodded. Okay, as Qin Feng harvested more and more agility points. His attack speed slowly rose as well. At the same time, his HP and defense were also gradually increasing. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Suddenly, a huge commotion came from not far away. Even the ground under their feet trembled faintly. Qin Feng immediately activated Eye of Insight, and a set of information quickly appeared before his eyes. Monster, Green Snake King, Lord Rank, level, 20 HP, 500,000, attack, 1,000, defense, 200 skill. Bite also inflicts poison damage of 50 points per second for 10 seconds. Skill, Constricting Strangle, uses its powerful snake body to wrap around the target, causing massive damage. Old 7, a big one S here. The moment Qin Feng saw this Lord Rank boss, he immediately warned Guan Shi. Got it. Hearing Qin Feng's warning, Guan Shi instantly activated his talent, and his defense rose by 200 on the spot. Qin Feng wasn't worried about Guan Shi, because this Lord Rank boss couldn't break his defense at all. Very soon, Qin Feng cleared out the nearby small monsters, and the three of them arrived together at the Green Snake King's territory. They saw a green snake around a dozen zhang long and as thick as a water vat coiled outside a cave. Its pair of dark green pupils were locked tightly onto Qin Feng's group, and its tongue kept flicking in and out. Ugh, it stinks so bad. Guan Shi couldn't stand the fishy stench here, so he quickly took out a sheet of toilet paper from his system backpack, rolled it into 2 little paper plugs, and stuffed them into his nostrils. Brother Feng, I'm going in. After getting ready, Guan Shi took the lead, carrying the Minotaur's boning knife as he charged straight at the Green Snake King. But before he could even reach it, the snake whipped him away with a vicious tail strike, sending him flying several zhang before he slammed into a nearby tree and finally stopped. -1. A damage number popped up above Guan Shi's head. Damn it. Guan Shi climbed up from the ground, cursing nonstop. Even though the Green Snake King couldn't do any actual damage to him, to Guan Shi, this was a complete humiliation. You can't even break my defense. And you still smack me, flying with one tail? What is this? So you're just strong? You little bastard, come again. This time, Guan Shi directly used taunt. Hiss roar. The Green Snake King immediately let out an angry roar and lunged at Guan Shi with a bite. Damn it, if Lord 7 doesn't get mad. Do you think Lord 7 is Hello Kitty? As he spoke, he slashed at the Green Snake King's head with one blade. A damage number of over 300 floated up above it, accompanied by 10 points of fire damage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Once he saw that Guan Shi had locked down the aggro, Qin Feng also began drawing his bow and firing arrows. -4,234. One normal attack instantly blasted away more than 16,000 of the boss's HP. Good lord, Brother Feng's damage is just insane. Watching the damage number from Qin Feng jump 4 times in a row, Guan Shi was still deeply shocked every single time, even though this wasn't the first time he had seen it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Qin Feng kept firing arrows, the Green Snake King's HP dropped rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. But right then, a red dot appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. More accurately, a red marker appeared on the Green Snake King's head. At the sight of it, Qin Feng thought to himself, could that be the boss's weak point? With that in mind, he aimed at the red marker and fired an arrow. 8,464. The Green Snake King was killed on the spot. System prompt. Killed Lord Rank boss Green Snake King. Experience plus 2,000. System prompt. Dark Reaper triggered. Gained 1 point of constitution. The instant that outrageous damage number appeared, Qin Feng's pupils shrank sharply, and he thought inwardly, just as I guessed, the red marker really is the weak point. Holy shit, Guan Shi cried out in shock. He had been stunned by that damage number too. Brother Feng, please stop cheating already. I seriously can't understand your damage anymore. It straight up doubled. Brother Feng, how did you do that? Su Jujo at the side couldn't help asking too. Nothing much. I just attacked its weak point. It deals double damage. Qin Feng's tone was extremely calm, as if he were saying it was just a casual normal shot. Su Jujo and Guan Shi both went speechless at once. Alright, all of this is basic stuff. You'll see more of it later. Once you've seen it enough, it won't seem that strange anymore. Qin Feng waved his hand. Now then, it's time to collect our spoils. Alright, right? I almost forgot the most important part. Guan Shi smacked his forehead, finally remembering the looting phase. Haha, another excellent grade crystal core. There's actually a metal armor piece I can use too. Nice. The Green Snake King's eyes? What is this? Guan Shi picked up the materials one by one, then came over to Qin Feng and handed the crystal core to him. Brother Feng, what are these eyes for? Are they worth money? No idea. Wouldn't searching the trading market tell us? Qin Feng took the crystal core from Guan Shi, then looked at the Green Snake King's eyes. He immediately opened the panel and searched for the item in the item trading market. Very soon, the price of the Green Snake King's eyes appeared before him. Green Snake King's eyes, excellent grade selling price, 1 million star coins. Description: defeating the Lord class boss Green Snake King in the Lord of the Dark Forest has a very small chance of dropping this item. This is a special item that can be socketed into a staff to increase its attributes. 1 million star coins. Guan Shi cried out. While Qin Feng was searching, he was searching too. They D struck it rich. This time, they D really struck it rich. 1 million. He couldn't spend it all. There was no way he could spend it all. For Guanxi, even 10,000 was an astronomical figure, let alone 1 million. He hadn't even dared dream of a number like that before. But now, he truly had it in his hands. The moment Su Jujo heard that the Green Snake King S.I. was worth 100 W, symbols seemed to appear in her eyes. 1 million star coins? Doesn't that mean I can eat barbecue every day from now on? Eat it. Pig out. You can even have it as every meal. We'll eat one piece and throw one away, Guanxi said with a grin. Eat one and throw one away? What a waste. Su Jujo rolled her eyes at him. Brother Feng, are we selling this thing? Guanxi looked at Qin Feng. Hearing that, Qin Feng thought for a moment before replying. We've got enough money for now, so let us keep it first. What if it's useful later? Besides, this thing S drop rate isn't high. All right, we'll do it your way. Guanxi nodded in agreement. Actually, Qin Feng was thinking that if the eye of an excellent grade Snake King could improve equipment attributes, then what about an epic grade one, or something even higher? And right now, he still didn't know just how much this eye could improve equipment. On top of that, there was an even more important point. The item price shown by the attribute panel was only a reference value. Its actual value was another matter entirely. Judging by this thing as drop rate, it was definitely the kind of item that had a price but no market. After all, any item that could improve equipment attributes was bound to be outrageously expensive. So, he had no intention of selling it. Besides, even if they ran short on money, they could always sell some other items. After a simple rest, the three of them headed deeper into the dense forest once more. They pushed forward all the way. Along the road, they ran into all kinds of poisonous creatures and monsters, but every last one of them turned into experience points and attribute points. Now, Qin Feng finally understood why this beautiful dungeon was called the Dark Forest. Because beneath this beautiful scenery hid far too many dangers. One careless step, and you would be buried here. The name, Dark Forest, was meant to warn every trial taker not to be fooled by appearances, or they would suffer badly. Finally, after 2 hours of travel, Qin Feng and the other two reached the core region of the Dark Forest. The closer they got to the core area, the higher the monsters' levels became. By now, the monsters here were generally level 20. Elite class mobs were everywhere, and there were quite a few lord class ones too. But the most eye-catching thing was the towering giant tree growing in the core region. Monster, polluted ancient tree of life, monarch class. Level, 20 HP, 10 million attack, 1000 defense, 3000 skill. Whiplash swings its roots to attack. Each root deals 1,500 points of damage. Skill, absorb. When HP falls below 30%, it absorbs nutrients from the surroundings, restoring 1% of its HP per second for 10 seconds. Skill, binding. A sturdy cage woven from branches, used to restrain enemies. Holy crap, can this thing even be killed? Guanxi looked at the boss's information, and for the first time, doubt rose in his heart toward Qin Feng. Truthfully, it wasn't his fault. Even Qin Feng wasn't sure, because this boss had a healing mechanic. When its HP dropped below 30%, that mechanic would trigger, restoring 1% every second for 10 seconds. That 1% might sound small, but this boss had a full 10 million HP. 1% was 100,000. In 10 seconds, it could recover 1 million. If it could heal infinitely, then no matter how they fought, they wouldn't be able to kill it. Because Qin Feng's damage per second, even if every arrow hit a weak point, was only in the tens of thousands. He was still some distance away from breaking 100,000. Name, Qin Feng. Class, Archer. Level, LV8, 2250128000. Talent 1. I have Insight. Talent 2. Sublimation, undetectable. Passive natal skill, Super God Tier Dark Reaper. Passive skill, D-rank multi-shot with each attack. 3 additional arrows will be added. Equipment. Iron Arm Bow level 1, normal grade. Mighty Vajra Bracelet level 5, excellent grade. HP, 1,430 points. MP, 1,250 points. Physical attack, 4,405. Magic attack, 620 attack speed, 205. Physical defense, 675. Magic defense, 585. Strength, 875. Intelligence, 122. Agility, 145. Constitution, 133. Spirit, 115. Free attribute points, 16. After closing his attribute panel, Qin Feng looked at Guanxi and said, Old 7, this boss is the low attack, high HP, high defense type. Especially that healing mechanic. If I'm guessing right, it absorbs nutrients from the surroundings. Described in that skill most likely refers to the monsters around it. As long as those monsters aren't all killed off, it'll probably be able to heal endlessly. So we have to clear out those Lord class bosses first. But there's so many Lord class bosses around. Once we make a move, we'll definitely pull them over. If they all gang up on us, can you hold them off? Let's give it a try. With little Gio here, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Guanxi looked at Su Jujo. Alright, then let us try it. If you can't hold, then we'll retreat. Qin Feng nodded. I'll follow your lead, Brother Feng. As soon as he finished speaking, Guanxi walked toward a nearby Lord-class boss. He immediately fired off a taunt, instantly drawing over that boss along with all the surrounding elite-class monsters. This Lord-class boss was a ghost-faced spider. Its HP was only 400,000, 10,000 less than the Green Snake King's, but its attack power was a full double that of the Green Snake King, reaching 2,000. Now that Guanxi had reached level 8, he had once again put all his free attribute points into Constitution, increasing it by a full 60 points, which worked out to 300 defense. With his current defense, if he activated Iron Armor Protection and his talent, he could absolutely withstand its damage. But there was one fatal problem. The longer his talent stayed active, the greater the drain on himself. Activating a talent was not cost-free. Some consumed mana, some consumed vitality, and some could only consume spirit. What Guanxi consumed was mana. As a shield armor user, all his points went into Constitution, so his mana pool was very small. Once Guanxi's mana was depleted, his talent would shut off as well. If it consumed HP, then Su Jiujiu could still heal him. So now, it was time to test Guanxi. This might be a datafied, game-like world, but combat talent was still necessary. The battlefield changed in an instant. Anything could happen. If you could grasp every detail in a fight, your chances of survival would rise greatly. For example, dodging attacks through movement, controlling your distance while pulling monsters, and so on, instead of just tanking monsters head-on and standing in place while they attacked you, unless you had a huge amount of resources to support that kind of consumption. But right now, Qin Feng and the other two were facing exactly this kind of predicament. Looks like my experience is still lacking. I wasn't prepared enough. I forgot to buy consumables. After we get out this time, I have to make sure I'm fully prepared. Qin Feng blamed himself a little. When they had cleared the newbie trial dungeon before, the three of them hadn't used any consumables at all, which made Qin Feng overlook this point. And now, this dungeon had taught Qin Feng a lesson. At present, Qin Feng's attack speed was as high as 205, allowing him to unleash 2 attacks per second. The ghost-faced spider with 400,000 HP was taken down by Qin Feng in just a little over 10 seconds. As for the elite mobs, Qin Feng killed them all in just a few hits. After clearing the first wave of monsters, the three of them began cleaning up the battlefield. Elite monsters could drop crystal cores, but not every elite monster would drop one. From this wave, they gained 12 rare-grade crystal cores and 1 excellent-grade crystal core. In addition, that Lord-tier ghost-faced spider had also dropped a universal E-rank skill book. Gale Step E-rank. Universal increases your movement speed. What a pity. I can't learn it yet. I have to wait until level 10 to unlock the next skill slot. Qin Feng put the skill book into his system backpack. As levels rose, the EXP required for each level up doubled every time. As for whether it would stay like that later on, Qin Feng didn't know. At least for his current level, that was how it worked. After picking up the loot, Guanxi began pulling the second wave of monsters. Using the same method, the second wave was also quickly cleared by Qin Feng. This time, the Lord-tier boss was a stone golem. Its defense was extremely high, its attack power wasn't weak either, and every time it used a skill, it came with a stun effect. Guanxi spent more than 10 seconds getting stunned over and over. Thankfully, the rewards were abundant. This time, it also dropped a skill book, and it was even a passive thorn skill book usable by shield armor, named Spiked Armor. Spiked Armor. Passive every time you are attacked, the attacker suffers 20 physical defense, reflected damage. Although this passive skill was only E-rank, it suited Guanxi extremely well, because it was a growth-type thorn skill book. As Guanxi's defense kept rising, the reflected damage enemies suffered would also grow stronger. Good stuff. Didn't he expect that I'd get a passive skill too? Holding Spiked Armor in both hands, Guanxi kept kissing it. You, so gross. Seeing that, Su Jiujiu quickly moved away from Guanxi, afraid she might get tainted by bad luck. Xiaojiu, are you jealous your bro has a passive skill now too? Guanxi had pretty thick skin. Su Jiujiu crossed her arms and turned her head away. TCH, I'm not jealous at all. Guanxi said, you're only saying that. Deep down, you must be jealous to death. Su Jiujiu said, Brother Phone, look at him. That dead old 7 is bullying me. Unable to win against Guanxi, Su Jiujiu immediately turned to Qin Feng and acted spoiled for help. This move was effective no matter when she used it. Seeing this, Qin Feng's head started to ache. All right, old 7, say a little less. We're still fighting here. Bleh. Su Jiujiu made a face at Guanxi. Xiaojiu, you're getting bolder and bolder, huh? Your skin itching. ISNT it? You even dare call me old 7 now? Guanxi glared fiercely at Su Jiujiu. Come hit me then. How about Brother Phone backing me up? There's nothing you can do to me, Su Jiujiu said proudly. Guanxi gritted his teeth. Watching the two bicker also eased some of the tension in Qin Feng's heart. After gathering himself, Qin Feng and the other two resumed clearing out the Lord-tier bosses around them. About half an hour passed before they finally finished. I am exhausted. I need to lie down for a while. Guanxi dropped to the ground, looking utterly drained. Although those Lord-tier bosses couldn't deal damage to Guanxi, all kinds of control effects made him feel miserable. If he wasn't being stunned, that he was being bound and unable to move. He was practically numb from it all. Seeing that, Qin Feng and Su Jujiu also took a short rest. By now, all the elite monsters and all the lore-tier bosses around them had been cleared. The only thing left was that polluted ancient tree of life. As long as they didn't enter its territory, it wouldn't attack them. This gave them the perfect chance to recover their consumed resources. During the break, Qin Feng sorted through the gains from this run. 56 rare-grade crystal cores, 14 excellent-grade crystal cores, various rare-grade materials in assorted quantities. They had also gotten quite a few excellent-grade pieces of equipment. However, they were all level 20, so the three of them couldn't use them for the time being. Qin Feng planned to sell them all in a bundle after leaving the dungeon, then use the money from selling the gear to buy more consumable potions. As for skill books, they had dropped several too. Among them was one copy of Fearless Heart, a priest-exclusive aura skill, which was perfect for Su Jujiu. The rest would be bundled up and sold as well. Fearless Heart, E-rank, priest-exclusive aura skill after activating the skill. All friendly units within the aura S coverage, initially 20 meters, with the range increasing as the skill level rises, gain 20 attack. With Su Jujiu's talent combined with this skill, that bonus could be raised to 40, which was undoubtedly an epic level boost for Qin Feng. With a support like that at his side, his damage would rise to another level. After getting the skill book, Su Jujiu happily went and showed it off in front of Guan Qi. A 40 attack increase was definitely stronger than Guan Qi's passive spiked armor. About 10 minutes later, Guan Qi had finally recovered. Brother Feng, I'm ready. Seeing this, Qin Feng took out the iron arm bow. Be careful. Guan Qi nodded. Don't worry. Then Guan Qi moved to a spot not too far from the big boss and immediately cast a taunt at it before turning around and sprinting away without a second glance. Although this boss's attack wasn't high, its control effects were disgustingly annoying. Guan Qi had no intention of standing still and letting himself get controlled by it. Not far away, once Qin Feng saw that Guan Qi had secured aggro, he activated Eye of Insight and began pouring out damage like crazy. Every shot aimed at the boss's weak point. Because this boss was a giant tree, it couldn't move at all and could only passively take the hits. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2,300 times 4. Weak point hit. 2,300 times 4. 2,300 times 4. Its 10 million HP really did look outrageous. But with Qin Feng's Eye of Insight activated, every one of his attacks could strike the ancient tree of life as weak point. And now that his attack speed had reached 205, his DPS was also close to 20,000. As time passed, the boss's HP continued to drop. When its HP fell to 30%, a green light spread out from its roots, and its HP visibly began rising again. 100,000, 100,000, 100,000. 10 seconds later, its HP had climbed back to 38%. Even while the boss was healing, Qin Feng kept attacking without pause. In 10 seconds, Qin Feng knocked off nearly 200,000 HP from it. Very quickly, the life ancient tree's HP dropped to 30% again. Only this time, it didn't trigger its healing mechanism. Seeing this, Qin Feng pondered inwardly. Could it be that the boss's healing mechanism has nothing to do with the surrounding monsters? Unable to figure it out, Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to think further about it. Anyway, this was a good thing. And with the current strength of Qin Feng's three-man team, they still couldn't ignore the attacks of all the surrounding Lord-tier bosses and force-kill this Monarch-tier boss. So no matter what, they had to clear out the surrounding monsters first. Maybe after reaching level 10, things would become much easier. Because when it had killed the Green Snake King earlier, Guan Qi had gotten a level 10 metal armor drop. Metal armor. Green Snake King's snake scale armor. Excellent. Type. Clothing. Level. Requires level 10 to equip. Physical defense. 200 HP. 500 mana. 400 poison resistance. Poison attribute resistance 10. With a boost from this metal armor, Guan Qi's defense stats would rise by a huge margin. Likewise, Qin Feng and Su Jujiu also had level 10 equipment. It could be said that level 10 was another key milestone for their strength to rise again. And now, they weren't far from level 10. The next time they entered this dungeon, they would definitely reach level 10, since the life ancient tree didn't trigger its healing mechanism again. Under Qin Feng's continuous attacks, its HP was finally emptied. When it was killed, a scene appeared before the eyes of Qin Feng and the other two. Scene content. The sky suddenly split open, and a mysterious power descended into this forest. This giant tree was right at the core of that power. Very quickly, under the nourishment of that power, all the flora and fauna in the entire forest underwent huge changes, especially the poisonous creatures. Their growth speed became extremely fast, and they themselves already carried poison attribute attacks. It didn't take long before they began crazily hunting those large animals. The scene ended abruptly there. Looking at the scene, Qin Feng finally understood why there were no large animals in this forest. So they had all been hunted down by these poisonous creatures. The Gloom Dark Forest truly lived up to its name. Qin Feng sighed inwardly. System prompt. Monarch tier life ancient tree killed. Experience plus 50,000. System prompt. Dark Reaper triggered. Gained 1 point of constitution. Holy shit. 50,000 EXP. I leveled up. Ha ha ha. Off to the side, Guan Qi burst into loud laughter. Level 9. I'm not far from level 10 now. It wasn't just him. A streak of golden light also shone from Qin Feng and Su Juzhou. From LV8 to LV9, the required EXP was 128,000, and from LV9 to LV10, it required 200,000 EXP. Qin Feng couldn't make sense of this leveling system at all. If it followed the previous leveling pattern, then going from 9 to 10 should have required 2,560,000 instead. But now, it only needed 200,000. He couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't. Still, this was a good thing too. As the scene disappeared, it meant it was time to reap the rewards. Qin Feng and the other two quickly arrived at where the life ancient tree had originally stood. Looking at this huge pile of materials in front of them, especially those few items radiating purple light, Guan Qi was practically drooling from the corner of his mouth. We're rich. Epic grade crystal core. Weapon. Staff of life level 20. Epic. Necklace. Heart of the life ancient tree level 20. Epic. Skill. Elven hymn. C rank. Aura type skill. After putting all the other materials into his backpack, Guan Qi handed all 4 of these items over to Qin Feng. After receiving them, Qin Feng carefully examined the 4 items. Staff of Life, aside from increasing base magic attack by 500, also gave plus 50 intelligence and plus 50 spirit. In addition, it had 20% skill cooldown reduction and increased healing effects by 20%. Without a doubt, this weapon was top tier for a priest. Even for a mage, it was extremely good, especially because of that 20% cooldown reduction. As for Elven hymn, this C-rank support type Aura skillbook increased the attack speed of friendly units within the Aura S range by 30%. The initial range was 30 meters, and the range would increase as the skill level rose. Needless to say, this was absolutely another skillbook that suited Su Juzhou perfectly. Earlier, Su Juzhou had already obtained an Aura skillbook that could increase attack power, and now she had obtained another Aura skillbook that increased attack speed. It had to be said, Su Juzhou's luck was genuinely good. Xiaojiu, this staff and the skillbook both suit you very well. Qin Feng handed the 2 items to Su Juzhou. Seeing that, Su Juzhou didn't refuse. She happily accepted them, then put them into her backpack. Thank you, Brother Feng. Su Juzhou understood very clearly that among the 3 of them, her talent was the worst. In every battle, aside from putting a shield on Guan Qi, she was basically just watching from the side. If she wanted to grow stronger quickly and help Brother Feng and Brother Qi, then she needed these resources. At this moment, Guan Qi shoved his big face in front of Su Juzhou. Xiaojiu, how come you're not thanking your Brother Qi too? Because you're always bullying me. Su Juzhou let out a light snort. Guan Qi was instantly choked by that reply. Seeing Guan Qi looking so stifled, Su Juzhou immediately covered her mouth and laughed. Haha, I was joking. I'm not actually mad, but I should thank Brother Qi too. It's fine, Guan Qi scratched his head and let out a silly laugh. After handing the Staff of Life and the skill book to Su Juzhou, Qin Feng finally carefully examined the epic grade necklace. Necklace, Heart of the Life Ancient Tree, Epic, Type, Accessory, Level, requires level 20 to equip, Fortify, Constitution plus 50 Swiftness, Agility plus 50 Swiftness, Agility plus 50 Mountain Lifting, Strength plus 50, Calm Mind, can remove all negative statuses from self, cooldown, 180 seconds, description. This was condensed from the core power of the Life Ancient Tree, and is also the pride in its heart. It possesses unimaginable power. This, Qin Feng was shocked by the necklace's massive stat bonuses, but by its skill and item description. Removes all negative statuses from self? Doesn't that mean with this necklace, I want fear any control type skills? Unimaginable power? Could that be referring to this skill? If it really is as I think, then this necklace is insanely overpowered. Qin Feng carefully put the necklace away, then looked toward Guan Qi. Old Qi, sort out the materials we don't need first. We'll go out in a bit and deal with the unnecessary materials, then buy some consumable medicines. All right, Guan Qi nodded. All the way through this sweep, all the materials and star coins dropped by the bosses had been collected by Guan Qi, while all the valuable equipment was kept with Qin Feng. If Guan Qi was the warehouse of this 3-man team, then Qin Feng was the treasury, and Su Juzhou was their logistical support for daily needs. The 3 of them could be said to have a very clear division of labor. Very quickly, Guan Qi sorted through all the materials, separating out everything unimportant or unnecessary. Right after that, the 3 of them left the party. This dungeon was different from the beginner trial dungeon. It had no clear record, and it certainly didn't record clear times. Outside the dungeon, when Qin Feng and the other 2 appeared in the dungeon plaza, the staff member in charge of the Dark Forest immediately lit up. But very quickly, the expression on his face was replaced by shock. Good lord, level 9. When these 3 had entered the dungeon just now, they had only been level 6. That meant they had cleared the nightmare difficulty. Thinking of this, The staff member immediately reported Qin Feng's situation to his superior in secret. After his superior learned about it, he continued reporting upward to his own superior. And that superior was naturally the director of the Superpower Bureau, Lin Zhan. The moment Lin Zhan found out, he didn't waste a single word before calling Principal Wu on video. Brother Wu, they're out. In the Principal's office of Kanglin No. 1 High School, Principal Wu was drinking tea with Zhang Jiyin, the dean of Vermilion Bird Academy. As soon as he accepted Lin Zhan's video call, that was the first thing he heard. Principal Wu immediately put down his teacup. Really? What level are they now? At the side, Zhang Jiyin and Lu Yanqing both perked up their ears at once. Lin Zhan said, according to the report from below, they've already reached level 9. Level 9. Principal Wu burst out laughing. Good. They gained 3 levels from just one run through the dark forest. If my guess is right, they most likely cleared out every monster inside. Lin Zhan agreed, exactly. That is what I think too. Otherwise, it would been impossible for them to reach level 9. Honestly, when I first heard the news, I was extremely shocked too. I never would he thought that 3 newly awakened awakeners could clear nightmare difficulty in only about 3 hours. That is unprecedented in our Kanglin city. Even looking across the whole country, it's probably extremely rare. Principal Wu nodded. It really is shocking. I understand the situation now. From here on, you need to keep a close eye on their movements, and you must also stay alert to certain restless family forces. If those people dare break the rules, you know what to do, right? Hearing that, a trace of coldness flashed through Lin Zhan's eyes. Of course I do. If those people dare reach out, I'll chop off their damn claws. The safety of those 3 concerns the future of our Kanglin city. At that moment, Zhang Jiyin suddenly stepped to Principal Wu's side and looked at Lin Zhan on the screen. That's right. Director Lin is absolutely correct. If anyone unruly dares make a move against the nation's future flowers, they must be met with thunderous measures. Why you read Dean Zheng of Vermilion Bird Academy? Lin Zhan stared at the familiar face that had suddenly appeared on the screen, but he quickly realized who it was. No matter what, he had never expected someone of his stature to personally come to Kanglin City. After all, figures at the level of the deans of the 4 great academies usually only appeared in the news. And now, he had come to a small place like Kanglin City. Judging from his tone, he seemed to have come for Qin Feng and the other 2. That's right. It's me. Zhang Jiyin directly acknowledged his identity. Dean Zheng. Welcome to Kanglin City for your inspection, Lin Zhan said, suppressing the shock in his heart with an official-sounding line. Zhang Jiyin didn't exchange any bureaucratic pleasantries with him. After all, he wasn't part of the official system. Instead, he bluntly stated the purpose of his visit. Director Lin, to be frank, I didn't come to Kanglin City for anything else. I came for Qin Feng and the other 2. The 3 of them are key observation targets of Vermilion Bird Academy. Therefore, in my capacity as the Dean of Vermilion Bird Academy, I am now requiring you to ensure their safety at all costs. Take note. On the surface, Zhang Jiyin said it was a requirement, and he even used an absolute command in his tone. What he really meant was this. If you fail to handle this properly, then the students of your Kanglin City who want to enter Vermilion Bird Academy in the future will need to go through very careful review. Never underestimate the methods of a dean from a transcendent academy. No one knew how many students graduated from their academy every year, and over the years, many of those graduates had risen to high positions. Some had even become core personnel of Xian Nation. With just one phone call from Zhang Jiyin, even if you were part of the upper core ranks of the Superpower Bureau, he could still have you removed all the same. And that was only by using some of his connections. If force were involved, then in all of Xian Nation, aside from the 10 origin level powerhouses, how many people could actually be his match? Without real ability, how could he possibly sit in the position of Dean of one of the 4 great academies? Please rest assured, Dean Zheng, I know what to do. Lin Zhan straightened his back and gave his guarantee. His tone and expression were extremely serious. At this moment, Lin Zhan was overjoyed inside, because this was basically him latching on his Zhang Jiyin's thigh. As long as he could guarantee Qin Feng and the other 2 stayed alive over the next month, then he would have properly completed the task Dean Zheng had given him. In the future, maybe his position could even be pushed a little higher. Maybe one day, entering the provincial capital wouldn't be impossible either. The more he thought about it, the more fired up Lin Zhan became. After hanging up the video call, Lin Zhan immediately arranged for people to protect Qin Feng and the other 2 in secret. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Feng, who was currently selling materials at Wanbao Pavilion, had no idea that he had already caught the eye of the Dean of Vermilion Bird Academy. He knew even less that he was already under protection. And right now, he was in the middle of arguing with a salesperson from Wanbao Pavilion. Bro, take a good look. These materials all come from a Lord level boss, but you're trying to buy them at elite level prices? That cuts the price down by several times over. Or what? Is Wanbao Pavilion so big that it bullies customers? Guan Qi was furious. If Qin Feng hadn't even holding him back so hard, he would be already thrown hands with this guy. Hey, what is wrong with you? Can't you understand plain language? I already told you that that's the price. What? Looking at you 3, you want to make a move on me. Why don't you take a good look at where this is? Wanbao Pavilion. The nationwide chain Wanbao Pavilion. The salesperson's face was full of disdain. This salesperson from Wanbao Pavilion had taken one look at the ordinary clothes Qin Feng and the others were wearing and concluded that they definitely didn't come from any major family force. So he wanted to butcher them hard and pocket a nice cut for himself. This was the first time something like this had happened. If he said there was no one backing him, Qin Feng wouldn't believe it, even if you beat him to death. Otherwise, there was no way a mere salesperson would dare to suppress the purchase price this openly. This price had been crushed straight from the ceiling down into the mud. Our Wanbao Pavilion's purchase prices are exactly like this. If you're not satisfied, then go sell them somewhere else. At this point, the salesperson paused for a moment. Then a mocking look appeared on his face. But as your big brother, let me give you a piece of advice. If Wanbao Pavilion doesn't accept something, the vendors outside won't dare accept it either. Once you walk out that door, if you ever want to sell anything again, our Wanbao Pavilion won't take it. Not a single thing. That last sentence was a naked threat aimed straight at Qin Feng. Faced with the threat from this Wanbao Pavilion salesperson, Qin Feng was furious. He wanted nothing more than to smash this stupid bastard to death with one punch. But he knew he couldn't. At least, not yet. This was already the second person to threaten Qin Feng since his awakening. The first was Ho Xiaoshan, that classmate everyone called Ho San. Earlier, Ho Xiaoshan had only mocked Qin Feng a couple of times, but that contempt and disdainful tone had made Qin Feng, as a transmigrator, extremely unhappy. As one of the great transmigrator army, how could he let someone mock him so casually? Although he was unhappy, Qin Feng had not gone so far as to want Ho San dead. What truly gave Qin Feng killing intent was not those two simple insults, but the fact that Ho San had openly tried to drive a wedge between him and Guanqi. That was Qin Feng's bottom line. Anyone who dared cross it would go straight on his kill list. Because of that, he had long since written Ho San down in his mental notebook. Now he was only waiting for a chance to kill him. Before transmigrating, I lived like a coward, like a beaten workhorse. After transmigrating, if I still keep living like a coward, then wouldn't that mean I transmigrated for nothing? Not to mention that I even got two massive cheats. Once a person had miasma in his heart, if he didn't spit it out, he would never feel at ease. Ever since coming to this world, Qin Feng had always held one line in his heart. I would rather betray the whole world than let the whole world betray me. And now, he had been threatened once again. At this moment, Qin Feng understood one truth even more clearly. Power was the foundation for a person to stand firm, while strength was the fullest source of confidence within oneself. To possess great power was to stand at the peak of the world, and strength was the force that gave power its execution. Tap, tap, tap. Just as Qin Feng was preparing to swallow this silent loss, a hurried set of footsteps came from far away and quickly stopped in front of him. The newcomer was a middle-aged man with a fat belly, slick back hair, and a gray suit. One look, and he was the very image of a greasy middle-aged uncle. "Excuse me, are you student Qin Feng from Kanglin? One high school?" The middle-aged man asked respectfully. Hearing that, Qin Feng sized him up, then nodded without hiding anything. "That's right. Oh, right, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the person in charge of this Wanbao Pavilion branch. My surname is Qian Shengqian." As he spoke, Qian Shengqian handed Qin Feng a golden card. On the card were the two words, "Gold." This is our Wanbao Pavilion Gold VIP. As long as student Qin holds it, no matter which Wanbao Pavilion in the country you buy materials, equipment, or consumable items from, you'll enjoy a 20% discount. Qian Shengqian briefly introduced the various benefits of the Gold VIP. Qian Shengqian. Qin Feng truly did not know what to say about that name. Seeing that Qin Feng wasn't responding to him, Qian Shengqian started getting anxious. Just moments ago, the director of the Superpower Bureau had personally called him and told him that someone in Wanbao Pavilion had actually dared to openly bully a seed contestant from Kanglin. One high school. It had scared him badly. Although Kanglin, one high school had seed contestants every year. Anyone who could attract Director Lin's attention and even make him personally give instructions definitely had an extraordinary background. He was absolutely not someone a mere branch manager of Wanbao Pavilion, like him, could afford to offend. That was why this scene had happened. Meanwhile, the salesperson nearby was already trembling all over because he realized he seemed to have provoked someone he absolutely could not afford to provoke. Out of the corner of his eye, Qian Shengqian also noticed the salesperson's abnormal reaction and instantly understood. He understood everything. The person Lin Zhan had said was bullying Qin Feng had to be this man. He gave a look to the guard who had come with him. The guard immediately grabbed the salesperson by the ankle and dragged him in front of Qin Feng like a dead dog. "Director Qian, I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. Spare me this once. I'm begging you." The salesperson dropped to his knees in front of Qian Shengqian and kowtowed again and again. His eyes were filled with terror. He no longer had any of the arrogance he had before. Qian Shengqian ignored him and instead looked at Qin Feng, signaling that Qin Feng could decide how this matter would be handled. "Director Qian." Since Qin Feng had heard the salesperson address Qian Shengqian that way, he used the same title. "I want to ask something. When your Wanbao Pavilion buys back materials, do you treat materials of excellent grade as if they were rare grade? The moment those words came out, Qian Shengxian's face changed drastically, while the salesperson instantly collapsed limply to the ground. What? Something like this actually happened? Qian Shengxian's chest rose and fell violently. He looked furious. I really didn't expect this. I truly didn't expect this. In a Wanbao pavilion branch under my management, something like this would happen. Xie Xiaofei, tell me, who the hell gave you the guts to do this? Qian Shengxian grabbed the salesperson, Xie Xiaofei, by the collar and shouted his question. It was Xie Daqiang. Xie Xiaofei did not dare hide anything and immediately spat out a name. Xie Daqiang. Good, very good. What is Xie Daqiang? Qian Shengxian was so angry he laughed instead. But right now was not the time to deal with that person. Instead, he looked at Qin Feng. Student Qin, I more or less understand what happened. But so I don't delay your time, I should handle your business first. Hearing that, Qin Feng nodded, then looked at Guan Shi beside him, signaling him to take out the materials they were there to sell. Seeing that, Guan Shi dumped everything out in one go. Yes, dumped. Looking at that pile of lower-grade materials stacked like a small hill, a trace of shock flashed through Qian Shengxian's eyes. It was that he had never seen so many lower-grade materials before. But seeing them taken out for sale by an awaken one who was only level 9, this was his first time. Very quickly, Qian Shengxian had several staff members begin sorting them. As for him, he invited Qin Feng, Guan Shi, and Su Jiujiu to the nearby lounge area. Student Qin, this matter was our Wanbao Pavilion's fault. I wonder what request you might have. As long as you say it, and as long as it's within my ability, I'll do my best to satisfy it. Nothing much. I only want to know what will happen to that man. Qin Feng's tone was calm. Sitting on the sofa, he stared straight at Qian Shengxian as he asked. Although Qin Feng did not know why Qian Shengxian feared him so much. Right now the advantage was on his side, so why shouldn't he act tougher? That's right, fear. Because just now, Qin Feng had clearly seen the anxious look on the other man's face. At first, Qin Feng had considered whether it was because of his proof as a seed contestant from Kanglan No. One high school, but obviously that wasn't it. Because Qian Shengxian had come too suddenly and too urgently. It seemed certain that someone had reported how he had been bullied by that salesperson, which was why Qian Shengxian had rushed over in such panic. And for the person in charge of a Wanbao Pavilion branch to personally come and handle things for him, then the identity of the person secretly helping him had to be anything but ordinary. As for whether that person was Principal Wu, Qin Feng wasn't sure either. Because in the whole of Kanglan City, the biggest figure he knew was Principal Wu. Sitting across from Qin Feng, Qian Shengxian was being stared at so intently that a chill ran down his back. He will die. Not just him. Even the person behind him will die. Qian Shengxian did not hide it. If Xie Xiaofei had offended someone else, then by paying Wanbao Pavilion a certain sum of money, he might still have had a chance to live. But the one he offended was Qin Feng. And Qin Feng had someone backing him, someone Qian Shengxian could not afford to provoke. Therefore, this Xie Xiaofei could only die. Hearing Qian Shengxian's answer, Qin Feng showed no change in expression, but in his heart, he had already labeled Qian Shengxian as a ruthless character. Qin Feng only wanted Xie Xiaofei's life, but Qian Shengxian wanted to uproot everything. It seems my heart still isn't ruthless enough, nor hard enough. Qin Feng warned himself inwardly. If you cut the grass without removing the roots, it'll grow back when the spring breeze blows. Now that Qian Shengxian could help him solve one problem, that was naturally for the best. Since this person is from your Wanbao Pavilion, then as an outsider, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to interfere. Having gotten a satisfactory answer, Qin Feng naturally went along with it and gave Qian Shengxian some face. In that case, many thanks, little friend Qin. Qian Shengxian smiled on the surface as he thanked Qin Feng. Qin Feng's words sounded like he was giving him face, giving him a way out to handle internal matters. No matter who heard it, no one could find any fault with it. At the same time, in the eyes of outsiders, Qin Feng was still the victim. But if one thought carefully, was that really the case? With one simple sentence from Qin Feng, Qian Shengxian was forced to become the blade that would get rid of Xie Xiaofei, and it would be a blade used righteously against his own people. On top of that, he had no way to refuse. At this moment, Qian Shengxian felt a chill in his heart and labeled Qin Feng as someone who absolutely could not be provoked. Even the way he addressed Qin Feng had changed from classmate Qin to little friend Qin. As the person in charge of this Wanbao Pavilion branch, Qian Shengxian had seen all kinds of people, but this was the first time he had met a young man as meticulous as Qin Feng. Without even realizing it, he had already been schemed against by him. Of course, this matter had originally been Wanbao Pavilion's fault to begin with, and reason was not on his side. Not long after, a staff member came over to report the sale price of the materials. Director Qian, classmate Qin. We've finished sorting the materials and completed the price estimate. Based on market recovery prices, the total comes to 15,920,000 star coins. 15,920,000. When Guan Shi heard this astronomical number, his heart pounded wildly, as if it were about to leap out of his throat. Even his breathing became a little hurried. Still, in order not to embarrass himself in front of outsiders, he forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart. As for Qin Feng, upon hearing the number, he merely nodded slightly. It was more or less the same as what he had estimated. 15,920,000? Then let us round it up. Give little friend Qin 16 million. Qian Shangqian said to the staff member. Understood. The staff member nodded. Just as the staff member was about to leave, Qin Feng called out to stop him. All right, please prepare some recovery-type potions for me as well. 100 bottles of each. Deduct the cost from material payment. There is no need for that. Let these potions count as Wanbao Pavilion's apology gift to little friend Qin. Qian Shangqian quickly waved his hand to stop him. How could I accept that? Director Qian has already helped me once. Qin Feng said it was inappropriate, but he didn't refuse. If there were benefits to take, why not take them? Besides, Qian Shangqian was right. He had suffered for no reason here, so why shouldn't he get some compensation out of it? Qian Shangqian said, little friend Qin, there is no need to be like this. Just treat it as giving me some face. Take them, and let us not speak of it further. In that case, many thanks, Director Qian. Qin Feng said with a smile. If you keep thanking me, that is too distant. To be honest, this is the first time I've met such a young and outstanding talent as little friend Qin. Qian Shangqian began flattering him. If Brother Qin thinks highly enough of me, Qian Shangqian, then just call me Brother Qian. In the future, if you come to sell other materials here, I definitely won't let you suffer a loss. In that case, many thanks, Brother Qian. Qin Feng thanked him again. Qian Shangqian burst out laughing. Qin Feng gained a new understanding of Qian Shangqian in his heart. That was, the man had thick skin. From classmate Qin to little friend Qin to brother Qin. Perhaps this was what merchants were like. Merchants chased profit, as long as there was money to be made. Things like pride and face had to be torn off and stuffed into their pockets. After that, the two exchanged a few more simple compliments. Only when the staff had prepared the recovery potions, and Qin Feng put away the star coin card containing 16 million, did he leave Wanbao Pavilion with Guan Qi and Su Jiujiu. After leaving Wanbao Pavilion, Qin Feng did not continue farming the dungeon. Instead, he found a nearby restaurant and went to eat. Inside a private room, Guan Qi looked at Qin Feng and asked in confusion, Brother Feng, that Qian Shangqian is obviously no good at first glance. Why were you still calling him brother and acting so close? Su Jiujiu at the side nodded as well. Brother Qi is right. I feel the same way too. Hee. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Even you two could see it. Did you think I couldn't? Guan Qi was a little confused. You don't understand? Qin Feng asked. Guan Qi nodded. Their essay saying, it's easy to meet the king of hell, but hard to deal with the little demons. Qin Feng said slowly. What happened at Wanbao Pavilion today may be the first time in our lives, but it definitely won't be the last. Why would brainless people try to make things difficult for us? Isn't it because we have no background and no strength? Any random person can bully us however they want. Even if that salesperson's real backer was Qian Shangqian, we can only pretend not to know for now. Why? Guan Qi looked even more lost. Why? Qin Feng let out a light laugh. Because ending things here is beneficial to both sides. If Qian Shangqian really is Xie Xiaofei's true backer, then he can use this matter to wipe away this bad debt, and at the same time get rid of those who know the truth. If that happens, then it's a huge win for him in more ways than one. At this point, Qin Feng sighed. How could he possibly swallow this anger so easily? Being able to scheme against Qian Shangqian once today was already the greatest gain. The feeling Qian Shangqian gave Qin Feng was that of a smiling tiger. He was too ruthless. To put it simply, Qin Feng only wanted Xie Xiaofei dead, while Qian Shangqian wanted to uproot everything completely. Qin Feng also didn't believe that Qian Shangqian was just putting on an act in front of him while doing something different behind his back. Because judging from Qian Shangqian's attitude toward him from the very beginning, Qin Feng was certain that someone behind him was helping him. And that person was someone Qian Shangqian absolutely could not afford to offend. For the next month, we'll still need Wanbao Pavilion to sell all kinds of materials for us and to buy recovery potions and the like. Qin Feng slowly explained the pros and cons to Guan Qi. So before we've fully grown stronger, there is no need to create a hostile relationship with them over some minor trouble. What we need most right now is time. Once the college entrance exam is over and we get that ticket, only by entering one of the 4 great academies will we truly leap through the Dragon Gate. Although, with Qin Feng's talent, it didn't really matter whether he entered one of the 4 great transcendent academies or not. The 4 great academies controlled many resources and dungeons, and those were exactly what Qin Feng needed most urgently. So that is how it is. I understand now. Guan Qi nodded. Su Jiujiu also came to a realization. Then according to what you mean, Brother Feng, as long as our strength becomes great enough to crush everything, we can ignore all rules? That is right. Exactly. Qin Feng looked at Su Jiujiu with satisfaction. So, Xiaojiu, you'll have to work hard from now on. How strong Brother Feng can become in the future will depend on your support abilities. I'll definitely work hard. Su Jiujiu clenched her right fist, made a little cheering gesture, and gave her promise with a serious expression. Qin Feng and Guan Qi looked at each other and both burst out laughing. Su Jiujiu didn't understand why they were laughing, but seeing how happy her two older brothers were, she started laughing too. After eating and drinking their fill, Qin Feng's three-man party continued their miserable dungeon farming journey. Since they still hadn't reached level 10, they once again chose to enter the Dark Forest dungeon. It was just that this time, the mode they chose was Inferno difficulty. After Qin Feng's group of 3 entered the dungeon, the staff member in charge of maintaining the Dark Forest dungeon immediately reported the matter to his superior. Inside the dungeon, the scenery was the same, but this time Guan Qi was fully alert. He immediately activated Armor Fortification Blessing, then rushed into the dense forest and continuously cast taunt skills. Since they had come fully prepared this time and bought a large amount of recovery potions, Guan Qi used his skills even more recklessly. Before long, all kinds of monsters had densely gathered around him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4,305 4. System prompt. Killed Little Green Snake. Gained 300 EXP. System prompt. Dark Reaper triggered. Gained 1 point of Constitution. Because this was Inferno mode, the stats of these small mobs had increased by nearly 3 times compared to Nightmare mode, and all the monsters were level 20. So each kill only gave 300 EXP. However, in front of Qin Feng's terrifying damage, they were still dealt with in a single normal shot. With their previous experience, they were much faster this time than in Nightmare mode. Soon, 1 hour passed, and the 3 of them once again entered the core area. Because they had killed quite a few Lord-level bosses along the way and gained a large amount of EXP, plus all the small mobs they had constantly swept through. Their levels had finally risen to level 10, unlocking a skill slot. Guan Qi finally put on the green snake hide metal armor he had been longing for, snake scale armor of the Green Snake King, and also learned the passive skill, Armor of Thorns. Su Jiujiu also got a major boost. She put on Minotaur's Bracer and learned Heart of Fearlessness, an auxiliary aura skill book that increased attack power. As for Qin Feng, he likewise switched to that epic grade bow, Golden Horn Bow of the Minotaur, and learned the common E-rank skill book Gale Step. Gale Step, level 1, consumes 20 mana points to increase the user's movement speed by 40% for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Level 1 Gale Step could increase movement speed by 40%, which was quite good for Qin Feng as well. After changing to the new weapon, Qin Feng's attack increased by several hundred points, and his attack speed also increased by 0.2. More importantly, it added 5% critical hit rate. That was really nice. Don't underestimate 5%. It might seem low, but now Qin Feng's attack speed had reached 3 point something, which meant he could attack 3 times per second. With the stacking effect of multi-shot, that became 12 arrows. No matter how bad his luck was, he would definitely trigger a critical hit once every few seconds. Name, Qin Feng. Class, Archer. Level, LV10 72,330,000. Talent 1, Eye of Insight D-Rank. Talent 2, Sublimation from Untraceable. Innate skill Godly. Passive Dark Reaper. Passive skill D-Rank Multi-Shot. Each attack will additionally fire 3 arrows. Skill E-Rank Active Gale Step. Equipment Golden Horn Bow of the Minotaur. Weapon Epic. Brute Vidra Bracelet Level 5. Bracelet Excellent. HP 2,430. Mana 2,250. Physical Attack 5,635. Magic Attack 1,065. Attack Speed 3.27. Physical Defense 1,175. Magic Defense 1,085. Strength 1,075. Intelligence 211. Agility 247. Constitution 233. Spirit 215. Free attribute points 0. After reaching level 10, Qin Feng had put all his free attribute points in strength. Right now, what he needed most was attack power. As for attack speed, as long as he could keep harvesting agility attributes, his attack speed would slowly rise on its own. Looking at his stat panel, Qin Feng was very satisfied. With stats like these, he should be on par with SSS-Rank monsters among his peers at the same level. Of course, that was only in terms of base stats and did not include equipment bonuses. In truth, Qin Feng knew very well that as levels increased, those SSS-Rank prodigies from great families would be able to wear much stronger equipment, and the stat bonuses they received would be even greater. At a minimum, their total power would probably double. Level 10 was a threshold. Not only did it unlock a new skill slot, it also allowed one to equip level 10 gear. So he did not dare waste any time at all. If he wanted to grow stronger quickly, he had to rely on Dark Reaper to keep harvesting attributes. After all, Guan Qi was SS rank. Every time he leveled up, all his attributes increased by 15 points. Then for an even higher rank SSS, wouldn't that amount have to double? So his current stats really weren't enough. After closing the stat panel, Qin Feng turned his gaze toward the towering ancient tree in the core area. The next instant, his expression changed drastically. This damn thing was actually an Emperor-level boss. Just as he was about to speak, Guan Qi's loud shout rang out beside him. Hiss! Holy shit! An Emperor-level boss. It's actually an Emperor-level boss. My god, 100 million HP, 5,000 defense. Brother Feng, can we even kill it? Guan Qi looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng did not speak. At that moment, he was carefully checking the boss's detailed information. Monster, polluted ancient tree of life, emperor level. Level 20, HP 100 million. Attack 3,000. Defense 5,000. Skill, whip strike, swings its roots to attack. Each root deals 3,500 damage. Skill, siphon, when HP falls below 30%. It absorbs surrounding nutrients and recovers 1% HP per second for 20 seconds. Skill, bind, a sturdy cage woven from branches, used to restrain enemies. Looking at the ancient tree of life's information, Qin Feng's first impression was simple, strong. Not only were its stats powerful, even its skill effects had improved by more than one whole tier. That terrifying vitality of 100 million HP was simply monstrous. Yet what made Qin Feng feel even more powerless was its defense of 5,000. How were they supposed to fight that? His current attack power was only 5,600. In other words, the damage he could deal to this boss was only around 560. Even if he activated his talent, stacked all kinds of damage boosts, and added Su Jujio's Heart of Fearlessness for a 40% attack increase, his DPS would only be about 130,000 at most. 130,000 damage per second? How long would they have to fight for? Forget it, old 7. We can't beat this boss. Let us leave. In the end, in order not to waste time, Qin Feng decided to give up on this boss. Instead of spending time fighting the boss, it would be better to farm the dungeon a few more times, raise their attributes, and come back later to challenge it again. Okay, we'll listen to you, Brother Feng. Since Qin Feng said not to fight, Guan Qi naturally agreed. The three of them immediately exited the dungeon, then at once chose Inferno mode again. They moved so fast that even the nearby dungeon maintenance staff hadn't reacted before their figures had already disappeared. But out of professional ethics, he still reported this matter to his superior. An hour later, all the dungeon monsters had been cleared. Only that Emperor tier boss remained, the corrupted ancient tree of life. At this point, the levels of Qin Feng's group of 3 were also close to level 12. And each of Qin Feng's attributes had increased by around 150 points. Now, his strength had already reached 1,225 points, and his agility had risen to 400 points. Converted over, Qin Feng's attack had reached 6,385, and his attack speed had hit a terrifying 48. With Eye of Insight's weak point attack added in, his damage per second could reach an astonishing roughly 250,000. Although Qin Feng's damage was very high, this Emperor tier boss had extremely high defense. So this amount of attack power still wasn't enough. So, in order to avoid wasting more time on this boss, Qin Feng gave up once again. Right after that, the three of them exited the dungeon again and instantly re-entered it. Another hour later, the dungeon mobs had been cleared, and they leveled up again, reaching level 13. At this point, all of Qin Feng's attributes had each increased by another roughly 150 points. His attack power had reached 7,100, and his attack speed had reached 63. Looking at his physical attack and attack speed, Qin Feng finally had the urge to make a move on this Emperor tier boss. First time, second time. There could not be a third. This was already the third time Qin Feng had walked up to this boss. So Qin Feng decided that this time, no matter how much time it took, he would slowly grind it to death if he had to. Brother Feng, what has to call this time? Seeing that Qin Feng still hadn't exited the dungeon, Guan Qi immediately asked, I want to give it a try. Qin Feng stared straight at the ancient tree of life. Seeing that Brother Feng had really decided to try this boss, Guan Qi didn't waste any words. Carrying his boning knife, he quickly walked into the boss's territory. Brother Feng, wait for me to grab its aggro first, then you attack. After saying that, Guan Qi directly fired off a taunt at it. Swish, 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 pa, pa, pa. In an instant, the entire space trembled. The 100-jong-tall ancient tree of life shook its branches wildly, and countless roots burst out of the soil before lashing viciously toward Guan Qi. Seeing this, Guan Qi hurriedly began weaving around with slippery footwork. Now, at level 13, with his snakeskin metal armor equipped, sturdy armor's protection activated, and the amplification from his talent, Guan Qi's defense was enough to withstand this Emperor tier boss's attacks. He just needed to keep chugging potions, but fortunately, Qin Feng had prepared plenty, so they no longer had to worry about the cost. At the same time, Su Jujio beside Qin Feng also hurriedly activated her support aura talent, as well as Fearless Heart, the skill that increased attack by 20. Under the amplification of her talent, Fearless Heart's effect also rose from 20 to 40. Qin Feng also activated Eye of Insight, allowing him to clearly see where the boss's weak point was. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5,884. Weak point attack. 5,884. 11,760. Critical hit. 5,884. 11,760 critical hit. A string of arrows shot out like a straight line, landing precisely on the boss's weak point target, and every so often, a critical damage number would pop up. Originally, Qinfeng's own damage was 2,100 points, but every hit landed on the weak point, doubling the damage. Then with Su Jiuzhou's 40 attack boost, it reached 5,880, without counting critical hit damage, with Qinfeng firing 6 arrows per second. His damage per second reached 1,410,000. As long as Guanxi could keep holding the boss's aggro, Qinfeng could stand still and keep outputting damage. The boss had 100 million HP, and adding the 20 million it could heal, that made 120 million. In other words, as long as nothing unexpected happened, Qinfeng could kill this Emperor tier boss in roughly a little over 800 seconds. But would anything unexpected happen? The answer, of course, was no, because for this boss, Qinfeng had made extremely thorough preparations, and the ancient tree of life's aggro had always remained on Guanxi. As long as it couldn't break through Guanxi's defense, it had no way to interfere with Qinfeng's crazy damage output. As time passed second by second, the boss's HP gradually dropped. Everything was as perfect as planned. When the boss's HP fell to 30, a familiar scene appeared. A trace of green light surfaced from its roots, and its HP began soaring upward. 1 million, 1 million. 20 seconds later, the ancient tree of life's HP had returned to 50 million. Even though Qinfeng had already mentally prepared himself, when he saw it recover 1 million HP per second, he still couldn't help but curse inwardly. It was downright insane. More than insane, it was mentally infuriating. But in order to kill it and make it drop some good stuff, Qinfeng's hands were already moving so fast they were almost leaving after images. 6 shots per second. What kind of concept was that? Good thing this was a datafied world. Otherwise, Qinfeng's hands would have been wrecked for sure. What was datafication? It meant that even if your head got chopped off, as long as your HP hadn't dropped to 0, you wouldn't die. Time passed in Qinfeng's boring cycle of drawing his bow and firing arrows, and the ancient tree of life's HP finally bottomed out. Whoosh whoosh, 5,884. 11,760 critical hit. With that final critical hit, the Emperor tier ancient tree of life's HP finally hit 0. System prompt, killed Emperor tier boss, experience points 100,000. System prompt, Dark Reaper triggered. Gained 1 point constitution. The system's combat notifications popped up, accompanied by a burst of golden light. Immediately after, a scene similar to the one from when they killed the Monarch tier ancient tree of life appeared once again before Qinfeng's group of 3. Only this time, the content of the scene was much more detailed than in the previous nightmare mode. The sky split open with a crack thousands of meters long. Countless mysterious substances, like particles of light, surged out from the fissure. In that instant, heaven and earth changed color, like the scene of the apocalypse. Then a drop of black fluid, like ink, fell into a dense forest, landing by chance inside a gigantic ancient tree below that radiated vast life force from its entire body. The ancient tree that had originally emitted a verdant green glow lost all of its life energy the instant it came into contact with that black fluid. The ancient tree of life seemed unwilling to accept it. It struggled constantly, its branches swaying and thrashing wildly, trying to completely break free from assimilation by that mysterious energy. But before that high-dimensional energy, it remained utterly helpless. The scene ended there. Looking at the cracks split open in the sky in that image, Qinfeng was deeply shocked, and at the same time he guessed, was this the Abyssal Rift? Qinfeng had never seen a real Abyssal Rift before. He only knew from books that 300 years ago, countless Abyssal Rifts had appeared all over the world, causing many animals and plants to mutate. Those mutated animals and plants had become extremely powerful, and the contents of this scene were extremely similar to the records in those books. Brother Feng, it dropped gold. Is this what a golden legendary grade looks like? Just as Qinfeng's thoughts were drifting, Guanxi's voice reached his ears and instantly pulled him back to reality. He saw that Guanxi and Su Jiuzhou had already entered loot sweeping mode. Anything that wasn't glowing, they stuffed into the system backpack without a second thought. After picking up all the drops, Guanxi handed the legendary grade crystal core and that golden item over to Qinfeng together. After taking the 2 items, Qinfeng first examined the legendary grade crystal core closely. He found that its appearance was basically no different from an epic grade one aside from the color. But Qinfeng knew very well that the energy contained inside them was worlds apart. After putting away the legendary grade crystal core, Qinfeng finally turned his gaze to the other legendary grade item. It was a seed. Item. Seed of the ancient tree of life, legendary grade. Type. Special item. Description. This seed contains the full essence of an emperor-level ancient tree of life. It possesses tremendous vitality. If used directly, it can permanently increase current HP by 10,000 points. It can only be used once in a lifetime. Note. As everyone knows, seeds can take root and sprout. A legendary grade seed possesses even more incredible power. If planted in a special place, it might bring unexpected gains. Looking at the seed's description, Qinfeng wasn't shocked by the permanent increase of 10,000 HP. Instead, He was left confused by the description itself. What counted as a special place? And what kind of unexpected gains would there be? Qin Feng couldn't make sense of it. Damn, a seed was actually speaking in riddles. But because of the questions in his heart, Qin Feng decided to keep it instead of eating it. 10,000 HP sounded like a lot, but that was only equivalent to 100 constitution. He really wasn't lacking that, okay? After seeing Qin Feng put the seed away, Su Jujiu also walked over and handed him the 2 items in her hand that were giving off a purple glow. After taking them, Qin Feng checked them. Item: Seed of the Ancient Tree of Life, epic grade. Damn, another seed? Qin Feng was a little speechless. Why did this Ancient Tree of Life have so many seeds? But very quickly, he noticed the difference. Description: Seed of the Ancient Tree of Life. It possesses powerful vitality. If eaten, it can permanently increase current HP by 1,000 points. It can only be used 3 times in a lifetime. No need to mention anything else. Its effect was 10 times weaker than the legendary grade one. And this seed didn't have any extra note. That only made Qin Feng pay even more attention to the legendary grade seed. I wonder if sublimation can improve this seed S grade? Qin Feng thought to himself, planning to save up enough crystal cores later and test it out. Then he shifted his eyes to the other epic grade item. Explosive Arrow. It was a skill book, and an A-rank passive skill book at that. Explosive Arrow. Every arrow that hits a target will produce an explosion, dealing additional damage to the target once again. Holy shit. Looking at the description of the Explosive Arrow skill book, Qin Feng couldn't help but curse. Good lord, he actually got a top-tier, godly skill book. That's right. In the hands of other archer classes, this skill book might only be an A-rank skill. But in his hands, this was basically a nuclear carpet bombardment. First of all, Qin Feng had a growth-type skill. All of his attributes would increase without limit. Whether the explosion caused by Explosive Arrow counted as physical damage or magical damage, it would unleash incomparable damage in Qin Feng's hands. Secondly, Qin Feng's attack speed was definitely not something other archers could compare with. As his agility kept rising, his attack speed would rise with it. In other words, the number of arrows he fired would be several times, even dozens of times, that of other archers. In the future, reaching over 100 times wasn't impossible either. Brother Feng, you like it, right? Seeing Qin Feng like this, Su Jujiu was delighted. She had pulled this out with her own little hands. I like it. I like it a lot. Xiao Jiu, you're basically a lucky koi. Qin Feng rubbed Su Jujiu's little head. Then do I get any reward, Brother Feng? Su Jujiu looked full of expectation. Tonight, all-you-can-eat barbecue, plus 1 bottle of 3-color deer beast milk, the big kind, 2 Jin. Qin Feng said it generously. Yay, thank you. Brother Feng treats me the best. Su Jujiu jumped up happily. 3-color deer beast milk. He heard that only rich people could afford that stuff. Anyway, Qin Feng had never tried it before. There were rumors that the 3-color deer was a descendant of a 9-color deer, and its beast milk could help awaken one's quickly recover HP. The 9-color deer was a powerful legendary grade exotic beast, second only to mythical grade divine beasts. Above emperor level was legendary grade. This harvest could be called a massive one. Aside from getting 2 legendary grade items, they had also obtained a large number of excellent grade materials. As for equipment, there wasn't much. There were a few usable pieces, but their level wasn't enough. They needed to be level 20 before they could equip them. Among all of it, what satisfied Qin Feng the most was this passive skill, Explosive Arrow. The only flaw was that Qin Feng still couldn't learn it yet. He had to wait until level 15 to unlock another skill slot. If I'd known this earlier, I wouldn't have learned that Gale's step book. Qin Feng felt a little regretful. After this lesson, Qin Feng decided that in the future, he had to leave at least 1 skill slot open, just in case another skill perfectly suited to him dropped again. After a simple cleanup, the 3 of them exited the dungeon. After killing the Emperor-level Ancient Tree of Life, Qin Feng and the other 2 had reached level 14. At the moment, they needed 700,000 experience points to level up once. The Inferno mode dungeon of the Dark Forest, including the final boss, could produce about 500,000 experience points. In other words, they only needed to run it 2 more times to reach level 15. In order to learn Explosive Arrow, Qin Feng decided to clear Dark Forest Inferno mode 2 more times today. Seeing Qin Feng so full of motivation, Guanxi was also bursting with drive. The 3 of them once again turned into monster-grinding maniacs. Because Qin Feng's attack power and attack speed had both increased massively, Guanxi kept using taunt up front to pull monsters. But before those monsters could even reach Guanxi, they were already killed by Qin Feng. As for Su Jujiu, seeing that she couldn't really help in battle, she transformed into a little expert at auto-looting, constantly running around to pick up drop materials. Su Jujiu never got tired of it. Every second was full of gains. As for this kind of good thing, basically picking up money, Xiao Jiu liked it the most. If she got lucky, she could even pick up some valuable materials. For example, little green snake eyes, venomous spider poison sacs, 1,000-legged centipede fangs, shadow, giant scorpion stingers, and so on. Although these materials weren't as good as the ones dropped by Lord-level monsters, they were still scarce high-quality materials for forging equipment. A good piece of equipment didn't only depend on its base stats. It also depended on the extra attributes a blacksmith could add to it. To add attributes, special attribute materials were needed, and the materials Su Jujo was picking up were exactly what blacksmiths needed. For example, if a squad wanted to raid the Dark Forest dungeon, but there were too many poisonous creatures inside, then they would need poison resistance equipment. But they couldn't possibly give up gear that suited them just for a single poison resistance stat. So some blacksmiths specialized in adding elemental resistance attributes to equipment. And the poison sac of a venomous spider happened to provide poison resistance. A blacksmith could use that material to forge a poison resistance affix onto equipment. Likewise, a shadow giant scorpion-esque stinger could increase poison attack. A blacksmith could add a poison attack affix to a weapon, thereby increasing a class user's poison element attack. All in all, attribute materials were relatively scarce on the market. Compared to other materials, their prices were several times higher as well. Very soon, the three of them once again arrived in front of the Emperor Tier Ancient Tree of Life. Without a word, Guanxi raised his boning knife and slashed at the giant tree. 1. Guanxi's attack couldn't break its defense and could only forcibly deduct 1 point of HP. Looking at that damage value, Qin Feng really wanted to laugh. But he held it in. Su Jujo at the side, however, unkindly laughed out loud. Even though she didn't say anything mocking, sometimes saying nothing was even more direct than speaking. Fortunately, Guanxi's attention wasn't on Su Jujo. Seeing that the ancient tree of life's aggro had been drawn by Guanxi, Qin Feng also began attacking. Whoosh, whoosh, sharp sounds of air being torn apart rang out as arrows continuously landed on the ancient tree of life's weak points. 8,330, fourfold weak point attack, 16,660, critical hit. Qin Feng's attack power had now increased by nearly another 1,000 points. And at the same time, his attack speed had reached nearly 8 points. 8 attacks per second. What the hell kind of insanity was that? Even Shiman Guanren would have to kneel and call him master, with Su Jujo's support included. Qin Feng's current damage output against this boss was close to 270,000 per second. If crits were factored in, it was directly pushing toward 300,000. Every time they cleared a dungeon, Qin Feng's improvement was enormous. This time, it took less than 10 minutes to take down this Emperor Tier boss. It was just that their luck didn't seem too good this time. Aside from a legendary grade crystal core that seemed to be a guaranteed drop, no seed dropped. However, it did drop a skill book, as well as an epic grade piece of equipment. And that equipment was a ring, universally acknowledged as the hardest type to drop. Ring, Ring of Life, epic grade. Type, accessory. Level, requires level 20 to equip. Strengthened body, Constitution plus 50. Healthy body, Constitution 100. Vitality, HP 1000. Endless life, recover 30 HP per second. Heal without medicine. When HP falls to 30, instantly recover 10% of total HP. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Snowstorm, a rank deals massive damage to all enemy targets within a radius of 30 meters, initial, and applies a slowing effect. After reading the skill book's description, Qin Feng shook his head, feeling a little regretful. It wasn't something any of the three of them could use. Right after that, he tossed the Ring of Life to Guanxi. As for why he tossed it, what was he supposed to personally put it on for him? Giving a ring to another man. Just thinking about it made his skin crawl. He was into that. Old 7, this thing suits you pretty well. With it, you can go wild however you want now. After catching the ring Qin Feng threw over, Guanxi examined it carefully. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. 3 consecutive holy shits were enough to show just how holy shit Guanxi felt inside right now. Bro, you're seriously my real brother. A godly ring like this. I feel like I could wear it for life. That line left Qin Feng instantly speechless. Of course, he knew Guanxi didn't mean anything else by it. But Qin Feng had been marinated in all kinds of wild slang in his previous life. It was really hard not to let his mind go sideways. My god, instantly recovering 10% of total HP. Just this one stat alone absolutely crushes ordinary legendary grade equipment. Guanxi was extremely fond of this ring, not to mention anything else. Just the HP alone increased by a full 2,500 points, 1 constitution to 10 HP. On top of that, the 150 constitution also converted into defense, equivalent to 750 points. As for the effect that restored 30 HP every second. Who knew how many healing potions that would save? What a pity. The skill book that dropped this time is for a mage. Shout, Geo can't use it. Qin Feng said regretfully. It's fine, brother Feng. I still have a support skill book, Elf SM. Once I reach level 15, I'll be able to use it, Su Jujo said, shaking her head. The more good stuff, the better. Qin Feng smiled and rubbed Su Jujo's head. Let us run it one more time. Once we hit level 15, today's task will be complete. Alright, Guanxi and Su Jujo both nodded in agreement. After exiting the dungeon, Qin Feng had originally wanted to go take a look at the Frozen City dungeon, but in order to reach level 15 as quickly as possible, unlock a skill slot, and learn Explosive Arrow, he ultimately chose the familiar Dark Forest. With the passive skill Explosive Arrow, Qin Feng's mob clearing speed would rise to another level, since it was an AoE attack skill. Very soon, the three of them entered Dark Forest once again. After running this dungeon several times in a row, Guanqi already knew where the monsters were densest, even with his eyes closed. Buzz! A streak of golden light burst out from all three of them. Ho ho ho, levelup. I hit level 15. Guanqi burst out laughing. In just 2 days. Brother Feng, we only used 2 days to reach level 15. I'm afraid even those SSS-Rank people aren't as fast as us, right? At Guanqi's last sentence, Qin Feng shook his head. Although every dungeon has level restrictions, so there's no such thing as a high-level player carrying a low-level one. Exceptions always exist. For example, the wilderness. When the words the wilderness came out of Qin Feng's mouth, Guanqi fell silent. How could he not know how deep the foundations of those great families were? He couldn't even begin to imagine it. Su Juzhou asked, Brother Feng, do people really go to dangerous places like the wilderness just to level up? I don't know. Exceptions always exist, don't they? Qin Feng answered Su Juzhou with the same words. So we can't be content with the status quo. We have to keep moving forward at all times. Seeing Guanqi fall silent, Qin Feng didn't try to comfort him. Some things had to be understood on one's own. Living on the same land, yet the gap between people was as vast as a mayfly beneath the blue heavens. They had no backing. Every step they had taken was cautious, afraid of provoking someone they shouldn't. The road ahead would still have to be walked by themselves. What belonged to others would always belong to others. If someone helped you today, it was only because they saw value in you, because there was profit to be gained. If you're just an ordinary person, then just watch. Would anyone even spare you an extra glance? Having lived 2 lives, Qin Feng naturally understood these things. All right, old 7. Don't overthink it. My road has only just begun. Qin Feng patted Guanqi on the shoulder. We cross our bridge, and they walk their road. As long as we keep moving forward, one day we'll stand above everyone else. Qin Feng continuously fed Guanqi one bowl of chicken soup for the soul after another. Guanqi didn't care for anything else, but he loved this exact brand of motivational chicken soup from Qin Feng. Sure enough, after one bowl of chicken soup, Guanqi perked right back up. Brother Feng, you're right. As long as we keep moving forward, one day we'll definitely surpass those lofty big shots. Haha, good. Keep that mindset up. Qin Feng laughed loudly. After saying that, Qin Feng immediately took out Explosive Arrow and used it. As the skill book in his hand turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. One more skill appeared in the skill slot section of Qin Feng's status panel. Explosive Arrow, a rank, passive, no consumption. After each arrow hits a target, it will deal 120 physical damage within a 5-meter radius. Good lord, this damage was downright ridiculous. The moment he saw those explosive damage numbers, it completely exceeded Qin Feng's expectations. He had originally thought he'd already be satisfied if the explosion could deal half of his own attack damage. Who would have thought it would directly scale at 120 physical attack? By now, Qin Feng's attack power had already reached 8,500 points. Even without activating his talent, that damage would absolutely be beyond imagination. With his absurdly high attack speed of 9, plus the 3 extra arrows from multi-shot, and then the 12-fold explosive damage from Explosive Arrow, a rough calculation put it at a full 370,000 damage per second. If Su Juzhou's 40 attack power buff and his talent's double weak point damage were added on top of that, then his DPS would directly break past 1 million. 1 million. DPS. Holy crap. Even Qin Feng was shocked by his own damage. You really don't realize it until you do the math. Qin Feng had been mowing through monsters the whole way in pure insta-kills. Even a Lord rank boss in Purgatory mode wouldn't last more than a few seconds against him. It was only because Emperor rank bosses had such absurdly high defense that Qin Feng had mistakenly thought his own attack power wasn't actually that high. And now, he finally had a clear understanding of his own damage output. The moment he thought of the life ancient tree with its full 5,000 defense. A flash of inspiration hit Qin Feng's mind, and he suddenly thought of true damage from the game in his previous life. How did I forget about that skill? The only problem was whether a true damage skill even existed in this world. If I had something like that, then, in the future, when I ran into these high defense bosses, I wouldn't be so helpless. Qin Feng silently committed the matter to memory. Tonight, he absolutely had to check the trading network carefully to see whether any skill books like that were for sale. No matter how expensive a skill book with true damage might be, he was going to buy it. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom. Boom. Arrow after arrow shot non-stop from Qin Feng's hands in all directions, accompanied by wave after wave of terrifying explosions. Then, a scene that left Guanqi and Su Juzhou stunned appeared. System prompt messages kept popping up non-stop on both of their status panels. System prompt: killed normal monster little green snake. Experience gained 300. System prompt. Killed normal monster venomous spider. Experience gained 300. System prompt. Killed normal monster venomous centipede. Experience gained 300. System prompt. Killed normal monster thousand-legged centipede. Experience gained 300. These non-stop system prompts were practically forming a waterfall. This. Brother phone, please turn it off. Guan Chi couldn't help blurting it out. Qin Feng's monster-clearing speed had been fast before, sure, but nowhere near this outrageous. Right now, he was basically a humanoid bomber. There was no need to even know where the monsters were. He just had to keep firing wildly in every direction. The explosive damage from explosive arrow was enough to instantly kill all normal monsters. Even Lord rank ones would definitely get one shot after taking a round of bombardment. Brother phone, when you do this, it makes me feel like I have no presence at all. Guan Chi spoke again. Just a few minutes ago, he could still keep pulling monsters with his taunt skill. A few minutes later, all he could do was stand to the side and watch the show. Hith. Guan Chi felt like his life had somehow lost all meaning, turning into complete darkness from this point on. How could that be? We'll still need you later when we fight the boss, Qin Feng said with a laugh while firing arrows. Besides, these trash mobs don't need your trump card yet, right? I'm a trump card? Guan Chi was completely thrown off by that sudden line from Qin Feng. Aren't you? Qin Feng asked back. When you put it that way, I guess you're right. After all, trump cards always come out last. Guan Chi thought for a moment, then nodded seriously. It had to be said, Guan Chi was really good at self-PUA. Qin Feng didn't even need to feed him much motivational soup. He'd already convinced himself. Very soon, just like Su Jujio, Guan Chi transformed into a scavenger, constantly picking up the loot dropped by the monsters. With 9 arrows per second, Qin Feng's eyes glowed red. He had completely gone crazy, directly turning into an emotionless humanoid reaper, constantly harvesting the monsters around him. System prompt. Killed normal monster green-skinned stone man experience gained 300. System prompt. Dark harvester triggered. Gained 1 point of strength. System prompt. Killed normal monster venomous spider. Experience gained 300. System prompt. Dark harvester triggered. Gained 1 point of agility. System prompt. Killed normal monster little green snake. Experience gained 300. System prompt. Dark harvester triggered. Gained 1 point of strength. Awesome. This is the real way to play an archer. Qin Feng secretly reveled in it, while also not forgetting to glance at his crazily skyrocketing 5-dimensional attributes. The three of them pushed forward all the way through. This time, it took them less than 20 minutes to reach the core area. It had to be known that before, when Guan Chi was the one pulling monsters, it took at least around 1 hour to reach the core zone every time. But now, with explosive arrow, they only needed about 20 minutes. The improvement was massive. At this moment, Qin Feng's attack power had also risen to around 9,000. Adding in his talent, various passive skill stacks, and Su Jujio support, he could deal nearly 500,000 damage per second to the Emperor rank boss life ancient tree. After roughly calculating his own damage, Qin Feng looked at the towering giant tree not far away. At this moment, there was no longer any trace of the helplessness he had felt before. In its place was a mindset of wanting to completely crush it. No joke, and nearly 500,000 DPS, even if this Emperor rank life ancient tree had 1 billion HP in front of Qin Feng's absurd damage. It was still just a slightly bigger HP bag. As the saying goes, 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side. But for Qin Feng, it seemed to have become 3 hours east, 3 hours west. Wasn't that right? From the first time he saw this life ancient tree until now. Hadn't about 3 hours already passed? At the side, Guan Chi had finally seen his chance to show off. He raised his boning knife and charged straight toward the life ancient tree at full speed. Come hit me. Guan Chi immediately used taunt on the life ancient tree. Swish, 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 bang, bang, bang. In an instant, countless branches tore through the air and lashed viciously toward Guan Chi. Seeing that, Guan Chi made a sharp 90-degree turn, all while constantly muttering, hit me then, dodge, dodge. Hey, you just can't hit me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Guan Chi taunted nonstop at the front, while Qin Feng unleashed nonstop damage from the rear. 8,004 weak point attack, 16,000 critical hit, 9,600 explosive arrow damage, 19,200 explosive arrow critical hit. Watching those damage numbers constantly float up, especially the critical hits triggered by explosive arrow, even Qin Feng was a little surprised. He hadn't expected critical hits to work on explosive arrow too. Looks like from now on, I need to find more gear with crit stats. Best if I can stack crit all the way to 100. That way, my damage will rise to another level again. While firing arrows, Qin Feng was already thinking about how to optimize his equipment build. With 500,000 damage per second, even without counting critical hits, that life ancient tree with its exaggerated 100 million HP wouldn't last more than a few minutes. At most, it would be killed in 4 minutes. However, when a life ancient tree's HP dropped to 30%, something unexpected happened. Aside from that bullshit 1% HP recovery per second, it fucking entered berserk mode too. Its attack power instantly doubled, and even those root attacks sped up in frequency. That scene immediately startled Qin Feng, and he shouted at Guan Chi on the spot. Old 7, it's gone berserk. Run. Then he quickly directed Su Jiujio as well. Little Jio, hurry and put a shield on Old 7, and keep an eye on his HP at all times. This sudden change instantly threw off Qin Feng's rhythm. Guan Chi, who was in the middle of the fight, also sensed the life ancient tree's change. The pressure on him doubled in an instant, scaring him so badly that he hurriedly activated his absolute defense talent. That's right, he hadn't even activated his talent before. He had only used the skill steel armor protection before charging in to provoke this boss. An Emperor tier boss with double attack power. This was no mere numerical increase. This was a direct stat-based crushing force. Qin Feng had no idea whether Guan Chi could withstand its attacks. As he kept attacking the life ancient tree, he rapidly calculated Guan Chi's defensive stats in his mind. At level 15, Guan Chi's base attributes had already reached 220. On top of that, he focused on constitution, bringing it to 430. Converted into physical defense, that was 2,150. Add the 200 defense from the snakeskin clothes, and that made a total of 2,350 physical defense. His HP was also around 4,500. If he activated both his talent and steel armor protection, then his physical defense would exceed 7,000. Holy shit, Old 7 actually has defense that high. Even Qin Feng had expected Guan Chi's defense to have unknowingly reached 7,000 points. His defense was even higher than his HP. Wasn't he that way too ridiculous? Damn it, that gave me a scare for nothing. Sure enough, after activating his talent, Guan Chi forcibly withstood the life ancient tree's whipping attacks. Haha, can't break my defense, huh? Guan Chi planted his hands on his hips and wildly hacked at the life ancient tree with his boning knife. 1, 1, 1. The damage was negligible, but the humiliation was overwhelming. Maybe because it had been humiliated, the life ancient tree became even more irritable. The entire massive tree kept shaking nonstop. Even the ground was trembling continuously. Not far away, Qin Feng frowned tightly when he saw this. He seemed to have noticed something. Could this boss have a hidden mechanic too? If it felt humiliated, would it enter a berserk state? Whatever, kill it first. The life ancient tree's aggro was firmly locked onto Guan Chi, while Qin Feng's arrows rained crazily onto its weak points. Very soon, its HP was emptied out. At the instant the life ancient tree was killed, Qin Feng seemed to be able to sense a deep unwillingness in its heart. Crash! A huge pile of precious materials exploded out, and those multicolored lights instantly dazzled Guan Chi's eyes. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Gold dropped. And 5 of them at that. We're rich. This time we're really fucking rich. In front of 5 legendary grade items. All purple grade items, and below instantly seemed dull and colorless. It wasn't that epic grade items were bad. It was just that with true jewels placed before them. And this before was literally right in front of their eyes. Huh, why is there a gold chest here? Guan Chi suddenly let out a surprised sound. Hearing Guan Chi's voice, Qin Feng and Su Jiujio quickly walked over to his side. Sure enough, among the pile of materials, there was a golden chest that stood out glaringly. The 3 of them all turned their eyes toward the gold chest, and soon, a line of information appeared before them. Life Ancient Tree's treasure chest. Description: rumor has it that killing monsters at Emperor tier or above has an extremely small chance of dropping a treasure chest. And inside this chest seems to be the true treasure related to the Life Ancient Tree. Open it, and there is a 100% chance to obtain 3 epic grade items, a 50% chance to obtain 1 legendary grade item, and a 1% chance to obtain a mythic grade item. Looking at the chest's description, Guan Chi instantly sucked in a cold breath. Not just him. Even Qin Feng found it hard to suppress the excitement in his heart. Mythic grade? Bro, we're only level 15. We're still rookies who just awakened. Not even at first advancement yet. And we've already come into contact with something related to mythic grade items. Guan Chi couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing that, Qin Feng took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and then turned to look at Su Jiujio. Little Jio, your luck is good. You open this chest. No matter what comes out of it, if any one of the 3 of us can use it, then it goes to that person. Qin Feng immediately made the call on ownership of the gold chest. Okay, I agree too, Guan Chi nodded and said. Brother Feng, I could do it. Seeing Qin Feng letting her open the treasure chest, Su Jiujio felt both excited and nervous. She was excited because Brother Feng trusted her so much. She was nervous because she was afraid the thing she opened wouldn't be very useful, and that she would let down Brother Feng's trust. Seeing Su Jiujio's hesitant and uneasy expression, Qin Feng immediately spoke to comfort her. It's fine. Just keep a normal mindset. Even if it's some useless items. It doesn't matter. We're just doing it for fun anyway. The fact that this treasure chest dropped at all is already an unexpected bonus. So even if we only get the guaranteed items, no one will blame you. Oh, okay. Thank you, Brother Feng. After receiving Qin Feng's reassurance, Su Jiujio thanked him. Then, Su Jiujio walked up to the treasure chest and stretched out both hands. Click. With a crisp sound, the chest slowly opened. Immediately afterward, A red light spread out from inside the treasure chest. Holy shit, red, it's red. Guan Qi jumped up excitedly. The moment that red light appeared, even with Qin Feng's mentality from 2 lifetimes, his breathing became hurried. This was a mythic grade item, the highest tier among all items. One had to know, in all of Xian Nation, there weren't many mythic grade items to begin with. And now, one had appeared right before his eyes. Phew, seeing this, Su Jujio also let out a long breath. Soon, the chest was fully opened. Inside was not equipment, not materials, but a pitch-black crystal, dark as ink, lying there quietly. This thing looks kind of similar to that black liquid we saw in the earlier scene. But the one dripping from the crack was liquid, while this one is a crystal. Guan Qi stroked his chin and frowned in thought. A little similar. Qin Feng nodded as well, but he had no idea what connection there was between the two. Very soon, the information for the black crystal appeared before the 3 of them. Abyssal Origin Crystal. Description. The Abyssal Origin Crystal is formed from abyssal energy condensed over countless years. It contains extremely terrifying energy. If it is used to forge a weapon, then that weapon will be one of a kind. This. At this moment, Qin Feng had no idea what words to use to describe this item. Its value absolutely exceeded that of a mythic grade weapon, because it seemed to be the main material used to forge an exclusive weapon. How powerful was an exclusive weapon? Qin Feng didn't know, but from some books he had learned that beyond mythic weapons, there existed another kind of weapon, exclusive weapons. Those books mentioned it before. Exclusive weapons are forged from extremely precious materials, and every single one of their attributes is perfectly suited to the owner's class. More importantly, once bound, it cannot be traded and cannot be dropped. As for how exclusive weapons are forged, the books didn't say, but history had records of it. Over the past 300 years, only 3 exclusive weapons had ever appeared in the entire world. From that alone, one could imagine just how precious an exclusive weapon was. Brother Feng, this item suits you best. If you use it to forge an exclusive weapon that belongs only to you, the boost it gives you will be absolutely enormous. Guan Qi said as he looked at Qin Feng. Yeah, Brother Feng, out of the 3 of us, only you can bring out its greatest effect, Su Jujio quickly echoed. Seeing that, Qin Feng didn't put on any false modesty. He really did need a weapon. If a weapon forged from this mythical grade item could have an attribute for true damage, then for him, it really would be a massive boost. Seriously, Xiaojiu really is a little lucky koi. She even pulled out something with a 1% chance, and, from the looks of it, this mythical grade item is exceptionally precious too, Guan Qi said with a smile as he looked at Su Jujio. Su Jujio proudly put her hands on her hips. Of course. Just look at who I am. Let us see if you still dare bully me in the future. Guan Qi. No, I wouldn't dare. In the future, little Qi will still have to rely on Sister Jio to get rich. Su Jujio. That's more like it. Hearing the conversation between these 2 living goofballs, Qin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. Chinibi teenagers really did have endless fun. After putting Abyssal Origin Crystal into his inventory, Qin Feng finally turned his gaze toward the remaining 5 golden orbs of light. The Abyssal Origin Crystal was precious. But for Qin Feng right now, he wouldn't be able to use it anytime soon. So these 5 legendary grade items were the true grand finale. Xiaojiu, you open them again, Qin Feng said, looking at Su Jujio once more. At this moment, Su Jujio had clearly become the lucky koi of their 3-man team. Guan Qi rubbed his hands together and also looked at Su Jujio. Right. Xiaojiu, you gotta open a legendary grade piece of equipment I can use. Whether your brother Qi can take off or not depends on you. Just watch. Since she had just opened a mythical grade item, Su Jujio was bursting with confidence. Even in the worst case scenario, it would still be a legendary grade item. There was a guaranteed minimum. So what was there to be afraid of? No one knew whether it was because of this world's rules. But items of epic grade and above, dropped by bosses above the Lord rank, had to be opened one by one. They would not reveal themselves immediately. But this also had an advantage. For example, everyone could go fight a world boss out in the wild, but the dropped items would not reveal themselves right away. Because of that, other people wouldn't know what exactly you had gotten, which could avoid some unnecessary bloodshed. Of course, that didn't include the people who truly wanted to kill for treasure. They didn't care what you had gotten. As long as it was something valuable, they would snatch it. Buzz. A burst of golden light flashed, and the orb in Su Jujio's hand turned into a book with a golden cover. Indestructible Golden Body. It was a skill book, and it was even an exclusive skill book for shield armor classes. Indestructible Golden Body, SSS-Rank after activation. Grants immunity to all damage for the next 3 seconds. As the level increases, the duration also increases, with a maximum duration of 10 seconds. Holy shit. Looking at the skill book in Su Jujio's hand, Guan Qi almost wanted to kneel and kowtow to her on the spot. An SS rank skill, and an invincibility skill at that. I was just missing a skill. Didn't he expect it to arrive this fast? At level 15, Guan Qi still hadn't learned a skill, because he didn't have any. Xiaojiu, you really are a little lucky koi. Of course I am. So from now on, if you have anything tasty to eat or good to drink, it all comes to me first. Su Jujio looked like a proud little swan. Her chin practically raised to the sky. No problem, no problem. Isn't it just food and drinks? From now on, Brother Chi has got it all covered for you. Guan Chi spoke grandly, thumping his chest loudly. Good. At least you know what's good for you. After handing the indestructible golden body skill book to Guan Chi, Su Jujio picked up the second golden orb. Very quickly, the golden light faded and turned into a mage robe. Cloth armor. Mystic Radiance Robe of Life, Legendary Grade. Life Mystic Radiance Set. Type Clothing. Level. Requires level 20 to equip. Blood Chi. Max HP plus 2000. Body Tempering. Constitution plus 200. Spirit Focus. Spirit plus 200. Hardness. Physical Defense plus 1000. Calm Mind. Recovers 1% of current maximum mana per second. Wind of Revival. Releases an area of effect healing spell with a range of 50 meters, restoring 1000 HP, 10% of max HP per second to allied targets. Lasting 5 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Set effect, 2-6 max HP plus 1000. Set effect, 4-6 max HP plus 3000. Physical defense plus 1000. Set effect, 6-6 max HP plus 5000. Skill cooldown reduction, 20%. Healing aura, restores 1% of max HP per second to self. Be Brother Fong. This robe. When Su Jujio looked at the stats of this robe, she froze on the spot. The stats on this robe were just too outrageous, especially that group healing skill. On top of that, it was even a legendary grade set piece. Hearing that, Qin Feng and Guan Chi both leaned in for a look and instantly let out a stunned holy shit. There was no helping it. When your grades weren't good, this was the only phrase you could use to describe the shock in your heart. My God, these stats are outrageously cracked, and it's even a set piece. Guan Chi exclaimed while clutching his head with both hands. Qin Feng was just as shocked inside. The robe's stats really were ridiculous. The set effects all added HP, worthy of being called a life set. It really did add a ton of health. Old Chi is right. This robe really does suit Xiaojio. With it, your survivability will rise by several levels. Guan Chi nodded. This robe really fits Xiaojio perfectly. Whether it's the mana recovery or that group healing effect, it's practically tailor-made for her. The only uncertain part is whether this group healing effect can stack with Xiaojio's talent. If it really can, then Xiaojio could wear this robe for life. Qin Feng nodded as well. 10% of current max HP. This is a growth type attribute. If there isn't a robe with better stats than this in the future, then it really could be used for life. Legendary grade equipment, regardless of level, would never become outdated, even if this robe's level was relatively low. Hearing that, Su Jujio felt extremely happy. She had finally gotten a piece of legendary grade equipment, and it was even the most important kind of armor for a support class. After carefully putting the robe away, Su Jujio looked toward the 3 remaining orbs. She planned to open them all while her luck was still hot, while constantly praying in her heart that she would get something Brother Feng could use. Open for me. As soon as the words fell, the light of the 3 golden orbs gradually dimmed as well. A moment later, they turned into 3 items. Life S Toughness Armor, Life S Mystic Radiance Bracers, Life S Green Feather Soft Armor. Brother Feng, these 3 all seem to be parts of the life set. Su Jujio directly displayed the stats of the 3 pieces of equipment. Metal Armor, Life S Toughness Battle Armor, Legendary Grade, Life Toughness Set. Type Clothing. Level, requires level 20 to equip. Health, HP plus 2000. Strength and Body, Constitution plus 200. Hardness, Defense plus 500. Resistance, all elemental resistance plus 50. Life Unending, recover 1% of current max HP per second. Life Guardian, when current HP drops to 30%, automatically forms a shield equal to 30% of current max HP. The shield can be broken, lasts for 40 seconds, cooldown time 60 seconds. Set 2-6 all elemental resistance plus 100. Set 4-6 constitution plus 100, all control resistance plus 100. Set 6-6 all damage received by self minus 20%. Physical defense plus 1000, HP plus 5000. Leather Armor, Life Green Feather Soft Armor, Legendary Grade. Life Green Feather Set. Type Clothing. Level, requires level 20 to equip. Health, HP plus 2000. Strength and Body, Constitution plus 200. Breeze, Agility plus 200. Hardness, Defense plus 500. Wings of Life, consumes 10% of current max HP to manifest a pair of green feather wings, allowing aerial flight while also increasing movement speed by 300, lasts for 10 minutes, cooldown time 30 minutes, can be charged up to a maximum of 3 times. Current, 0-3. Feathers across the sky. After activating Wings of Life, release this skill. Wings of Life transforms into countless feather blades, dealing 1000 plus 50% of self's max HP, damage to all enemy targets within a radius of 50 meters. Set 2-6 agility plus 200. Set 4-6 evasion plus 50, movement speed plus 50. Set 6-6 feather form, body becomes elementalized. In feather form state, damage received by self is reduced by 50%, and self is unaffected by any control effects. Each attack additionally deals damage equal to 10% of self's max HP. Lasts for 20 seconds, cooldown time 60 seconds. As for the Shuangguang bracers, their attributes were more or less the same as the Shuangguang ropes. After all, they were part of the same set. Good lord, the Shuangguang set, the Tenacity set, the Green Feather set, 3 legendary grade sets. Did we come here to stock up on goods, or what? Guan Chi smacked his lips and said, if it drops this much every time, then after just a few more runs, I bet we can complete all 3 life sets. Of course, we still have to thank our Xiaojiu for that. As he spoke, Guan Chi looked at Su Jiujiu. Su Jiujiu let out an arrogant little snort. The smugness on her face couldn't have been any more obvious. Looking at the 4 legendary grade life set pieces in front of him, Qin Feng gave the Tenacity armor to Guan Chi, gave the Shuangguang bracers and Shuangguang robe to Su Jiujiu, and kept the Green Feather soft armor for himself. Each of these 3 legendary grade sets had ridiculously overpowered attributes, and all of them were growth type attributes, especially his own Green Feather set. It was practically tailor-made for an archer. Wings of Life could let him fly through the air. That meant from now on, he could turn into a real bomber. And then there was the even more outrageous ultimate set effect, Feather Form. In Feather Form state, he would be immune to all control effects. In other words, even if he faced enemies with a lot of crowd control in the future, he would still be able to handle them calmly. Even though it only lasted 20 seconds with his growth speed, 20 seconds was more than enough to change the course of the battle. As for the growth type extra wind attribute damage equal to 10% of his current max HP. For him, that was just icing on the cake. Right now, 10% of his HP was only a few hundred points. That number naturally couldn't compare to physical attack, but his constitution and HP still hadn't fully stacked up yet. Once his HP passed 10,000, that 10% damage would gradually begin to show its true edge. Based on the 1-to-10 ratio between constitution and HP, 1,000 constitution meant 10,000 HP. Once he reached level 20, he would be able to equip level 20 gear. By then, with the bonus attributes from all kinds of top-tier equipment, his HP would receive a qualitative leap, especially the life sets. Those could greatly increase vitality. The more he thought about it, the more Qin Feng liked this set. He had decided, for the next few days, he would keep farming this dungeon until he completed all the sets. At the same time, he also wanted to test the speculation in his heart. If things were really as he suspected, then the time needed to gather all 3 life sets would definitely be drastically shortened. He might even be able to get even more treasure chests. That's right. This speculation was about triggering the boss's hidden mechanic. Qin Feng already knew the hidden mechanic of a life ancient tree. Make it enter a berserk state. As for how to make it go berserk, that would require Guan Chi. After all, he was so damn irritating that success was basically guaranteed. After splitting up the spoils, the 3 of them didn't linger in the dungeon any longer and immediately left. Today had truly been a fulfilling day. On their first dungeon run, they had already gained so many benefits. It could be said that they got rich overnight. The day before yesterday, they had still been penniless. Today, even without counting the equipment and rare materials they had gotten from drops, they were already millionaires. With 16 million on them, no matter where they went, their backs would naturally straighten a little more. When Qin Feng and the other 2 came out of the Dark Forest dungeon, one of the maintenance staff in the distance fixed his eyes on them, and then his pupils suddenly shrank. Holy shit, level 15? They were already level 15? If he remembered correctly, when they entered the Dark Forest for the first time this morning, they had only been around level 6, right? And now after just one day, no, not even that, only about 8 hours, they had gone from level 6 to level 15. In other words, in only around 8 hours, they had gained 9 levels. Monsters. They were absolute monsters. Very quickly, he quietly reported this piece of information to his superior. This maintenance worker had been working here for decades and had seen no shortage of people. Yet today was the first time he had ever seen an awakened rise 9 levels in a single day. Forget 9 levels. Even 5 levels was already extremely rare. There were many monsters in dungeons, but the experience they gave was much lower than monsters in the wild. That was because dungeons had rules in place to protect beginners. If danger arose, they could withdraw immediately. You gained some and lost some. That was all. Safety and strength. One could only choose one. It's her suddenly. From the corner of his eye, Qin Feng noticed one of the famous figures of Kanglin No. One high school. Then he withdrew his gaze and stopped paying attention. A heaven's favored daughter like that was someone Qin Feng had no interest in getting involved with, because she would only bring him a lot of unnecessary trouble. That person was none other than Su Qingxue. At this moment, besides Su Qingxue was a white-haired lowly with twin tails. The white-haired lowly had a lollipop in her mouth and was leaning on a giant golden hammer, with her right foot resting on the hammerhead. It was worth mentioning that the hammer was even taller than she was. Just the hammerhead, sitting on the ground, nearly reached her knees. Based on Qin Feng's experience from his previous life, a white-haired lowly like this was obviously not someone to mess with. After all, what kind of normal lowly carried a giant hammer around? As if she had sensed Qin Feng's gaze, Su Qingxue turned her head and glanced over. When she saw Qin Feng's group of three, a trace of surprise flashed through her eyes. She and T expected to run into the three of them here too. Because of yesterday's newbie trial dungeon, the three of them, Qin Feng and the others, had brought Su Qingxue far too much pressure. That utterly unreachable time of 12 minutes and 43 seconds to clear purgatory mode had practically shattered her Dao heart. From that moment on, her pride had been torn to pieces as well. Fortunately, last night, Su Muyang took Su Qingxue to see Principal Wu and had him raise her talent from SS rank to SSS rank. Only then did Su Qingxue pull herself together again. The day before yesterday, Su Muyang had come to Kanglan City not because he was just passing by like he claimed. He had come specifically for Su Qingxue. More accurately, he had come specifically for the deal between Principal Wu and the Su family. Su Muyang possessed an SSS rank talent. As one of the Su family's core members, he naturally had the qualifications to know about the transaction between Principal Wu and the Su family. To avoid complications later, Su Muyang could only have Principal Wu pay up in advance. Because Kanglan No, one high school had produced an unexpected variable. He was afraid Principal Wu would give that final chance to raise talent to Qin Feng instead. That was why he had no choice but to make Principal Wu pay the reward ahead of time. And from beginning to end, Principal Wu had never once thought of defaulting on this debt to the Su family. He was going to hand this opportunity to Su Qingxue sooner or later anyway. Since he was going to give it to her no matter what, why not raise her talent right from the start and let her grow faster? That would also benefit Kanglan No, one high school. Today, after her talent had been raised to SSS rank, Su Qingxue brought one of her cousins from the family to grind the dungeon. She and T expected to run into Qin Feng's group again just as she was leaving. But the moment she used appraisal on the three of them and checked their levels, she was instantly stunned. Level 15? How is that possible? Appraisal was a skill every awakened one was born with. This skill could effectively inspect all information on monsters, items, and materials. But if it was used on another awakened one, it would only show their level. It would not reveal their 5-dimensional attributes, talent skills, and so on, unless that person had equipment currently worn on their body. In that case, the appraisal skill would work on the equipment. If you wanted to carefully inspect all of a person's information, then you had to use a special type appraisal item. Likewise, special type items also had limitations. They could only view information of the same rank or lower. For example, if you used an S-rank appraisal item on an awakened one with an SS rank talent, then you would not be able to see his talent. Naturally, you also would not be able to see SS rank skills. You would only be able to inspect S-rank skills and below. Likewise, you would not be able to inspect his 5-dimensional attributes either, because those attributes were linked to his SS rank talent. Cousin, what's wrong? Noticing Su Qingxue's abnormal reaction, the twin-tailed, lowly Su Qingyao spoke up to ask. Nothing. Su Qingxue shook her head. Su Qingyao and Su Qingxue were both heaven's proud daughters of the Su family's current generation, and both were direct descendants of the Su family. The Su family had an agreement with Principal Wu. Su Qingxue needed to obtain a good result in the college entrance exam for Kanglan No, one high school. Therefore, in order to help Su Qingxue grow faster, the Su family decided to send Su Qingyao to Kanglan City to help her, and also let the two sisters grow together. After all, as direct descendants of the Su family, they had to shoulder the family's heavy responsibilities. Su Qingyao, SS rank talent, golden battle armor. This talent was extremely similar to Su Muyang's. Su Muyang, SSS rank talent, golden battle soul. Battle armor, battle soul. One was armor, the other was soul, but the paths they walked were completely different. Su Qingyao had taken a shield armor class, while Su Muyang had taken a branch of shield armor, the warrior class. Since it was armor, then it was definitely related to defense. Battle Soul could greatly increase one's own attack power. It was an exceptionally powerful talent. Cousin, at our speed, if we clear difficult mode Dark Forest one more time, we'll reach level 10. Su Qingyao looked excited. As long as we hit level 10 and learn Tiger-S Roar, Dragon-S Chant, we can go grind monsters in Nightmare mode. With my mountain-shattering hammer, too, we'll definitely be able to clear Nightmare mode. Tiger-S Roar, Dragon-S Chant. A rank inflicts an intimidation effect on monsters, greatly reducing their attack power. Mountain-shattering hammer, level 1, epic. Although the hammer was only level 1, it had been specially commissioned by the Su family from a blacksmith and custom-made for Su Qingyao. Aside from the attack power attached to the hammer itself, it also had an extremely strong, almost broken affix. Every attack could additionally inflict an armor break state on the target, reducing the target's defense by 5, stackable up to 5 times. Note, this attribute said it reduced the target's defense by 5, which naturally included magic defense. With this effect, even if you were a legendary boss, as long as you were hit 5 times, your defense will be weakened by 25. And it was precisely because of this weapon that Su Qingxue had been able to reach nearly level 10 so quickly. Once Su Qingyao reached level 10 and learned the skill Tiger's Roar, Dragon's Chant, she would completely take off. The weapon could reduce the target's defense, and the skill could weaken attack power, reduce defense, and cut attack power too. With a setup like this, Guanxi would dream of having it. It had to be said, people from great families were different. Any random skill book they got was A rank. Any random weapon they got was an epic weapon custom forged by a blacksmith. As for Qin Feng's trio, even if they got a D rank skill book to drop, they would be happy for half a day, practically wanting to kneel and kowtow to the heavens. Hearing Su Qingyao's voice, Su Qingxue nodded. She also wanted to reach level 10 as soon as possible. That way, she could learn new skill. One more skill, especially for mage class, would greatly increase the speed of grinding monsters. On the other side, after Qin Feng packed up and sold off all the green rare grade materials to Wanbao Pavilion, he returned to his rented room. He took a shower, washing away the day's fatigue, then went out with Guanxi and Su Juzhou to eat barbecue. They went to the same barbecue place as before, since the owner knew that Qin Feng's trio were seeded contestants from Kanglin No. One high school. He didn't make them line up and directly arrange a special channel for them. Su Juzhou had finally gotten to drink the beast milk of the three-color deer, something said to be only for rich people. Burp. Su Juzhou let out a full belch and leaned back in her seat with a satisfied look. Brother Feng, this three-color deer beast milk doesn't feel any different from ordinary beast milk. Why is it sold for such a high price? Su Juzhou said as she savored the aftertaste of the milk. Well, that is a long story. The tricks behind it can't be explained in just a sentence or two. Qin Feng swallowed a piece of grilled meat as he spoke. Simply put, it's nothing more than hype. Hype? What does that mean? Su Juzhou didn't understand. Even Guanxi, who had been stuffing his face and devouring food beside them, raised his head and looked at Qin Feng. It said that the three-color deer is descended from the nine-color deer, but what the truth really is, only the seller of the beast milk knows. Qin Feng leaned back in his chair. In order to sell this beast milk, the seller has to come up with some gimmick and then ramp up the promotion, making it as high-end as possible. So there you have it. They used the banner of the nine-color deer to sell the beast milk of the three-color deer. And believe it or not, rich people really fall for that kind of thing. Qin Feng truly didn't understand it. This was clearly a transcendent world. How effective the beast milk of the three-color deer was could be known with just one sip. But those rich people, they deliberately chose to keep their mouths shut. As time passed, beast milk like this from the three-color deer gradually got spread around as some kind of drink only rich people could get. The rich wouldn't say anything, and the poor couldn't afford to buy it. And so, the legend of the three-color deer was born. However, there was one thing about the people selling tricolor deer beast milk that Qin Feng had to praise. They didn't prey on the poor. They only made money off the rich. So that was it. Looks like those rich people really were just idiots with too much money. At that moment, Guanxi slapped the label idiots with too much money onto those rich people. Brother Feng, since rich people's money is so easy to make, should we start doing business specifically with the rich from now on? Su Juzhou's eyes lit up. We'll talk about that later. Qin Feng shook his head and didn't reject it outright. After eating and drinking their fill, the three of them left. This time, the owner of the barbecue shop only glanced at the three of them and didn't pay them any more attention, because he had noticed that several people nearby had been secretly watching this place the whole time, seemingly protecting the three of them. After a busy day, Qin Feng lay on his bed and immediately opened his status panel. Name, Qin Feng. Class, Archer. Level, LV 15, 171,350, 580,000. Talent 1, I have insight. Talent 2, sublimation, undetectable. Innate skill, super god tier, passive dark harvester. Skill, D rank, passive multi-shot. Skill, E rank, active gale step. Skill, A rank, passive explosive arrow. Equipment, Minotaur, golden horn bow, weapon level 10, epic, mighty Vajra bracelet, bracelet level 5, excellent. HP, 9,430. MP, 8,650. Physical attack, 9,010. Magic attack, 4,115. Attack speed, 96. Physical defense, 4,665. Magic defense, 4,375. Strength, 1,750. Intelligence, 821. Agility, 920. Constitution, 933. Spirit, 875. Free attribute points, 0. Looking at his status panel, Qin Feng's grin was almost reaching his ears, and this was only with Qin Feng wearing 2 pieces of equipment. Once he reached level 20, he didn't even dare imagine just how monstrous he would become. Why was it that Qin Feng had farmed so many bosses and monsters in the gloomy forest, yet hadn't gotten a single piece of equipment he could wear? Wasn't it because he had gone straight into nightmare mode, gloomy forest from the very beginning? The lower tier bosses in there were all level 20, while the small monsters didn't drop equipment at all and only gave some materials. Because of that, level 20 lower tier bosses could only drop level 20 excellent grade equipment. With my current 5 basic attributes, I probably completely surpassed even SSS-Rank monsters of the same level, right? Feng muttered to himself. Then he opened his system inventory and looked at the crystal cores he had collected today, feeling extremely satisfied. 2 legendary crystal cores, 1 epic crystal core, more than 100 excellent crystal cores, and nearly 1,000 rare crystal cores. Feng took out a rare crystal core from the system inventory. He wanted to run an experiment. Without hesitation, Feng immediately used sublimation on it. Right after that, a message only Feng could see appeared before his eyes. Consume 10 rare crystal cores to upgrade it to excellent quality. A 10-to-1 ratio? Looking at the required crystal cores, Feng frowned slightly and didn't use it immediately. Instead, he checked the prices of each grade on the trading network. Very soon, rows of minimum prices for crystal cores appeared before his eyes. Rare crystal core, selling price 20,000 star coins. Excellent crystal core, selling price 500,000 star coins. Epic crystal core, selling price 8 million star coins. Legendary crystal core, selling price 1.5 billion star coins. Mythic crystal core, selling price 5 billion star coins. Looking at that long string of zeros on the trading network, Feng took a deep breath. I didn't expect that. Without even realizing it, I'd already become a billionaire. Although crystal cores above epic rank were absurdly expensive, Feng had no intention of selling them, because even he himself didn't have enough to use. Since rare crystal cores could improve in quality by consuming crystal cores of the same grade, then, at that thought, Feng immediately took out an excellent crystal core. Sure enough, just as he had guessed, it was also a 10-to-1 ratio. Then he took out an epic crystal core. It was the same, 10-to-1. Feng's quiet chuckling gradually turned into wild laughter. That burst of unrestrained laughter, like a release of pent-up emotion, seemed to spit out all the frustration that had been building inside Feng for years. At this moment, he only felt incomparably refreshed, and even the tension in his heart gradually faded away. At the same time, Guanxi, who was staying in the room next door, heard Feng's laughter. He had originally wanted to run over and see what had happened to Brother Feng, but after thinking about it, he ultimately gave up. After all, Feng's attack power was far too unreasonable. Guanxi knew for certain that Brother Feng had a huge secret, which was why he didn't go disturb him. So that means as long as I have enough low-grade crystal cores, I can even make mythic crystal cores. Feng suppressed his laughter and muttered to himself. Since crystal cores could be upgraded, there was no need to worry about them for now. At present, what Feng needed most urgently was attack power. And the most direct way to increase attack power was changing equipment. But right now, his level wasn't high enough, so he still couldn't equip those items. Even if he upgraded their quality, he still wouldn't be able to wear them, so he could only turn his attention to skills. As for talents, he didn't lack those few attribute points that talent upgrades would bring. More importantly, if he suddenly raised a talent to A rank or even S rank and above, that would be far too shocking. As long as someone wasn't an idiot, they would definitely know that Feng had a huge secret on him. Therefore, the D-rank talent Eye of Insight, with its effect of seeing through the enemy's weak points and granting double damage, was already enough for Feng. Besides, the method he used to strengthen himself wasn't this talent at all, but Dark Harvester and Sublimation. The talent Sublimation was undetectable, which meant that as long as Feng didn't say it out loud himself, no one would ever know the secret of his. After making his preparations, Feng activated Sublimation again, this time targeting multi-shot. Consume 2 epic crystal cores to upgrade this skill. Note, after upgrading, this skill will become a C-rank passive skill, adding 4 extra arrows to each attack. Since he didn't have enough epic crystal cores, Feng immediately consumed 10 excellent crystal cores in exchange for a new epic crystal core. Although the crystal core consumption ratio was 10-to-1, there was one prerequisite. There had to be a base core. So obtaining 1 epic crystal core had consumed a total of 11 excellent crystal cores. Upgrade for me. With a thought from Feng, the sublimation skill immediately activated. The 2 epic crystal cores in his hand instantly turned into purple particles and scattered, while the passive skill multi-shot in Feng's skill bar also changed from D to C. Keep upgrading. Feng wasn't satisfied with C-rank multi-shot and continued upgrading it. Consume 5 epic crystal cores to upgrade this skill. Note, after upgrading, this skill will become a B-rank passive skill, adding 5 extra arrows to each attack. Upgrade. Feng didn't hesitate. After consuming another 55 excellent grade crystal cores, he got 5 epic grade crystal cores. As the 5 epic grade crystal cores dissipated, the C-rank multi-arrow also became B-rank. With 1 normal attack, 6 arrows would fire. For now, that was enough. Satisfied, Feng moved his gaze away from multi-arrow. Then he looked at explosive arrow. Do you want to consume 1 legendary grade crystal core to upgrade this skill? Note, after upgrading, this skill will become S-rank and will deal 500 physical damage, 200% of physical attack, to all enemy targets within a 10-meter radius of the arrow. Upgrade it. Upgrade the hell out of it. Looking at the upgraded effect of explosive arrow, Qin Feng's eyes seemed to turn red. The disappearance of the legendary grade crystal core signified that Qin Feng finally possessed his first S-rank skill, and it was even an S-rank passive skill. One had to know, even an F-rank passive skill was worth tens of millions, let alone an S-rank passive skill. Explosive arrow, S-rank. Passive: each arrow will deal 500 physical damage, 200% of physical attack, to all enemy targets within a 10-meter radius. Good lord. S-rank explosive arrow was insane. Not only had the blast radius increased to 10 meters, even the damage had gone up by 80. More importantly, it no longer had to hit a target to explode. Now I've really become a true bomber. Since those two skills had both been upgraded, you might as well upgrade Gale Step too. Honestly, Qin Feng was already regretting learning Gale Step. An increase of 20% movement speed was just way too low. Do you want to consume one rare grade crystal core to upgrade this skill? Note, after upgrading, this skill will become E-rank and increase your movement speed by 40%. Sure enough, F-rank active skills simply couldn't compare to passive skills, even if they were both F-rank. The first upgrade for multi-arrow had required one excellent grade crystal core, while Gale Step only needed a rare grade one. The cost had dropped by an entire tier. Still, they were all his own skills, so Qin Feng naturally wouldn't play favorites. Since its rank was low, then he would just upgrade it. Do you want to consume 2 rare grade crystal cores? Do you want to consume 5 rare grade crystal cores? Do you want to consume 1 excellent grade crystal core? Only when it reached B rank did it finally prompt him to consume 1 excellent grade crystal core. But Qin Feng still wasn't satisfied. Do you want to consume 1 epic grade crystal core to upgrade this skill? Note, after upgrading, this skill will become S-rank. Increase your movement speed by 200% and allow short-term flight. Now that finally looks decent. Nice. S-rank Gale Step can even grant flight now. If it didn't at least more than double his speed, Qin Feng wouldn't even bother looking at it. He consumed another 11 excellent grade crystal cores and raised Gale Step all the way to S-rank. Hurricane Step LV 1 S-rank. Active: consumes 200 mana points. Increases your movement speed by 200% and allows flight. Duration: 20 seconds. Cooldown: 40 seconds. He hadn't expected that just upgrading it would even change its name. Still, with this skill, his combat abilities would become far more versatile, and his survivability would also rise by a huge margin. Truly not bad. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. After consuming roughly 80% of his crystal cores, he now possessed 1 B-rank passive skill, multi-arrow, 1 S-rank passive skill, explosive arrow, and 1 S-rank active skill, Hurricane Step, Crystal Cores. Still not enough. Qin Feng could not help but sigh. Being a transcendent really was like burning money like water. He had only tapped a few times on his skills, and the money was already gone. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about synthesizing high-grade crystal cores from low-grade ones, then selling them, using the money to buy more low-grade crystal cores, and repeating the cycle. But the current Qin Feng was only level 15, just a rookie. He had no background and no strength. If someone with ulterior motives set their sights on him, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. So even if the early stage was a bit harder, it didn't matter. Everything still had to be steady and cautious first. Once he had the ability to protect himself, every problem would no longer be a problem. With the increase in his skill ranks, Qin Feng's damage output would rise by another level. Content at heart, he closed his eyes and got a good night's sleep. The next day, early in the morning, Guanqi went out to buy breakfast. Although they were now worth tens of millions, the living habits formed over more than 10 years had still not been changed by their sudden wealth. Having money did not mean you had to eat extravagantly, live in luxury, or dress in flashy clothes. It meant having enough confidence in your heart so that when things happened, you would not panic. After a simple wash-up, the three of them sat together and ate as usual. Brother Feng, are we still going to farm that dark forest dungeon today? Guanqi asked. Yes. Qin Feng nodded. We're all very familiar with that dungeon already, and the legendary Grade Life set is a huge boost for us. Especially for you and Xiaojiao. The increase for you too is practically terrifying. As long as we gather all 6 pieces, that set skill is simply heaven-defying. Hearing Qin Feng say that, Guanqi's eyes lit up so brightly it was almost frightening, right? The tenacity set worn by shield armor classes increases all elemental resistance and control resistance, especially that 20% damage reduction effect, paired with my talent's 30% damage reduction, that 50% damage reduction total. I don't even dare imagine how tanky I'll be in the future. Yes, I already have 2 pieces of the Shuangguang set. Su Juzhou quickly shared her opinion too. Once I collect the full 6-piece set, not only will I get 20% skill cooldown reduction, I'll also automatically recover 1% of my maximum HP, together with the robe restoring 1% of maximum mana every second. I won't need to use recovery potions anymore. That'll save a lot of money. Seeing Su Juzhou's delighted expression, an indescribable ache rose in Qin Feng's heart. They were currently carrying 16 million star coins on them. If they sold all their materials, they would have at least 1 or 200 million. Yet Su Jujio still held onto a frugal mindset. Recovery potions were merely the most commonly used potions among professionals. Even high-level ones were not particularly expensive. Although Qin Feng also agreed with Su Jujio's words, he still felt terrible inside. It's okay, Xiaojio. We have money now. If we can use it, then use it. If it should be spent, then spend it. There is no need to be as frugal as before. Qin Feng said as he looked at Su Jujio. I know, Brother Feng. We do have money now. But just because we have money doesn't mean we should spend recklessly, right? Su Jujio asked back, looking at Qin Feng with those big eyes of hers. Qin Feng stared blankly at Su Jujio. Only after several seconds did he nod heavily. Right? Qin Feng only uttered that one simple word. He did not refute her, because he did not know what he could say to refute her. He wanted Xiaojio to stop being as frugal as before, yet at the same time, deep down, he also hoped that Xiaojio would never forget where she came from. People really were bundles of contradictions. They said children from poor families grew up early. But what about orphans with no father and no mother? They themselves were a family. In this family, Qin Feng was the parent. At the same time, he played the role of both father and elder brother. And now, the three of them had already grown up and stepped into adult life. But adult life was full of tangled interests, full of deception and schemes. Qin Feng was terrified that one day, when he was not by their side, some kind of accident might happen. That was why he was so desperate to grow stronger, more desperate than anyone else. After breakfast, the three of them headed together to the dungeon plaza from yesterday. After showing the seed candidate ID issued by Principal Wu, Qin Feng and the other two arrived once more at the entrance to the Dark Forest instance portal. Just as Qin Feng selected Purgatory mode and was about to enter the instance with Guan Qi and Su Jujio, a voice came from behind him. Cousin, look, those three are actually going to challenge the Dark Forest on Purgatory mode. Could it be that their talent is even stronger than yours, cousin? Su Qingyao carried a giant hammer on her shoulder and pointed at the three of them as she spoke in surprise. Hearing this, Qin Feng frowned slightly. He had no desire to get involved with the children of wealthy clans. But sometimes, even if you didn't go looking for trouble, trouble would still come looking for you. Hey, wait a second. Su Qingyao came hopping over with the giant hammer on her shoulder and stopped beside Qin Feng. Seeing that, Su Qingxue hurried over from behind. Do you need something? Qin Feng looked at the white-haired lowly Su Qingyao and said flatly, Are you going to challenge Purgatory mode? Su Qingyao looked at Qin Feng and asked. Qin Feng said nothing. Instead, he glanced sidelong at the mode he had selected. Meaning, wasn't that a stupid question? Unless you were blind, or your brain had a problem. Su Qingyao also felt that she had asked an extremely foolish question. Seeing Su Qingyao get shut down, Su Qingxue quickly stepped forward. Class Matin, Class Mat Guan, Class Matsu. Hello. This is my cousin, Su Qingyao. Cousin? You're all from the same school? Su Qingyao said, a little surprised. Qin Feng still didn't speak. Seeing the atmosphere grow a bit awkward, Su Qingyao spoke again. Since we're all from the same school, why don't we team up? I have an SS grade talent, and I'm a shield armor class. My cousin is an SSS grade ice mage. With us joining, we can definitely clear the Dark Forest on Purgatory mode. What do you think of my suggestion? When Su Qingyao spoke of her own talent and her cousin Su Qingxue's talent, she felt extremely proud. I think it's not that great, Qin Feng said indifferently. First, we already have a shield armor class user. Second, we're not lacking damage output. Last, I'm not familiar with your cousin. Hey, what else with you? Seeing that Qin Feng wouldn't budge no matter what, Su Qingyao felt a little unhappy. But very quickly, she came up with a new idea. How about this? We'll pay you, and you take us to level up. We only want the experience. Any materials or equipment that drop inside will all belong to you. Su Qingyao thought that since Qin Feng's group dared to choose Purgatory mode, they definitely had enough confidence in themselves. No need. We don't lack that little bit of money. Qin Feng waved his hand and refused directly. After that, he didn't waste any more words with them and led Guan Qi and Su Jujio into the Dark Forest instance portal. What a joke. I'm here to farm the legendary life set. If you saw it, then what? Should I sell it? Or should I skip the process and go straight to the full silence you and grind your bones to dust package? So, for the sake of you two sisters' personal safety, it was better not to bring you along. Watching Qin Feng's group of three enter the instance portal, Su Qingyao clenched her teeth in anger. Her lowly face puffed up in a sulk. What kind of person is he? I've never seen such an impossible jerk. As the favored daughter of the Su family, Su Qingyao had always been the one others tried to please. When had she ever suffered this kind of grievance? Beside her, Su Qingxue saw how aggrieved her cousin looked and shook her head helplessly, only able to comfort her. All right, Yao Yao. They can farm their run, and we can farm ours. There is no need to get angry. ISNT is just Purgatory mode? We'll do it too in a little while. Really? With Su Qingxue comforting her. Su Qingyao's mood finally improved quite a bit. Really, Su Qingxue said with certainty. All right then. This time, I'll be the team leader. I want to choose the difficulty myself. Su Qingyao immediately beamed. Fine, you could be the team leader. I really don't know what's so great about being team leader. Su Qingxue pressed a hand to her forehead and sighed. Being team leader is impressive. Su Qingyao gave that as a reason. Meanwhile, inside the Dark Forest instance, Brother Feng, that girl just now offered us money to carry her. Why didn't we bring her? Didn't you used to say that anyone who doesn't team make money when it's there is an idiot? Guanxi instantly turned into a great genius. Hearing that, Qin Feng viciously kicked him in the butt. Xiaojiu, you tell your idiot seventh brother. Qin Feng looked at Su Jiujiu as he spoke. Seventh brother, I have to admit, sometimes your brain really doesn't turn fast enough. Su Jiujiu had finally gotten a perfectly justified chance to lecture Guanxi, so naturally, she was going to let it pass. How so? Guanxi still didn't understand and scratched his head. Qin Feng smacked his forehead and couldn't help sighing inwardly. This kid is hopeless. Su Jiujiu also looked speechless. Seventh brother, tell me, why do we come into this purgatory mode? To farm equipment. Guanxi looked serious. Su Jiujiu said, exactly, to farm equipment. Guanxi said, but farming equipment doesn't stop us from making their money too. Seventh brother, you really need to use your head more. The life set is a legendary set. Who wouldn't be tempted by equipment of that grade? If we're lucky, a treasure chest might even drop. You should know that a treasure chest can open into a myth grade item. If they weren't tempted by a legendary set, I could think a little more highly of them. But what if it's a myth grade item? Can you guarantee they wouldn't be tempted even by a myth grade item? They're all children of great aristocratic families. We can't afford to provoke them. After hearing Su Jiujiu's explanation, the expression on Guanxi's face went from confusion to understanding and finally to lingering fear. So that is how it is. Guanxi understood now. He truly got it. Now you know why I don't want much contact with them, right? Qin Feng shot Guanxi a glance. None of those children from aristocratic families are simple. Get involved with them, and you're getting involved with trouble. Got it, Brother Feng. In the future, when dealing with people from aristocratic families, I'll definitely be more careful. Guanxi spoke seriously. Good that you understand. Qin Feng nodded. As for money, it's everywhere. If you want to make money, isn't that easy? But making money depends on how you make it. While making money, you absolutely can't put yourself in danger. Otherwise, if you die, then what is the point of all the money you made? All right, enough talk. Time to get to work. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng immediately activated Gale's step. His entire body turned into a wisp of breeze and drifted into the dense forest. Very soon, bursts of explosions rang out. For a time, the ground shook and the mountains trembled. Holy shit, Brother Feng is way too fierce. I wasn't even ready yet. And my experience is already shooting up like crazy. Guanxi cried out in shock. Stop talking and hurry up. Let us go collect the materials. After tossing out that line, Su Jiujiu rushed off. Hey, Xiaojiu, wait for me. Guanxi hurriedly followed. Up ahead, Qin Feng flew through the air, completely turning into a bomber as he continuously threw bombs downward. Everywhere he passed, not a single blade of grass was left standing. Perhaps because of the rules of the place, the trees that had been blown apart recovered after about 10 seconds. Even flowers and grass on the ground all returned to their original appearance. System prompt, killed normal monster little green snake. Experience plus 300. System prompt, dark harvester triggered. Gained 1 point of strength. System prompt, killed elite monster green scale snake. Experience plus 2000. System prompt, dark harvester triggered. Gained 1 point of strength. System prompt, killed normal monster ghost face spider. Experience value 300. System prompt, triggered dark harvester. Gained 1 point of agility. Battle log notifications kept popping up, but Qin Feng couldn't even be bothered to look. Right now, he was completely immersed in his own joy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. Looking at the blazing scene below, Qin Feng immediately let out a roar. Awesome. This is freaking awesome. This is what a man's romance should be. A real man should be playing with cannons. Sure enough, art is explosion. Even though this world had been digitized and gamified, a lot of things still felt very reasonable. For example, an archer's attack range was directly proportional to strength. As Qin Feng's strength kept increasing, his range also grew farther and farther. It wasn't like in games, where there was some hard range limit. If range really had a fixed cap, then wouldn't those origin level mage big shots only be able to toss a fireball a few hundred meters? What would that even be? Playing house. It wouldn't even compare to a rifle from the technological era. The casting range of mages and priests was tied to spirit. The higher the spirit, the farther they could cast. Woo! Qin Feng soared through the sky, and Guanxi below looked at him with obvious envy. Xiaojiu, when do you think we'll be able to fly too? Su Jiujiu happily picked up a material. Don't know. Guanxi said, sigh. Why is it that you never know anything? Su Jiujiu cheerfully picked up another material and tossed it into her system backpack. I know how to pick up materials. Guanxi. Su Jiujiu rolled her eyes at him. Stop spacing out. With the time you're wasting standing there, you could have already picked up several materials. Guanxi said, fine, I'm picking them up. About 20 minutes later, Qin Feng finally cleared out every monster in the entire dungeon. Looking at his status panel and seeing all 5 dimensions of his attributes increase by around 150 points each, Qin Feng felt delighted. The monsters in this dungeon gave very balanced stat gains from harvesting. For Qin Feng, this place was basically a leveling paradise. Huff, huff, huff. Guanxi came jogging all the way into the core area, panting heavily. Meanwhile, Su Jujio was still collecting the drop materials. They didn't need her anymore to fight this Emperor-level boss. She only needed to show up at the most critical moment, which was opening the loot. When Guanxi arrived, Qin Feng told him his idea. Hearing that, Guanxi looked completely incredulous. He pointed at his own nose and asked, "Bro, do I really seem that shameless to you?" "No." Qin Feng shook his head. But in his heart, he silently added, "Even more shameless than I imagined." "All right, stop wasting time. Go." Guanxi, fine. After saying that, he carried his boning knife over to the roots of the Emperor-level tree of life and viciously slashed down. One. Burn effect. The boning knife had a burn effect, but it still couldn't break the tree of life's defense. Woo, a sharp tearing sound rang out through the air as a tree root whipped viciously toward Guanxi. Seeing that, Guanxi couldn't even be bothered to dodge. "I can't break your defense, and you can't break mine either, so we're even." One. Guanxi slashed again. Then he activated his taunt skill. At the same time, he shouted, "Come hit me then. Come hit me then." Seeing that Guanxi had pulled the boss's aggro, Qin Feng also kept firing sneak arrows from shadows. 9,600. Sixfold multi-arrow. 19,200. Critical hit. 19,200. Burst arrow explosion damage. 38,400. Burst arrow critical hit. Qin Feng's attack power had now reached 9,800, and his attack speed had already broken through to 11. A single normal attack could deal 4,800 damage to the Tree of Life. Add the weak point damage from his talent, and that became 9,600. Add in multi-arrow and burst arrow, and without even counting critical hits, he could deal 1,900,000 damage to the boss in 1 second. Holy hell, Brother Fang's damage was completely impossible to understand. Standing in the center of the explosions, Guanxi stared at the boss's HP bar constantly dropping and was instantly dumbfounded, especially at the damage numbers of tens of thousands that kept floating up from time to time. Shocked as he was, he didn't forget his task. He kept taunting nonstop. This wasn't a taunt skill, this was real taunting. "You're such a huge tree, and you still can't even break my defense? You've really lived all these years for nothing. Why don't you stop calling yourself the Tree of Life? How about I give you a new name? Call you Live for Nothing." Buzz. Guanxi's words seemed to really hit a sore spot for the Tree of Life. It began to turn berserk. Countless roots burst out from the ground and continuously lashed at Guanxi. But Guanxi activated absolute defense and didn't panic in the slightest. Let him be strong if he wants, like a clear breeze brushing over a mountain ridge. Let him be fierce if he wants, like a bright moon shining over a great river. With a potion in hand, absolute defense covered his whole body. Good lord, it actually went berserk just like that. As expected of you, little bro. Qin Feng was very satisfied. His hands never stopped moving. Arrow after arrow shot toward the tree of life's weak points, with an attack speed as high as 11. Qin Feng's hands had already turned into afterimages. They were impossible to see clearly. Attack maxed out. Attack speed maxed out. Now all that remained was time. About 1 minute later, the Tree of Life finally fell. Where it disappeared, aside from that legendary grade crystal core, there were actually 6 golden beams of light. Unfortunately, no treasure chest dropped. "Xiao Jiu, time to work," Guanxi shouted to Su Jujio in the distance. Got it. Su Jujio took 2 quick steps and arrived in front of the 6 beams of light, delight shining in her eyes. Then she began muttering under her breath. In the northwest dark heavens floats a cloud. A crow falls into a flock of phoenixes. If heaven had not given birth to me, Su Xiaojiu, opening loot through the ages would be a long night. Life set, come out for me. As soon as her words fell, the 6 golden beams gradually faded away and transformed into 6 pieces of equipment. Holy crap, she really opened 6 pieces of equipment. Not a single material. All right, now I'm convinced. Guanxi was completely won over. Su Jujio put her hands on her hips, her smug little expression making her chin practically tilt up into the sky. At this moment, I, Su Xiaojiu, know not what an opponent is. Good lord, Xiaojiu really was their lucky koi. Even Qin Feng had to admit that Su Jujio's luck was downright absurd. 6 legendary grade items, and she turned all 6 into equipment. On top of that, they were all from the life sets. Just tell him if that wasn't outrageous. Belt. Life Profound Light Sash, legendary grade. Life Profound Light Set. Shoes. Life Profound Light Cloud Boots, legendary grade. Life Profound Light Set. Belt. Life Tenacity Waist Ring, legendary grade. Life Tenacity Set. Cloth Armor. Life Wisdom Cloud Robe, legendary grade. Life Wisdom Set. Shoes. Life Azure Feather Star Treads, legendary grade. Life Azure Feather Set. Leather Helm. Life Azure Feather Soft Crown, legendary grade. Life Azure Feather Set. Looking at these 6 life set equipment pieces, Qin Feng frowned slightly. There seemed to be something different mixed in among them. This Wisdom Set? Could it be that the life sets weren't limited to just 3 sets? That discovery made Qin Feng freeze for a moment, but he quickly reacted. That's right. Yesterday, we only dropped 3 kinds of life sets. But that doesn't mean I ever knew there were only 3 kinds in the first place. I was still too stuck on my first impression. I thought there were only 3 life sets. That kind of mindset won't do. I need to change it. If they were classified according to class, then wouldn't that mean there were 6 kinds of life sets? Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but take a sharp breath. 6 kinds of life sets. How long was that going to take to farm? Whatever. With Xiao Jiao, this lucky koi, around, he believed they would gather them all soon enough. After making up his mind, Qin Feng stopped dwelling on how many life sets there were. No matter what, he was going to complete his own set. After picking up all the materials that had dropped, the 3 of them divided up the equipment each of them needed, then immediately exited the dungeon. When the 3 of them came out, they just so happened to run into the Su sisters, Su Qingyao and Su Qingxue again. Seriously, why do we keep running into these 2? Are they that idle? Don't they run dungeons? Qin Feng couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Huh, you guys came out too. What a coincidence. Su Qingyao's eyes lit up as she greeted Qin Feng. Hearing what she said, Qin Feng then realized that he seemed to have misunderstood them. It looked like the sisters had also withdrawn from the dungeon midway through. Although Su Qingyao and Su Qingxue were cousins, their personalities were completely opposite. The former was carefree and outgoing, the type with extreme social confidence. The latter was cold by nature and unwilling to interact with others. That said, the 2 of them really were somewhat complementary when together. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't respond to her, Su Qingyao wasn't angry. They had only met once or twice. But Su Qingyao more or less understood by now that this was probably just his personality, so she didn't mind too much. Purgatory mode is no joke. The monsters inside are seriously strong. My cousin and I went through a lot just to kill 1 Lord rank boss, Su Qingyao said on her own. Though her tone sounded casual, Qin Feng could tell she was obviously showing off her achievement. After all, for level 15 awaken to kill a Lord rank boss in Purgatory mode was no easy task. But they had done it, and with only a 2-person team at that. Su Qingyao continued, but if you guys joined us, I think we could go even farther. We might not be able to beat the final boss, but killing a few more Lord rank bosses wouldn't be hard. Besides, the equipment dropped by Lord rank bosses in Purgatory mode has much better stats than the gear dropped in other modes. So, tempted? In Su Qingyao's mind, Qin Feng's 3-man team had definitely withdrawn midway too, just like they had. After all, the monsters inside were that strong. Even her cousin, an SSS-Rank ice mage, had trouble dealing with them, much less Qin Feng's group of 3. Not really. Qin Feng glanced at Su Qingyao, then shook his head. Right after that, he selected Purgatory mode once more and entered Dark Forest again with Guanxi and Su Jujiu. The same words, the same tone, rejecting Su Qingyao once again. I'm so mad. How can someone like this even exist in the world? Su Qingyao was angered by Qin Feng once again. Her delicate little face puffed up, looking exactly like a bun. At the side, Su Qingxue paid no attention to Su Qingyao's complaints, because she faintly had a feeling in her heart that Qin Feng's 3-man team might actually have cleared the Dark Forest on Purgatory mode. After all, there was already precedent. Wasn't it the same when they did the newbie trial dungeon the day before yesterday? The 3 of them had also cleared Purgatory mode in an extremely short amount of time. The moment that thought surfaced in her mind, Su Qingxue increasingly felt that her guess was very likely true. But how was that possible? They were only level 15. A Monarch rank boss in Nightmare mode already had 10 million HP. There was no need to even think about it. Bosses in Purgatory mode had to be even more terrifying. Cousin, what are you spacing out for? Seeing Su Qingxue in a daze, Su Qingyao waved her little hand in front of her eyes. It's nothing. Su Qingxue shook her head. Qingyao, remember how I mentioned to you the day before yesterday that someone cleared newbie Purgatory mode in less than 13 minutes? You mean them? Su Qingyao's already large eyes widened even more. That's right. It was the 3 of them. Su Qingxue felt deeply unconvinced. She clearly already had an SSS rank talent. So why was the gap between her and Qin Feng's team only getting bigger? At this moment, Su Qingyao was completely stunned. She had never expected that these 3 were the very people grandfather had reminded them to befriend. Su Muyang was in Kanglan City, so naturally Qin Feng's team's newbie trial results couldn't be hidden from him. If Su Muyang knew, then that was the same as saying Old Master Su knew. Cousin, then you mean they very likely cleared Dark Forest on Purgatory mode? Su Qingxue took a deep breath and calmed herself. That's my guess. If they really cleared Purgatory mode, then wouldn't that be way too insane? Su Qingyao was utterly shocked. A powerhouse. This was absolutely a hidden powerhouse, and even fiercer than I imagined. I always hear Grandpa say that truly powerful people never care to show themselves off, but everything they do goes beyond what ordinary people can understand. Normal people can't even imagine how strong they really are. And isn't this just perfect? The more Su Qingyao spoke, the brighter her eyes became. This big shot bro is exactly that kind of person. Even if he comes from a poor background, he's still unmoved by money and material things. Cousin, we have to build a good relationship with them. They're the perfect investment target. As long as we wait for them to grow, they definitely won't forget us. And even at the very least, they won't become enemies of our Su family. In that short span of time, Su Qingyao had already made her decision. Cousin, what do you think we should use to invest in them? S-rank, or higher skill books, or epic equipment? Hearing this stream of remarks from Su Qingyao, Su Qingxue was a little speechless. She couldn't help but shake her head and say those. I was only guessing. None of it has been confirmed. But Su Qingyao immediately refuted her. Let's not even talk about whether Qin Feng's team really cleared Dark Forest on Purgatory mode for now. Just the fact that the three of them could clear newbie Purgatory mode in 13 minutes is already enough for me to invest in them. Besides, our Su family isn't lacking in resources. I'll just treat it as a personal gift from me to them, just to make some friends. Even if the family finds out, they won't say anything. Su Qingxue's words did not make Su Qingyao give up. Forget it, do whatever you want. Su Qingxue waved her hand, not wanting to continue the topic. Because of Su Qingxue's rather cold personality, she didn't place that much importance on family matters. Su Qingyao, however, was completely different. Ever since childhood, she had been instilled with the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the family. Don't be fooled by her soft and fragile appearance as a white-haired lowly. The sense of responsibility in her heart was heavier than the hammer in her hand. Thus, after learning that Qin Feng's group of three were exactly the people grandfather had instructed her to find, she had already made up her mind. Meanwhile, inside the Dark Forest dungeon, boom, 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 explosions rang out non-stop. Swish, swish, swish. Qin Feng's figure had completely turned into a shadow, constantly darting through the dense forest. The moment Gale's step came off cooldown, he flew straight into the air and turned into a humanoid bomber. About 20 minutes later, the three of them gathered once more at the core area of the dungeon. Lao Qi, your turn. Qin Feng held the oxhorn bow and looked at Guan Qi beside him. All right. Guan Qi raised his boning knife and chopped at the ancient tree of life. Baiwa, your seventh master is here to see you again. Guan Qi immediately activated double taunt mode. Not only did he use the taunt skill, even his words came with taunt built in. It seemed the words Baiwa were a sore spot for the ancient tree of life. It directly entered berserk mode. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help nodding. Lao Qi was indeed Lao Qi. With just one sentence, he had triggered the ancient tree of life's berserk mechanism. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng also instantly entered ruthless mode. After clearing all the small mobs in this dungeon, his attack power had finally broken 10,000, reaching 10,435. Even his attack speed was already close to 13. He really didn't know just how fast Qin Feng's hand speed would become once his attack speed growth reached 100 in the future. After activating his talent, the damage he dealt to the ancient tree of life directly exceeded 10,000. 10,876, 21,740, critical, 21,740, burst arrow, 43,480, burst arrow critical. Dense damage numbers kept floating up from the ancient tree of life's body. Every single number was pleasing to the eye, especially those bolded critical damage numbers. They were satisfying down to the soul. Good lord, Feng Ji, ISN to your growth speed way too fast? Maybe we should just stop, or your account might get banned. Guan Shi couldn't help saying as he looked at Qin Feng. Banned? Banned for what? Smiling arrow god? Human bomber? Qin Feng naturally knew what Guan Shi meant, but he didn't want to chat about that topic, so he could only throw out some random nonsense. What the hell is that even supposed to mean? Guan Shi was speechless. Very soon, in less than a minute, the ancient tree of life, SHP, was completely emptied by Qin Feng, and before Su Jujio even made it over, the Emperor tier boss had already been killed. System prompt. Emperor tier ancient tree of life killed. EXP plus 100,000. System prompt. Dark Harvester triggered. Gained 1 point of constitution. Buzz. A golden light shone from both Qin Feng and Guan Qi at the same time. They had leveled up. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, LV16. Awesome. Finally leveled up. Guan Qi roared. At the same time, Su Jujio, who was still not far away picking up materials, also had a golden light rise from her body. She immediately looked at the battle log and discovered that Feng Ji and Qi Ji had already killed the Emperor tier boss, the ancient tree of life. Turning her head, she saw 6 clusters of golden light shining in the core area. That meant, aside from the legendary crystal core, they had gotten 5 legendary items this time. Feng Ji and the others killed the boss that fast. Su Jujio quickly picked up the surrounding materials, then hurried over to the two of them. Xiaojio, it's your turn next, Qin Feng said as he looked at Su Jujio. Okay, Feng Ji, just watch me. Su Jujio patted her small chest and guaranteed it confidently. Then Su Jujio mysteriously chanted an incantation under her breath. 1 goes 2, 3 away, dungeon runs 4 or 5 times. 6 or 7 legendary drops. 8 or 9 ISN T too many. Show yourself, life set. As her voice fell, the 5 clusters of golden light gradually dispersed, transforming into 5 legendary pieces of equipment. Life Profound Light Scepter, legendary. Life Profound Light Set. Life Tenacity Battle Boots, legendary. Life Tenacity Set. Life Tenacity Gloves, Legendary. Life Tenacity Set. Life Azure Feather, Cloud Piercing Bow, Legendary. Life Azure Feather Set. Necklace, Blessing of the Goddess of Life, Legendary. When those 5 pieces of equipment appeared before the 3 of them, all their eyes lit up. 4 useful set pieces, and none of them were duplicates. That was really nice. When Qin Feng's gaze fell on the final teardrop-shaped necklace, he immediately used appraisal, and the exact attributes of Blessing of the Goddess of Life were instantly displayed. Necklace, Blessing of the Goddess of Life, Legendary. Type, Accessory. Level, no equip requirement. Life, Unending. Restores 1% of current max HP every second. Battle, Unceasing. Each attack additionally increases your own attack by 1%, stackable up to 30%. Disappears 10 seconds after leaving combat. Deadly Strike, critical chance plus 20%. Blood and Chi like a rainbow. Increases current max HP by 10%. Life Purification, can remove all negative statuses from yourself. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Blessing of the Goddess, a blessing from the goddess. You are Fortune's favored child. When Qin Feng and the other 2 saw all the information on the necklace, all of them were stunned. A no-level requirement necklace, and every single attribute is top tier. This necklace really looks like it can be used for a lifetime. Guanxi looked extremely excited. Among them, there were even 3 growth-type attributes. Fengji, I think your necklace slot has graduated. Without a doubt, the affixes on this necklace suited Qin Feng extremely well. However, he had previously already obtained an epic necklace. Heart of the Ancient Tree of Life. That necklace also had very solid attributes, and one of them could also remove all negative statuses. But compared to this legendary necklace, its attributes were far too inferior. Not to mention anything else, just based on the purification effect alone, the difference between the 2 was worlds apart. There was a full 150 seconds of difference. Now that he had a necklace that suited him even better, that previous necklace was no longer of much use to him. So with tears in his eyes, he could only hand it over to Guanxi. Qin Feng took out the epic necklace from his system backpack and handed it to Guanxi. The attributes on this necklace were also extremely good, and it was likewise for physical classes. After receiving the epic necklace, Guanxi was as happy as a 3-year-old child at 200 months old. Ha ha ha. Even though this necklace's attributes aren't as good as that legendary one, it's still extremely useful for me. Once I reach level 20 and gather the full Life Tenacity set, my resistances are going to be ridiculous. And with this necklace's control removal effect on top of that, I don't even dare imagine how invincible I'll be by then. At this moment, Su Jujio's voice also rang out. Fengji, I also got a level 20 epic staff earlier. Right after that, Su Jujio took out that epic staff from her system backpack, Staff of Life. These 2 epic pieces of equipment had dropped from the Monarch tier Ancient Tree of Life. Besides the last attribute that boosts healing effects, this staff also suits the mage class really well. How about we sell it? There is no point keeping it anyway. Hearing that, Qin Feng didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Life Profound Light Scepter. Weapon, Life Profound Light Scepter, Legendary. Life Profound Light Set. Category, Staff. Level, Equip Requirement, Level 20. Spell Surge, Spell Attack plus 1000. Vigorous Spirit, Spirit plus 500. Life Healing, increases healing effects by 30%. Skill Haste, cooldown reduction plus 30%. Life Like Flowers, the Flower of Life blooms, removing all negative statuses from all allies within 50 meters. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Life Authority, revive a unit that has been dead for no more than 24 hours. Cooldown time, 30 days. Can store 3 charges, 0/3. When Qin Feng finished reading the attributes of this profound light scepter, he was stunned. You really couldn't tell until you looked. The moment he did, it was a total shock. Good lord, this staff's attributes were absurdly strong. Hearing Qin Feng say that, Guanxi and Su Jujio immediately used appraisal. After reading the staff's attributes, both of them sucked in a cold breath. Isn't this way too strong? Xiaojiu, you're really about to take off. A 30% increase to healing effects and 30% skill cooldown reduction. Those were stat lines every caster dreamed of. But compared to the 2 effects after them, those first 2 were practically little brothers. Group Crowd Control Removal and Resurrection. Resurrection, that was a god tier skill. Who would have thought it would appear on a piece of equipment like this? And it could be used once every 30 days. Even crazier, it could store charges, with a maximum of 3 uses. Xiaojiu, you have to take good care of your 7th brother from now on. My little life is in your hands now. Once one stepped in the transcendent realm, no one knew whether tomorrow or disaster would come first. And now, Su Jujio had a godly resurrection skill. For Qin Feng, Guanxi, and Su Jujio, this was simply an enormous surprise. 7th brother, I think we should switch identities. From now on, I'm 9th sister, Su Jujio said jokingly. Sure thing, 9th sister, Guanxi immediately shouted, without the slightest sense of awkwardness. Su Jujio was instantly dumbfounded, her mind freezing up a little. Seeing Xiao Jiu like this, Guanqi scratched his head and laughed. Hee, I was just joking. The conversation between Guanqi and Su Jiujiu didn't draw much of Qin Feng's attention. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the bow, because that was his own class weapon. If Xiao Jiu's weapon was already this insane, then his definitely wouldn't be bad either. He tossed down appraisal, and right after that, the information for the Life Azure Feather Cloud-Piercing Bow appeared. Weapon: Life Azure Feather Cloud-Piercing Bow Legendary Grade. Life Azure Feather Set. Category: Bow Type. Level: Requires level 20 to equip. Life Offense. Attack plus 1000. Deadly Strike. Critical hit plus 30%. Life Leech. 20% Life Steal. Life Deprivation. Each time you kill an enemy unit. Increase your own HP by 10 points. Stackable up to 10,000 HP. Life Acceleration. Consume 10% of your maximum HP to increase attack speed by 20% for 10 seconds. Cooldown: 60 seconds. Cloud Piercing Arrow. Ignore 30% of the target's defense. Unique passive. To be honest, this weapon's attributes were fairly average. It couldn't compare to Su Jiujiu's staff at all. However, it had one attribute Qin Feng couldn't ignore. Ignore defense. Haha, ignore 30% defense. With this bow, if I run into high defense bosses in the future, I won't feel so helpless anymore. Qin Feng was extremely excited, since there are stat lines like ignore defense. Then if I stack it to 100%, wouldn't that mean every one of my attacks is basically true damage? At that thought, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. From now on, I definitely have to pay attention to equipment with ignore defense type attributes. Even if the base stats are a little worse, it doesn't matter. I don't lack damage anyway. The only thing I'm missing is a way to break through defense. Just yesterday, Qin Feng had still been worrying about this problem. He hadn't expected it to be solved today. Brother Feng, should we take this epic grade staff and sell it? Su Jiujiu looked at Qin Feng again and asked. Pulling back his thoughts, Qin Feng thought for a moment. Sell it? Why wouldn't we? Keeping it doesn't do us any good. Su Jiujiu said. Then should we still sell it to Wanbao Pavilion? After thinking for a bit, Qin Feng shook his head. Wanbao Pavilion's buyback price is fair, but this staff's attributes are top tier. If we want to sell it for a high price, then we can only sell it to rich people. A rich person. Su Qingsui. Guanqi immediately thought of someone. That woman just happens to be here farming the dungeon. I heard her background is extremely impressive. If we sell it to her, the price might even be several times higher. Su Jiujiu said, Brother Feng, are we really going to sell it to her? Actually, Su Jiujiu didn't like that icy woman. She was like an iceberg, not lively or cute at all. Let's leave it for now. Anyway, this staff isn't something we'll have trouble selling, Qin Feng said, shaking his head again. He had no plans to sell the staff immediately. Even if he was going to sell it to Su Qingxue, now was not the time. The main reason was that Su Jiujiu was a priest. If they took out such a top-tier epic staff that suited her so perfectly and sold it off, anyone who wasn't an idiot would know Qin Feng had something even better in his hands. So, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Qin Feng decided to hold on to it for a while. Since Qin Feng had said so, Su Jiujiu and Guanqi didn't continue the topic. It was just one staff. Whoever they sold it to, it was still being sold. After that, the three of them divided up the equipment each of them needed, then exited the dungeon. When the three of them appeared in the dungeon plaza, Su Qingxue and Su Qingyao were nowhere to be seen. Presumably, the two sisters had already entered a dungeon to level up. Since the dungeon had dropped too many materials, Qin Feng's group could only clear out their bags first. They bundled up all the ordinary materials produced by the dungeon and sold them to Wanbao Pavilion, earning another 15 million star coins. Su Jiujiu happily accepted the star card containing 15 million star coins. Now, she was a genuine multi-millionaire rich girl. Little Jiu here likes collecting materials the most. I picked all these up with my own hard work. Su Jiujiu looked absolutely blissful. Of course, all the more valuable materials were transferred into Qin Feng's bag. With their bags emptied out, Su Jiujiu and Guanqi were full of drive. Because on the next dungeon run, their gains would be simply unimaginable. Very soon, Qin Feng's group returned once more to the dungeon portal of the Dark Forest. After selecting Inferno mode, space twisted, and the three of them vanished from the spot. A dungeon maintenance staff member nearby, who had been paying close attention to Qin Feng, quietly passed the news along. TSK, already level 16. Leveling really is fast, as expected of one of this year's seeded contenders. The maintenance staff member couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. At the same time, in another dungeon within the Dark Forest, Su Qingyao held a massive hammer and looked toward the densely packed core region. Cousin, even though the monsters in Inferno mode are strong, the EXP they give is also incredibly generous. This time, we're definitely going to clear out every monster in this dungeon. Anyway, I've already prepared more than enough recovery potions. As long as we can reach level 15, we'll be able to learn new skills again, and at the same time, switch into a stronger set of equipment. By then, farming monsters will be even easier for us. Su Qingxue said nothing. No one knew what she was thinking. At this point, the two sisters had already reached level 11. Earlier, when they entered the Inferno dungeon for the first time, They had only wanted to come in and see just how strong the monsters in this mode were, so they hadn't prepared many potions. But now, they had brought nearly 1,000 recovery potions, planning to fight a prolonged battle. With so many recovery potions, it would be enough for them to clear out all the monsters inside. In Dark Forest Inferno mode, excluding the Emperor Tier Life Ancient Tree in the core area, one dungeon run could yield roughly 350,000 to 400,000 EXP. From level 11 to level 12 required 400,000 EXP. From level 12 to level 13 required 500,000 EXP. From level 13 to level 14, 600,000. From level 14 to level 15, 700,000. Therefore, if they wanted to reach level 15, they still needed to clear the dungeon 6 more times. Since they couldn't T-kill an Emperor Tier boss, they naturally couldn't T-get its EXP. Based on Su Qingshua's current SSS tier talent, along with a full set of level 10 epic grade equipment, her damage was about the same as Qin Feng S had been at level 10. Although she was a mage and her speed at clearing mobs was slow, when it came to those Lord tier bosses with absurdly thick HP bars, her output was nowhere near Qin Feng S. After all, Qin Feng was a physical class. His damage relied entirely on the frequency of his basic attacks, and Qin Feng S attack speed left Su Qingxue in the dust by countless streets. So all things considered, with only Su Qingyao alone clearing all the small monsters inside, along with the elite tier and Lord tier bosses, it would take about 3 hours. If the two of them didn't sleep or rest, they could reach level 15 in 18 hours. But was that possible? The answer was obviously no. Their bodies might have been datafied, but their minds would still feel exhausted, grinding non-stop for 24 hours. Even Qin Feng wouldn't be able to endure that. Yesterday alone, he had already farmed for a full 8 hours. Still, the fact that just a 2-person team could reach level 15 in 18 hours once again proved how powerful an SSS tier talent was. Because Su Qingshua's talent had risen to SSS tier, every time she leveled up, all her attributes and free attribute points would each increase by 30 points. And her talent had changed as well. Previously, Su Qingshua's talent had been SS tier, Ice Crystal Frost Phoenix. But now, her talent had already changed to SSS tier, Goddess of Ice and Snow. Goddess of Ice and Snow, SSS tier. Effect 1. Increases the damage of all ice element skills by 300%. Effect 2. Every time an ice element skill is cast, it applies 1 stack of Snow Frost status to the target. When Snow Frost status stacks to 10 layers, this status will trigger, dealing an additional 100% magic attack damage. Effect 3. Increases the range of all ice element skills by 100%. An SSS tier talent had 3 effects, and it could even boost all of her ice element skills by 300%. That amount of damage was outrageous. Mage classes, no matter what element they used, all had one thing in common: strong mob clearing ability, fierce burst power, and large skill ranges. As an SSS tier talent holder, Su Qingshua's talent could further double her skill range on top of the range already built into the skills themselves. With this attribute, Su Qingshua's mob clearing ability would rise to yet another level. It could only be said that SSS tier talents were fucking unreasonable. Even Qin Feng wanted that kind of massive AoE skill. 1 skill cast, and a huge swath of monsters would be instantly wiped out. A few skills, and an entire dungeon could be cleaned out. TSK, TSK, TSK. He didn't even dare imagine it. He really didn't dare. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's group of 3 had already lost count of how many times they had seen this familiar acquaintance. No, familiar tree. After equipping the Blessing of the Goddess of Life necklace, Qin Feng felt like he was about to float. It boosted his own attack power by 30% and increased his crit rate by 20%. Combined with the 5% from the Oxhorn Bow, it had already reached 25%. His damage had risen another level. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. In less than a minute, the Emperor Tier, Ancient Tree of Life, dispersed amidst its berserk state. With just that one line from Guanxi about having lived in vain, it truly felt as if it really had lived countless years for nothing. And under that mysterious power of law, it couldn't even commit suicide. In the end, it could only offer up its own most precious sincerity to Qin Feng's group of 3. Maybe it was because he had equipped that necklace, but this time, the loot that dropped was actually even more than before. Even more surprising, there were 10 streaks of golden light in total, including the legendary grade crystal core. 10 streaks. That meant 10 legendary grade items. Holy shit, why did so many drop this time? Guanxi said in disbelief. Beside him, Su Jujio was equally stunned by the scene before her. Brother Feng, the legendary grade items this boss dropped this time are worth 2 previous runs put together. Hearing that, even Qin Feng couldn't help but freeze for a moment, but very quickly, he connected it to the necklace he was wearing. One of its affixes was called Goddess S Blessing. Goddess S Blessing? Which Goddess S Blessing was it exactly? Could it be the blessing of the Goddess of Luck? Without thinking too much about it, getting more loot was naturally a huge blessing for Qin Feng's group of 3. Xiao Jio, it's your turn. Okay, Su Juju nodded and once again recited the incantation she had no idea where she had picked up. Heaven's gate open, Earth's gate open. Shout, Geo chants the spell, let fortune open. Top-tier goods come, trash retreat. Life set, come rolling in. Open. A few seconds later, the golden light faded, and one piece of equipment after another, each radiating a flowing golden glow, revealed its true form. Cloth hat, mysterious light star cap of life, legendary grade. Life mysterious light set. Cloth hat, hood of wisdom of life, legendary grade. Life wisdom set. Weapon, soul-breaking blade of tenacity of life, legendary grade. Life tenacity set. Metal helmet, helmet of tenacity of life, legendary grade. Life tenacity set. Belt, moon shadow of azure feather of life, legendary grade. Life azure feather set. Gloves, azure feather handguards of life, legendary grade. Life azure feather set. Metal armor, battle armor of tenacity of life. Bracelet, guardian of the goddess of life, legendary grade. Ring, spiritual pivot of the goddess of life, legendary grade. 9 pieces of equipment in a row. Of them, only 2 were unusable. All the rest could be used, and it seemed they had even completed the sets. Even Qin Feng had no choice but to admire Xiao Jio's luck. Sure enough, she could turn even a 1% chance into 100% reality. At this moment, Qin Feng had finally realized Su Juju as hidden physique. Once might be luck, twice might be coincidence, but 3 times, there was definitely something to it. And after only a few runs, the life sets for all 3 of them had already been completed. It was practically effortless. Guanxi and Su Juju put away the equipment they needed. Meanwhile, Qin Feng turned his gaze toward the other 2 accessories. Bracelet, guardian of the goddess of life, legendary grade. Type, accessory. Level, no equip requirement. Fortification, constitution plus 200. Brute force, strength plus 200. Swiftness, agility plus 200. Berserk, physical attack plus 10%. Critical strike, crit rate plus 20%. Goddess S-Guardian, when HP falls below 10%, automatically triggers an invincible shield, immune to all attacks, duration 10 seconds, cooldown 1 hour. Ring, spiritual pivot of the goddess of life, legendary grade. Type, accessory. Level, no equip requirement. Brute force, strength plus 200. Swiftness, agility plus 200. Critical strike, crit rate plus 20%. Sharpness, ignores 20% of the target's defense, unique passive. Life conversion, consumes 1000 HP to convert into 10,000 points of life shield, cooldown 60 seconds. Life goddess's spiritual pivot, consumes 90% of your maximum HP to briefly increase all your attributes by 1000 points. Duration, 3 seconds. Cooldown 1 day. After looking over these 2 accessories, Qin Feng's first impression was simple. 1 word, strong. 2 words, insanely strong. 3 words, absurdly overpowered. Their power was very straightforward, especially the last effect on both accessories. One was an invincible shield. The other was a 10-fold boost to his attributes. With Qin Feng's current strength of around 2,000, a 10-fold increase would mean 20,000 strength. Adding his original base strength, that would be a total of 22,000 strength. His attack power would reach a terrifying 110,000. With the bracelet's 10-fold physical attack bonus on top of that, it would become 1,210,000. With that kind of attack, even a level 100 SSS grade monster genius probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Level 100 was already the peak of first transition. Level 101 meant stepping into second transition. But right now, Qin Feng was only level 16. At level 16, he already had the qualifications to stand invincible below level 100. He truly couldn't imagine just how monstrous Qin Feng would become after reaching level 30 and completing his awaken class advancement. 2 more level unrestricted accessories. Fengji, you're really on the road to becoming invincible. Right then, Guanxi's voice rang out beside Qin Feng's ear. Hearing that, Qin Feng smiled faintly. I was planning to challenge other dungeons after we finished collecting the sets we need. But now, it looks like we'll have to farm the Dark Forest a few more times. An Awakened could equip a total of 12 pieces of gear. Weapon, helmet, clothes, bracer or shield, belt, gloves, shoes, necklace, 2 rings, and 2 bracelets. Of course, it wasn't like there weren't stubborn weirdos who wore 10 rings. But only 2 of them would actually take effect. Likewise, a warrior couldn't equip both a bracer and a shield at the same time. Only one of the 2 would be active. Still, there was one unreasonable thing. There were no pants. Qin Feng hadn't been able to understand that at first either. But after seeing the snakeskin outfit Guanxi was wearing, he understood. Because battle clothes automatically included pants. Wearing clothes was equivalent to wearing pants. Right now, Guanxi was green all over and practically shining, since snake scales had a reflective effect. It's just running the dungeon a few more times. We're leveling either way. So it doesn't matter where we do it, Guanxi said, clearly not bothered. Anyway, with Fengji carrying them, all he had to do was taunt, and the boss would obediently hand over its loot. More importantly, they were already very familiar with this dungeon, and the monsters inside still hadn't reached the Dark Reaper's harvesting limit. Besides, Qin Feng had no idea whether the bosses in other dungeons had hidden mechanics or whether they could drop set equipment. To him, all of that was still unknown. If they didn't, then this dungeon would be one of a kind, which was exactly why they needed to fleece it as hard as possible. Otherwise, once they passed level 20, they wouldn't even be able to farm it anymore because the Dark Forest had a level restriction. Anyone above level 20 couldn't enter. There was also one more point. After level 20, Qin Feng's Dark Reaper would no longer work on level 20 monsters either. After equipping the bracelet and ring, Qin Feng's status panel welcomed its first massive surge since his awakening. Name, Qin Feng. Class, Archer. Level, LV16, 274,450 900,000. Talent 1, Eye of Insight degrade. Talent 2, Sublimation. Innate skill, Super God tier, passive Dark Reaper. Skill, B grade, passive multi-shot. Each attack fires an additional 5 arrows. Hurricane Step, level 1, S grade. Active consumes 200 MP to increase movement speed by 200%. Grants aerial flight. Duration, 20 seconds. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Explosive arrow, S grade. Passive, each arrow deals 500 physical damage plus 200% of physical attack to all enemy targets within a 10-meter radius. Equipment, Minotaur Golden Horn Bow, level 10 weapon, Epic, Mighty Vajra Bracelet, level 5 bracelet, excellent. Blessing of the Life Goddess, necklace, legendary. Life Goddess's Spiritual Pivot, ring, legendary. Life Goddess's Protection, bracelet, legendary. HP, 16,963. MP, 11,350. Physical attack, 14,861. Magic attack, 5,540. Attack speed, 168. Critical hit, 45%. Ignore defense, 20%. Physical defense, 7,675. Magic defense, 5,635. Strength, 2,451. Intelligence, 1,106. Agility, 1,600. Constitution, 1,533. Spirit, 1,125. Free attribute points, 0. Although he already knew equipping those two accessories would increase his stats by a huge margin, he hadn't expected this much. Who the hell could have nearly 15,000 attack power and 168 attack speed at level 16? This was basically cheating. Huh. Oh, this is my status panel? Then it's fine. Qin Feng secretly felt pleased with himself. TSK, TSK, TSK. 17,000 HP, 7,600 physical defense, 5,600 magic defense. I'm probably tankier than Guanxi now, aren't I? Qin Feng thought to himself. Once I farm the other two accessories, my whole set of equipment will basically be complete. By now, Qin Feng had already completed his Life Qingyu set. With the 5 accessories added in, he was only missing a bracer. Actually, whether he had a bracer or not didn't mean much to Qin Feng, because bracers didn't have set bonuses. They were just standalone gear. They had only run the dungeon twice today, and all 3 of them had already completed their life sets. It had to be said, their luck really was incredible. Other people might not even know this dungeon dropped equipment like the life set. After leaving the dungeon, as usual, they packed up all the unnecessary materials in their inventory and sold them to Wanbao Pavilion, earning another 12 million star coins. Holding the star card, Guanxi's grin nearly stretched to his ears. Ha ha, we're rich. This time, I'm a multi-millionaire too. Lao Chi, it's only 12 million. Do you really have to be this happy? Qin Feng looked at Guanxi and said, Sigh, being poor scared me too much. Guanxi recalled the past and spoke in a deliberately profound tone. Seriously though, now that I suddenly have this much money, I don't even know how to spend it. How about we buy a house? Qin Feng suggested. That makes sense. Guanxi's eyes lit up. As soon as Su Jujio heard that they were buying a house, she immediately raised her hand to show support. Yes, 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 buy a house. Only when we have our own house can we truly have a real home. Guanxi nodded in agreement. Xiao Jiao is right. But where should we buy it? Qin Feng searched through his mind for which area in Kanglan City had the liveliest surroundings and the most convenient transportation. After thinking it through, he ultimately found that the area near Kanglan No. One high school suited him best. How about we buy a house near Kanglan No. One high school? Hearing that, both Guanxi and Su Jujio raised both hands in approval. Guanxi, good, this place is good. It's close to the dungeon plaza, and it's also in the center of Kanglan City. But the housing prices, they're pretty expensive. Is the little money we have enough? Su Jujio crossed her arms over her chest. Idiot's 7th brother, if it's not enough, then we just pick up more materials. Once we sell them, once we have money? Guanxi slapped his thigh. That's right. How did I forget that? Qin Feng held his forehead, speechless. He realized that after this guy awakened, his brain really was getting worse and worse. Old 7, I suggest you wear more equipment with intelligence attributes in the future. Seriously, I'm really afraid that one day, you'll turn into a complete idiot. Guanxi was choked by Qin Feng's words. Brother Feng, you can't insult people like that, right? I just forgot for a moment that I'd already become an awakened one. He had just come out of Wanbao Pavilion. with the money from selling materials in his hand. And yet Guan Shi had actually forgotten that he was an awakened one. Qin Feng could only shake his head at that. "I'll forget it. I'm too lazy to waste words with you. I'm afraid I'll get infected by you." As he spoke, Qin Feng silently stepped farther away. Seeing Qin Feng act like this, Guan Shi immediately panicked. "No, Brother Feng, you're serious?" At the same time, he couldn't help but feel puzzled inside. Could it be that his IQ really had dropped? The three chatted and laughed, and soon returned to the dark forest dungeon portal. After selecting Inferno mode, Qin Feng and the other two entered the dungeon together. Because Qin Feng's attack power had increased drastically, and he also had 20% defense ignore, plus the amplification from his equipment. This time he killed the Tree of Life even faster. After contributing 7 legendary grade items, the boss dissipated, with a touch from Su Jujio's little hand. Aside from the legendary grade crystal core, they got 3 pieces of jewelry, 2 pieces of a life tenacity set, and 1 shield called Domain Suppressing Tree of Life. Shield, Domain Suppressing Tree of Life, legendary. Type shield, level, requires level 20 to equip. Sturdy, physical defense 1000. Divine Blessing, magic defense 1000. Guard, guaranteed to block the next physical attack. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Divine Tree descends, summons the Phantom of the Tree of Life, immobilizing all enemy units within 100 meters for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Domain Suppression, weakens all attributes of all enemy units within 100 meters by 30%. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Although the shield looked like it was made of bark, its attributes were undeniably awesome. As Guan Shi looked at the shield's attributes, saliva was practically about to drip from the corner of his mouth. This was simply the dream shield from the bottom of his heart. As a shield armor class meant to tank monsters, who would want a perfect shield that combined high defense, blocking, large-scale crowd control, and large-scale attribute reduction, all in one? And now, a shield with such perfect attributes had really appeared right in front of him. Guan Shi would probably hug it in his sleep tonight. Guan Shi currently had one very obvious shortcoming, and that was insufficient magic defense. Because all his stat points were allocated into Constitution, his spirit was too low. Now, with this shield, that weakness in magic defense was also covered. Note that Guan Shi's talent increased his own defense by 200%. This referred to both physical defense and magic defense, not just physical defense alone. An attribute line that increased his own magic defense by 1000 was for Guan Shi, equivalent to adding 3000. After handing the shield to Guan Shi, Qin Feng carefully looked over the 3 jewelry type pieces again. 2 of them happened to be exactly what Qin Feng lacked. That made Qin Feng happy, and he carefully checked their attribute lines. But what surprised Qin Feng a little was that their attribute lines were actually exactly the same. Could it be that this king-grade Tree of Life even knew how to copy and paste? Qin Feng guessed mischievously. He really couldn't figure out why the bracelet and ring had exactly the same attributes. Could it be a coincidence? Burying that question in his heart, Qin Feng looked at the 3rd piece of jewelry. It was a necklace. The name of this necklace was different from the one he was wearing. Blessing of the Goddess of Life. This necklace was called Crystal of the Tree of Life. Necklace, Crystal of the Tree of Life, legendary. Type, jewelry. Level, requires level 20 to equip. Strength and body, Constitution 200. Focus mind, Spirit 200. Concentrate heart, Spirit 10%. Skill haste, 20% cooldown reduction. Unique passive. Redemption, healing effect 30%. Life burst, consumes 30% of your maximum mana. Increases your HP by 100%, duration 60 seconds, cooldown 30 minutes. This necklace suited the priest class extremely well. Whether it was spirit, skill, cooldown reduction, or healing effect, all of them were core needs for a priest, and this necklace had perfectly gathered all 3. Most importantly, it also had a noble percentage boost to spirit. As for the last attribute, life burst, it could greatly increase the user's survivability. Once Su Jujio reached level 20 and put on the full life set, her HP would undergo an explosive surge. An increase of 100% HP. Reaching 100,000 might not be impossible. After reading through the necklace's attributes, Qin Feng handed it to Su Jujio. Little Jio, this necklace suits you very well. After taking it, Su Jujio happily thanked him. Thank you, Brother Feng. Now you're being polite with me. Qin Feng rubbed Su Jujio's head. Feeling the warmth from Qin Feng's palm, Su Jujio narrowed her eyes slightly, seeming to enjoy it. Because Qin Feng's damage output was too high, the Tree of Life had been killed in less than 1 minute, causing many precious materials to go uncollected. After that, the 3 quickly gathered up all the materials in the dungeon that they had time to pick up, then left the dungeon together. Since the king-grade boss in the Dark Forest could stably drop so many good things, Qin Feng also sped things up. At Qin Feng's current speed, 1 dungeon run took about 15 minutes on average, and the 3 of them cleared it a full 10 times. Their levels finally rose to level 20, and they finally put on the legendary level 20 life sets they had been longing for. Besides that, Qin Feng's system inventory was now holding 40 life set pieces for various classes, all of which could form complete sets. 8 pieces of the Mage's Wisdom set. 7 pieces of the Priest's Shuangguang set. 6 pieces of the Shield Armor's Tenacity set. 7 pieces of the Assassin's Shadow set. 6 pieces of the Knight's Guardian set. 6 pieces of the Archer's Qingyun set. They had even stockpiled quite a few life accessories. From this round alone, Qin Feng had practically plucked the Dark Forest Vault after clearing the dungeon 10 times. Each of Qin Feng's attributes directly increased by around 1,400 to 1,500. His status panel was now outrageously exaggerated. Name, Qin Feng. Class, Archer. Level, LV20 6712801300000. Talent 1, Eye of Insight. Talent 2, Sublimation. Innate skill, God tier, passive, Dark Harvester. Skill, B rank, passive, multi-shot. Each attack additionally fires 5 arrows. Hurricane Step, level 1, S rank. Active, consumes 200 mana points. Increases the user's movement speed by 200, grants the ability to fly through the air, lasts for 20 seconds, cooldown 40 seconds. Burst Arrow, S rank. Passive, each arrow deals 500 physical damage, 200 physical attack, to all enemy targets within a 10-meter radius. Equipment, Life's Azure Feather Cloudpiercer Bow. Life's Azure Feather Star Treads. Life's Azure Feather Soft Armor. Life's Azure Feather Soft Crown. Life's Azure Feather Gloves. Life's Azure Feather Moonshadow. Blessing of the Goddess of Life. Spirit Pivot of the Goddess of Life. 2. Protection of the Goddess of Life. 2. Bracers of the Ancient Tree of Life. HP, 58,773. Mana, 37,350. Physical attack, 28,506. Magic attack, 13,540. Attack speed, 398. Critical hit, 130. Ignore defense, 70. Physical defense, 23,665. Magic defense, 20,625. Strength, 4,551. Intelligence, 2,706. Agility, 3,901. Constitution, 4,333. Spirit, 3,725. Free attribute points, 0. Looking at his ridiculously luxurious stat panel, the smile at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth was almost impossible to suppress. Nearly 60,000 HP, 280,000 attack power, around 40 attack speed, 130 crit, and over 20,000 in both defenses. TSK, TSK, TSK. With stats like this, Old 7 would probably cry if he saw them. Even a second transition powerhouse would do nothing but shake his head, especially that 130 crit rate. It was basically crit on every hit. Right now, even the Emperor level Tree of Life would have to kneel and call him Big Daddy after taking one of his attacks. This was no joke. After equipping the full life set, Qin Feng's Ignore defense reached 70. The Emperor level Tree of Life had 5,000 defense. Ignoring 70% of its defense meant that in front of Qin Feng, it only had 1,500 defense left. With Qin Feng's 28,500 attack, one normal shot could knock off 27,000 of its HP. Then, with his Eye of Insight talent activated, weak point targets would take double damage. His equipment also gave him 100% crit rate. Add in an attack speed of 40 arrows per second, multi-shot, and the extra 200 damage from burst arrow. And just from stacking those alone, Qin Feng could deal roughly more than 77 million damage to the Tree of Life in 1 second. If he also counted all the skill boosts from his equipment, that damage would break 100 million directly. And that still didn't include Su Jiuzhou's support effects. 1 second. He only needed 1 second. Under Qin Feng's terrifying output, the Emperor level Tree of Life would be sent straight off to complain to its great-grandma. Also, one thing worth mentioning was that after the life set was fully assembled, it seemed to have another hidden property. Not only could it transform into everyday clothing, it could also conceal the life aura of both the equipment itself and its owner. Since it was a life set, being able to hide life aura was perfectly reasonable. This function was pretty nice. At the very least, it wouldn't be so eye-catching, and others wouldn't be able to casually inspect his detailed information. Actually, Su Jiuzhou was the one who discovered this function. After all, the life set carried a green, flowing glow, and she didn't like that color. So she imagined how nice it would be if the equipment could change color. What she didn't expect was that the life set actually transformed into the exact color she had imagined. And so, she changed the life set into pink. When Qin Feng and Guan Qi saw that scene, both of them were instantly stunned. They never would have thought this equipment could even change color. Right after that, Guan Qi started pulling his usual nonsense. All kinds of colors flashed non-stop, and legendary equipment naturally came with glowing visual effects. The faster he changed colors, the faster the various lights radiating from his body shifted as well. For a moment, multicolored lights kept alternating back and forth, and before long, it looked like a full-on nightclub dance floor. As for Guan Qi, Qin Feng was already used to this sort of thing. In the end, he tried imagining whether the set could transform into normal daily clothes, and unexpectedly, it actually worked. After fooling around in the dungeon for a while, Qin Feng had Guanxi and Su Juzhou finally transform their life sets into the appearance of ordinary clothing before the three of them exited the Dark Forest dungeon. Now, the two of them also had extremely outrageous stats. Su Juzhou's mysterious light set was mostly focused on HP and Constitution. Her HP had already reached 60,000, and her defense was around 5,000 as well. As for Guanxi, his defense had easily broken 10,000 and reached 15,000, while his HP was roughly around 40,000. After all, the tenacity set for shield armor classes leaned more toward defense, elemental resistance, and crowd control resistance, so it naturally had less HP-related stats. So it was perfectly reasonable that Guanxi's HP wasn't as high as Su Juzhou's. Even if he invested attribute points into Constitution, his level was still too low, and those few points couldn't make up the difference. Although the set bonuses were different, their 5 core attributes were all more or less similar. The reason Su Juzhou's HP was so high wasn't just because her set gave a lot of it. An even more important reason was that many affixes on priest equipment directly increased HP, and some pieces even had more than one HP increasing affix. Outside the dungeon, the maintenance staff member who had been keeping an eye on Qin Feng's group the whole time had already gone numb. He had personally watched the three of them clear the dungeon more than a dozen times in a row, and each time they came out in about 15 minutes. The speed at which the three of them leveled up was utterly absurd, like rockets blasting upward, soaring all the way from level 16 to level 20. And now, he discovered that he could no longer see even Qin Feng's basic information. That realization immediately made him freeze. What's going on? Why can't I see their levels anymore? Could it be they got some kind of hidden information item inside the dungeon? That was the only possibility the maintenance staff member could think of. Without any hesitation, he immediately reported the news to his superior. On the other side, after Qin Feng's group left the dungeon, they headed straight for a restaurant in the dungeon plaza. After farming for several hours straight, not only was Qin Feng exhausted, but Guanxi and Su Juzhou were tired from running too, since the two of them had to keep running through the forest collecting dropped materials. Who would have thought that Su Xiaojiu would one day be troubled by having to pick up too much money? Su Juzhou leaned back in her chair, drinking tea as she sighed emotionally. I've fallen. I really have fallen. Guanxi deeply sympathized. Brother Feng, next time can you slow down a bit? You're too fast. We can't even keep up. Qin Feng rolled his eyes at him. Didn't you want to make money? Was such a good opportunity. Now you're complaining? Guanxi choked on that and hurriedly came up with an excuse. Well, you can't exactly put it that way. The main issue is that there was just too much money. I couldn't even pick it all up. You know, all that money was just lying there, and all I could do was watch myself give it up. Do you know the kind of pain? Because their levels were still too low, the capacity of their system backpacks was limited. So at first, Qin Feng's group would enter the dungeon once, then sell off the materials they picked up inside. Selling materials at Wanbao Pavilion once or twice wouldn't attract attention. But after doing it too many times, it was inevitable that some interested people would start watching them. So, Qin Feng made the decision on the spot to give up some of the ordinary materials and only pick up rare grade and above materials. Although this reduced Guanxi and Su Juzhou's workload a little, Qin Feng's damage was too high. The two of them simply couldn't keep up with the loot. Every time they had just barely finished picking everything up, the dungeon was already cleared, and so the cycle repeated 10 times in a row. In other words, Guanxi and Su Juzhou had run around for a full 3 hours. Running like that in such a boring, repetitive way for 3 whole hours was basically mental torture for them. All right, stop complaining. After we eat, we still need to go buy a house later. Qin Feng ignored Guanxi's grumbling. The moment he heard they were going to buy a house afterward, Guanxi instantly wasn't tired anymore. Even Su Juzhou perked right up. Brother Feng, I'm full. Guanxi immediately put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with the sleeve of the clothes transformed from his legendary grade life set. I'm full too. We can go right now. Seeing this, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. Legendary grade equipment, and you're using it to wipe your mouth? Extravagant. Way too extravagant. Even I wouldn't dare be this extravagant. After eating and drinking their fill, they left the restaurant and, for once, splurged on a taxi, heading toward Kanglin No. One high school. At this moment, Principal Wu, who was drinking tea in the office at Kanglin No. One high school, received news that Qin Feng's group of 3 was heading their way. He immediately started a video call with Dean Zhengjian. Very quickly, the call connected. Principal Wu didn't waste any words. Old brother, quick, quick, quick. Those 3 little guys are heading toward Kanglin No. One high school right now. On the other side of the screen, Dean Zhengjian immediately set down his teacup, and a flash of delight passed through his eyes. Good, good, good. We've finally gotten our chance. Old Wu, go make contact with him first. I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Zhang Jian hurriedly brought Lu Yinqing with him and rushed toward Kanglin No. One high school. Last night, Zhang Jian had also received Lin Yinchu's report. When he learned that Guanxi's 3-man team really did match exactly what Wuda had said, he grew even more excited. However, when he also learned that this was a set of results the other 3 academies believed to be wrong, the excitement in his heart became even harder to describe. He had never imagined that one day, he too would get to pick up a bargain. That's right, a bargain. And a massive one at that. If he hadn't come to Kanglan City personally, he might not have believed that report card either. He had witnessed it with his own eyes. In just 2 days, Qin Feng's group of 3 had reached level 15. With that kind of leveling speed, even the scions of those great families probably couldn't compare. And now, such a dazzling pearl had actually been left covered in dust. And he was the one who had discovered this dazzling pearl. Zhang Jian had already made up his mind. No matter the cost, he would definitely pull the 3 of them into Vermilion Bird Academy. 10 minutes later, on the other side, on a street near Kanglan, one high school called Jinshi Road, Qin Feng's group of 3 stood still amid the bustling crowd, looking up at the towering buildings one after another. They were extremely excited, and their faces were filled with smiles. Brother Feng, our home's going to be here from now on? Guanxi casually pointed at the nearby residential complexes. If nothing unexpected happens, then it should be. Qin Feng nodded. Beside him, Su Jujio danced excitedly. Yay, we finally get a home that belongs only to us. Brother Feng, actually, ever since I was very little, I've always had a dream in my heart. That was to have a little nest of my very own. Inside that little nest, I could decorate it however I wanted with all the things I liked. But I knew that dream was very far away from me. Very far away. So far that I didn't even dare touch it in my dreams. Because I was afraid that the moment my fingers touched it, the dream would shatter. And when I woke up, every dream would turn into bubbles and illusions. But now, we've finally made this dream come true. Thank you, Brother Feng, and Brother Qi, for helping me make this dream come true. As she spoke, a faint mist rose in Su Jojo's eyes, and her eye rims turned red. Silly girl, we'll always be family. Old Seven and I will always be your big brothers. With a smile on his face, Qin Feng habitually rubbed Su Jojo's head. That's right. Xiaojio, Brother Feng's right. We'll always be family. If anyone dares bully you in the future, Brother Qi will beat him up for you. Guanxi patted his chest and made his promise with a serious expression. MHM, I know. We'll always be family. A loving family. Forever. Su Hu nodded seriously, a smile appearing on her face as well. A crystal-clear teardrop slid from the corner of her eye. These were tears of happiness. Qin Feng raised his right hand and gently wiped it away, then teased, You're already a grown girl. Why do you still love crying like you did when you were little? Su Jujio hurriedly denied it. No, Su Xiaojio, was not crying. Bad Brother Feng. You always liked teasing me with things from when I was little. I'm not talking to you anymore. As she said this, Su Jujio crossed her arms and turned her head to the side, pretending to be angry. Seeing this, Guanxi immediately laughed shamelessly. Jojo, I clearly saw someone crying just now. And that doesn't count as crying? It doesn't. It absolutely doesn't. Su Jujio firmly refused to admit it. Seeing that the mood had already lightened up, Qin Feng didn't continue the topic. Taking care of the real matter first was more important. But just as Qin Feng was about to go look for a real estate agent, a very familiar sedan pulled up beside the 3 of them. This car, I think it's the principal's car, right? Before Guanxi could finish speaking, Principal Wu had already pushed open the door and stepped out. Student Qin, Student Guan, Student Su, do you have time right now? There are some things I need to talk to you about. Principal Wu got straight to the point. Hearing this, Qin Feng quietly pondered Principal Wu's purpose in coming to find them personally. Seeing that the 3 of them didn't speak, Principal Wu spoke again. You are. Principal, it's like this. We're adults now, and we're already awakened ones. It's no longer suitable for us to keep living where we used to. After all, that house was state subsidized. It doesn't belong to us. Qin Feng spoke slowly. So we were thinking of buying a place around here. So we'd have a home that truly belongs to us. Hearing this, Principal Wu nodded. He didn't doubt that Qin Feng could afford a house here. Because over the past 2 days, the materials sold by Qin Feng's group of 3 at Wanbao Pavilion had already totaled close to 100 million. Principal Wu truly found it hard to imagine just how many monsters Qin Feng had killed in the dungeon, and how many materials had dropped. But there was one thing he could be sure of. Qin Feng's talent was absolutely extraordinary, far beyond his imagination, even. Otherwise, how could their 3-man team level up so quickly? How could they possibly clear hell mode in the Dark Forest? So that's how it is. What you said makes sense. Now that you've all turned 16, it really isn't suitable for you to keep living there. After hearing the reason Qin Feng's group had come here, Principal Wu's eyes lit up. He wasn't afraid that Qin Feng had needs. He was only afraid that Qin Feng wanted nothing. Right? I have a friend who's a real estate developer. He definitely has better houses there. Do you need me to act as the middleman and introduce you? Hearing Principal Wu's words, Qin Feng did not agree right away. After all, no one comes to the temple without a reason. He didn't want to owe someone a favor over such a small matter. Just as Qin Feng was about to refuse, a powerful voice came from not far away. Introduce? Introduce what? A principal of mighty Kanglan, one high school. And your vision is only this small? Hearing this, Qin Feng turned his head and looked over, only to see an elderly man with graying hair striding over with a middle-aged man beside him. The two were none other than Zhang Jian, the dean of Zhuke Academy, and Lu Yunqing, the director of admissions. Old brother, with these 3 students here, Can't you be a little more tactful when you speak? Can't you leave me a little face? Principal Wu had absolutely no way to deal with Zhang Jian. Even after being mocked, he didn't dare talk back. Face. You used up all your face with me a long time ago. Zhang Jian gave a light snort and glanced at Principal Wu. Then he immediately turned to Qin Feng with a warm smile. His expression changed faster than flipping a page. You must be student Qin, right? As the saying went, one does not slap a smiling face. Since the other party showed no hostility, Qin Feng returned the respect. At the same time, he was a little puzzled. Just who was this person, to not even give Principal Wu any face? But hearing Principal Wu call him old brother, this was definitely another big shot. I'm Qin Feng. May I ask who you are? Student Qin, let me introduce you. This is Dean Zhang Jian of Zhuke Academy. And this is Director Liu Yunqing of Zhuke Academy's admissions office. Principal Wu stepped in as the middleman and introduced them to Qin Feng. The moment Qin Feng learned their identities, his heart jolted. Good lord, even a dean-level figure from Zhuke Academy had personally come see him. Not just him, even Guan Qi and Su Jujio were equally shocked. Zhuke Academy, one of Xian Nation's 4 great transcendent academies. It was the holy land of learning countless awakened dreamed of entering. And this old man in front of them was actually its dean. A figure like this was someone ordinary people would never get to meet, even if they wanted to. Qin Feng truly had not expected that a nobody like him could attract the attention of such a major figure, let alone have him come in person. But very quickly, a guess formed in Qin Feng's mind. Could it be because of the beginner trial dungeon? Other than that, Qin Feng could not think of any reason why someone this important would pay attention to him. What didn't he know was that every one of his actions had long since been watched by these big shots behind the scenes. They were practically one step away from stripping him down to his underwear. Brother Feng, is this old man really the dean of Zhuke Academy? The principal isn't joking with us, right? Guanxi looked like he was dreaming, his face full of disbelief. Isn't it obvious? Besides, the principal has no reason to fool us. Qin Feng first glanced at Guanxi, then shifted his gaze back to Zhang Jian. Dean Zhang, may I ask why you came to see me? Since the person in question was standing right in front of him, Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to keep guessing. It was better to just ask directly. Ha. Student Qin is straightforward. I like dealing with people like you. Zhang Jian burst into laughter. Ahem. At this moment, Principal Wu let out a cough. Student Qin, old brother, this isn't really the place to talk. Why don't we change locations? That works. Zhang Jian nodded. In that case, let us go sit in my office. It's not far from the school anyway. Principal Wu and Dean Zhang played off each other and directly decided where Qin Feng was going. Before Qin Feng could even react, Principal Wu had already pulled him into his car. Sitting inside Principal Wu's car, Guanxi scratched his head and said, Brother Feng, I have a feeling. Are we being sold off? Ahem. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Principal Wu was instantly choked by Guanxi's words. Student Guan, watch how you speak. I'm still right here. Principal, please don't mind him. Old Qi's got something wrong with his head. Qin Feng was also left speechless by Guanxi's words and could only awkwardly come up with that excuse. Principal, have you known Dean Zhang for a long time? Qin Feng probed from the side about the relationship between Principal Wu and Dean Zhang. Yes. Principal Wu nodded without hiding it. He leaned back in his seat, his gaze drifting out the window, eyes slightly narrowed as his thoughts returned to that spirited era of his youth. We've known each other for a very long time. If I calculate carefully now, it's probably been about 40 years. 40 years? That long? Guanxi cried out in shock. In his mind, he had thought the relationship between the two was probably just work-related. After all, both of them were figures at the level of being heads of schools. So having professional interactions was perfectly normal. Long? To you, 40 years may indeed sound like a very long time. But to me, it all feels like yesterday. Principal Wu's tone was somewhat profound, and Guanxi couldn't understand it. All right, enough of that. Principal Wu changed the subject. I won't beat around the bush with you anymore. I'll tell you the truth. The reason Dean Zhang personally came to Kanglan City is because I paid quite a price to invite him here. Although Principal Wu had only stated the surface truth, Qin Feng could hear the meaning underneath. The real reason Dean Zhang had personally come to Kanglan City was very likely because of him. Guanxi was an SS-grade genius. In a place like Kanglan City, that level of talent was absolutely top tier. After all, no one had awakened such a talent in the past 300 years. But if placed in Zhuke Academy, it wouldn't amount to much, because Zhuke Academy recruited at least more than a dozen SS-grade geniuses every year. From this, it was certain that Dean Zhang had definitely not come for Guanxi, and even less likely for Su Jujio. So his purpose in coming here was for him. Was it because of that beginner trial dungeon clear record? Qin Feng asked Principal Wu directly. That's right. Principal Wu did not hide it. Your results were too outrageous. And at the same time, too fake. Maybe you don't know this, but ever since the beginner dungeon opened, no one has ever cleared hell mode within 30 minutes. But you? Less than 13 minutes. You tell me, doesn't that record look fake? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have believed it even if you beat me to death. Hearing Principal Wu say this, Guanxi hesitated and didn't know what to say. He truly hadn't known the dungeon was that difficult. He had no idea no one had ever cleared it within 30 minutes. But that dungeon had obviously been very easy. Then Guanxi immediately thought of Qin Feng as completely unreasonable damage output. Without Brother Feng, the dungeon really did seem difficult. See? Even you can't refute yourselves. Principal Wu let out a sigh. The day before yesterday, after you left, I suppressed your results so they wouldn't spread everywhere and cause unnecessary trouble. But the beginner dungeon is connected to headquarters, so there was no way for me to intercept that record. So I personally delivered your battle record to Zhuke Academy at the first opportunity. Although Zhuke Academy's foundation is not as deep as the other 3 great transcendent academies. That is only because it hasn't had enough time to accumulate, and its resources are just a little lacking. But Zhuke Academy has one advantage the other 3 academies can't compare to. At this point, Principal Wu paused briefly. Qin Feng's interest was also hooked. That advantage is protecting its own. The moment the words protecting its own came out of Principal Wu's mouth, Qin Feng's expression froze. He had never expected that protecting its own would actually be Zhuke Academy's advantage. Could it be that if students from the other 3 academies get bullied, their schools won't stand up for them? Qin Feng could not help asking. Hearing that, Principal Wu let out a disdainful smile. If they don't curse them as trash on the spot, that already counts as having a good temper. The educational philosophy of those 3 academies is completely opposite to Zhuke Academy's. The former follows the fierce tiger philosophy. Tigers live alone, and kings walk alone. They believe individual combat power stands above everything else. Vermilion Bird Academy, on the other hand, follows the wolf pack philosophy. A lone wolf may be weak on its own, but within the pack, every role is clearly divided. Over the years, Vermilion Bird Academy has gradually declined, and a big reason for that is the lack of a wolf king. And your appearance gave President Zheng hope. That is why he personally came to see you. At the same time, he also wanted to see how an awaken with an F-rank talent could crush those SSS-Rank monsters. I understand. Qin Feng finally understood completely. Of course, you're qualified to have him come see you in person. Don't ever feel like you're beneath him just because of your status, Principal Wu continued. If you want to enter Vermilion Bird Academy, then you can boldly make your demands. Even if you ask for an outrageous price, he'll still agree. Aren't you worried you picked the wrong person? What if I'm not the person you need? Qin Feng immediately asked back. Principal Wu smiled confidently. I've judged countless people in my life. I've never misread anyone. I'm sure there is something you've been wondering about. Yesterday, at Wanbao Pavilion, hearing that, an expression of just as I thought appeared on Qin Feng's face. So the person helping me in secret really was you, Principal. Qin Feng had already guessed as much, because in all of Kanglan City, the biggest figure he had come into contact with was only Principal Wu. The seed student of my Kanglan no. One high school, ISNT someone, just anyone can bully as they please. Principal Wu laughed domineeringly. For your safety, I could only have people protect you in secret. Of course, this wasn't surveillance. Qin Feng nodded and said nothing. After all, the other party meant well. So everything we did was seen by you? Principal Wu burst into laughter. He didn't answer directly, but the meaning was obvious enough. To be honest, the fact that you managed to reach level 15 in 2 days is truly shocking. Why can't I see your level anymore? At this moment, Principal Wu turned his head, originally wanting to check Qin Feng's current level. But after casting an appraisal skill, all that was shown was, could it be? Qin Feng nodded. That's right. We obtained a bit of good fortune in the dungeon that can conceal our personal information. So that is how it is. Looks like your luck is pretty good. You even managed to get a treasure that can hide your own information, Principal Wu said with a hint of envy. Just got lucky, Qin Feng replied modestly. While they were talking, Principal Wu's car finally arrived at Kanglan No. One high school. Under Principal Wu's lead, the group made their way to his office. There, Principal Wu took out a tin of tea leaves from the safe, then sat off to the side and began showing off his tea-making skills, leaving the space to Qin Feng, the other 2, and President Zheng. Student Qin, I want to beat around the bush. I came to Kanglan City this time to invite you to join my Vermilion Bird Academy, Zheng Jian said, sitting across from Qin Feng and looking him straight in the eyes. But I have an F-rank talent. President Zheng, aren't you afraid that if you recruit me into Vermilion Bird Academy, the people from the other 3 great academies will laugh at you? Qin Feng met his gaze without any hesitation. Laugh at me? In times like these, strength does the talking. As long as you're strong enough, let alone an F-rank talent. Even if it were an even lower G-rank talent, no one would dare laugh at you. Zhang Jian said, half-jokingly, as long as you join Vermilion Bird Academy, I can make the decision myself to guarantee you 10,000 credits every month. Every dungeon under the Academy's jurisdiction will be open to you, and we won't charge you a single cent. At this point, Zhang Jian shifted his gaze to Guanxi and Su Jiujio, who were seated beside Qin Feng. In addition, Student Guan and Student Su can also enter Vermilion Bird Academy together. I can also make the decision that the Academy will give each of them 1,000 credits per month. Perhaps you don't know what Vermilion Bird Academy's credits represent, but once you arrive at the academy, you'll naturally understand. Zhang Jian left that hanging. Meanwhile, Principal Wu, who was brewing tea off to the side, nearly had his hand shake hard enough to spill boiling water on himself when he heard that Zhang Jian was offering Qin Feng 10,000 credits a month. Qin Feng might not know what Vermilion Bird Academy's credits represented, but Principal Wu knew all too well. One credit from Vermilion Bird Academy could be sold privately for 10,000 star coins. 10,000 credits, that was 100 million star coins. And on top of that, Vermilion Bird Academy's credits weren't something you could necessarily buy even if you had money. Because at Vermilion Bird Academy, no matter what you wanted to do, you needed credits. Entering dungeons, exchanging for resources, buying equipment, learning advanced skills, even eating and lodging, all of it required credits. In short, credits were extremely precious. Seeing that Qin Feng still hadn't spoken, Zhang Jian raised the stakes further. You were just planning to buy a house, right? How about this? In the name of Vermilion Bird Academy, I'll gift you a house worth 100 million star coins. As long as you agree right now, you can move in tonight. When Guanqi heard that number, his breathing nearly stopped. 100 million? What kind of house could possibly be worth 100 million? Brother Feng. Su Juzhou tightly grabbed Qin Feng's sleeve with both hands. 100 million. Honestly, she was tempted. But what moved her wasn't the house's value itself. It was that she wanted to have a home of her own as soon as possible. As things stood now, forget 100 million. Even if it were 1 billion, Su Juzhou wouldn't care anymore. Because lying in her package were a large pile of epic-grade materials, equipment, and countless crystal cores. Qin Feng turned to look at Su Juzhou, then patted the back of her hand, signaling that he understood. Only then did he shift his gaze back to Zhang Jian. President Zhang, you personally came to Kanglan City to find me and offered such generous terms. That's more than enough to show Vermilion Bird Academy's sincerity. But I want to know, what do you want to gain from me? And don't use the same lines you use to brush off other people. I'm not that easy to fool. Besides, I don't believe in pie falling from the sky. And even if pie really did fall from the sky, it definitely wouldn't land on my head. Hearing this, Zhang Jian simply looked at Qin Feng quietly with those deep eyes. About 10 seconds later, he finally spoke. I need you to lend Vermilion Bird Academy a hand in the future. The moment those words came out, shock appeared on the faces of both Principal Wu and Lu Yinqing. How could President Zheng be so certain that Qin Feng would definitely grow to that level in the future? As for Guanqi and Su Juzhou, both of them looked a bit confused. How could anyone be sure about the future now? Only Qin Feng remained calm. Others might not know what his talent truly was, but he knew it all too well. The future? Forget the next 10 years. Even for the college entrance exam 1 month from now. Qin Feng didn't know just how far he would be able to grow. President Zheng, you trust me that much? You're that sure I'll help Vermilion Bird Academy in the future? Because I have no other choice. So I can only choose to believe in you. President Zheng said solemnly. I'm sure you've already heard from Principal Wu about the general philosophies and current situation of the 4 great academies. But you only know one side of it, not the other. Those other 3 academies firmly believe that kings walk alone. Every year, they only select students with extremely high talent to cultivate. For that, no matter how enormous the resources they must spend, they do not hesitate. And correspondingly, those students who are already highly gifted, after receiving such vast resources, naturally grow even faster. Therefore, the students that graduate each class are quite a bit stronger than the students of our Zhuke Academy. Over time, our Zhuke Academy gradually fell behind. And now, the nation's situation has already begun to change in subtle ways. The powerful aristocratic families have grown so strong that the nation can no longer spare enough strength to keep them in check. Once this balance is broken, and the nation is no longer there to suppress them from above, the situation among the 4 great academies will undergo earth-shaking changes. After all, a large portion of the students who graduated over the years have entered the nation's upper ranks. These students were not only personally cultivated by those academies, but many of them also came from those aristocratic families to begin with. With that bond in place, the aristocratic families and the academies will become completely tied together. Once that power gathers, it will absolutely shock everyone. Even the nation would have to take it seriously. But putting that aside, the current stable situation exists entirely because of the nation. If one day in the future this balance is broken, then our Zhuke Academy will be the first to take the hit. Because in their eyes, Zhuke Academy is the softest target. Our foundation is inferior to theirs. Our overall strength is inferior to theirs. The resources we control are even more inferior to theirs. They would think, why should a faction that is inferior to them in every way occupy such a large share of resources? Those 3 inferiors laid bare all the unwillingness in Zhang Jian's heart. But what could unwillingness do? By his own strength alone, he could not change the current situation. And now, what Zhang Jian needed was someone who could break this deadlock. Qin Feng just happened to be that person. Don't ask why. Because Zhang Jian had an intensely strong intuition that if he invested in Qin Feng and recruited him into Zhuke Academy, then this would become the greatest return on investment he would ever reap in his life. After saying so much in one breath, Dean Zheng was a little thirsty too. At this time, Principal Wu's tea had just finished brewing. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. The taste was still the same, but the man was no longer the same spirited man he had once been. Back then, Zhang Jian had been a legendary figure. His talent had been so monstrous that he suppressed an entire era. Otherwise, he never would have been able to sit in the position of Dean of Zhuke Academy. Now, the hero had grown old, and the soaring ambitions in his heart had gradually been worn away by time. But he still had one obsession in his heart. That was to strengthen Zhuke Academy. Dean Zheng, didn't Zhuke Academy ever try following the example of the other 3 academies? Qin Feng asked the doubt in his heart. How could we not? Zhang Jian said slowly. At the beginning, Zhuke Academy also practiced that kind of teaching philosophy. The birth of a super genius is often accompanied by the consumption of massive resources. That's beyond question. But tell me, which one of those super geniuses isn't arrogant to the heavens? Every day, they act like the heavens are first, the earth is second, and they themselves are third. They submit to no one and refuse discipline. Scold them a couple of times, and they think you're suppressing them. But what they forgot was this. A genius who hasn't grown up is not a strong person, even if your talent is #1 under heaven. Pride can indeed give you an invincible belief in your heart, but it is not capital for you to look down on everyone under heaven. Later, something finally happened. Those geniuses, while out carrying out missions, were assassinated by some rats that couldn't stand in the light. At that point, Zhang Jian was filled with indignation. He knew full well who those people were, but because there was no evidence, there was absolutely nothing he could do to the true culprit behind the scenes. So in the end, the matter could only be left unresolved. That incident had already become a thorn in his heart. After that, Zhang Jian had also begun reflecting on himself. Was the king philosophy really the correct one? Although the seedlings grew faster, they also faced an extremely fatal problem. Their temperament was not good enough, and that made it very easy for those good seedlings to grow crooked. Rather than losing one good seedling, it was better to leave it in the field and let it grow freely. Take some of the fertilizer that would have been used to nurture it alone, and use it on the other seedlings instead. That way, a whole large patch of good seedlings could be cultivated. After understanding that key point, Zhang Jian finally decided to change Zhuke Academy and promote the wolf pack effect philosophy. If there was meat, everyone ate together. If there was trouble, everyone faced it together. But back then, Zhang Jian had overlooked one critical issue. A wolf pack is a wolf pack. First, you need an alpha wolf. Only then can the entire wolf pack bring out the power it should have. But after several decades had passed, he still had never found that alpha wolf. Awakeners who awakened SSS-Rank talents were indeed very powerful super geniuses. But the SSS-Rank geniuses of the other 3 academies were even stronger, because the resources they consumed were even more enormous. So before the battle had even started, the alpha wolf saw that the other side was so strong that he couldn't beat them at all, and so he tucked his tail and ran. Would that make any sense? So that is how it is. Qin Feng nodded. At this moment, he could be said to have finally understood the grudges between the 4 great transcendent academies. In fact, from Zhang Jian's words and the indignation in his tone, it was not hard to guess that the true culprits behind the assassination of Zhuke Academy students were very likely the other 3 academies. As for whether the mastermind behind the scenes was a teacher or a student, that was impossible to know. In short, when going out in the future, it was best to be careful. This could also be considered Zhang Jian giving Qin Feng a warning. Well then, student Qin, what do you think? Zhang Jian looked at Qin Feng with hopeful eyes. It's not impossible for me to join Zhuke Academy, but I have one condition. Qin Feng looked at Zhang Jian as he spoke. Say it. Joy immediately appeared on Zhang Jian's face. The academy can't interfere with my freedom. Even if I want to blow up the school toilets or make the cafeteria food more expensive, you can't interfere. Qin Feng stated his condition. Don't worry. I'll pass that down. Zhang Jian had thought Qin Feng was going to make some outrageous demand. Who would have thought just this? Director Liu. Zhang Jian reached his hand toward Liu Yinqing. Seeing that, Liu Yinqing immediately handed over the prepared admission notices, along with an agreement, to Dean Zheng. After taking them, Dean Zheng handed the 3 admission notices respectively to Qin Feng, Guan Qi, and Su Jiujiu. Then he pushed that agreement in front of Qin Feng and pointed at the contents as he said, "This is an agreement between you and me. There are no conditions in this agreement that restrict you in any way. I only hope that one day in the future, when Zhuke Academy runs into trouble, you can lend a hand. Of course, that is under the premise that it is within your capabilities." Dean Zheng's words made Guan Qi's expression at the side turn extremely strange, because just a few days ago, Principal Wu had said the exact same thing to him. All right, I agree. Qin Feng nodded, then picked up the signing pen and swiftly signed his name. When he saw Qin Feng sign his name, the stone hanging in Zhang Jian's heart finally fell. Immediately after that, right in front of Qin Feng, Dean Zheng had Principal Wu contact the director of the Kanglin City Superpower Bureau, Lin Zhan. He told him to prepare a fully furnished house, one that could be lived in tonight. When Lin Zhan saw that it was a task personally assigned by Dean Zheng, he agreed on the spot without a second word and immediately mobilized his connections. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Zhan's video call came again. Dean Zheng, the house has been found. What a coincidence. It's located right near Kanglin No. 1 High School. That unit is a Qianmu layout, also known as Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. A lot of rich people wanted to buy that house, but because of certain reasons, it's never been sold. As for the price, the moment Lin Zhan brought up the price, he was interrupted by President Zheng. The price isn't the issue. What I want us to move in tonight. Yes, absolutely. Lin Zhan said at once. That is fine then. Tell me the exact address. XXX. After Lin Zhan gave President Zheng the address, Principal Wu ended the video call. Sitting on the sofa, Qin Feng watched the whole exchange between Principal Wu and President Zheng and really felt like he learned something new. He expected buying a house could be this convenient. Just notify someone, say you want to live in it tonight, and they have the house ready for you. And there was no need to even worry about whether the owner wanted to sell it or not. It could only be said that rich people were truly extravagant, powerful people truly had it good, and people with both money and power were just plain incredible. After that, under Principal Wu's lead, the group headed to the location of the house. At this moment, Lin Zhan was already waiting there. At the same time, standing beside him was a somewhat overweight middle-aged man, who was presumably the owner of the house. President Zheng, Principal Wu, this is the owner of the house, surnamed Zhang. If you're not satisfied with this place, you can still go take a look at other layouts, Lin Zhan introduced. President Zheng nodded, then enter the house. As for handling people and negotiations, that naturally fell to Principal Wu. Seeing this, Qin Feng and the other two followed him inside. The moment he stepped into the house, Guanxi finally understood what true luxury meant. Calling the interior decoration luxurious was practically an insult to the house. Crystal cores worth hundreds of thousands outside could only serve here as glowing decorative ornaments. As for the system that regulated the indoor temperature, it was made with an epic-grade material called cold breath source crystal. Cold breath source crystal could absorb cold qi and disperse heat, so it was deeply favored by the rich. One had to know that any epic-grade material cost no less than $1 million, not to mention a material like this, whose interior contained enormous energy like a crystal core. And the carpet laid across the floor was made from the fur of an exotic beast called the ice snow spirit fox. Because the ice snow spirit fox's fur was soft, and because it lived year-round in snowy lands and was extremely hard to hunt, its price was also exceptionally high. Many rich people were willing to spend a fortune on it. Without exaggeration, just from what Qin Feng could see, the decorations in this house alone were worth at least 50 million star coins, and this was merely one corner of the house. The decoration in this house is passable enough. President Zheng swept his gaze around and nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Qin Feng. Student Qin, what do you think? It's all right. Qin Feng forced himself to stay calm. He couldn't lose face in front of outsiders. Meanwhile, ever since Guanxi and Su Juzhou entered the room, the two of them have been going wow nonstop. Good, then we'll take this one. No need to look at the others. In the end, Zhang Jian made the decision. As for the payment, that was left to Principal Wu to handle. After the payment for the house was settled, Principal Wu once again acted as the middleman and introduced Lin Zhan's identity to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, this is Lin Zhan, director of our Kanglin City Superpower Bureau. Before this, I was also the one who asked him to send people to protect you. Hearing this, Qin Feng was inwardly shaken. He hadn't expected this man to actually be the top person in charge of the Superpower Bureau. He had thought the man was just some errand runner. Who the hell could have imagined that just from buying a house, the head of the Superpower Bureau would come run errands for him in person? Of course, didn't he think he had that much face? There was no need to even think about it. It was definitely because of President Zheng. I've long heard of Director Lin of the Kanglin Superpower Bureau, but I failed to recognize you at first. I'm truly ashamed. I hope Director Lin won't hold it against this junior. Qin Feng said he was ashamed, but there wasn't the slightest trace of shame on his face. Hearing that, Lin Zhan thought to himself, what a sly little fox. Failed to recognize me at first, huh? As if you could recognize me at all. I normally never show up in the public eye. Though that was what he thought, he naturally couldn't show it on his face. No matter. Yesterday, I already heard Principal Wu mention your glorious achievements. I didn't expect to meet the man himself today. Our Kanglin City hasn't produced a peerless genius in 300 years, but now that one has appeared, he is bound to shock the world. Looks like this year's college entrance exam is going to be lively. Haha. Qin Feng has already been specially recruited in advance by Vermilion Bird Academy. Principal Wu immediately cut in with a laugh. Specially recruited in advance. Though Lin Zhan had his suspicions, hearing it confirmed with his own ears still surprised him a little. He hadn't expected President Zheng to act this fast. Qin Feng had only just awakened, and he'd already been recruited. AI, looks like their LL be no fun to watch this year. Lin Zhan thought with some regret. If I've already been specially recruited in advance, does that mean I can't take the college entrance exam? Qin Feng asked, confused. You can? Lin Zhan didn't understand the point of the question at first. Then isn't that settled? Qin Feng spread his hands. Student Qin, do you mean that you're also going to take the college entrance exam? Lin Zhan's eyes lit up. The moment he heard that, Principal Wu immediately shot him a glare and said irritably, "Isn't that nonsense? If Qin Feng doesn't take the college entrance exam, how is Kanglin know? One high school supposed to show off? Who is going to allocate those resources to me? Are they going to assign them under your Superpower Bureau's name?" This, for a moment, Lin Zhan didn't know how to answer. He didn't dare respond to Principal Wu's words. National resource allocation was determined by students' exam results each year. As the head of the Superpower Bureau, if he meddled in matters internal to education, wouldn't that just be courting death? The logic made sense, but student Qin had already been specially recruited. He could enter Vermilion Bird Academy directly without even taking the exam. So why still go through the trouble of taking the college entrance exam? Wasn't that just asking for suffering? Lin Zhan truly couldn't understand it. Even if Qin Feng has been specially recruited by our Vermilion Bird Academy, he still has to go, Zhang Jian said at this moment, because the rewards of the Tantian Tower are extremely generous. And you only get this one chance in your lifetime. So this opportunity absolutely cannot be missed. Tantian Tower? This was Qin Feng's first time hearing the name. That's right, the Tantian Tower. Zhang Jian began explaining the tower's mystery to Qin Feng. 300 years ago, abyssal rifts suddenly descended, and this tower happened to fall out from one of those abyssal rifts. In these 300 years, countless powerhouses have tried to uncover its true purpose, but unfortunately, even now, no one has been able to completely lift its mysterious veil. We only know that the Tantian Tower has a total of 9 floors. Inside each floor is an extremely vast space filled with countless exotic beasts. As the floor number increases, the rank of the exotic beasts inside also rises. Besides that, the internal space of the Tantian Tower can connect to the outside world, and the medium needed to link to it is a Tantian stone tablet. Tantian stone tablet. Qin Feng silently committed the name of this item to memory. President Zheng continued, "Activate the Tantian stone tablet, and you can open a passage connected to the Tantian Tower, thereby entering its internal space." After this discovery was made, the nation originally planned to use it as a trial space, so people could grow quickly. But as time passed, people discovered that the internal space seemed capable of testing a person's true combat level. So later it was turned into the trial ground for the college entrance exam. After listening carefully to Zhang Jian's explanation, Qin Feng finally understood. "Hearing you say it like that, President, it seems this Tantian Tower really is quite mysterious." "Correct. Otherwise, how could it have remained there all this time for 300 years? President Zheng nodded. Over these past 300 years, countless powerhouses and many great aristocratic families have tried to uncover its secrets and claim it for themselves. But not a single one succeeded. Some powerhouses once thought that since they couldn't move the tower, they could simply dig up the land supporting it and take the tower away together with the ground beneath it. Yet they still failed. They failed. Qin Feng was a little surprised. That's right, they failed. Zhang Jian let out a sigh. Then he clasped his hands behind his back, slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked outside. If anyone tries to forcefully move the Tantian Tower, it seems to trigger some kind of protection mechanism. It places itself in another space, making it impossible to touch, much less move. Just the information Qin Feng had gotten from President Zheng was enough for him to sense how extraordinary the Tantian Tower was. At the same time, his interest in it grew even stronger. So the Tantian Tower really was quite mysterious. Zhang Jian changed the subject. "Right, I almost forgot to tell you. If you kill powerful exotic beasts inside, they can drop a substance called source. This substance is extremely mysterious and has tremendous benefits for every awakened. As for what those benefits are, you'll find out when time comes. But I believe you'll definitely like it." Seeing President Zheng keep him guessing again, Qin Feng thought to himself that maybe this old man had been mute in his previous life, with how much he loved speaking in riddles. Source? Now, that was interesting. A strange light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. This wasn't the first time he had heard of this substance called source, because in his system backpack, he still had a myth-grade item stored away. Origin Crystal of the Abyss. This myth-grade item had condensed from a kind of origin substance from the Abyss. If the source President Zheng spoke of was the same kind of substance as Abyss origin, then for Qin Feng, this would absolutely be a heaven-defying opportunity. Because Origin Crystal of the Abyss was a material used to forge exclusive weapons. If, during this college entrance exam, he could run into another myth-grade item like that inside the Tantian Tower, that scene, he didn't even dare imagine it. He really didn't dare. Seeing Qin Feng become interested, Zhang Jian also felt a faint sense of anticipation rise in his heart. He wanted to see just what kind of surprise Qin Feng could bring him, and in the end, what kind of ranking he could achieve. After all, every national college entrance exam had hundreds of thousands of participants. For Qin Feng to stand out among hundreds of thousands of people was by no means an easy task. In the end, it would all depend on his own true strength. "Qin Feng, come with me for a moment. There is something I need to remind you of." President Zheng pointed toward the study nearby, signaling that some things weren't convenient to let too many people hear. Qin Feng nodded and followed him over. As for Principal Wu, Lin Zhan, and the others, they all consciously withdrew outside and stood guard by the door. Sit. Inside the study, Zhang Jian pointed at a nearby chair. Qin Feng didn't stand on ceremony. He dropped into the seat, then looked at President Zheng with a puzzled expression. President, please go ahead. It's still about the Tontian Tower, President Zheng said. Is it about that mysterious substance source? Qin Feng guessed. Correct. You're very smart, smarter than I imagined. Zhang Jian found himself admiring Qin Feng more and more. Source is an extremely mysterious substance. According to records in the Vermilion Bird Academy's archive books, there was once someone who used this substance to raise their talent grade. The moment those words came out, Qin Feng immediately cried out in shock. What? Raise talent grade? The idea of raising talent grade might sound like pure fantasy, but it was something Qin Feng had never seen before. In fact, he possessed it himself. That talent was the blessing of Mother Earth. In other words, that talent did not belong to this world. As far as he knew, once a person awakened a talent, then that person's talent was fixed. There was no way to improve it through later means. Of course, Qin Feng did not know that Principal Wu's second talent also had the ability to improve talent. This news is shocking, isn't it? Zhang Jian wasn't surprised by Qin Feng's reaction at all. If he hadn't been shocked, that would have been strange. It really is shocking. Qin Feng did not deny it. President Zheng continued. Wanting to improve your own talent is far from easy. It requires a huge amount of source substance. And more importantly, the higher the talent, the more source substance is needed. So during the college entrance exam 1 month from now, I need you to spare no effort in competing for it, even snatching it if necessary. Take as much as you can. As far as I know, your talent is F grade. If you want to improve it, then you'll need a massive amount of source. You also don't need to feel any psychological pressure. Standing behind you is the entire Vermilion Bird Academy. In this era, the strong reign supreme. As long as you're strong enough, no one will dare point fingers at you. In truth, the moment Qin Feng learned that this source substance could raise talent, even without Zhang Jian deliberately reminding him, he would still go all out to seize it, even if that meant offending the people from the other 3 great academies. So what? At the same time, his talent was now D grade, and he just happened to lack a suitable reason to explain it. Of course, he didn't need to explain anything. Wasn't this the perfect excuse? At the same time, he could continue hiding his sublimation talent. He also had to consider Guanqi and Su Jiujiu. Their talents were pretty good, but compared to true geniuses, there was still a huge gap. Seeing Qin Feng fall into thought, Zhang Jian did not interrupt him. He simply sat there quietly and waited with patience. A moment later, Qin Feng finally came back to himself and looked at President Zheng. President, I need more information about the internal space of the Tontian Tower. The more detailed, the better. Hearing Qin Feng agree, a satisfied smile immediately appeared on Zhang Jian's face. Very good. That's exactly what I was waiting for you to say. As he spoke, President Zheng took out a thick stack of documents from his system backpack and handed them to Qin Feng. This stack contains information all related to the Tontian Tower. Consider this gift my personal sponsorship for you. I hope it will be useful. Thank you, President. Qin Feng happily accepted the thick stack of materials, treating it like a priceless treasure. If the contents of these materials were true, then to Qin Feng, they were absolutely no less valuable than a mountain of treasure. Right now, it could be said that we're on the same boat. After all, I've already staked the entire future of the Vermilion Bird Academy on you. As long as the contents of this information are true, President Zheng definitely won't regret today's decision. Qin Feng smiled confidently. Hearing you say, that puts my mind at ease quite a bit. Ha. President Zheng laughed heartily. I've already been in Kanglan City for 2 days. It's time for me to head back. After all, there are still many matters at the Vermilion Bird Academy waiting for me to handle. I'll see you off. Qin Feng rose from his chair. No need. Zhang Jian waved his hand. The only thing you need to do now is level up in peace and strive to reach level 30 before the college entrance exam. Only then will you qualify to enter the higher floors of the Tontian Tower. Level 30? I'll reach it as soon as possible. Qin Feng did not reveal to Zhang Jian that he had already reached level 20. Good. Zhang Jian nodded. From start to finish, he had never used appraisal on Qin Feng, so he had no idea Qin Feng had an item on him that concealed his information. Before leaving, Zhang Jian gave Qin Feng one more reminder. Oh right, those 2 girls from the Su family seem to be in Kanglan City as well. The 2 sisters will also be joining Zhuke Academy in a month. If you count like that, they'd be your junior schoolmates too. If you run into them in the future, help them if you can. The Su family's influence is extremely powerful, even when looking across the entire country. Building a good relationship with them won't do you any harm. Hearing Dean Zheng say that, Qin Feng nodded. Got it. Qin Feng did not refuse. But he did not agree either. Before he had the ability to protect himself, Qin Feng had no desire to have any connection with people from these great clans and noble families. He knew very well that once there was any connection, trouble would definitely come one after another, especially when the 2 of them were stunning beauties. Qin Feng didn't believe there were no suitors around them. and he had no interest in being some damn shield. After all, his class was archer. He could shoot, and he could shoot especially well, hundreds of millions of damage in 1 second. After Dean Zheng left with Principal Wu and Director Lin, the youthful nature that Guan Qi and Su Jiujiu had been suppressing for so long finally burst free at this moment. Quick, 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 Xiao Jiu, time to grab rooms. The moment he finished speaking, Guan Qi vanished in a flash. I'm not fighting you for one. You're already so old, and still not mature at all, Su Jiujiu said in the tone of an adult. Actually, it was that Su Jiujiu didn't want to pick out a room she liked. She just wanted to slowly look around this house first. She strolled leisurely through every corner of the place, carefully observing every detail. She wanted to firmly carve everything in this house into her heart, because this was Su Jiujiu's first home, the first home that belonged to the three of them. Though this house was very expensive, to Su Jiujiu, this was a home that could truly shelter them from the wind and rain. Her slender little hand lightly brushed across the wall. Only when she felt that real touch did she realize this wasn't a dream. It was real. She didn't know how many times a scene like this had appeared in Su Jiujiu's dreams, yet every time she woke up, it was accompanied by waves of disappointment. But now, the dream had finally come true. At this moment, Su Jiujiu's heart seemed to have finally found a place to belong. Brother Feng, Brother Qi, we finally made it through. We finally have a home of our own. Su Jiujiu stood with her back to Qin Feng, looking out the window. From those beautiful eyes of hers, 2 shining tears quietly fell. Yeah, we really did make it through. In this world, we finally have a place to stay, a home that belongs to us. Qin Feng repeated Su Jiujiu's words. There was another layer of meaning hidden in that sentence, and only he could understand it. It had already been more than 10 years since his soul transmigrated into this world. From childhood until now, he had gone through no one knew how much suffering. And now, after all that bitterness, sweetness had finally come. At this moment, he had a real home in this world, and his roots had finally taken hold in this land. He swore that in this lifetime, he would definitely protect this home and protect his family. Because Guan Qi and Su Jiujiu were Qin Feng's everything in this world. They were everything in his heart. He had never been any kind of saint. He would not concern himself with the sufferings of the world. He only wanted to protect his own little plot of land. That wish sounded simple, but to truly realize it was harder than ascending to the heavens. He would not give up just because the road ahead was difficult. On the contrary, he would turn it into the driving force that pushed him forward. Today was the housewarming celebration for Qin Feng and the other two. That night, they splurged for once. After eating and drinking their fill, Guan Qi and Su Jiujiu each returned to the room they liked and went to sleep early. Tonight, the two of them would definitely have a good dream. Meanwhile, in Qin Feng's room, he sat cross-legged on the bed and took out all of today's gains from the system inventory. Clatter, looking at the pile of crystal cores stacked like a small mountain. The grin on Qin Feng's face nearly reached his ears. After adjusting his state, Qin Feng immediately activated his second talent, Sublimation. As the Sublimation talent activated, the scene before his eyes changed completely. On that mountain-like pile of crystal cores, the words "could be upgraded" appeared on every single one. Upgrade. Upgrade them all to epic grade. Buzz. A wave of invisible power wrapped around the entire pile of crystal cores. Immediately afterward, that mountain-like heap of crystal cores rapidly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. A moment later, only a little over 30 epic-grade crystal cores glowing with purple light remained before Qin Feng. A little over 30 epic-grade crystal cores and 11 legendary-grade crystal cores. That's enough for another round of upgrades. As he spoke, Qin Feng casually picked up an epic-grade crystal core. First, his target was still multi-shot. This skill was Qin Feng's core skill. Previously, upgrading this skill to B grade had already required 5 epic-grade crystal cores. Now it needed 10. The resource cost had doubled. Without hesitation, Qin Feng decisively chose to upgrade it, as 10 epic-grade crystal cores turned into grains of purple particles and dissipated. B-grade multi-shot transformed into A-grade multi-shot under the mysterious power of sublimation. Multi-shot A-grade. Passive each attack gains an additional 6 arrows. Not enough. Still not enough. Looking at multi-shot's effect, Qin Feng was not satisfied, because this skill had not undergone a qualitative change. Previously, when Qin Feng raised F-grade Gale step to S-grade, it had already turned into Hurricane step. So he also wanted to see whether multi-shot would undergo a qualitative change as its grade increased. Do you wish to consume 1 legendary grade crystal core to upgrade multi-shot? Note, after upgrading, this skill will become S-grade. Each attack will gain an additional 7 arrows, and will also have a piercing effect, allowing it to penetrate the target and deal 30 damage to units behind it. I think I just found some kind of bug. Looking at the crystal core cost required to upgrade multi-shot, Qin Feng's expression froze. He naturally couldn't miss out on something this good. Without even looking closely at the post-upgrade information, he directly chose to upgrade. B to A required 10 epic grade cores. A to S required 1 legendary grade core. But Qin Feng only needed 11 epic grade crystal cores to get 1 legendary grade crystal core. In other words, the crystal core cost required for upgrading these 2 grades was about the same. Could it be because of the quality of the crystal core? Qin Feng guessed himself. Since he couldn't figure it out, he simply stopped thinking about it. He then turned his gaze toward the effect of multi-shot after reaching S grade. This Qin Feng's face instantly turned ugly, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Was this effect strong? Very strong, but in Qin Feng's case, this effect was extremely awkward. Because of explosive arrow, the explosion range of explosive arrow centered around the arrow itself. But if the arrow pierced through the target and landed far away, then the explosion area would no longer be under his control. That was why the skill was so awkward. Damn it, I got careless. If I'd known, I would have upgraded it. Who would thought it'd be an effect like this? Qin Feng's mood at this moment was like finishing a meal only to discover afterward that there had been a dead fly at the bottom of the bowl. Although explosive arrow didn't only explode when it hit a target, this would still lower Qin Feng's damage by a lot. After all, explosive arrow's blast radius was only 10 meters. But what if multi-shot's piercing sent it more than 10 meters away? That way, the target wouldn't be able to take the explosion damage from burst arrow. Damn it, since it's already come to this, I can only see it through to the bitter end. I just hope you could surprise me. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and decided to keep upgrading multi-shot. He spent another 5 legendary grade crystal cores and raised it to SS rank. That cost made Qin Feng's liver ache. But as long as it could increase his strength, any cost was worth it. Wasn't he at just legendary grade crystal cores? If he ran out, he could just farm more. Anyway, they were basically free loot. That's right. In Qin Feng's eyes, legendary grade crystal cores were just freebies. Multi-shot, SS rank, passive. Multi-shot, SS rank, passive. Each attack gains an additional 8 arrows. And they come with a piercing effect. Note, after an arrow hits the first target, it can automatically split into an energy arrow that pierces through the target, dealing 50 magic damage to units behind it. Haha, it worked. Only after seeing the effect of multi-shot did a satisfied smile finally appear on Qin Feng's face. According to the skill description, after multi-shot hit a target, it would split off a second arrow. Wouldn't that mean burst arrow could also be triggered by that energy arrow? At that thought, the smile on Qin Feng's face widened even more. This was practically a light at the end of the tunnel. As for that 50 points of magic damage, Qin Feng didn't care about it all. He currently had 70% defense ignore. No matter what kind of boss it was in front of him, it was as fragile as paper. One poke and it would tear. What is that? A physical immune boss? Then sorry, he would just activate feathered form and turn into a magic archer. With Qin Feng's current attack speed, even damage equal to 10% of his max HP was an absurd amount of damage that others could never hope to reach. He currently had 580,000 HP. 10% of that was 5,800 damage. With Qin Feng's attack speed, 5,800 base damage meant tens of millions of damage per second with ease, not to mention over 20 seconds. And don't forget, he also had 130% critical rate. Who said magic crits couldn't count as crits? More importantly, Qin Feng's magic attack was also ridiculously high. If he learned an elemental skill book, then he would be cultivating both physical and magical combat. From then on, no matter what kind of monster boss he encountered, in front of him, it would just be a single strip of deer whip. After feeling fully satisfied, Qin Feng set multi-shot aside and turned his attention to another core skill, burst arrow. Since it was also going from S rank to SS rank, the crystal core cost was naturally the same. Do you want to consume 5 legendary grade crystal cores to upgrade this skill? Note, after upgrading, this skill will become SS rank and deal 1,000 plus 300% physical attack as physical damage to all enemy targets within a 20-meter radius around the arrow. Upgrade. Using up the last 5 crystal cores, Qin Feng upgraded burst arrow to SS rank. After the upgrade, burst arrow had a larger blast radius and higher damage. Sure enough, explosions were the most direct expression of damage. No flashy nonsense. As long as I shoot out, whether I hit the target or not, you're still going to explode. A total of 11 legendary grade crystal cores. Qin Feng had already used them all up on just 2 skills. After that, he looked at the S-rank Gale Step. Same as before, they all came from the same daddy. Qin Feng couldn't play favorites. In the end, he spent 16 epic grade crystal cores and raised it to SSS rank. Why did it take 16 crystal cores? Because going from SS to SSS required 1 legendary grade crystal core. So Qin Feng spent 11 epic grade crystal cores and ultimately obtained 1 legendary grade crystal core. And just like that, Qin Feng obtained his first SSS rank active skill, Flash Step. That's right, his Gale Step had changed again. Flash Step, SSS rank. Active cost 500 mana each time it is activated. Effect 1. Increases the user's movement speed by 500% and allows flight, lasting 20 seconds. Effect 2. When the skill is activated, the user may blink 3 times, can pass through obstacles, and each blink can reach up to 50 meters. Cooldown, 30 seconds. An SSS rank skill really was powerful. Not only had the movement speed boost increased to 500%, it had also given him an extra movement skill on top of that. More importantly, Flash Step S cooldown was only 30 seconds. Once I reach level 20, I'll be able to raise my skill levels again. Maybe I can even reduce the cooldown. If that happens, infinite uptime might not be a problem at all. From the very beginning, Qin Feng had never thought much of this F-rank Swift Step. He just hadn't expected that after upgrading it all the way to SSS rank, it would bring him such a pleasant surprise. With this skill, his combat style will become much more varied. Now, he could call himself an amphibious Special Forces soldier. The sky would no longer be his limit, because this skill S cooldown was only a short 30 seconds, while its downtime was only 10 seconds. After upgrading the rank of 3 skills, Qin Feng's strength surged once again, especially the stacked effect of multi-shot and burst arrow. The scene would be beautiful beyond words. Looking at the 3 skills on his status panel, Qin Feng finally went to sleep in complete satisfaction. At level 20, he would be able to unlock another skill slot. But after learning from past experience, Qin Feng had no plans to learn a skill immediately. A good skill could bring a tremendous boost to his combat power, especially passive skills. The next day, after Qin Feng and the other 2 finished breakfast, they returned to the dungeon plaza. Su Juzhou was in an especially good mood today. It was probably because of the new house. Since all 3 of them were level 20, they were perfectly within the level range to enter the Gloom Forest. So Qin Feng planned to keep farming this dungeon because there was a lot to milk from it and plenty to fleece. Once they hit level 21, they probably wouldn't be able to come anymore. So while they still could, they might as well farm it more. After all, no one would ever complain about having too many legendary grade set pieces. However, the moment the 3 of them arrived, they ran into those 2 familiar people again. Huh, big shot bro, what a coincidence. We ran into you again. Su Qingyao called out to Qin Feng, hearing that form of address. Qin Feng had thought the white-haired lowly was calling for Guanxi, but Su Qingyao's eyes were fixed on him the entire time. So Qin Feng raised a finger and pointed at himself. You're talking to me? Yeah, big shot bro. Su Qingyao nodded. Hearing that title again, Qin Feng frowned deeply. This white-haired lowly had actually given him such a nickname. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Once he got stronger in the future, he was definitely going to slap her across the face. As for now, he could only think about it in his heart. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't want to pay attention to her, Su Qingyao still had no intention of letting him off, because this time, she had come with a purpose. Carrying her giant hammer, she walked up to Qin Feng. Big shot bro, how about we make a deal? Not interested. Qin Feng shook his head. If President Zheng Hen told him yesterday to maintain a good relationship with the Su family, then Qin Feng would have taken Guanxi and Su Juzhou straight into the dungeon already. Why would he waste time here? No, you're interested. Su Qingyao said with complete certainty. Oh, then why don't you tell me? Qin Feng wanted to see what medicine this white-haired girl was selling her gourd. Your weapon is a bow, so you must be an archer class, right? Su Qingyao said, leaning on her giant hammer. Isn't that obvious? Qin Feng looked at Su Qingyao as if he were looking at an idiot. Feeling Qin Feng's gaze, Su Qingyao felt a sense of being offended. But for the sake of the plan, she decided to endure it for now. Don't be so hasty. As everyone knows, among all physical classes, archers are the class that lacks damage output the most in the early stages. I have a skill book here that you absolutely won't be able to refuse. As she spoke, Su Qingyao took out a book with a purple cover from her system backpack. On the cover were the words, Heavenfall Arrow Tide. This skill book is an SS rank skill book, and it's also a super large-scale AoE damage skill. Is my sincerity enough? Su Qingyao looked extremely smug. Originally, Su Qingyao had thought that as long as she brought out this SS rank skill book, Qin Feng would definitely be utterly shocked by her grand gesture. But reality did not develop according to the script she had imagined. Not to mention Qin Feng, even Guanxi and Su Juzhou didn't show much shock either. At most, they were slightly surprised. Surprised that this rich and foolish young lady from a great family would actually take out an SS rank skill just to win over Brother Feng. But would Brother Feng lack that little bit of damage? Once you saw Brother Feng's true damage output, that laughable pride of yours would definitely be shattered to pieces. Hey, this is an SS rank skill. Aren't you shocked at all? Su Qingyao's tone grew heavier. Not shocked. Qin Feng shook his head. Given Su Qingyao's family background and resources, even if she took out an SSS rank skill, he would still find it perfectly reasonable. Aren't you curious about just how terrifying the damage of an SS skill is? There was a trace of urgency in Su Qingyao's voice. Not curious. Qin Feng shook his head again. Can it be more terrifying than explosive arrow? No, you're curious. Su Qingyao pointed at Qin Feng and shouted. Not curious. Qin Feng's tone remained calm. You. Su Qingyao completely lost it. She had thought that bringing out an SS rank skill book would make Qin Feng see her in a new light, but reality had slapped her in the face. Wah. This isn't fun. The adult world isn't fun at all. Su Qingyao plopped down on the ground and burst into loud tears, her face full of grievance. Bad guy, you're such a bad guy. Seeing this, Black lines immediately appeared across Qin Feng's forehead. At the side, Su Qingxue also felt helpless. She quickly helped Su Qingyao up from the ground. Student Qin, I'm really sorry. My cousin actually doesn't mean any harm. Su Qingxue looked at Qin Feng apologetically. I know she doesn't mean any harm. Otherwise, I wouldn't have listened to her nonsense for this long. Qin Feng waved his hand. Bad guy. Su Qingyao tugged on Su Qingxue's sleeve and muttered in a small voice. How about this? Let us make a deal. Qin Feng looked at Su Qingyao. Hearing that, Su Qingyao's expression immediately cleared up. Her bright eyes were filled with huge confusion. Big bro mighty one, what deal? Hurry and tell me. The deal is still about that skill book. If one said Qin Feng was tempted by that SS-Rank skill book, that would definitely be false. After all, it was a large-scale AoE skill. If it could trigger the passive of explosive arrow, then that scene. It was just that the conditions of the trade had to be set by him, which was why that earlier scene had happened. He knew very clearly what Su Qingyao was plotting in her heart, but he simply wouldn't fall for it. And now, the initiative had fallen into Qin Feng's hands. All he needed to do was pay the smallest possible price to obtain an SS-Rank skill book. Since the other party wanted to recruit him, she would definitely agree to trade with him. I'll carry you through 3 dungeon runs, 2 Hell Mode runs of Dark Forest, and 1 run of Frozen City. But everything dropped by the bosses inside belongs to me. Qin Feng finally revealed his foxtail. Okay. As long as you can carry me through dungeons and help me level up, then this skill book will be the stake. Su Qingyao nodded and agreed on the spot. It hadn't been easy to get a chance to interact with Qin Feng, so naturally Su Qingyao wouldn't give it up. Su Qingxue also didn't refuse this deal, because she too wanted to see just how strong Qin Feng's talent really was. Using an SS-Rank skill book to probe Qin Feng's true ability, Su Qingxue felt it was very worth it. As for why they would run Dark Forest twice, it was because Qin Feng's EXP was already at 670,000. With another 630,000 EXP, he would reach level 21, so he could only enter it 2 more times. Once the deal was settled, Qin Feng sent out a team invitation. Qin Feng invites you to join the team. Accept? Yes. No. The 2 sisters, Su Qingxue and Su Qingyao, didn't hesitate at all and immediately agreed. You have joined Qin Feng's party. Very quickly, looks of shock appeared on both their faces. What had they just seen? Why you re-level 20? Su Qingyao was so shocked she could barely speak. The life set could hide 1's information from outsiders, but inside a party, there was no way to hide it. Because within a party, everyone's level was public. Otherwise, why do you think I said I'd only take you through Dark Forest twice? Qin Feng said slowly. Because after the second time, we'll level up to 21, and then we won't be able to enter the Dark Forest dungeon anymore. At this moment, Su Qingxue was completely shaken. Yesterday, the 2 sisters had farmed dungeons all day. After working themselves to death, they had only reached level 13, and they had thought their speed was already very fast. But compared to Qin Feng's group of 3, no, there was simply no comparison. Big bro mighty one, you're way too mighty. Please, you absolutely have to take me in. I want to be your little brother. No, little sister. Su Qingyao's eyes were incomparably clear. As long as you take me in from now on, I'll handle all the tea serving and water pouring work. Su Qingyao patted her small chest, her expression extremely serious. After seeing how high Qin Feng's level was, she was instantly blown away by the wind and transformed into a fangirl on the spot. We'll talk about that later. For now, let us run the dungeon first. Qin Feng neither refused nor agreed. Seeing that Qin Feng hadn't refused, the smile on Su Qingyao's face grew even wider. Su Qingxue, seeing this, couldn't help but pat her forehead. This little cousin of hers was beyond saving. With Qin Feng in the lead, the group of 5 arrived at the dungeon portal of Dark Forest. After selecting Hell Mode, Qin Feng entered the dungeon first, and the other 4 followed, right behind him. Inside the dungeon, Su Qingyao carried a giant hammer, her eyes gleaming, thinking to herself that she could finally show off a little in front of Big Bro Mighty One. Big Bro Mighty One, I'll head into the dense forest first. Later, my cousin can just clear the mobs behind me. No need. Qin Feng waved his hand. In a bit, you 2 sisters just follow Xiao Jiao and collect the drop materials. As for killing monsters, leave that to me. What a joke. If you kill all the monsters, then what the hell am I supposed to farm? Huh? The 2 sisters were a little bewildered, not understanding what Qin Feng meant at all. Ha, just wait. Don't let your jaws drop later. Guan Qi laughed loudly at the side. No one knew if he had learned it from President Zhong, but he had also started playing mysterious. Old 7, same old routine. Head to the core area alone first. As for what to do, I don't need to tell you again, right? Qin Feng directly assigned Guan Qi his task. Don't worry, Brother Feng, just watch me. After agreeing, Guan Qi dashed off toward the core area in a puff of smoke. His task was to trigger the berserk mechanism of the ancient tree of life. When Qin Feng arrived, he only needed to kill it directly. That way, they could save a lot of time. As the saying went, an inch of time is an inch of gold. Could it be that 1 second wasn't time too? Whoosh! Qin Feng immediately activated Instant Step, and his whole body shot into the sky. He He flew away. Su Qingyao pointed at Qin Feng's departing figure, her stammering voice full of shock. However, this was only the beginning. What came next was even more shocking. Boom, boom, boom. Very soon, a series of violent explosions rang out from the dense forest. At the same time, system notifications kept popping up. Killed normal-grade monster little green snake, gained 300 EXP. Killed elite-grade monster venomous spider, gained 2000 EXP. Killed lord-grade boss green snake king, gained 10,000 EXP. Cousin, I'm not dreaming, right? At this moment, Su Qingyao's mind was still completely blank. Not just her. Even Su Qingxue had no idea how to put the shock in her heart into words. What kind of monster farming speed was this? It was simply impossible to describe. Stop standing around in a daze and hurry up and pick up the materials. Or we want to even be able to catch a glimpse of Brother Feng later, Su Jiujio said as she tossed out that line. Then ran into the forest and happily started collecting materials. Xiaojio, like picking up materials the most. Seeing this, the Su sisters hurriedly followed. Who could have imagined that one SSS rank and one SS rank would one day be reduced to material-picking tool workers inside a dungeon? But being this kind of tool worker actually seemed pretty nice. After all, they could level up without having to work hard killing monsters themselves. About 10 minutes later, Qin Feng finally arrived at the core area. Meanwhile, Guanxi had already struck up a lively conversation with the ancient tree of life. The content of the conversation wasn't anything indescribable. As for the cost, it was only 1 point. After all, neither side could break the other's defense. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of arrows tearing through space rang out, followed immediately by another wave of violent explosions. Just like that, the Emperor Grey boss fell, not even lasting 1 second. Right after that, a huge pile of materials dropped. Qin Feng didn't even bother checking what exactly had dropped and just stuffed everything into the system backpack in one go. After all, walls should not be exposed. On the other side, while the Su sisters were busy picking up materials everywhere, bursts of golden light suddenly erupted from their bodies. Both of them leveled up to level 14. Then another system notification popped up. Killed Emperor Grade Ancient Tree of Life. Gained 100,000 EXP. Cousin, we leveled up. Su Qingyao cried out in surprise, her face full of smiles. She was no longer as shocked as before, because she was numb to it now. Sometimes, she even suspected that what she had entered wasn't hell mode at all, but easy mode. But even easy mode wasn't this easy for farming monsters. In just a little over 10 minutes, they had already cleared hell mode as Dark Forest. If it were her, in 10 plus minutes, she probably wouldn't have even seen the face of a single Lord Grade boss. But Qin Feng had already killed the dungeon's ultimate boss, and it was even Emperor Grade. It was simply outrageous. After killing the boss, Qin Feng and Guanxi picked up all the precious materials nearby, then regrouped with Su Jiujio and the Su sisters. After that, the 5 of them all withdrew from the party, then entered Hell Mode Dark Forest once again. The same plot, the same rhythm, nearly the same amount of time. The only difference was that the EXP of Qin Feng's group of 3 had filled up. For some reason, perhaps because of the dungeon rules, their levels were suppressed, and they did not rise to level 21. This time, after Qin Feng killed the Ancient Tree of Life, there was an unexpected surprise, a treasure chest. That's right, another treasure chest had dropped. A treasure chest that Qin Feng's group of 3 had been longing for. Didn't he expect the last dungeon run to come with such a huge surprise? Rare smiles appeared on both Qin Feng's and Guanxi's faces. Brother Feng, our luck is way too good. I senti it? Guanxi said, with a pleasantly surprised grin. It really is. Qin Feng nodded as well. After collecting all the materials, it wasn't long before the Su sisters and Su Jiujio arrived at the core area together. At this moment, Su Qingyao was holding a book in her hand. Judging by the look of it, it should be that SS grade skill book. Big shot, brother. This is the chip for this trade. Su Qingyao held out the skill book with both hands, planning to hand it to Qin Feng in advance. At this point, she had completely fallen in love with the feeling of leveling up while lying down. As the saying went, it was easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury back to frugality. In less than half an hour, she had gone from level 13 to level 14, and she was already close to level 15. Once she reached level 15, she would be able to learn another skill and equip a better set of gear. You're not afraid I'll take the chip and then not bring you to Frozen City? Qin Feng looked at Su Qingyao in some surprise. I think Big Shot Brother definitely wouldn't do that, right? Su Qingyao said with a smile. Qin Feng did not answer her question. Put the skill book away for now. Give it to me after we finish Frozen City. It's not like we're short on this little bit of time anyway. Seeing how principled Qin Feng was, Su Qingyao admired him even more. All right, the materials around them had all been collected. Qin Feng turned his head and gave the core area a deep look. After that, the 5 of them exited the dungeon together. The instant Qin Feng, Guanxi, and Su Jiujio stepped out of the dungeon, free from the suppression of the dungeon rules. Their levels immediately rose to level 21. Cousin, Big Shot Brother is seriously amazing. I absolutely have to cling to this thick thigh. Looking at Qin Feng glowing with golden light, Su Qingyao's gaze turned firm as she clenched her right fist. She's hopeless. Su Qingxue was utterly speechless. You want to cling to his thigh, but you're not even considering whether he's willing to let you. If he's unwilling, that just means the chip isn't enough. Su Qingyao's tone became even firmer. I have to find something big shot brother 1T be able to refuse. Since Su Juzhou's bag was full and needed to be cleared out, they went to the Wanbao Pavilion and packed up all the unnecessary materials for sale. Now that Qin Feng had Vermilion Bird Academy backing him, he was much bolder when doing certain things. It was no longer to the point where he had to act timid even when selling some items. So he simply sold off all the excellent grade equipment and below that had dropped over the past few days. Selling so much equipment in one go naturally meant a lot of work. It took about half an hour before the staff finally finished counting everything. Mr. Qin, the buyback price for these pieces of equipment comes to a total of 300 million star coins. The staff member respectfully handed 3 star cards, each containing 100 million, to Qin Feng. Thank you. Qin Feng took the star cards, casually thanked him, and then left the Wanbao Pavilion. 300 million. 300 million. We're rich. This means we're multi-millionaires now. Guanxi instantly turned into a money grubber. Look at your pathetic promise. It's just 300 million. Qin Feng tossed 1 star card to Guanxi and another to Su Juzhou. Catching the star card in a flurry, Guanxi immediately held it with both hands and kissed it several times. Mua, mua, mua. EW, Brother Qi is so gross. Su Juzhou immediately moved away from Guanxi. I'm just happy, okay? Guanxi couldn't care less. The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked, and before long, they arrived at the Frozen City dungeon portal. Su Qingxue and Su Qingyao had already been waiting there. Frozen City, level requirement 10 to 30. As usual, they directly chose the highest difficulty, Hell Mode. After all, Qin Feng was already level 21. He didn't know whether there were monsters below level 21 in the other modes. But the monsters in Purgatory mode were definitely all level 30. There was no doubt about that. If Qin Feng's level had reached 30, he would wanted to farm the level 30 dungeon, Blood Fortress. Just hearing the name made it sound bloody. There had to be a lot of monsters inside. It was definitely a good dungeon. Otherwise it wouldn't have a level 30 requirement and nothing else. With Qin Feng's current damage output, he truly didn't know what kind of boss in these newbie dungeons could stop him. As for the safety of Guanxi and Su Juzhou, Qin Feng wasn't worried about them at all. After all, with legendary life sets in hand, a mere level 30 boss wouldn't be able to do much damage to them. The only ones he was a little concerned about were the 2 Su sisters. But thinking about it, they came from a major family, so they definitely had life-saving items on them. At worst, they could withdraw from the dungeon at any time. Inside the Frozen City dungeon, the moment the 5 of them entered the dungeon, they felt an icy chill rushing straight at them. Right after that, their HP began dropping at a rate of 10 points per second. 10, 10, 10. Bro Feng, why is this dungeon making us lose HP automatically? Su Juzhou cried out in alarm. It's probably related to the environment. Su Yingjiao explained. I've heard that in some dungeons with especially harsh environments, if your own resistance isn't high enough, you'll lose HP every second. If you want to avoid that, you have to equip the corresponding resistance gear. Although losing 10 HP per second still wasn't enough to outpace Su Juzhou's HP recovery per second. This phenomenon alone was enough to show that this dungeon's danger level was far from ordinary. As for Guanxi, he was wearing the Life Tenacity set. Its attributes increased all elemental resistance, so this bit of freezing effect couldn't harm him at all. Cousin, big boss bro, hurry and drink potions. Su Qingyao immediately took out a large pile of HP recovery potions and handed them to the other 4. No need. We have recovery potions ourselves. In a bit, all of you need to stay fully alert. Don't relax, even a little, Qin Feng reminded them. Only then did he start looking over the surrounding environment. This place was an icy plain. As far as the eye could see, everything was a vast sheet of white, without the slightest trace of any other color. It looked very clean. That's right. The first impression this dungeon gave Qin Feng was cleanliness. So clean that he couldn't sense even the slightest monster presence. In the entire environment, aside from the sound of wind and snow, there was nothing else. And a lack of danger just happened to be the greatest danger of all. Old 7 Juzhou, keep an eye on the ground at all times. Qin Feng reminded them again. Since the danger wasn't coming from the surface, and it wasn't coming from the sky, then there was only one place left. Underground. Although with the legendary life sets on them, those ordinary monsters wouldn't be able to do much damage. Danger from the environment itself could not be ignored. After all, the moment they entered the dungeon, they had already started losing 10 HP per second. More importantly, this was just the outer area of the dungeon. What about the core region? How much HP would they lose per second there? All of it was unknown. After hearing Qin Feng's warning, Guanxi and Su Juzhou immediately raised their guard to the highest level. They had no intention of capsizing in a gutter. Rumble, rumble right then. Bursts of violent tremors came from the distance, as though something was breaking through the ice. Talent activated. Qin Feng directly activated Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight had inherited the Hawkeye talent. It could see very far, and it could also more clearly detect enemy weaknesses. Qin Feng could use those red marks to observe whether monsters existed in the surrounding area. This talent was basically a bug. It allowed Qin Feng to detect whether enemy units were present from a great distance away. As long as there were red markers in his vision, they were definitely enemy targets. And right now, many red dots had suddenly appeared in Qin Feng's sight. They were moving rapidly. There were so many that they formed a dense mass, practically too many to count. The scale was like ants moving house on a rainy day. Good lord, so many monsters. A look of wild joy appeared on Qin Feng's face. If it were an ordinary person, seeing the scene would definitely make them choose to go around. But Qin Feng, was he an ordinary person? Of course not. So many monsters meant attribute points one after another. Food delivered right to his door. How could he possibly refuse? Old 7, Jujia, watch over them. I'll go ahead and check the situation first. After giving his instructions, Qin Feng activated the SSS-Rank skill, Flash Step. The moment Flash Step was activated, his movement speed surged by 500, and his whole body rose into the air, turning into a streak of cyan light that vanished from everyone's sight. Watching Qin Feng's disappearing figure, admiration shone in Su Qingyao's eyes. Meanwhile, in midair, Qin Feng finally got a clear look at what those monsters actually looked like. Monster, Ice Prison Scorpion, normal grade, level 30 HP, 50,000 attack, 500 defense, 300 TSK, 50,000 HP. As expected of a level 30 dungeon. Their stats are several times higher than the monsters in the Dark Forest. The moment I got in here, you prepared such a big gift for me. If I don't accept it, I'd practically be letting you down. Qin Feng clicked his tongue as he spoke. He took out the Life, Azure, Feather, Cloud Piercer bow, and his whole person turned into a merciless killing machine, continuously firing arrows downward at a rate of 43 arrows per second. Those arrows were like shells. The moment they struck the ground, violent explosions erupted, because multi-shot had been upgraded to SS rank and came with a piercing effect. After the energy arrows plunged into the ice layer, they quickly triggered a second explosion. Those ice prison scorpions that hadn't even crawled out yet were directly blown to death beneath the ice. Immediately after, system battle notifications began popping up non-stop. System notice, killed normal grade monster ice prison scorpion, gained 800 EXP. System notice, Dark Reaper triggered, gained 1 point of constitution. System notice, killed 1 enemy unit. Life Azure Feather Cloud Piercer bow has deprived the target of 10 points of HP. Current max HP, 10. System notice, killed normal grade monster ice prison scorpion. Gained 800 EXP. System notice, Dark Reaper triggered, gained 1 point of ice resistance. The densely packed notifications streamed past like a waterfall. In less than 10 seconds, Qin Feng realized that his EXP had risen by nearly 500,000. In other words, Qin Feng had killed over 600 monsters within 10 seconds. And his constitution had also increased by nearly 300 points. 300 points of constitution? What's going on? Why am I missing 300 points of attributes? Very quickly, Qin Feng noticed that something was off. He hurriedly checked the battle log and finally found a reason. He expected Dark Reaper to be able to harvest elemental resistance too. Was this trying to turn him into an all-around warrior with absolutely no weaknesses? Right after that, he opened his status panel. Sure enough, under the defense section, there was now an additional list labeled elemental resistance. And among them, his ice resistance had already reached 322 points, with over 300 points of ice resistance. His HP was no longer continuing to drop. But soon, a new question appeared in Qin Feng's mind. Why didn't Dark Harvest reap those monsters' resistances back in the gloomy forest? Could it be because those monsters didn't have particularly high elemental resistance to begin with, so it never triggered? That was the only reason Qin Feng could think of. Now that he had found the reason, Qin Feng didn't dwell on it any further. As long as he could reap attribute points, that was enough. As for what attribute it was, Qin Feng no longer cared. He wasn't lacking in damage output anyway. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Once Flash Step's cooldown ended, Qin Feng once again turned into a humanoid bomber, constantly harvesting those ice prison scorpions. With the ability to fly in the air, Qin Feng was practically invincible. Those ice prison scorpions could only take the beating passively. 10 seconds later, Qin Feng finally cleared out all the monsters. He gained nearly 500,000 experience points again. Counting it up, this wave of ice prison scorpions numbered around 1,200 to 1,300. That was already nearly twice as many as in the gloomy forest. Since all these ice prison scorpions gave Qin Feng constitution, his vitality and defense had now received a massive boost. More than 1,200 ice prison scorpions had yielded nearly 700 constitution. Converted, that meant 7,000 HP and 3,500 physical defense. Now, his HP had completely broken past 60,000 and was closing in on 70,000. At this moment, the other 4 also quickly arrived behind Qin Feng. Brother Feng, that was way too insane. Our EXP is skyrocketing. In just a few dozen seconds, it went up by a full 1 million. We just hit level 21, and it already looks like we're about to reach level 22. Guan Qi grinned, showing a mouthful of bright white teeth. Yeah, brother Feng. If we keep farming like this, I feel like we might all hit level 30 today. Sujuju, Kaimdin. Big brother Mangren, you're way too strong. In just that little bit of time, we jumped 2 whole levels and reached level 16. Su Qingyao looked at him with admiration all over her face. I originally thought getting to level 15 in about 3 days would already be pretty good. I never expected that after Big Brother Mangren took us through 3 dungeon runs, we'd already be level 16. As for Su Qingxue, she didn't even know what to say now. Was she proud of her SSS grade talent? Of course she was. Even if that talent had been upgraded, it was still something she had exchanged 3 years of her life for. But now, the thing she had always taken pride in had been crushed into dust in front of Qin Feng. Is the archer class really that strong? Suinge quality wander toself. What if I switch to archer too? An elemental archer doesn't seem bad either. I'm not level 30 yet anyway. The moment that thought appeared, Su Qingshue's heart jolted hard, frightening her so much that she hurriedly threw the absurd idea out of her head. An SSS grade ice element mage was absolutely powerful. There was no doubt about that. Qin Feng was strong, yes, but he was only a single exception. Same as usual. Jujio, take the 2 sisters and collect materials. Old 7, and I will head ahead first and scout the way. Qin Feng looked at Su Jujio as he spoke. Got it. Brother Feng, I like picking up materials the most. Su Jujio happily accepted the arrangement. As for worrying about Qin Feng's safety, she might as well worry about whether her material gathering speed could keep up with him. After assigning the tasks, Qin Feng and Guan Qi entered the icy cave nest of the ice prison scorpions. The moment the 2 stepped into the cave, Guan Qi felt a wave of chill. Brother Feng, I feel like it's even colder inside this cave than outside. Although Guan Qi's elemental resistance was very high, he could still clearly sense the temperature coming from his body. The temperature here is indeed much colder than outside. Qin Feng nodded. Stay alert. Focus up. I feel like there's a big one inside. Got it. Guan Qi immediately activated armored protection, raising his elemental resistance by another notch. Very soon, the 2 finally arrived at the deepest part of the ice prison scorpion cave. This was a relatively spacious area, roughly as large as 10 soccer fields. And at the very center of this area was a gigantic ice crystal scorpion radiating purple light all over its body. Its crystalline shell gave off a violet glow, and especially those 2 claws, which looked full of power. This was a Lord tier Ice Crystal Purple Scorpion King. Monster, Ice Crystal Purple Scorpion King, Lord tier. Level, 30 HP, 80 million, attack, 3000, defense, 3000, skill, Purple Crystal Sting Strike. The scorpion claws rapidly slash the 10-meter fan-shaped area in front. Targets hit take 5000 physical damage and gain 1 stack of Ice Crystal Mark. When Ice Crystal Mark reaches 5 stacks, it triggers the mark, freezing the target for 5 seconds while also dealing 3000 magic damage. Skill, Frozen Earth Stealth. When the Scorpion King's HP falls below 30%, it dives beneath the ice layer while greatly increasing its own defense. When it bursts out of the ground, it knocks nearby targets into the air, deals 2000 magic damage, and stuns targets for 3 seconds. Skill, Purple Crystal Needle Rain. The scorpion tail vibrates at high speed, instantly firing hundreds of dense energy tail spikes, dealing physical damage to a 50-meter fan-shaped area in front. Each tail spike deals 1000 damage. Good lord, this thing's skills are more broken than the last. Guan Qi was instantly stunned as he looked at the several large Ice Crystal Purple Scorpion King in front of him. High attack, high defense, huge HP, crowd control, and large area damage too. If anyone else ran into this thing, they'd he probably turn around and run on the spot. Brother Feng, what do we do? Guan Qi turned to look at Qin Feng. Kill it. Before Qin Feng had even finished speaking, arrows were already shooting out. 58,812 critical hit times 9, 177,436 burst arrow critical damage. Dense damage numbers kept popping up above the Ice Crystal Purple Scorpion King's head. From start to finish, it took less than half a second for it to collapse. It didn't even have the right to move once before it was killed. At this point, calling Qin Feng's damage terrifying was no exaggeration at all, and that was without activating the effect of his insight talent. Otherwise, his damage would have been even more outrageous. The main reason was still that Burst Arrow's effect was just too fierce. Double explosive damage, 1 blast meant over 100,000 damage. With his current attack stat as high as 30,000, any boss with less than 300 million HP would be instantly killed. That's right, instantly killed in the truest sense. 43 attack speed, 43 normal attacks in 1 second. What kind of concept was that? It was like a machine spinning at 2,500 RPM for a full minute. That speed was even 500 higher than a low-speed Gatling. A low-speed Gatling fires at 2,000 rounds per minute. System prompt. Lord tier Ice Crystal Purple Scorpion King killed. Experience plus 100,000. System prompt. Dark Harvester triggered. Gained 1 point of constitution. Looking at the purple light, orbs scattered all over the ground ahead. Guanxi immediately stepped forward and picked out the crystal core separately. Then he stuffed the rest of the equipment and materials into the system backpack in one go without even bothering to look at them. A lower tier boss could drop epic grade equipment. Epic grade equipment was already considered high quality gear. Ordinary class holders simply couldn't afford it. But in the eyes of Qin Feng's group of 3, gear like that was just SOSO. They simply didn't care for it. After all, in Qin Feng's system backpack, legendary grade equipment could be described by the set. Also, the dozen or so legendary grade items that had dropped from the 2 runs of the Dark Forest earlier were still sitting unopened in his inventory. Rumble at that moment. The ground began to shake violently. A crack about 10 meters wide suddenly split open in one corner of the cave. The moment he saw this, Qin Feng immediately entered combat mode. No matter what kind of monster came out later, he would shoot first for dozens of seconds. But the unexpected never came. A moment later, the shaking stopped. Qin Feng and Guanxi walked up to the crack and discovered that it wasn't a crack at all, but a passage. It seemed to lead even deeper below. Brother Feng, I'll go in first. Guanxi immediately activated his absolute defense talent, and a mysterious yellow aura spread from his entire body. Be careful, Qin Feng warned. Don't worry. Guanxi nodded. Just like that, the 2 of them entered the passage one after the other. Fortunately, this was inside a layer of ice, and light refracted down through the ice. So it wasn't too dark. After walking for about 10 minutes, the 2 finally reached the end. What entered their eyes was a giant city buried beneath the ice layer, an incomparably magnificent sight. Strangely enough, this place had none of the dimness from before. It was as bright as the outside environment. What a grand and magnificent ice city. Guanxi couldn't help but exclaim. It was just Guanxi. Even Qin Feng was shocked by the ice city in front of him. Frozen city, so it had been sealed beneath the ice all this time. Perhaps that was where this dungeon's name came from. Looks like this is the core area of the dungeon. Talp, tap. A burst of hurried footsteps came from behind them. Su Jiujiu and the 2 sisters of the Su family had also arrived. From time to time, a 100 damage number popped up above the 2 sisters' heads. It seemed the environment here was about 10 times colder than outside. Luckily, Su Jiujiu was a priest and could heal the 2 of them. Otherwise, with only the recovery potions they carried, there was no way the sisters could have made it this far. After all, low-level recovery potions had limited healing per second and couldn't even offset the health loss from this environment. Even though Su Qingxue was an SSS-Rank ice element mage, she still lost health because her own ice resistance wasn't high enough. It was like being an ice mage meant you could move through an ice-attributed environment like a fish in water. An ice element talent would indeed be strengthened here, but at the same time, the monsters here naturally came with ice resistance. Brother Feng, do we force our way in or follow the process? Guanxi looked at Qin Feng and asked. Don't waste time. We're forcing it. Qin Feng took the Qingyu Bao in hand and, without another word, fired more than a dozen arrows straight at the ice wall. Rumble. The instant the arrows hit the frozen city's ice wall, violent explosions erupted. When the aftermath finally subsided, cracks had actually spread across the thick ice wall. Worse, they spread outward like a spiderweb, continuing to expand in all directions. Seeing this, Guanxi immediately roared, "Watch this." He clenched his right fist and rushed at the cracked ice wall at incredible speed, then smashed into it with all his might. Bang! A loud boom rang out. Crack, crack. The ice wall kept making breaking sounds, and chunks of ice continuously fell down. Guanxi's punch was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Boom! The ice wall completely collapsed. Just like that, an entrance 20 meters in diameter appeared before everyone. A Su Qingyao and Su Qingxue were completely speechless. Just what kind of damage did it take to destroy a building inside a dungeon? Hurry inside, or this ice wall will repair itself soon. The moment Qin Feng said that, he entered the ice city. Why did Qin Feng know the ice wall would repair itself? Because the forest in the Dark Forest was a living example. Seeing this, the others quickly followed. The instant all 5 entered the ice city, a voice full of authority rang out from within the city. Who dares trespass into the city of ice and snow? Before the figure arrived, the attack came first. Whoosh! A massive ice spear, nearly 10 meters long, shot down from above the ice city. Guanxi immediately took out his bark shield and stood in front of everyone. It's just a slightly bigger toothpick. What's so impressive about that? Watch your 7th master bend it for you. Guanxi held a saber in his right hand and a shield in his left, showing not the slightest fear toward this sudden strike. Boom! Crack! The ice spear slammed into Guanxi's bark shield, instantly exploding into chunks of ice the size of a baby's fist. Because the force was so great, the shattered pieces shot forward like bullets and directly pierced through the ice ahead. That alone was enough to show how powerful this unknown enemy was. This was very likely only a casual strike from him. The attack power of the ice spear really was strong. But Guanxi was wearing a full set of legendary grade equipment, on top of his absolute defense talent and 50% damage reduction. There was no way it could break his defense. Xiao Jiu, take the two of them and move to the side. Qin Feng called to Su Jiujiu behind him. Qin Feng wasn't worried about Su Jiujiu's safety. He was worried about the two sisters, because they were his clients now. Got it. Su Jiujiu didn't waste words. After putting a holy light shield on Guanxi, she pulled the two Su sisters aside. Hey, you got some skill. But that is not a reason for barging into the city of ice and snow. Anyone who trespasses here has only one fate, death. The mysterious voice let out another cold laugh. But from that tone, anyone could clearly hear the disdain and arrogance in it. As if Qin Feng and the others could be crushed at will. The hell are you posing for? If you're so good at acting tough, why don't you go sell trash bags instead? Guanxi's explosive temper couldn't stand it. He immediately fired off a double-layered taunt. Every shield armor class learned the taunt skill, but Guanxi's taunt was his initial skill, his natal skill. That made his taunt different. Not only did it have a large range, it could also attract enemy aggro through the spread of sound. At first, Guanxi had thought it was just an ordinary skill, but after using it many times, he gradually realized what made it different. Sure enough, after Guanxi's taunt, the owner of that mysterious voice finally revealed himself. The man floated in midair, with a pair of elemental wings condensed from energy behind him. His emotionless eyes looked down upon the five below. He was a young man with handsome features. He held a silver-white long spear and wore ice crystal battle armor, while a light blue cloak fluttered in the wind behind him. Anyone who saw him would praise him as divinely valiant and extraordinary. Just from his entrance alone, the mysterious man gave off an extremely oppressive presence. Because he could fly in a level 30 newbie dungeon. What did it mean for a boss to be able to fly? It meant invincible, and with his appearance, all of his information was naturally revealed before Qin Feng's group. Monster, Guardian of the City of Ice and Snow, Lord Grade. Level, 30 HP, 100 million, attack, 10,000 defense, 5,000 skills, charge strike, charges and fires an ice spear, dealing 10,000 to 15,000 points of physical damage. The longer the charge time, the higher the damage. Skill, sweeping through 1,000 armies, swings the long spear in all directions, knocking back enemies and dealing 8,000 points of physical damage. Skill, spear battle, when HP falls below 50%, increases own attack power by 50. Skill, force breaking 1,000 armies, a full power strike that deals 20,000 points of physical damage in a straight line 5 by 100 meters ahead. Although the information on this lower-grade humanoid boss was terrifying, Guanxi was not afraid in the slightest. After all, his big bro was right behind him. Hee, you trash hiding your head and showing your tail. You finally showed yourself. I thought you were something special. Didn't he expect it to be just this? Not even as good as one of 7th Master S. You're courting death. The Guardian immediately let out an angry roar and charged at Guanxi at extreme speed, waving the silver long spear in his hand. The bosses in dungeons might be restricted by mysterious rules, but that did not mean they had no anger. Because this dungeon was different from the Dark Forest. The latter had been assimilated by the Abyss origin. Aside from bodily instinct, it had no emotions at all. It would only execute commands according to its preset program. But this frozen city had been restricted by rules, with immense power refining the entire city into a dungeon. Although protected by rules, and the monsters inside would be revived by those rules after dying, over time, no one could endure the loneliness and torment of being trapped in one tiny place forever. Seeing this poser actually dare to make the first move, Guanxi naturally wasn't going to let him off. So what if you can fly? So what if you're good at acting tough? Don't think just because you look halfway human, 7th Master 1T beat your ass. Divine Tree descends. Suppress him for me. Guanxi immediately activated Ancient Tree of Life Domain Suppression, the control skill of that bark shield. The instant he released the skill, a giant tree phantom over 100 jong tall and brimming with life aura appeared out of thin air above everyone's heads. Its countless roots spread and grew non-stop toward the Guardian. A mere trick, yet you dare show off before an expert. The Guardian showed no fear at all. He kept swinging the long spear in his hand, trying to cut those roots apart. But in the next moment, he was completely dumbfounded, because his long spear could not touch the roots of the Tree of Life at all, much less cut them. In the blink of an eye, he was tied up into a giant dumpling. After all, the Tree of Life was Emperor grade, even if its level was lower than the Guardian of Frozen City. The gap in life rank was not something level alone could make up for. This involved certain laws of life evolution. Now kneel for me. Seeing the Guardian controlled by him, Guanxi shouted loudly. So what if you're awesome? In front of my divine tree, you're still just a deer whip. On the other side, when Qin Feng saw the Guardian of Frozen City get controlled, he had no intention of wasting such a precious opportunity. He immediately activated his talent, then drew his bow and fired. With an attack speed of 43 points, the arrows almost formed a straight line. Every single one had a weak point, and explosions rang out one after another. Exaggerated damage numbers kept popping up above the Guardian's head. His 100 million HP emptied out like a burst dam, getting wiped clean in a single second. Until his death, he never struggled because he had never been given the chance to struggle. At the very end of his life, he could only spit out one sentence. How is this possible? With an expression carrying 7 parts terror and 3 parts confusion. He glanced at Qin Feng before disappearing from everyone's sight. The Lord Grey boss gave Qin Feng 200,000 EXP, along with a large amount of materials. He was already not far from leveling up again. A level 30 Lord Grey boss, just die like that? Su Qingyao stared at the scene from not far away, her eyes opened wide. Such a visually shocking scene had completely refreshed her understanding of the Archer class S damage output. Sister Xiaojiu, has Big Bro always been this fierce? At some point, Su Qingyao had already started calling Su Jiujiu Sister Xiaojiu. Hearing that, Su Jiujiu put her hands on her waist, her face full of pride. Of course. Who do you think his little sister is? Sister Xiaojiu, how about I follow you from now on? I'm really good at picking up materials. Su Qingyao planned to work from 2 angles. Qin Feng's thigh was hard to hug, so she would hug Su Jiujiu's instead. To be honest, Su Jiujiu was tempted. If she had a free worker helping her pick up materials, her workload would be cut in half on the spot. But the moment the thought appeared, she rejected it. In the end, she still did not agree. That has to be discussed with Brother Feng. He has to agree first. It's not up to me. This. All right. Su Qingyao was a little disappointed, but she quickly pulled herself together. Qin Feng had not rejected her, which meant there was still a chance, didn't it? Meanwhile, Su Qingxue had been completely struck down. What SSS grade talent? What noble mage class? In front of this kind of terrifying stat monster, all of it was a joke. A Lord Grey boss with 100 million HP had just been instantly killed. And that was instant kill in the strictest sense. Big Brother probably couldn't do that either. Su Qingxue thought to herself. Su Muyang was a 3rd turn fate weapon expert above level 200. If even he cannot do it, then Qin Feng's current damage could be said to have already reached that tier. What was a fate weapon? After an awakened reached level 30, they would receive a class advancement mission. Completing that mission would allow them to advance and become a 1st turn class user. 2nd turn fate skill meant that when a 1st turn class user reached level 100, they had to comprehend a life-bound skill that belonged to them alone before they could break through to the 2nd turn. 3rd turn fate weapon was based on that life-bound skill, using spirit to construct a soul weapon suited to oneself. The soul weapon could be added onto 1S weapon, making its power even stronger, and it could also stack with the life-bound skill. As for 4th turn fate soul, upon reaching that level, 1S lifespan could reach 800 years. It was said that as long as the soul did not perish, one would not die. In addition, fate soul had other even more mysterious and powerful effects. In 5th turn origin, what was origin? It referred to a person's fundamental power, but wanting to grasp one's own origin power was extremely difficult. Otherwise, in 300 years, the number of human origin realm experts born would not be more than what could be counted on both hands. Above origin was rule, the highest power in this world. No one could stand above that kind of power. If you comprehended the power of rule, then you were a god of this world, because gods could create everything, and the power of rule was the same. Back to the main topic. Guanxi immediately tossed all the items dropped by the Guardian into the system backpack in one go, his movements extremely practiced. It had already been said before that everything dropped in the dungeon belonged to Qin Feng. So when Guanxi put away these epic grade items, he did so with complete peace of mind. Even after the Guardian was killed, the dungeon did not display any notice saying it had been cleared. Presumably, there was an even stronger boss in Frozen City. After cleaning everything up, the group of 5 continued deeper into Frozen City. Along the way, guards of Frozen City would occasionally come forward to block them, but every one of them was instantly killed by a single arrow from Qin Feng. Following the main road, they walked for about 10 minutes before finally arriving in front of a towering building. This should be the core area of Frozen City. Qin Feng looked at the castle-like structure ahead and spoke. Brother Feng, let me go knock on the door. Guanxi looked at the gates of the castle as he spoke. No, let me do it. Qin Feng immediately stopped him. Because the final boss of this dungeon still hadn't appeared, he didn't want Guanxi to take the risk. Just as Qin Feng was planning to use brute force and directly destroy the castle gate, a pleasant and enchanting woman's voice came from within the castle. At the same time, the gate slowly opened. It's been many years. Never once has an outsider set foot here before. Since rare guests have arrived, why not come in and sit for a while? Hearing this, the few of them looked at each other. Brother Feng, are we going in? Guanxi looked at Qin Feng and asked. We're going in. Qin Feng nodded in response. They were going to face this final boss anyway. Sooner or later, they would meet it. I'd like to see just what kind of tricks this boss has. After saying that, Qin Feng relied on his skill and courage and took the first step inside. The moment he stepped into the castle's territory, the originally bone-piercing cold vanished completely in an instant. Even when the sisters Su Qingxue and Su Qingyao entered the area of the ice castle, their HP stopped dropping. From this, it was clear that the freezing environment here seemed to have been erased by some kind of rule. This ice castle was clearly located at the core of the city of ice and snow. Logically, the cold here should have been much stronger than outside. But astonishingly, there wasn't the slightest trace of cold here at all. This made Qin Feng feel it was rather strange, and at the same time, a sense of vigilance quietly rose in his heart. Everyone, be careful. If we run into danger later, don't hesitate. Leave the dungeon immediately. Don't joke around with your own lives. Qin Feng quietly warned the 4 people beside him. Okay. Su Jujio nodded obediently. Got it, big bro powerhouse. Su Qingyao nodded hard while holding her giant hammer. At this moment, that pleasant and enchanting voice came from the castle again. There is no need to be on guard against me. I bear no malice toward you. I simply want to talk with you. After all, I've lived here alone in loneliness for thousands of years. You don't understand this kind of solitude. Thousands of years? Hearing this crucial information, Guanqi couldn't help but cry out in shock. Doesn't that mean this dungeon has already existed for thousands of years? But as far as I know, since the city of ice and snow was turned into a dungeon, it's only been a few dozen years. Qin Feng was equally puzzled by Guanqi's question. Let us go. We'll meet this mysterious person first. Once we see her in person, I think this mystery should be solved, Qin Feng said slowly. Very soon, the group finally entered the castle. The exterior of this castle looked somewhat similar to Western architecture from Qin Feng's previous life. But its interior structure also incorporated Eastern design, giving it a unique kind of beauty. Talp. The 5 of them entered the castle hall and saw a woman in white standing gracefully in the center. This woman was extremely beautiful, the most beautiful woman Qin Feng had seen in both his lives, without question. Even Su Qingxue beside him fell a little short. As for those so-called celebrities from his previous life, in front of this woman, whether in looks or temperament, they were instantly reduced to trash. She had a head of glossy, slightly curled silver-white long hair that naturally fell to her waist. Her nose was small and elegant, her lips a faint icy pink. Most of all, those ice-blue pupils of hers made anyone who looked at them unable to resist sinking into them. A woman like this was practically like a divine maiden from the heavens, peerless and devastatingly beautiful. So beautiful, even the white-haired, lowly Su Qingyao couldn't help sighing at the woman's beauty. Although Qin Feng had also been stunned by the woman's appearance. He recovered only a moment later. He wasn't some horny old pervert. In front of him, beauty was nothing more than a pink skeleton. Besides, Qin Feng had always believed in one principle. The more beautiful something was, the more dangerous it usually was. Without overthinking it, he immediately used appraisal on her. Character, Lord of Ice and Snow, Emperor grade. Level, 30 HP, 1 billion attack, 30,000 defense, 10,000 skill. Frozen Seal, instantly freezes everything within a radius of 500 meters, dealing massive damage. Skill. This. Looking at the boss's information before him, Qin Feng was so shocked he couldn't speak. This was the first time he had encountered a case where even appraisal failed. Even the Tree of Life, which was also Emperor grade, had all its information fed back to him. But for the Lord of Ice and Snow before him, of her 4 skills, aside from the first one he could see, the other 3 were completely invisible. In other words, the rank of her other 3 skills had already surpassed the upper limit of what appraisal could inspect. Looks like I need to raise appraisal to the highest level, Qin Feng silently resolved in his heart. At this moment, Qin Feng noticed a key piece of information. The master of the City of Ice and Snow before him was listed as a character, not monster. As for the previous guardian of the City of Ice and Snow, his information had very clearly marked him as a monster. You're human? Qin Feng asked. Though it felt a bit offensive, he still had to ask. That's right. I'm indeed human. The Lord of Ice and Snow didn't mind it. I imagine you have many questions in your hearts. Yes? For example, the temperature inside this castle. And for example, why, when I'm clearly human, I appear here instead? I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush yet. For thousands of years, I have never seen an outsider. And now at last, people from the outside have entered. For a living person who has been lonely for thousands of years, do you know what that means to her? It means that her long silent heart has finally begun to beat with the faintest trace of rhythm once more. The more the Lord of Ice and Snow spoke, the more emotional she became. Even the terrifying aura around her began to leak out a little. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but think inwardly. Looks like this woman's mind has been tormented badly. She is practically on the verge of a breakdown. When she gets emotional, she can't control her own power at all. Actually, Qin Feng understood that it wasn't her fault. After all, being trapped in one place for thousands of years, unable to die, unable to leave, facing nothing but this cold castle every single day. If it were him, he probably would have gone insane long ago. My apologies. I lost control of my emotions a little. Please forgive me. The Lord of Ice and Snow also realized her lapse and quickly expressed her apology to Qin Feng and the others. Pretty big sister, it's okay. We can all understand how you feel inside, Su Qingyao said, shaking her head. This white-haired lowly really was a social monster. She dared to respond to anything. Wasn't she afraid this terrifying woman might directly send her off with physical salvation? Hearing that, the Lord of Ice and Snow smiled faintly, then made a gesture of invitation. How about this? Let us sit down and talk slowly. Whatever questions you have, feel free to ask. As long as I can answer them, I will definitely tell you everything I know. Qin Feng nodded, then plopped himself down in a nearby chair. The other four also took their seats one after another, while the Lord of Ice and Snow sat in the seat of honor. Lord of Ice and Snow, you said you've been trapped here for thousands of years. Can you tell us how you ended up trapped? After sitting down, Qin Feng looked at her and asked. When Qin Feng brought it up, the Lord of Ice and Snow's thoughts were pulled back thousands of years. The deepest memories in her mind flashed past one after another like slides, and she slowly began to speak of her past. I was originally just a carefree little girl. At home, I had a father who loved me, a mother who doted on me, and an older brother who indulged me. Under my family's loving care, I felt that I was the happiest little princess in all the world. I thought I would grow up happily on this land in this life, then find my prince charming and marry him, and spend the rest of my life in happiness. Doesn't all of that sound so beautiful? At this point, an absolutely stunning smile appeared on the Ice and Snow Lord's face. That smile was more beautiful than any scenery in the world. Even Qin Feng was a little dazed. As for Guan Qi beside him, shameless as ever, he was stroking his bark shield. Before Qin Feng could answer, the Ice and Snow Lord's tone suddenly turned low. But beautiful things are always short-lived, and wishes that were never fulfilled are ultimately just empty talk. Until my birthday that day, I will never forget that day. At that moment, the Ice and Snow Lord's tone suddenly turned extremely cold. A terrifying pressure radiated from her entire body, and even her delicate features became twisted. But very quickly, she restrained that aura, because that day was my birthday, and also the death anniversary of my family. At that time, I was filled with joy, wondering what kind of birthday gift father, mother, and my brother had prepared for me. When she spoke of her family, a trace of gentleness appeared on the Ice and Snow Lord's face again, and much of the hostility around her faded. That day, I deliberately dressed myself up beautifully and waited patiently in my room, waiting for the gift they had carefully prepared for their little princess. However, what I waited for was not the birthday gift I had hoped for in my heart, but a nightmare so terrifying that for thousands of years, I didn't even dare to sleep, because I was afraid. I was afraid of seeing that scene again in my dreams. I will always remember that day. A huge crack split open in the sky above Ice and Snow City. A powerful and mysterious force suddenly enveloped the entire Ice and Snow City. Before that force, Ice and Snow City was as insignificant as an ant. In the city, all the common people, all the guards, including my father, my mother, and my brother, within a single instant, all of them were erased by that force. Erased. Hearing this, Qin Feng frowned tightly. It seemed that force was powerful beyond imagination. In just a single instant, it had erased every living being in the entire city. Note, they were not killed, not destroyed, but directly erased. Erased without leaving even a trace. And he got another piece of information. A crack. Could it be an abyssal crack? Qin Feng guessed inwardly. Back in the dark forest, he had also seen a crack in the memory scenes of the ancient Tree of Life. The Ice and Snow Lord glanced at Qin Feng, then continued. Yes, you heard correctly. They were erased, just like using a rag to casually wipe dust off a table. In only an instant, the entire Ice and Snow City fell silent. All the noise that had once filled it vanished in a moment. In the whole city, aside from me, there wasn't a single living person left. A city that had once been lively and bustling turned into a cold, desolate dead city in an instant. At that time, my mind was completely blank. I had no idea what had happened. By the time I came back to my senses, the entire Ice and Snow City had already been completely buried beneath the ice by that mysterious force. And now, several thousand years have already passed. As for exactly how long, I no longer remember. I only know that the so-called Guardian of Ice and Snow City comes near the castle once every year for a routine inspection, and then leaves. At first, I thought he was a human trapped here, just like me. Later, I learned that he wasn't human. Although he looked human on the outside, inside, he was completely different. Different? How was he different? Qin Feng asked at once. Because he can fly. The Ice and Snow Lord gave this reason. Isn't it normal for the strong to be able to fly? Even Guan Qi couldn't help but speak up. You're right. It is indeed normal for the strong to fly. The Ice and Snow Lord did not refute Guan Qi's words. At first, I also thought he was a strong expert. But later, I discovered he wasn't. After that mysterious force erased all life in Ice and Snow City. My strength also began to grow continuously from that very day onward. It was the kind of growth that made no sense at all. Even if I slept every day and did absolutely nothing, my power would still rise rapidly. I don't know whether it was because of that mysterious force. As my power grew stronger and stronger, I realized that the Guardian's strength was actually only average. But then a new question appeared. If this person didn't even have 1/10 of my strength, then how is he able to fly? Even I can't fly, so why can't he? Didn't you ever think that he might have learned a flight skill? Qin Feng asked. No. The Ice and Snow Lord shook her head. Using skills always consumes something for oneself. But that Guardian's flight ability seemed to be innate. After discovering this, I secretly observed him every day through my spiritual power. And in the end, I found the reason. At this point, a proud look appeared on the ice and snow lord's face again. What reason? Qinfeng was a little curious. I discovered that every day it hides deep beneath the ice and feeds on ice jade marrow to strengthen itself. Notice this carefully. It feeds on it, not swallows it, the ice and snow lord said slowly. After discovering this, I suddenly thought of a kind of insect on the ice plains called the ice cicada. Huh, ice cicada? That Gaius a cicada? Guan Chi froze on the spot. What kind of cicada is that, to love putting on an act so much? Ignoring Guan Chi's complaint, the ice and snow lord continued. As immature ice silkworms, they live beneath the ice year-round and grow by absorbing ice-attributed energy from below the ice layer. Only after reaching adulthood do they break through the ice and emerge. But their lifespan is extremely short. Logically speaking, an ordinary ice cicada should be unable to grow to the lord level, much less live for several thousand years like it has. However, I then thought again of that mysterious force. Perhaps it was interference from the owner of that mysterious force that allowed it to grow to this level, and then ordered it to guard Ice and Snow City, giving it that so-called position of Ice and Snow Guardian. Of course, all of this is only my speculation, but after thinking for thousands of years, I still can't come up with a more suitable explanation. But there is one thing I can be certain of, that Guardian really is an ice cicada. There's no doubt about that. No matter how human its outer appearance may be, the traits in its bones are something it cannot imitate. After saying so much in one breath, the Ice and Snow Lord was overjoyed because over the past several thousand years combined, she hadn't spoken as much as she had today. She had been holding it in for far too long. Do you still have any questions? Expectation shown in the Ice and Snow Lord's ice blue eyes. I do still have one question, Qinfeng said honestly. Please go ahead. The Ice and Snow Lord politely made a gesture for him to continue. You said Ice and Snow City was frozen by a mysterious force several thousand years ago. So why has it only appeared in the world in the past few decades? Qinfeng brought up the question from the beginning. That question is actually very simple. The Ice and Snow Lord smiled. Because it lacked a medium to open this space. A medium? Qinfeng was puzzled. That's right, a medium. The Ice and Snow Lord nodded. And that medium is my advancement to the Emperor level. For these past several thousand years, I haven't been doing nothing all day either. Since I couldn't die and couldn't get out, why not study some extraordinary things? Maybe one day, I'd be able to escape. For example, how does life evolve? How can one unleash even more powerful extraordinary strength? It was fine before I started researching it, but once I did, my strength began rising faster and faster, and my level of life kept advancing as well. Finally, several decades ago, my life rank at last broke through to the Emperor level. After breaking through to the Emperor level, I discovered that I seemed to be able to control the entire city of Ice and Snow, as well as this whole secret realm. What? Qinfeng was stunned by the Lord of Ice and Snow's words. An NPC controlling an entire secret realm. In other words, a dungeon would sound like pure fantasy to anyone outside. But now, Qinfeng had heard it with his own ears. So he can walk out of this castle now? No, not yet. The Lord of Ice and Snow did not hide it. However, I have a vague feeling that if my life rank rises by another level, I may be able to do it. Maybe I could even leave this secret realm and truly step outside. Although I still can't do that right now. I can open a passage to the outside world. For thousands of years, I truly couldn't endure that loneliness anymore. So I simply opened that passage completely and let outside life forms discover this secret realm. That way, I wouldn't be as bored as before. In my spare time, I could also watch outsiders fight the monsters in the secret realm. That's become one of the few pleasures in my life. However, this secret realm seems to have its own rules. If those outsiders want to enter the city of Ice and Snow, they still have to pass layer after layer of checkpoints before they can reach this place. But over the past several decades, very few people have managed to reach the city of Ice and Snow, let alone break through that bug-ass defenses. But I never expected that today would bring such an unexpected surprise. So that is how it is. Many thanks for clearing up my confusion, Senior. Qinfeng thanked the Lord of Ice and Snow. By the way, how are we supposed to pass this this secret realm trial? Hearing that, the Lord of Ice and Snow smiled faintly. If you want to pass the secret realm trial, it's actually very simple. First, defeat me. Second, I'll let you leave. That's simple. The moment Qinfeng said that, the other four companions all turned to look at him. The clear conditions did indeed seem simple. Whether it was defeating the Lord of Ice and Snow or getting her to let them leave, neither would be easy. But what the Lord of Ice and Snow said next left everyone present staring blankly. Today, Big Sister here is in a good mood. I don't feel like fighting and ruining that good mood. At the same time, I find the five of you little ones quite interesting, so I've decided to let you leave. The Lord of Ice and Snow smiled slightly. Well, moved? Hearing that, everyone found it hard to believe. They were clearing the dungeon just like that. Ah, beautiful Big Sister, I love you to death. Su Qingyao immediately threw down her giant hammer and tried to run over to the Lord of Ice and Snow, wanting to cuddle and hug and lift her up. But in the end, Su Qingxue pulled her back, afraid some other accident might happen at the final moment. Since they could clear the dungeon safely, why not? Qin Feng had no intention of fighting her either. Besides, he wasn't lacking that one attribute point. As for equipment, he didn't need any right now. If they really started fighting, Qin Feng wasn't afraid, but he was worried Guanxi and Su Juju might run into danger. Since everyone could stay out of trouble, clear the dungeon together, and still obtain the clear rewards, then that was naturally for the best. By the way, you little ones are the first outsiders I've met in these past thousands of years. As the master of the city of ice and snow, I can't be stingy, so I'll give each of you a small gift. As she spoke, the Lord of Ice and Snow waved her hand. 5 ice blue crystals slowly flew toward Qin Feng and the others. Each crystal was about the size of a thumb, glowing with an icy blue radiance, with strands of white mist curling around them. They looked extraordinary. This is Frost Jade Marrow. It's not exactly some precious gift, but it can strengthen your bodies and also increase your resistance to ice. Item: Frost Jade Marrow, Legendary Grade. Using it can permanently increase the upper limit of Constitution by 1,000 points, while also increasing your ice resistance by 500 points. Each person can only use it 3 times in a lifetime. Description: This item is a specialty product of the Frozen City Dungeon. It takes thousands of years to condense a single drop, and the formation of one piece of Jade Marrow requires millions of years of accumulation. It possesses a powerful body-strengthening effect. Legendary Grade: A direct increase of 1,000 Constitution, plus 500 ice resistance. Holy crap. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Ice Goddess. At this moment, Guanxi practically wanted to kowtow to the Lord of Ice and Snow. Just earlier, he had wanted to throw hands with her. Now that he had gotten benefits, he instantly changed his tune and even called her a goddess. Qin Feng couldn't bear to look. Constitution was far too important for any class user. 1,000 points of Constitution translated into 10,000 HP and 5,000 physical defense. If a shield armor class used it, they would become even tankier. If a squishy class used it, their survivability would instantly rise by several levels. 1,000 attribute points, even with an SSS grade talent, would still require over 30 levels. This was basically the same as picking up 1,000 attribute point for free. One had to know that outside, any item capable of increasing even 1 attribute point would sell for an astronomical price. And now, he was holding a legendary grade item that could increase Constitution by 1,000 points. Then many thanks, Senior. Qin Feng didn't stand on ceremony at all and used it on the spot. Use Frost Jade Marrow. Constitution plus 1,000. Seeing that, Guanxi and Su Juju also used theirs one after another. As for Su Qingyao and Su Qingxue, they kept theirs. As for why the two sisters didn't use them on the spot, only they themselves knew. Meeting is fate. Since we were able to meet, that too counts as fate. The Lord of Ice and Snow looked at Qin Feng and said, as the saying goes, all feasts must come to an end. I hope we can meet again in the future. Please rest assured, Senior, I'll definitely come visit you more often. When that time comes, I just hope you won't find us annoying. Qin Feng spoke sincerely. It's fine, it's fine. I'm happy as long as you come. The Lord of Ice and Snow looked completely unconcerned. However, I hope that next time you come, you can bring me some tasty and fun things from the outside world. That won't be a problem. We already have some here. Qin Feng shot Su Juju a look. Seeing that, Su Juju immediately took out a large pile of food and drinks from her system backpack. Hi sister, this is all food I bought outside. It's super delicious. Especially this roast meat. The Lord of Ice and Snow's eyes lit up. She quickly walked over to Su Juju, picked up a piece of roast meat, and bit down hard. At that moment, the image of the ice goddess shattered instantly in everyone's eyes. Senior is really straightforward. That was all Qin Feng could say in his heart. Delicious. This is the taste, this human warmth. I haven't felt it for thousands of years. A trace of reminiscence flashed through the Lord of Ice and Snow's icy eyes, and her eye sockets even reddened slightly. Geez, the one behind all this is seriously not human. Just look at how badly they tormented this poor girl. They didn't even give her food. Looking at the peerlessly beautiful woman before him, Qin Feng unexpectedly felt a rare surge of sympathy. He couldn't stand seeing women cry, especially not a woman this beautiful. If that powerhouse behind the scenes had punched her back then, she definitely would cried her eyes out. The Lord of Ice and Snow also noticed her lapse in composure and immediately began driving them away. All right, you all should leave now. I'm a bit tired today and need a good rest. A monarch-level powerhouse would get tired? No one would believe that if word got out. In truth, she just wanted to shut the door and slowly enjoy the delicacies she hadn't eaten in thousands of years. Congratulations on clearing Frozen City on Purgatory Mode. Obtain 500,000 EXP and 1 random legendary grade equipment. Since your party is the first to clear Frozen City on Purgatory Mode, you have received an additional treasure chest. Gift of the Lord of Ice and Snow, legendary grade. Open it to obtain 1 random legendary grade item. Materials, items, equipment, and skills are all possible. Random equipment, random chest. It looked like this Lord of Ice and Snow really was carefree. Oh, they really cleared it. Even though he had learned the condition for clearing this dungeon from the Lord of Ice and Snow herself, Guanxi was still a little surprised at this moment. This dungeon was way too friendly. They didn't need to rack their brains or fight hard, and in the end they even got a treasure chest. It was ridiculously satisfying. Although killing the dungeon's final boss could make it drop loot, that still depended on luck. Not every boss was like the ancient tree of life, with a hidden berserk mechanic. If his guess was right, then this dungeon's hidden mechanic was very likely raising your friendliness with the final boss. After all, not every boss was guaranteed to drop legendary grade equipment. But now, just clearing it would give one piece of legendary grade equipment. Even if it was random, it still couldn't stand up to repeated runs. That's right, Qin Feng had already started planning how to milk this dungeon for all it was worth. Free legendary grade equipment. There was no reason not to take it. Besides, he still needed to farm ice prison scorpions to raise his attributes. At this moment, however, the Lord of Ice and Snow was still immersed in her own joy, completely unaware that Qin Feng had already set his sights on her. Then again, even if Qin Feng was taking advantage of her, she didn't really seem to lose anything. After all, she wasn't the one handing out the dungeon rewards. With 500,000 EXP all at once, Qin Feng's group of 3 leveled up directly and were now level 22. As for the Su sisters, they weren't far from level 17 either. After Qin Feng's group of 5 exited the dungeon, all of them felt a strange sense of unreality. It had been too easy. They had never done such an easy dungeon before. Although there were no legendary grade crystal cores, they had gotten quite a few rare grade and excellent grade ones, plus 2 epic grade crystal cores. Anyway, he could synthesize them himself, so all things considered, it wasn't a loss. Big bro, this is your payment. Holding the SS grade skill book, Heavenfall Arrow Tide, Su Qingyao handed it to Qin Feng with both hands. Qin Feng glanced at Su Qingyao, then accepted it with complete confidence. After all, he had carried these 2 sisters through Frozen City's first clear reward. Whether it was the Frost Jade Marrow, the legendary grade equipment, or that treasure chest, they had made a huge profit no matter how you looked at it. Seeing Qin Feng take the skill book, Su Qingyao continued, Big bro, we can't keep these things. We already agreed before that everything produced in the dungeon would belong to you. As she spoke, Su Qingyao reluctantly took out the 3 items from her system backpack and handed them over to Qin Feng. Seeing this, Qin Feng raised his opinion of the white-haired lowly a little. Still, higher opinion or not, what he should take was what he should take. I won't take the Frost Jade Marrow or the legendary grade equipment. I'll just take this treasure chest. In the end, Qin Feng only took 1 item. He wasn't some simp. Why shouldn't he take something? Without him, they wouldn't have gotten any benefits at all. The fact that he didn't take everything already made him a good person. No need for them to hand him a good guy card. Qin Feng gave himself one first. As for why Qin Feng only wanted the chest and not the other 2 items, naturally, he had his own thoughts. First, Frost Jade Marrow had usage restrictions. He would definitely enter Frozen City again later, so there would still be chances to get more from the Lord of Ice and Snow. That made it less important. Second, he wasn't lacking in legendary grade equipment. He might as well use this to sell the Su family a favor. As long as the 2 sisters accepted these 2 legendary grade items, then the Su family would have no choice but to owe Qin Feng this favor. It can only be said that the adult world was full of schemes everywhere. These 2 girls were too inexperienced to see that far. This? Alright then. Thank you, big bro. When Su Qingyao saw that Qin Feng had left the most valuable things to her, a delighted smile immediately bloomed on her face. Her eyes curved into crescents when she smiled. Looking at the white-haired lowly smiling so brightly, Qin Feng suddenly felt a sense of guilt, like he was tricking a minor. Look at that. She'd sold off a favor from her own family, and she still had to thank him for it. Even in the Su family, legendary grade equipment counted as something extremely precious, not to mention that this was low-level legendary grade equipment. In some ways, low-level legendary grade equipment was even more precious, especially when it was capped at level 30. Because its equip level was low, wearing it meant being stronger than other geniuses of the same age. At the same time, with it, the success rate for passing a class advancement mission would rise significantly. Alright, I have an A-grade Ice Mage skill book here, along with some pretty good equipment. Do you want them? Qin Feng suddenly thought of the Snow of the Storm skill book that had dropped earlier, as well as the Ring of Life and Staff of Life that Guanxi and Su Juzhou had replaced. Both of those pieces were level 20 epic grade equipment. Don't be fooled by the fact that Ring of Life was just an epic grade item. Its attributes were an extremely good fit for shield and armor classes. Likewise, Staff of Life was extremely suitable for caster classes. It already came with 500 spell attack, 50 intelligence, 50 spirit, and an additional 20 skill cooldown time. If Qin Feng's group didn't already have legendary grade equipment in hand, he would never have sold these 2 items. Now, however, Qin Feng had the massive behemoth that was Vermilion Bird Academy behind him. So when he did things, he naturally wasn't as timid and overly cautious as before. When the Su sisters saw the detailed information on those 3 items, delight appeared on their faces without the slightest attempt to hide it. These are really epic grade equipment? Why do I feel like they're even stronger than legendary grade equipment? Su Qingyao's eyes couldn't move away at all. She stared fixedly at the Ring of Life. plus 150 constitution, plus 1000 HP, 30 HP recovered every second. And on top of that, a skill that could instantly restore a large amount of health. Big bro, this ring suits me too well. Just tell me what you want, and I'll have someone prepare it immediately. It wasn't just her. Even Su Qingxue, who was usually aloof and cool, couldn't suppress the excitement in her heart right now. That's right, Student Qin. This A-grade Snow of the Storm and the Staff of Life both suit me very well. No matter what you want, I'll have someone prepare it. With these two pieces of equipment and this skill book, these two sisters should be able to rampage through the Dark Forest. How about this? Just help me find 3 passive skill books that an archer can use. The grade doesn't matter. Even F grade is fine. Qin Feng stated his condition. Just that simple. Su Qingyao found it a little hard to believe, because in her view, the condition Qin Feng proposed was simply too easy. Perhaps because she had grown up in a great family and had never treated money as something important, Su Qingyao simply didn't think passive skills were expensive. For now, that's the only condition. Whenever you find what I need, that's when we'll trade. Qin Feng nodded as he spoke. All right, then I'll have someone prepared for me right away. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Qingyao immediately opened her friend's panel and sent a message to someone on it, telling him what she needed. By now, Qin Feng was already used to this. When rich people bought things, it was just that plain and unpretentious. There was no need for you to worry about it at all. You just told the other party what you needed. Once the message was received, they would naturally prepare everything, then personally and respectfully deliver it into your hands. Thinking of this, Qin Feng was reminded of those snobbish people from his previous life, desperately trying to squeeze into the circles of the upper class, only to end up bowing and scraping. Qin Feng could only say that if you wanted to enter the circles of the upper class, you had to be the one standing above others. Otherwise, how would it be any different from your current situation? No, maybe it would be even worse than now. At least right now, he could live free and carefree. Now that the transaction between Qin Feng and the Su sisters was complete, the two sisters also very consciously left the team. Seeing the sisters leave, Qin Feng didn't say anything. Big bro Mengren, you have to save that ring for me. I'll be able to trade with you by tomorrow at the latest. As she was leaving, Su Qingyao still couldn't stop thinking about that ring. Don't worry. Since I promised you, I naturally won't go back on my word, Qin Feng assured. Only after hearing Qin Feng's promise did Su Qingyao finally feel at ease. After that, Qin Feng's team returned to its previous 3-man lineup. They began a new round of Hell Mode. Now that they were familiar with the dungeon route, Qin Feng directly turned into a humanoid bomber, continuously harvesting ice prison scorpions. Another 1,000,000 experience points came in, along with nearly 700 constitution. As for ice resistance, it had long since broken past 1,000. Although the ice prison scorpions could only provide Qin Feng with constitution, the increase in constitution would greatly improve his durability. After farming it 7 or 8 more times, his HP would probably break 100,000. Very soon, the 3 of them arrived at the city of ice and snow again. Along the way, the ice crystal purple scorpion king was completely unable to stop them. It was killed the moment they met. Then the materials were packed up. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. As for the so-called king of pretending that Guanxi had mentioned, the Lord Rank Guardian, there wasn't even any nonsense. The moment they met, it got hit with ancient tree binding, and Qin Feng took it away in 1 second. Soon, the 3 arrived at the gates of the ice castle. Guanxi immediately stepped forward and knocked on the door. Sister Ice and Snow, open up. We're here to see you again. This time, we're bringing you warmth. The moment Qin Feng and Su Jujiu heard that, black lines instantly appeared across their foreheads. I didn't expect you 3 little ones to come so quickly. That familiar and pleasant voice came from within the castle. The Lord of Ice and Snow was not surprised by the arrival of these 3 little ones, because among this 3-man team was one extremely thick thigh, enough to let them get here with ease. Especially after seeing Qin Feng's completely unreasonable explosive damage output. Even she, who had lived for several thousand years, couldn't help but be moved. Sometimes, the Lord of Ice and Snow would wonder to herself whether she would be able to handle it if she were in that situation. But fortunately, the 2 sides had remained in a peaceful stage so far and had shown no hostility. Since neither side wanted to make a move, that was naturally for the best. Guomin, the Lord of Ice and Snow's voice rang out again. Immediately after, the gates of the ice castle slowly opened. The 3 entered the castle with practiced ease. At this moment, the Lord of Ice and Snow seemed to be in excellent spirits, and even the expression on her face was much gentler than before. Tell me, what good thing have you brought me this time? If it can't satisfy me, I still won't give you your dungeon clear reward. Hearing this, Su Jujiu smiled slightly and walked up to the Lord of Ice and Snow. Sister Ice and Snow, we already said we're here to bring you warmth. So naturally we mean it literally. As she spoke, Su Jujiu took out a set of bedding from her system backpack. The environment in this city of ice and snow is harsh, but with this set of bedding, Sister Ice and Snow won't feel cold when sleeping anymore. Ha ha ha. The Lord of Ice and Snow was immediately amused by Su Jujiu's words. Would she, the dignified Lord of Ice and Snow, actually be afraid of the cold? If word got out, people would probably laugh their heads off. And yet, the Lord of Ice and Snow happened to like this gift very much. Although this gift was of no practical use to her, that trace of warmth buried deep in her heart had lain there for several thousand years. Several thousand years had passed. In the entire city of ice and snow, let alone a quilt, not even a scrap of rag could be found anymore. I like this gift very much. Then I'll accept it. The Lord of Ice and Snow was very satisfied, seeing the Lord of Ice and Snow accept the gift. The smile on Su Jojo's face deepened. Since the gift had been accepted, the dungeon clear reward was naturally in hand. Congratulations on clearing City of Frozen Ice Hell mode. Obtain 500,000 experience points, 1 random legendary grade equipment. Because the Lord of Ice and Snow is in an excellent mood, she has bestowed 1 special reward. Looking at the clear notification that popped up, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected there to be a special reward too. Looks like he needed to step up the wool pulling. This time they brought warmth. What should they bring next time? Qin Feng kept thinking of countermeasures. Just as Qin Feng was about to leave the dungeon, the Lord of Ice and Snow suddenly stopped him. Wait, I have something I need to talk to you about alone. Hearing this, confusion appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. Guan Qi and Su Jujiu, standing beside Brother Feng. Both looked worried. Relax, nothing will happen. Qin Feng patted their arms, signaling for them not to worry. Besides, Qin Feng also wanted to know what exactly the Lord of Ice and Snow wanted with him. He wasn't afraid that the Lord of Ice and Snow would start a fight with him either. After all, he had more than 1,000 ice resistance. No matter how high her damage was, a large portion of it would still be negated. More importantly, this dungeon was clearly under the suppression of certain rules. The Lord of Ice and Snow could not break past the level 30 limit. So even if she was a legendary grade boss, with Qin Feng's current foundation, he was more than capable of fighting her. Because of that, he felt no fear toward the Lord of Ice and Snow at all. Seeing Qin Feng agree, the Lord of Ice and Snow looked at Su Jiujiu and Guan Qi. You don't need to worry. I already said before that I bear you no ill will. After speaking, the Lord of Ice and Snow left the hall. Seeing this, Qin Feng followed her, one in front and one behind. The two arrived at another room in the ice castle. Lord of Ice and Snow, what is it that you want to talk to me about? Qin Feng asked directly, getting straight to the point. I didn't expect your courage to really be this great. Are you not afraid that I might make a move against you? The Lord of Ice and Snow no longer had that gentle expression from before. Her tone became several degrees colder, and even some of that terrifying icy aura around her began to leak out. Ha! Qin Feng let out a light laugh. Your strength is indeed very great, but I'm not so easy to bully either. The reason I dared to agree is naturally because I have enough confidence. Haha, what an interesting little guy. The Lord of Ice and Snow burst into laughter and immediately restrained her aura, returning to how she had been before. Looks like you're much more interesting than I imagined. Enough nonsense. Just say what your purpose is. Qin Feng was getting a little impatient. Humph. Don't think that just because you're as lovely as a flower, beautiful as jade, of peerless beauty, able to sink fish and make geese fall, put the moon to shame and make flowers hide, unmatched in elegance, capable of toppling cities and kingdoms, cold and stunning, that I wouldn't dare hit you. What an utterly unromantic little guy. Rare enough for you to be alone with a great beauty like me. And you don't want to stay a little longer? The Lord of Ice and Snow was extremely confident in her looks. So what if you're beautiful? Once you die, won't you still just turn into a skeleton? Qin Feng was not the least bit tempted by her beauty. The Lord of Ice and Snow was momentarily choked by those words. Forget it. I can't be bothered arguing with you about this. At last, the Lord of Ice and Snow returned to the main topic. I did come to you alone because I have a favor to ask. Perhaps you've already guessed it. You want to break through to the legendary rank? Qin Feng asked. No, you're wrong. The Lord of Ice and Snow shook her head. Wrong? Qin Feng was puzzled. Didn't you say before that as long as your life level breaks through one more tier, you'll be able to leave this secret realm? Were you lying to us before? The Lord of Ice and Snow shook her head again. How was he lying to you? A legendary life tier really would let me break the shackles of this secret realm and walk out. But what I want has never been a leave. It's revenge. The moment the word revenge came out, the icy blue in the Lord of Ice and Snow's eyes faded, replaced by a pair of blood-red pupils. Endless killing intent radiated from her gaze, and an ice-cold aura burst from her body in an instant. Under that chill, even with more than 1,000 ice resistance, Qin Feng's HP began dropping like crazy, only to be rapidly restored by his equipment as healing effects. Crack, crack, crack. A thick layer of ice instantly spread across the ground. Sensing that killing intent from the Ice Snow Goddess, Qin Feng immediately felt every hair on his body stand on end. That killing intent had practically become tangible. However, an even more shocking scene appeared before Qin Feng. The Lord of Ice and Snow's information panel had completely changed. Character, Goddess of Vengeance, Emperor rank. Level, 30 HP, 10 billion attack, 100,000 defense, 100,000 skill. 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 Looking at the information panel of the Lord of Ice and Snow. No. The Goddess of Vengeance. Qin Feng's pupils shrank sharply. He'd been careless. He had never expected this woman to have a transformation to 10 billion HP, 100,000 attack, 100,000 defense, and 5 skill slots. How the hell could this be the stats of an Emperor rank boss? These stats were probably more than one whole level stronger than even a same level legendary boss. No wonder no one had been able to clear the hell mode of Frozen City for decades. Even if you somehow got past the Guardian of Ice Snow City, there was no way you could clear it. With Qin Feng's current freakish damage output against the transformed Goddess of Vengeance, he could only barely break through her defense. And that was only thanks to his 70% defense ignore. Even after ignoring 70% of her defense, the remaining 30,000 defense was still enough to make Qin Feng despair. Seeing that Qin Feng had been stunned by her, the Lord of Ice and Snow, no, she should now be called the Goddess of Vengeance, let out a silver bell-like laugh. Little one, I still prefer the way you looked just now, so arrogant and full of confidence. Qin Feng knew he'd been careless. Who the hell would known this woman could transform to? But thinking about it, it made sense. She had lived for thousands of years. How could she possibly not have some tricks up her sleeve? Even a pig, after living that long, would turned into a pig demon. Enough teasing you. The Goddess of Vengeance withdrew the killing intent around her, returning to how she had looked before, once more becoming the Lord of Ice and Snow. You said you want revenge? Qin Feng asked. That's right. The Lord of Ice and Snow nodded. Revenge against the mastermind behind all this? Qin Feng asked again. Yes. The Lord of Ice and Snow nodded once more. But do you know who he is? Qin Feng asked again. I don't. The Lord of Ice and Snow shook her head again. The two simply went back and forth like that. The atmosphere also turned somewhat heavy. But if you know nothing, how are you supposed to get revenge? Qin Feng's head started to ache. If he had known earlier, he never should have agreed to the Lord of Ice and Snow's request. But now he was already standing in this muddy water. Even if he backed out now, he'd still be covered in mud. After all, he already knew the Lord of Ice and Snow's secret. There was no way she would let him leave that easily. Even if he could forcefully leave through dungeon rules right now, what about later? Once the Lord of Ice and Snow fully broke through to legendary rank, or even mythic rank, and escaped her confinement, that would be the real trouble. Kill her inside the dungeon? What a joke. Dungeons had rule restrictions. She couldn't be killed, and even if she could, she would still be able to revive. So from the moment he agreed to the Lord of Ice and Snow's request, he had already fallen into her scheme. Qin Feng had thought he was cautious enough, yet he still got played. It can only be said that his decades of experience over 2 lifetimes were completely inferior to the wisdom of this old monster who had lived for thousands of years. She had merely let a tiny bit slip through the cracks, and he had actually lowered his guard. At the same time, his strength had risen too quickly these past few days. Every boss he met died instantly, and that had made Qin Feng a little full of himself. He had started to think Emperor rank bosses were nothing special. But now, the Lord of Ice and Snow had personally taught him a lesson. The Goddess of Vengeance was also Emperor rank, but her stats were many times more outrageous than the Lord of Ice and Snow's. The gap in strength between the two could be described as heaven and earth. Back to the main topic. Qin Feng's final question made the Lord of Ice and Snow's expression turn several degrees more desolate. I will find him. As long as I break through to mythic rank, then, through the power of rules, I will absolutely be able to trace things back to their source. As long as his level of power hasn't surpassed the limits of the rules, I will definitely be able to find him. Even if you do find him, do you think you can deal with him? Qin Feng shot back with a soul-level question. That person was at least a rule-level powerhouse thousands of years ago. And you? You're still only Emperor rank now, so I can only find a helper. The Lord of Ice and Snow's beautiful icy blue eyes stared fixedly at Qin Feng. Me? Qin Feng looked utterly incredulous and pointed at himself with his right index finger. Big sis, can we be realistic here? I'm only level 20-something. I'm not like you people who can raise your life tier through cultivation. We have to keep killing monsters to level up. Do you even know what our system is like? Rule level power is at least above level 500. And me? I'm only level 20-something. Every level takes a massive amount of EXP. I'm just a little newbie who only awakened not long ago, a tiny nobody. And now you're setting me a goal of becoming at least a rule level powerhouse? How highly do you think of me? Hearing Qin Feng's ranting tone, even the Lord of Ice and Snow felt that she had gone a little too far. But for the sake of revenge, she can no longer care about that. I know you're weak right now, which is exactly why I need to help you grow quickly. Qin Feng was completely speechless. This woman was simply unreasonable. Do I need your help? What I need is for you to stop trying to rope me in, and not come looking for trouble with me in the future. How the hell can't you understand plain human language? How about this? As long as you agree, I will grant you full control over this entire secret realm. At last, the Lord of Ice and Snow brought out her trump card. The control rights of a secret realm can be transferred to? Qin Feng asked. Of course. How could a secret realm with no master possibly operate in an orderly way? The Lord of Ice and Snow nodded. Qin Feng was really conflicted inside. If he said he wasn't tempted, that would be a lie. After all, this was a secret realm. But if he agreed, then he would definitely end up standing against the mastermind behind the scenes. From Qin Feng's objective and rational point of view, this deal wasn't worth it at all. Offending some big shot just for a secret realm was truly unwise. But from the perspective of benefits, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed that mastermind anyway. Since he had a chance to obtain a spatial secret realm that could store living beings, why shouldn't he agree? That was a powerhouse on the level of rules themselves. A mere secret realm probably wasn't enough, right? Qin Feng let out a sigh and made his decision. In the end, profit still won over reason. Money moved people's hearts. Qin Feng was human too, so naturally he was no exception. So, he needed more money. Then what else do you need? The Lord of Ice and Snow was overjoyed and immediately asked, I need you. Before Qin Feng could finish, he was interrupted. Deal. The Lord of Ice and Snow agreed on the spot. No, my sentence obviously wasn't finished. What I meant was, I need that kind of ice marrow jade essence you gave us before. Qin Feng was speechless. I don't care, since you already made a condition. Then of course I agreed to it. The Lord of Ice and Snow completely ignored that, fully committed to shamelessness. Now that the deal has been made between us, don't even think about going back on it. It was only a verbal deal. If I refuse to acknowledge it, there's nothing you can do about it. Qin Feng glanced at her, not indulging her at all. Who said it was a verbal deal? The Lord of Ice and Snow smiled faintly. A mysterious rune flashed across the center of her forehead. The moment that mysterious rune appeared, Qin Feng could clearly sense that he had an extremely close connection to it. This was a contract voluntarily established by both parties. When exactly did you tamper with me? Qin Feng was angry, truly angry, without even realizing it. He had fallen right into her trap. He never would have thought there could be something this underhanded in the world. That piece of ice marrow jade essence. Qin Feng suddenly remembered the piece of jade essence he had used before, the one that could increase physique by 1,000. Correct. Looks like you're pretty smart. The Lord of Ice and Snow praised him. Damn. Qin Feng almost wanted to slap himself. Looks like your methods are pretty impressive. So. The Lord of Ice and Snow smiled smugly. Looking at that smug smile on her face, Qin Feng felt anger rising again. Then he let out a cold laugh. Since the contract's content is you, doesn't that mean you'll be my person from now on? In theory, yes. So you should protect me and help me. A weak woman, get revenge. The Lord of Ice and Snow looked even smugger. Ha, good, very good. Qin Feng was so angry, he actually laughed. Since you said it yourself, that you're my person from now on, then punishing you should be perfectly reasonable too, right? Why you? What are you trying to do? The Lord of Ice and Snow suddenly came to her senses. It seemed she had overplayed her hand. She had been so focused on revenge that she had overlooked one important fact, her own freedom. What am I trying to do? You'll find out in a second. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh. He grabbed the Lord of Ice and Snow, lifted her up, pressed her over his lap, and smacked her hard on the rear 3 times. Smack, smack, smack. The Lord of Ice and Snow wanted to resist, but due to the restraint of the contract's rules, her body couldn't even produce the slightest intention to fight back. That S for scheming against me. Smack, smack, smack. That S for fooling me. Smack, smack, smack. That S for transforming earlier and trying to scare me. Smack, smack, smack. After landing more than a dozen smacks on the Lord of Ice and Snow, Qin Feng finally felt much better. Suddenly, Qin Feng sensed a terrifying killing intent slowly awakening from within her body. There was no need to think about it. This woman had definitely switched into that goddess of vengeance form. Not good. She's transforming. If the contract rules can't restrain her after the transformation, Qin Feng didn't dare gamble. He immediately realized things were bad. Before the Lord of Ice and Snow could finish transforming, he threw her to the ground and bolted out the door. Very quickly, he reached the main hall. Without another word, he grabbed Guanxi and Su Jiujio and withdrew from a dungeon in one fluid motion. Watching Qin Feng flee, the Lord of Ice and Snow finally struggled up from the ground. Why say struggled up? Because her whole body was limp right now, and she had no strength at all. That damn little hooligan ruined this old lady's chastity of several thousand years. The Lord of Ice and Snow's cheeks were a little red. Even though she was cursing Qin Feng, that strange feeling in her body felt especially stimulating. This was not only mental stimulation, but physical stimulation as well. Under the double stimulation of mind and body, even after transforming into the goddess of vengeance, the Lord of Ice and Snow still couldn't dispel that feeling. Outside the dungeon, Qin Feng wiped the dense cold sweat off his forehead, lingering fear surging in his heart. Things had almost gone terribly wrong. Brother Feng, what happened? Guanxi and Su Jiujio were both confused. They didn't understand why Qin Feng was so flustered. It's all because of that old ice broad. Who could guess she could transform too? Qin Feng concealed the key details. Transform? Don't tell me she can turn into a man? Guanxi's imagination ran wild, and he looked utterly shocked. Damn, what kind of crap are you thinking about all day? Qin Feng immediately smacked the back of Guanxi's head. She could transform into the goddess of vengeance. Her overall attributes increase by several times over. What is even crazier is that after transforming, her HP actually reaches 10 billion. Holy crap, is that terrifying? Guanxi was stunned by Qin Feng's words, and a wave of fear rose in his heart. Su Juzhou beside him was the same. Then, Brother Feng, can we still farm this dungeon in the future? I think Sister Ice and Snow is pretty nice. Hearing that, Qin Feng immediately felt a headache coming on. Sister Ice and Snow? If she sold you off, you'd probably still help her count the money. Farm it? Why wouldn't we farm it? If we can freeload legendary grade equipment, then why wouldn't we freeload it? Since the Lord of Ice and Snow needed something from him, and the two of them had also signed a contract, he believed there was nothing she could do to him. Besides, Qin Feng had another reason he absolutely had to go back in. That was because Guanxi and Su Juzhou had also used the Ice Marrow Jade Essence. He had to deal with this problem. If that woman used the two of them to threaten him in the future, he needed to prepare ahead of time. As for the Su sisters, he wasn't too familiar with them. We're not farming today. Let us head back and rest first. While we're at it, we'll open all the legendary grade items we got earlier. Qin Feng decided to wait until the Lord of Ice and Snow's anger cooled down before going back to find her. This wasn't cowardice. It was recognizing reality. The moment she heard they were opening equipment, Su Juzhou's eyes lit up. It was time again for her favorite part, opening loot. About half an hour later, the three of them returned to Yunding Tiangong, their new house. Qin Feng signaled for Guanxi to take out all those items. Crash! A pile of legendary grade materials radiating golden light was stacked right there in the living room. Among them was an especially eye-catching golden treasure chest. A treasure chest? It's actually a treasure chest. Su Juzhou looked thrilled. Compared to the treasure chest, the other legendary grade items instantly seemed far less dazzling. After all, this was something that could produce myth grade items. Xiaojiu, I'm counting on you next. Qin Feng entrusted her with the important task. Brother Feng, just watch. Su Juzhou patted her little chest and guaranteed it. By convention, before opening it, they still had to chant a spell. The moment she said that, Guanxi hurriedly fetched a notebook from the study, planning to write down all those incantations. I pray to heaven and earth. May great fortune descend. Break the shackles. Release the seal. Let supreme treasures all emerge. Let the gear advance. Let golden light appear in this world. Let divine equipment descend. Open. As she spoke, Su Juzhou even formed a hand seal with both hands like she really knew what she was doing. Crack. A crisp sound rang out as the golden treasure chest was opened. It has to be red light. It has to be red light. Guanxi kept muttering from the side. Listening to Guanxi's muttering, even Qin Feng started to feel a little nervous. Buzz. An invisible force spread out. And right after that, a streak of red light appeared. Red. It really was red light. Guanxi was extremely excited. When the chest was fully opened, the red light faded away, revealing an ancient longbow quietly floating above the treasure chest. It's a bow, and it's even Brother Feng's weapon. Xiaojiu, your luck is way too insane. ISNT it? You even pulled out a mythical weapon. Having once again witnessed Su Juzhou's luck, Guanxi was utterly convinced. Weapon, mortal beginning bow, mythical grade, type, bow, level, fixed at level 1, extreme berserk, physical attack plus 30, absolute focus. Arrow shot will automatically correct their trajectory, absolute conversion. Every attack will automatically convert into true damage. Ignores shields and ignores defense. All lives equal, ignores the target's level. As long as it hits, it will definitely deal damage. String resonance self-charge. The moment the bowstring moves, charging is generated automatically. Life drain. Every time it hits an enemy. Restores 20 health points to the user. Divine artifact self-concealment. Completely hides the aura of the divine artifact. Any appraisal spell or detection skill will fail. Legendary equipment had 6 attribute effects, while mythical equipment had 7. After reading the weapon's detailed information, Qin Feng could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. True damage. It really appeared. With this, no matter how high an enemy's defense is in the future, they'll just be walking health packs in front of me. At this moment, Qin Feng's grin was real. It was so wide it nearly reached his ears. Brother Feng, for you this weapon is basically like giving wings to a tiger, Guanxi said happily. Right. With this, no matter how hard the dungeon is in the future, in front of Brother Feng, it's just a little bro, Sujuzhu Gaimding. Hearing the two of them, Qin Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart, and then looked at Su Juzhou. Xiaojiu, I really have to thank you for this. As expected of our little lucky koi. As long as I can help Brother Feng, I'm happy. A bright smile appeared on Su Juzhou's face. The bond between the three of them was very pure. They would never have conflicts because of profit. Even in front of equipment on the level of a mythical item, they still would not be moved by greed. After that, Su Juzhou opened all the legendary grade items as well. As expected, aside from the 2 legendary crystal cores contributed by the ancient trees of life, almost all the rest were legendary equipment. By now, their legendary equipment was practically piled up like a mountain. Even if they got another dozen or so pieces, it wouldn't stir any interest in them at all. Opening equipment was nothing more than going through the motions. Although level 30 legendary equipment had somewhat higher stats, compared to the life set, it was still inferior. Since it was still early, after putting away the equipment, the three of them went back to their own rooms for a quick cleanup, then headed out together for lunch. The location was the same barbecue restaurant, but just as they were halfway through their meal, a deafening alarm sounded across the entire sky over Kanglan City. Woo woo woo. Immediately after that, a huge loudspeaker voice boomed down from above. All residents, please take notice. All residents, please take notice. A large-scale beast tide is approaching from 100 li outside the city and is expected to reach the outskirts of Kanglan City in half an hour. All citizens, please immediately follow the instructions below. 1. Stop going outside immediately. Do not under any circumstances head to the suburbs, the city gates, or the streets outside the city. 2. Return home at once. Shut all doors and windows tightly. Reinforce your doors and stay away from outer walls and windows. 3. The elderly, the weak, women, and children are to gather in the city center first. 4. Do not leave the city for hunting or observation on your own. Approaching the city wall area is forbidden. 5. Awakened with excellent grade equipment, please report to the nearest city defense stronghold for registration and await unified deployment from the city guards. We repeat once more. All citizens must strictly follow the above 5 instructions. After hearing the repeated orders from the sky over and over again, Qin Feng's expression changed drastically in an instant. At the same time, he cursed non-stop in his heart. Damn those exotic beasts. They didn't come early, didn't come late, but the moment I finally got a house, they decide to invade. Be Brother Feng, teach this. Is a beast tide really coming to invade? Guan Chi's eyes held 30% fear and 70% hatred. The scene of his parents' tragic deaths from when he was a child surfaced in his mind once more. Su Jujiu at the side was the same. Both of their parents had died to exotic beasts. Brother Feng, what should we do? Su Jujiu grabbed Qin Feng's sleeve, her pretty eyes filled with unease and fear. Xiao Jiu, don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll protect you. Qin Feng comforted Su Jujiu, then looked at Guan Qi. Old Qi, now we're all awakened, and we have some power to protect ourselves. We have to be brave enough to face the fear in our hearts. Exotic beasts are certainly powerful, but we aren't weak either. Trust me, and trust yourselves too. At that, Qin Feng paused for a moment, giving Guan Qi and Su Jujiu time to steady their emotions. We may not be able to deal with some of the stronger exotic beasts, but we can stay behind the city walls and hunt the weaker ones. Who knows, we might even use this chance to gain a wave of levels. I heard the experience points from exotic beasts are several times higher than those monsters in dungeons. The moment he heard that exotic beasts gave that much experience, the fear in Guan Chi's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by blazing excitement. They're just exotic beasts, aren't they? I'm someone who even dares provoke an Emperor tier boss. Why would I be scared of those scraps? Brother Feng, I'll listen to you. Whatever you say, I'll do. After hearing Guan Qi say that, the fear in Su Jujiu's heart gradually faded as well. Yeah, we're not even afraid of Emperor tier bosses. So why should we be afraid of those exotic beasts? Brother Qi is right. I'll follow your arrangements too, Brother Feng. Seeing that Guan Qi and Su Jujiu had driven away the fear in their hearts, Qin Feng felt very pleased. But the battle to come would be a moment where life and death were truly on the line. Fortunately, Su Jujiu had a divine revival skill, which gave Qin Feng some confidence. If the situation turned bad, he had to take Guan Qi and Su Jujiu away. Running from the battlefield might be shameful, but that depended on what you were facing. No one would think it's shameful to flee in the face of a large-scale beast tide, especially when you were only an awakened who had just awakened. Qin Feng understood this very clearly. If you couldn't even protect your own life, then what was there to talk about shame for? Only by surviving was there any future. The three walked out of the barbecue restaurant. By now, the streets outside had already descended into chaos. Seeing this familiar scene before him, image after image surfaced in Qin Feng's mind. That was from more than 10 years ago, when he had just transmigrated here. For some unknown reason, dozens of powerful exotic beasts had suddenly appeared in the urban district. They rampaged through the city on a massive scale, destroying buildings and slaughtering humans at will, causing countless elderly people, women, and children to die on the spot. Back then, Qin Feng remembered himself standing there foolishly in a patch of ruins, stunned by the scene before his eyes. Everywhere his gaze passed, there were severed limbs and broken arms. The ground had been dyed a sheet of crimson. Calling a living hell would not be an exaggeration in the slightest. Frail humans had absolutely no power to resist in front of such powerful exotic beasts. Just when Qin Feng had also thought he would die at the hands of those exotic beasts, a strong yet gentle arm suddenly pulled him out of that hell. And the owner of that gentle arm was Guan Chi's mother. She was a professional, a guardian knight. With exotic beasts appearing in the city, she naturally had to contribute her share of strength. It was not only to protect the residents of the city, but also to protect her own child. Because she was a guardian knight. At the time, Guan Qi was still just a tiny little thing, snot running from his nose. And beside him was a little girl with her hair tied in twin buns reaching upward. She was Su Jujiu. Later, There was no later. With the strength Guan Shi's parents had back then, they simply could not contend against dozens of powerful exotic beasts. In the end, they fell. Husband and wife both collapsed in the same pool of blood. Fortunately, their sacrifice was worth it. They held on until the city's guard army finally arrived. And only then was Qin Feng able to survive. But because of that, Guan Shi became an orphan. In that battle, Su Jiuzhou's parents had also died at the hands of exotic beasts. From then on, the three of them relied on each other for survival. And that was exactly why Qin Feng would never abandon Guan Shi and Su Jiuzhou, because they had saved his life. When they were little, he had sworn to the two of them that no matter what danger they faced in the future, he would absolutely never abandon them, never give up on them. If there was fortune, they would share it together. If there was hardship, they would bear it together. Qin Feng. At that moment, a familiar voice interrupted Qin Feng's thoughts. The one who came was none other than Principal Wu. After learning that the beast tide was about to invade Kanglan City's urban district, he had immediately come to find Qin Feng. Hearing someone call his name, Qin Feng looked up and saw Principal Wu floating in midair. Urgency was written all over that wrinkled face. Principal. Seeing who it was, Qin Feng immediately greeted him. With a flash, Principal Wu appeared directly in front of the three of them, his tone extremely urgent. Leave Kanglan City at once. It isn't safe here anymore. Half an hour from now, the entire city will face a large-scale beast tide invasion. You must leave Kanglan immediately. Leave? Go where? Qin Feng shot back. He did not immediately agree to leave. Go to the provincial capital, go to Vermilion Bird Academy, go anywhere. It doesn't matter where, as long as you don't stay here. Principal Wu's tone was stern and urgent. What about you, Principal? Qin Feng asked again. Me? Ever since 30 years ago, when I came to Kanglan City and became the principal of Kanglan No. 1 high school. This place has already become my root. My root is here, so naturally I am here as well. And I cannot abandon my students either, because I am their principal. At this moment, Principal Wu's tone suddenly became very calm, completely lacking the tension of someone facing an imminent crisis. Hearing those words, Qin Feng suddenly felt that Principal Wu's figure had become tall and imposing. Whenever their people encountered danger, there would always be some who stood up and shouldered that responsibility. Since you've said Kanglan City is your root, Principal, then by the same token, Kanglan City is also my root. Qin Feng's tone was extremely serious. You also know that just the day before yesterday, I finally got a real home of my own in this world. But today, that bunch of bastards wants to destroy my home. Do you think I just stand by and watch my home disappear? Besides, nothing has even happened yet. How do you know for sure we won't be able to hold it? This, Principal Wu had not expected Qin Feng to say something like that. A man with ambition can make his mark across the 4 seas. As long as he achieves something, anywhere under heaven can be his home. That's right. A man with ambition need not worry that anywhere under heaven cannot be his home. But in the end, people still have to return to their roots. If even a root is gone, then what home is there to speak of? Qin Feng looked at Principal Wu and spoke seriously. But you are the future of Vermilion Bird Academy. You still have a bright future ahead of you. Principal Wu continued trying to persuade him, intending to use his future as an argument. Principal, I know exactly what I'm doing. After all, I value my life quite a lot. Though Qin Feng sounded serious, there was also a trace of a joke in his tone. If things truly can't be done, then even without your reminder, I'll definitely take old 7 and little 9 and leave Kanglan City on my own. I won't joke around with their lives. But to admit defeat without even fighting, there's no way I can accept that. Even if I do have to leave, before I go, I'll still break those exotic beasts' teeth. If they want to destroy my home, then they'll have to pay a price first. Seeing that he could not persuade Qin Feng, Principal Wu could only give up, though his evaluation of him rose another level in his heart. Since you've already made up your mind, I won't say more. But you must guarantee your own safety. No matter what, do not leave the city. At the same time, don't let down your guard against what comes from behind you. Understand? Principal Wu gave that veiled warning. I understand. Qin Feng nodded solemnly. However, there is one thing I still need to trouble you with, Principal. What is it? Principal Wu asked in confusion. I need you to help me tell the manager of the city defense stronghold to let the 3 of us stay there and act freely. After all, I'm an archer. My range is long. Even without leaving the city, I can still help kill exotic beasts. Qin Feng did not hide anything and directly stated his purpose. Sneaking there in secret was worse than going openly and above board. This, fine. Then come with me in a moment. I just happen to be heading to the outer city as well. Principal Wu nodded and agreed. As long as Qin Feng did not leave the city, everything was negotiable. From what Qin Feng had just said, Principal Wu had already guessed it. He was definitely planning to go to the city defense stronghold to kill exotic beasts. Rather than letting them sneak off on their own, it was better to keep them under his nose. That way, he could protect their safety at any time. Wasn't that a coincidence? The two of them actually had the exact same goal. With the objective achieved, Qin Feng's trio and Principal Wu quickly sped toward the city gate. The current Guan Shi and Su Jiuzhou both had several thousand points in constitution. Once they started running, their speed was absurdly fast. Breaking the sound barrier was no problem at all. The higher the constitution, the stronger the body. That was the most direct, outward manifestation. Seeing how fast the three of them were, Principal Wu was deeply shocked. Why are you three so fast? Also, what level are you now exactly? Can you at least give me a hint? Back in the Frozen City, we got a treasure that can increase Constitution by 1,000 points. As for our levels, we're only level 23. Qin Feng told the truth and did not hide it from Principal Wu. Holy shit. A crude exclamation burst out of Principal Wu's mouth. Level 23? That's way too fast of a leveling speed. And your luck really is. For a moment, Principal Wu did not know what words to use to describe Qin Feng's trio. Was he envious? He was. Was he jealous? No, he wasn't. Because these three were the students he thought most highly of. TSK, TSK, TSK. A treasure that can directly increase Constitution by 1,000 points. Even the great aristocratic families probably couldn't produce something like that, right? If I had to kind of luck back then perhaps. Principal Wu did not finish his sentence, but it was obvious that he definitely had some things hidden in his heart. Forget it. The past is like drifting smoke. What's gone is gone. Bringing it up again is meaningless anyway. Very soon, after about 10 minutes, under Principal Wu's lead, Qin Feng and the other two finally arrived at the gates of Kanglan City. Looking at this gigantic city wall that stood 100 meters tall, Qin Feng instantly felt how small he was. This was the first time he had stood here at such close range. Before, he and Guanxi had only ever viewed it from afar. Even from a distance, it had already been extremely shocking. Now, that shock was far more direct than ever before. This wall had stood here, protecting all of Kanglan City for 300 years. Principal Wu looked at the city wall before him and sighed with emotion. For 300 years, it had been broken, repaired, and broken again. Yet it was precisely this wall, shattered who knew how many times, that had protected countless generations of people in Kanglan City and guarded the lights of the thousands of homes behind it. Hopefully, today, it could continue creating miracles. Hearing Principal Wu say this, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for this wall. Though it had no life, it had carried out the true meaning of protecting life. Let us go. I'll take you to meet someone. After saying that, Principal Wu headed off to the side. Qin Feng and the other two followed closely behind. With a major figure like Principal Wu present, none of the guard officers stopped them, and they passed through layer after layer of checkpoints smoothly. Very soon, they climbed the 100-meter city wall and arrived at a stronghold. At this moment, nearly 100 professionals had gathered here. Every one of them wore the same uniform and carried standardized weapons. All of them stood ready, with no whispering among themselves. One glance was enough to tell they were organized and disciplined. Qin Feng didn't even need to think. These people were definitely military. It seemed Principal Wu truly was thinking about Qin Feng's safety if he had actually arranged for him to stay with the military. At the same time, it also showed that Principal Wu's identity was absolutely not ordinary. Just then, a middle-aged man in black and gold battle armor strode over. The moment he saw Principal Wu, he walked up with a smile on his face. Brother Wu, you actually came in person? Haha, hasn't it been a long time since I last saw you? I just happened to be passing by, so I came over to take a look at you. Principal Wu laughed as he patted the middle-aged man on the shoulder. And these three are? The middle-aged man looked at Qin Feng and the other two behind Principal Wu. Right, let me introduce them. These three are my students, Qin Feng, Guanxi, and Su Jiujiu. All three of them are specially recruited students of Zhuke Academy. When Principal Wu said specially recruited students, he deliberately stressed those words, clearly wanting the man's subordinates to help keep an eye on them. A background like this was meant to be used. If not now, then when? When he heard that Qin Feng and the other two were specially recruited students of Zhuke Academy, a look of astonishment instantly appeared on the middle-aged man's face, and his heart was deeply shaken. Qin Feng, this is Wang Ming, Deputy Minister of the Kanglan City Defense Department. Principal Wu looked at Qin Feng and pointed at the middle-aged man as he introduced him. Minister Wang, hello. Following Principal Wu's lead, Qin Feng greeted him. After all, he was on someone else's turf, so he had to be polite. Student Qin, hello. Wang Ming smiled and nodded in response. Just listen to how pleasant Student Qin sounded when he spoke. With just that form of address alone, Wang Ming's favorability toward Qin Feng instantly increased greatly. Still, Wang Ming was a little puzzled inside. He had no idea why Principal Wu had brought these students to such a dangerous place. And he hadn't expected Principal Wu to bring 3 students to a city defense stronghold either. Wasn't this making things hard for him? If anything happened to these 3 students, he could easily imagine that Zhuke Academy would definitely swallow him alive. As if he had seen through Wang Ming's difficulty. Qin Feng quickly spoke up to explain, Minister Wang, this was our own decision. Principal Wu had no choice either. Besides, the 3 of us siblings are not flowers raised in a greenhouse. Please rest assured, we absolutely caused trouble. That immediately put Wang Ming in a difficult position. Qin Feng's words sounded nice enough, but if the 3 of them really got hurt here under his watch, then he would definitely be the one carrying the blame. Come on now, Brother Wang, just relax. Don't I still have this? If the 3 of them stay here, I'll definitely keep an eye on them at all times too. If the situation shows any sign of going wrong, you won't even need to arrange anything. I'll send them away myself, far away. Principal Wu stepped forward and vouched for Qin Feng and the other two. If an accident really happens, then the primary responsibility will definitely be mine. After all, I'm the one who brought them here. Seeing Principal Wu say this, Wang Ming stopped arguing over it. After all, he was one of the main combatants. Whether he would survive this beast tide was still hard to say. If he could survive, then no matter how severe the punishment was, he would be willing to bear it. But the ugly words still had to be said first. When the beast tide arrives later, I won't have any extra energy to look after you. Wang Ming gave Qin Feng a preventive warning. The only thing you can do is try your best to ensure your own safety. If by any chance you find the situation turning bad, leave immediately, understand? Never think that fleeing before battle is shameful. Your paths have only just begun. You still have a great future ahead of you. Although Qin Feng and the other two coming here made Wang Ming somewhat unhappy, the fact that they were willing to come to such a dangerous place already made them far better than the vast majority of their peers. As for those rich family heirs, they had probably already left Kanglan City long ago. That was why he gave Qin Feng a few extra words of warning. Minister Wang, please rest assured, we definitely won't cause trouble for you. Qin Feng guaranteed once again. As long as that's the case. Wang Ming nodded, then turned and exchanged a few casual words with Principal Wu before leaving. Once Wang Ming left, Principal Wu naturally couldn't stay here either, because the front lines needed powerful combat strength even more. Before leaving, Principal Wu warned Qin Feng once more. Qin Feng, remember my words. No matter what, do not leave the city, and don't get curious about what's outside the city either. Because once some things get on you, it means losing everything. When that time comes, even I won't be able to help you. What you can do now is grow stronger as quickly as possible. After saying that, Principal Wu directly rose into the air and flew out beyond the city. Watching Principal Wu's departing figure, Qin Feng couldn't help but ponder the meaning behind those words. What exactly was out there that made Principal Wu so wary? And Principal Wu had warned him again and again not to leave the city. But what exactly was outside the city? These mysteries kept circling in Qin Feng's heart. Brother Feng, what's wrong? Seeing Qin Feng somewhat lost in thought, Su Jujio asked with concern. Mifine. Coming back to himself, Qin Feng glanced at Su Jujio and shook his head. Xiao Jiu, later you stay in the back and heal, put up shields and apply buffs. If exotic beasts break through the line and charge onto the city wall, you absolutely must not fight them either, understand? I know. A priest should stay in the back and absolutely not cause trouble for the team. Su Jujio clenched both fists and promised Qin Feng. Old 7. Later you stay by Xiao Jiu's side and protect her safety at all times. Qin Feng then turned his gaze to Guanxi. Actually, even if you didn't remind me, Brother Feng, I do know what to do. Guanxi scratched his head and grinned. You always say my brain doesn't work too well, but I know it clearly in my heart. If I leave, then there won't be anyone by Xiao Jiu's side to protect her, this squishy priest. I still understand that much. As long as you know what you're supposed to do. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Out of Guanxi and Su Jujio, Qin Feng wasn't worried about Xiao Jiu because she had her own judgment. The one he was actually most worried about was Guanxi. This guy got hot-blooded too easily. Putting him by Su Jujio's side was basically the same as tying him down. He was afraid that when the beast tide hit later, Guanxi's blood would rush to his head and he'd decharge straight into the beast horde. Giving him the task of protecting Xiao Jiu would at least keep Qin Feng from getting distracted once the fighting started. Huh, fierce bro. At that moment, another voice full of surprise and joy, and very familiar, came from not far away. The moment he heard that title, Qin Feng didn't even need to turn around to know who it was. Other than Su Qingyao, that white-haired lowly, who else would call him that? Sure enough, when he turned to look, he saw Su Muyang walking over slowly with the two Su sisters. When Su Muyang saw Qin Feng's group of 3, a trace of surprise flashed across his face as well. As for this young man whom the old master of the Su family had personally said they should win over, Su Muyang also thought very highly of him, but now clearly was a good time to chat. After leaving Su Qingyao and Su Qingxue here, he headed straight out of the city. Fierce bro, I didn't think you came here to kill mutant beasts too. Seeing Qin Feng by chance, Su Qingyao was very happy. They had only separated not long ago, yet they had already met again so soon. Alright, fierce bro. About those skill books you asked me to collect before, there wasn't enough time, so I only got one. Big brother helped me get this one. As she spoke, Su Qingyao took out a skill book called Split Arrow from her system backpack and handed it to Qin Feng. Split Arrow, F-Rank. Passive each arrow will automatically split. After checking it with appraisal, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Good stuff. Well, fierce bro, is this skill book okay? Su Qingyao kept watching Qin Feng's expression. Not bad. Qin Feng nodded. Can we trade now? Su Qingyao was still thinking about Qin Feng's ring of life. Yes, Qin Feng agreed. It just so happened that he had an empty skill slot reserved for learning a more important skill. Although the SSS-Rank Heavenfall Arrow Tide was pretty good, Qin Feng didn't lack large-scale damage at all. With his attack speed of 43, paired with explosive arrow, he simply didn't need it. And now, with his passive skill, Split Arrow, his damage output would rise to another level. Because split arrow, like multi-shot, could also trigger the effect of explosive arrow. After taking split arrow from Su Qingyao, Qin Feng pulled out the Ring of Life, the Staff of Life, and the A-Rank skill book Blizzard Storm, then handed all of them to Su Qingyao. Fierce bro, this Su Qingyao had thought it was a 1 out of 3 choice, and that she could only pick one. Seeing that she didn't take them right away, Qin Feng stuffed the 3 items in her hands. Take them. The Beast Tide will be here soon. Once you reach level 20, if you can raise your combat power a little more, maybe you'll be able to kill a few more mutant beasts. This alright then. Thank you, Fierce bro. Su Qingyao looked delighted and happily put the Ring of Life into her system backpack. After storing away the life ring, Su Qingyao handed the Staff of Life and the Blizzard of Storm skill book to Su Qingxue. Seeing this, Su Qingxue did not refuse. As she accepted the 2 items, a trace of joy flashed through those eyes of hers, cold as ice and snow. With his staff and the area of effect skill Blizzard of Storm, once she reached level 20, her combat power would improve greatly as well. It wasn't possible that the Su family had prepared suitable skill books for Su Qingxue. It was just that a skill extremely compatible with oneself was rare, let alone an A-rank skill book. Don't think that an A-rank skill is definitely inferior to an S-rank one. You have to look at who is using it. Take split arrow as an example. In the hands of an ordinary archer, the effect it could produce would only be decent, nothing more than expected. But in Qin Feng's hands, it would undergo a qualitative transformation. Calling it world-destroying would not be an exaggeration, because split arrow could trigger explosive arrow, and that skill had already been upgraded by Qin Feng to SS rank. As a result, in Qin Feng's hands, this skill would become terrifying, possibly even surpassing SSS-Rank. Besides that, there was an even more important point. Qin Feng's current attack speed was more than 10 times that of an ordinary archer, which meant he would fire far more arrows, and as a result, the number of split arrows would increase proportionally as well. After the trade was completed, Qin Feng immediately learned split arrow. Just like that, another skill appeared in the skill section of his status panel. Split arrow F rank. Passive the arrows you fire will automatically split off 1 energy arrow. The split arrow deals 40% of the original arrow's physical damage. Looking at the damage of the F rank split arrow, Qin Feng wasn't surprised because that was just how high F rank skill damage was. But to Qin Feng, that didn't matter at all. His current core damage output came from the explosion damage of explosive arrow. As long as it could trigger the effect of explosive arrow, forget 40%, even 10%, or even 1% would still be a huge boost for Qin Feng. Qin Feng was now already level 23. In 2 more levels, he would unlock another skill slot. Fierce bro, can you let me join your party? I'm an SS rank shield armor. I could be your frontliner later. Su Qingyao looked at Qin Feng with pleading eyes. Qin Feng really couldn't handle that look, and his impression of this white-haired lowly wasn't bad either. So he nodded and agreed. After all, forming a party didn't reduce experience gain. If one monster gave a certain amount of EXP, teammates would get that same amount too. If you want to join my party, we first need to agree on 3 rules. MHM, I agree. I'll listen to everything you say. Su Qingyao nodded like a pecking chick. Before Qin Feng could even say the 3 rules, Su Qingyao had already impatiently agreed. He had no choice but to swallow those 3 rules back down. Qin Feng invites you to join the party. Accept? Yes. No. The 2 Su sisters agreed to join Qin Feng's party without the slightest hesitation. Just like that, the party returned to how it had been before. Xiaobai, your shield armor. Later, focus on protecting the backline. Don't worry about anything else. Qin Feng directly assigned Su Qingyao her task. Xiaobai? Who is that? Me? Su Qingyao pointed at herself with her right index finger and looked at Qin Feng in confusion. You gave me a nickname like that, and I can't call you Xiaobai. Qin Feng glanced at Su Qingyao. Su Qingyao was instantly speechless and couldn't find any reason to argue back. Fine. Xiaobai was. As long as she could cling to a strong thigh, even little Bai would be acceptable. Ignoring the white-haired lowly, Qin Feng turned his gaze to Su Qingxue. As for student Su, you're an ice mage. Your skills definitely have some control effects. Your task is to keep the mutant beasts from getting within 50 meters of us as much as possible. Can you do that? Yes. Su Qingxue nodded. Her tone is simple and cool as ever. After arranging everyone's tasks, Qin Feng finally walked over to the city wall, looking toward the distant horizon. He could vaguely sense an extremely strong fluctuation sweeping rapidly this way. The reason Qin Feng could sense that fluctuation was because his spiritual power had already broken through the shackles of awakening and reached the level of a first-term professional. Get ready for battle. The Beast Tide will probably arrive here very soon. Hearing Qin Feng's voice, the other 4 members of the squad all equipped their gear. About 10 minutes later, a thunderous boom rang out from not too far away. It was the aftermath produced by high-level professionals fighting. The core area of the battlefield on the other side had already erupted. Because of Su Muyang's unexpected arrival, The pressure on Principal Wu and the others was greatly reduced. Muyang, your task isn't to kill, but to defend. No matter what. Don't let any Emperor-level exotic beasts break through our defenses. What we can do now is hold them back. As long as we can endure until the beast tide is wiped out, we win. Don't worry. I know what to do. This wasn't Su Muyang's first time dealing with a beast tide invading a city. Because of that, he was quite experienced in handling it. Meanwhile, at the city defense stronghold, tap tap tap, rumble rumble, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. A savage aura that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rushed straight at them, looking at the exotic beast tide in the distance. Surging forward like a black flood, Qinfeng felt doubt toward Kanglin City's defenders for the first time. Faced with this countless swarm of exotic beasts, how had Kanglin City managed to hold the line for the past 300 years? But right now, Qinfeng had no time to think, because the beast tide was already right in front of them. Just as he took out his weapon and prepared to attack, a heavy and steady voice came from above. The voice wasn't particularly loud, yet everyone present could hear it clearly. It was most likely related to the speaker's own talent. All professionals, follow my command. Control-type mages, lock down the front line with everything you've got. Ranged physical attackers, suppress the exotic beasts charging up from the rear. Mage classes, use your large-scale damage skills the moment they're ready. Don't worry about consumption. There are plenty of recovery potions. Knight classes, buff the attacking classes. Priests, keep an eye on your teammates' health. Shield and armor classes, if any exotic beasts break onto the city wall, move up immediately and hold them back. Do not let even a single exotic beast break through the line, or it'll throw off the rhythm of the entire battlefield. Listening to the battlefield commander's orderly commands, in an instant, all kinds of dazzling, colorful skill effects covered the battlefield outside Kanglin City. There were thorny vines and the powerful control of ice mages. There were fiery explosions, heavenly lightning descending from the sky, and volleys of arrows like a torrential rain of pear blossoms. It was as if these skills cost nothing at all of them being hurled at the beast tide in one overwhelming wave. The scene before them was nothing short of an epic visual feast. The clash between humanity and exotic beasts had finally begun. At this moment, hearing the commander's calm and orderly commands, the tension in Qinfeng's heart eased considerably. Because at this moment, he wasn't fighting alone. He had many comrades beside him. Xiao Jiu, activate your talent. Put up the buffs. Qinfeng also gave Su Juju an order. Got it. Su Juju nodded. Immediately after, an aura spread outward with Su Juju's body as the center. At present, the farthest diameter of her support skill aura was only 30 meters. It couldn't cover the entire stronghold, but as long as it could guarantee Qinfeng's damage output, that was enough. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Qinfeng's right hand instantly turned into an afterimage as arrows shot out one after another. Every arrow split in midair into an additional energy arrow, and in the blink of an eye, they plunged into the beast horde. Right after that, boom boom boom. Explosions of flame, each covering a full 20-meter area, reflected in the eyes of every defender at the stronghold. In just an instant, Qinfeng had already cleared out a small section of exotic beasts. But when the beasts in front died, the ones behind immediately filled in. Looking at these fearless exotic beasts, a smile appeared at the corner of Qinfeng's mouth. As long as he could one-shot them, then these exotic beasts weren't all that scary. If anything, they were even a little cute, because just a moment ago, Qinfeng's battle notifications had started flooding the screen. System prompt, killed polluted unicorn, experience points plus 1,000. System prompt, dark harvester triggered, gained 1 point of strength. System prompt, killed polluted antelope, experience points plus 1,200. System prompt, dark harvester triggered, gained 1 point of agility. System prompt, killed polluted red Sheelan horse, experience points plus 1,500. System prompt, dark harvester triggered, gained 1 point of constitution. I leveled up. Su Qingyao cried out in surprise. A burst of golden light suddenly erupted from the two sisters, Su Qingyao and Su Qingxue, in the rear, and their levels rose to level 17. Moreover, their rapidly increasing experience was still climbing at breakneck speed, because at this moment, Qinfeng had completely transformed into a merciless killing machine, harvesting those exotic beasts non-stop. If Principal Wu hadn't repeatedly warned Qinfeng not to leave the city, he might have directly switched into flight mode and turned into a humanoid bomber. Buzz buzz buzz. 3 consecutive bursts of golden light also erupted from Qinfeng and the other two. Their levels rose to level 24. Watching Qinfeng slaughter the exotic beasts below the city walls as easily as eating and drinking, the pressure on all the professionals in the entire city defense stronghold dropped sharply. At this moment, everyone present was stunned by Qinfeng's damage output. For a moment, they even forgot to attack, and all turned their eyes toward him. Who the hell is that? His damage is way too insane. I heard he's a student from Kanglin No. One high school. Holy shit, he is still a student? Are students this monstrous now? You gotta be kidding. If a student this fierce can appear even once, that is already unbelievable. You really think every student can be like him? That actually makes sense. All right, enough talk. Since our stronghold has a monster student like him here, step it up and hit them hard. P.S. eating the meat. So we should at least get some soup. Exactly. His damage is terrifying, but there'll always be some that slip through. The city defense guards exchange a few words and quickly adjusted to a new battle rhythm. It can only be said that, as expected of military personnel, their reaction speed and execution were fast. Naturally, Qin Feng saw all of this as well. Although he also wanted to hog everything for himself, that was obviously impossible. They were right. There would always be low-health stragglers. If Big Bro Monster keeps killing like this, we might actually hit level 30 today. Su Qingyao said excitedly. Cousin, do you think we should give Big Bro Monster some compensation? Being carried like this feels great, but I still feel a little embarrassed. You decide. Su Qingxue also felt that her little cousin's words made perfect sense. All right then, in that case, I'll help Big Bro Monster collect more passive skills that archers can use. Su Qingyao immediately made up her mind. From now on, she had to work hard for Big Bro Monster and strive to become a good little brother. No, a little sister. At the front, Qin Feng stood right at the edge of the city wall and activated his eye of insight talent. His field of vision instantly broadened. His eyes were sharp as torches, surveying all directions. Wherever there were more monsters, he would directly activate, flash step, and send dozens of shells their way. As a result, all the monsters at the entire stronghold ended up being monopolized by him alone. Although this greatly reduced the pressure on the whole stronghold. Some of the professionals couldn't even get a sip of soup. And so, a rather dramatic scene unfolded. Some of the civilian professionals who had organized themselves on their own actually jumped down from the city wall and ran off to pick up materials. No matter how you looked at it, their guts were truly huge. But these people had all spent years licking blood off the blade. They weren't afraid of this at all. Long ago, they had already cast life and death aside. If they could make it out alive this time, it would be enough to feed them for the rest of their lives. The saying, the bold eat their fill while the timid starve, was talking about people exactly like them. At the rear, Guanxi and Su Jiujiu both saw this scene, and their eyes turned red. Brother Feng, those people are actually picking up our materials. Seeing others pick up what was basically her money, Su Jiujiu felt awful. It's fine. We already took the biggest share. If we don't even let them drink the soup, some people will probably want to accept it, Qin Feng said without even turning his head. Using some worthless materials to avoid a bit of trouble was a pretty good deal. Qin Feng's words instantly made Su Jiujiu and Guanxi feel enlightened. Then, alright, right now, Qin Feng needed to keep stealing kills so he could harvest attribute points. As for Guanxi and Su Jiujiu, the two of them needed a huge amount of experience to raise their levels. Because of that, in Qin Feng's eyes, these exotic beasts were more precious than any material. As for those materials, they were only common grade anyway. They weren't worth much at all. As Qin Feng continued slaughtering exotic beasts, his level finally rose to level 25, and his 5-dimensional attributes once again saw a huge surge. Meanwhile, the two Su sisters had also reached level 20. Now, the sisters could finally equip level 20 gear. A flash of purple light swept over them, and a full set of epic equipment had already been updated onto their bodies. That also meant their attributes had risen greatly. Su Qingxue immediately learned the skill Blizzard of Snow, and at the same time switched the staff in her hand to the Staff of Life. As for Su Qingyao, she happily stared at the Ring of Life on her finger, completely unable to put it down. It was only a single ring, yet it gave her 150 constitution and an extra 1,000 health. Originally, Su Qingxue wanted to test out her new skill, but when she saw Qin Feng as completely unreasonable explosive output, she forced that thought down, because she had no interest in humiliating herself. Being a freeloader in peace and stability actually seemed pretty nice. The moment that thought appeared, Su Qingxue's heart jolted. She was an SSS grade Heaven's proud daughter. How could she be this willing to fall so low? She immediately threw that unrealistic thought to the back of her mind. Everything happening at the city defense stronghold, where Qin Feng was stationed, was naturally seen by the commander, hovering in midair. He had originally wanted to speak up and stop those class holders from leaving the outer city on their own, but after seeing Qin Feng's terrifying output, he decided to simply ignore them. After all, those civilian class holders also needed to make a living. If they could grab a share of resources during the beast tide, that was their own skill. And if they unfortunately died in the jaws of exotic beasts, that couldn't be blamed on him either. Headquarters. There's been a situation at City Defense Stronghold number 8. Please respond upon receipt. Even if the commander couldn't control those class holders, that didn't stop him from reporting it upward. Headquarters received. Please explain in detail the abnormal situation at Stronghold number 8. The reply came through the commander's earpiece. After that, the commander briefly recounted everything that had happened at Stronghold number 8, that was the City Defense Stronghold where Qin Feng was. When Headquarters heard that an Awaken 1's output was actually comparable to a second-turn class holder, everyone was shocked. But right after that, They became extremely troubled by those class holders who had refused orders and privately left the city to pick up materials. Still, they also knew that for those class holders to step forward in a time of danger was already righteous enough. Order. Maintain constant watch over stronghold number 8. If anything abnormal happens, report immediately. In the end, the highest commander at headquarters could only compromise. As long as stronghold number 8 could hold back the beast tide, then everything was negotiable. After giving that order, he immediately issued another command. Deploy unmanned reconnaissance equipment. Sync the live feed from stronghold number 8 to headquarters in real time. I want to know exactly who this awaken one is. On the other side, after Qin Feng had cleared out a huge section of the beast tide outside stronghold number 8, he felt it still wasn't enough. He immediately activated Flash Step and shot into the sky. With the help of his eye of insight talent, his vision could reach extremely far. Even things 20 li away could be seen with perfect clarity. Right, my new weapon. I wonder if it can work together with my talent? With that thought, Qin Feng immediately switched from the Qingyu cloud-piercing bow to the Mortal Dust First Heart bow. The Mortal Dust First Heart bow had an insanely awesome affix. Absolute focus. Absolute focus. Arrows that are fired will automatically correct their trajectory. The effect of this affix was very simple. It was all about accuracy. Theoretically speaking, as long as Qin Feng could see far enough and his range was sufficient, then no matter how far the target was, he could still guarantee his hit rate. Back when Qin Feng had carefully examined the attributes of this mythic grade bow, he had already thought of this possibility. Now, he could finally test it out. If the test succeeded, it would be a huge boost to his future dungeon runs. He wouldn't even need to run around bitterly anymore. He could just fly into the sky, activate his talent, and fire wildly. The moment Qin Feng gripped the Mortal Dust First Heart bow in his hand, an inexplicable conviction of invincibility rose in his heart. And this bow seemed almost alive. Qin Feng could vaguely sense the rhythm of its life. Let this beast tide bear witness to your brilliance, Qin Feng muttered to the longbow in his hand. Then his gaze shifted toward nearby stronghold number 9. Stronghold number 8 was roughly 10 li away from stronghold number 9 and flying high in the sky. Qin Feng naturally saw everything over there. Compared to stronghold number 8, the pressure on stronghold number 9 was much greater, because they didn't have a speed freak like Qin Feng over there. Whoosh, 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 arrow after arrow tore through the sky, rushing towards stronghold number 9 alongside waves of piercing air. Force worked both ways. Even in this age of datafication, it was still the same. As Qin Feng's strength grew higher, the arrows naturally flew faster. A distance of 10 li, before arrows approaching the speed of sound, was only a matter of a dozen seconds. A dozen seconds later, when the first arrow Qin Feng had fired landed in the beast tide outside stronghold number 9, an explosion instantly rang out. At first, that explosion didn't draw much attention. But very soon, when hundreds upon thousands of densely packed arrows rained down from the sky, the explosions they produced directly wiped clean the beast tide across several li. That scene instantly plunged the entire stronghold number 9 into silence. This. Did some big shot make a move? Probably. What kind of skill was that just now? It directly wiped out a huge chunk of the beast tide. They're arrows. Those arrows looked like they were shot from very far away. Could it be that some divine archer happened to pass by our Kanglan city and casually lent us a hand? We can see the arrows, but not the person. That means this big shot is very far from us. After all, for a bow user to have this kind of range, he is at least at the level of a divine archer. The divine archer spoken of by these class holders was the honorary title given to archers after reaching 3rd turn and obtaining their life weapon. 2nd turn, life skill. 3rd turn, life weapon. Human and skill fused as one. Skill and weapon fused as one. With all 3 united, every shot struck true. That was a divine archer. Every divine archer was a mobile artillery platform on the battlefield. Once an archer had fully grown, his status was absolutely no lower than that of a mage. To a certain extent, the importance of the archer class even surpassed that of mages. For example, in a situation like the current large-scale beast tide, the burst damage of the mage class was powerful, but they had one fatal flaw: skill cooldowns. Once they finished casting a full set of skills, all their skills would enter cooldown, and during that cooldown period, it would become the mage class S downtime, their weakest moment. That was why equipment that reduced skill cooldowns was extremely precious to mages. But for archers, this was not a problem at all, because archers relied on basic attacks for damage. Even if their skills were on cooldown, they still had very strong sustained output. So on the battlefield, if it came down to endurance, archers were still the best. In all of Kanglan City, no one had ever heard of a divine archer. But now that one seemed to have appeared, these class users didn't even need to think to know that this divine archer had to be from somewhere else. What they didn't know was that this archer was only an awakened who had just awakened his talent, not even having reached 1st rank yet. Although Qin Feng could use the eye of insight to see the scene at outpost number 9, he couldn't hear what they were saying. Now, the experiment had succeeded. That meant that from this moment on, he would become a true harvesting machine. This battlefield would now be his to take over. After switching to the myth-grade longbow, Qinfeng's damage output simply exploded. Every arrow dealt true damage. Compared to the Life's Azure Feather cloud-piercing bow, it had 10 more physical attack, greatly boosting his attack power. At the same time, all kinds of attribute boosts from his equipment stacked together. Even a casual explosive arrow would deal hundreds of thousands of damage. Those ordinary grade exotic beasts simply could not survive in the face of damage on this scale. At the instant of the explosion, the only thing they could do was leave behind materials all over the ground. After harvesting the beast hide outside outpost number 9 for a while, Flash Step also entered cooldown. During that time, Qinfeng began wildly harvesting the beast hide several li away from outpost number 8. Once Flash Step finished cooling down, Qinfeng activated it again. His whole body shot into the air, and then he shifted his gaze toward outpost number 7. Using the same attack method, his attacks fell into the beast hide outside outpost number 7. Just like that, Qinfeng's output alone covered 3 outposts. The pressure on outposts number 9 and number 7 was instantly reduced. Seeing this, the commander-level defenders quickly arranged for their subordinates to head to other outposts as reinforcements. As a result, the trend of the entire battlefield was changed by Qinfeng alone. After harvesting so many exotic beasts, the levels of Qinfeng's 5-man squad rose like they were riding a rocket. In less than an hour, Qinfeng and the other 2 had already reached level 30, and the Su sisters were also close. At this moment, the white-haired lowly Su Qinyao still felt like she was trapped in a dream, as if none of this was real. It had only been a few days since she awakened her talent, and she was already almost level 30. At that moment, she suddenly felt like life had lost some of its meaning. She hadn't even worked hard, yet she could lie down and reach level 30. If she told anyone this, no one would believe it. They'd probably think she was bragging. But that was the truth. So sometimes, choice really was greater than effort. Qinfeng was having the time of his life slaughtering exotic beasts, but at headquarters, where they were monitoring the entire outpost number 8 in real time, a whole group of people was completely dumbfounded. Commander Xiao, is he really just an awakened? One staff member asked, voicing a soul-deep question to the commander-in-chief. Commander Xiao's full name was Xiao Ting. Not long ago, Qinfeng's information had already been placed before him. He truly found it hard to imagine that an awakened who had just awakened his talent could produce damage output comparable to a 3rd-rank powerhouse. Our Kanglan City has produced an unbelievable super genius. After a long while, Xiao Ting finally managed to say that. But very quickly, he snapped back to his senses. A genius like this had to be brought into their military. At that thought, Xiao Ting hurriedly opened his friend's list and found the superior marked at the top. But just as he was about to report the matter upward, he stopped. No, in the current Xian nation, the various powers in the upper core were tangled and complicated. If Qinfeng's information was exposed, what awaited him might not be protection, but destruction. The ambitious wolves among those great clans could no longer hold themselves back. If they really discovered that there was such a peerless heaven-s favorite among the lower ranks, then if they failed to recruit him, they would definitely destroy him with thunderous methods. At the thought of this, cold sweat broke out across Xiao Ting's back. So close, he had almost caused a disaster. Very quickly, Xiao Ting adjusted his thoughts and, in his capacity as the highest commander of Kanglan City, immediately issued a gag order. All staff present were strictly forbidden from privately disclosing anything related to the battlefield. Violators would be treated as traitors to the nation. No one present had expected Commander Xiao to issue such an order for the sake of a student like Qinfeng, but they all quickly understood. A genius like this should grow in the shadows and should not be exposed too early. The later Qinfeng was exposed, the safer he would be. As the highest commander of Kanglan City's Border Defense Department, Xiao Ting also felt that he ought to do something for a genius like this. For example, buy him some time so Qinfeng could grow quickly. That was the reason for the order he had just given. After all, a super genius like this had come from Kanglan City. Kanglan City had suffered for 300 years, and now it had finally welcomed a ray of dawn. He hoped that this ray of hope would, in the near future, shine upon all of Kanglan City, so that this land could be spared from the invasion of exotic beasts. The scene shifted. On the other side, outpost number 8. After an hour of non-stop slaughter, Qinfeng's panel attributes had already undergone an earth-shaking change. Name, Qinfeng. Class, Archer. Level, LV30, 167,145, 1,500,000. Talent 1, Eye of Insight, D rank. Talent 2, Sublimation. Innate skill, Super God grade, passive Dark Harvester. Multi-shot, SS-Rank. Passive each attack additionally fires 8 arrows and grants a piercing effect. After an arrow hits the first unit, it can automatically split off an energy arrow to pierce the target, dealing 50 magic damage to units behind it. Flash Step, SSS-Rank. Active each activation consumes 500 mana points. Effect 1. Increases your movement speed by 500% and allows you to fly through the air for 20 seconds. Effect 2. Active displacement that can pass through obstacles with a maximum distance of 50 meters. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Explosive Arrow, SS-Rank. Passive, every arrow deals 1,000 physical damage plus 300% of physical attack to all enemy targets within a 20-meter radius. Split Arrow, F-Rank. Passive fired arrows automatically split off an energy arrow. The split arrow deals 40% of the original arrow's physical damage. Equipment, Mortal Beginning Bow. Life S Azure Feather Set, 5. Life Goddess Spirit Pivot, 2. Life Goddess Protection, 2. Ancient Life Tree Bracers. Health, 75,763. Mana, 56,350. Physical Attack, 56,268. Magic Attack, 21,540. Attack Speed, 635. Critical Hit, 100. Ignore Defense, 40. Physical Defense, 34,175. Magic Defense, 30,135. Elemental Resistance. Ice Resistance, 1,162. Strength, 7,051. Intelligence, 4,306. Agility, 6,301. Constitution, 6,433. Spirit, 5,625. Free attribute points, 0. Because Qinfeng had swapped Life Green Feather Cloudpiercer Bow for Mortal Dust Beginner's Bow, his stats had changed a little, but it wasn't a problem. He could switch back at any time anyway. The Green Feather set had one extremely powerful skill, and that was Feather Form. At the moment, this was Qinfeng's life-saving trump card. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never use it, because in Feather Form state, he could reduce damage taken by 50, and he could also become immune to all control effects. With Qinfeng's current attack power as high as 560,000, plus the lifesteal effect from his equipment and true damage from ignore defense. As long as he wasn't instantly killed in one blow, it would be very hard to kill him. The Green Feather set's skill was indeed powerful, but it also had a major flaw. He had to equip all 6 pieces of the Green Feather set at the same time to activate the set effect. At present, Qinfeng still had no way to solve this problem. He could only hope to find some kind of item in the future that could strip affixes. Fortunately, Qinfeng's necklace could remove all negative statuses from himself. Even if he was controlled, he could instantly remove it, swap equipment, and directly activate Feather Form. It could only be said that the necklace blessing of the Goddess of Life perfectly made up for the Green Feather set's flaw. It was precisely because he had this necklace that Qinfeng dared to switch out the Green Feather Cloudpiercer Bow for the Mortal Dust Beginner's Bow in this dangerous place. As his attack power and attack speed increased, Qinfeng's damage output became even more terrifying. With his output alone, he had pushed the Beast Tide outside outpost number 8 several miles back. Qinfeng might have been killing to his heart's content, but this couldn't go on forever. Once all the defenders ran out of recovery potions, what awaited them would be the destruction of the entire Kanglan city. It might look like Qinfeng was killing a lot, but compared to the entire Beast Tide, the exotic beasts dying by his hand were still just the tip of the iceberg. Those exotic beasts feared no death, as if they didn't even know what death was. They only followed a certain will. Looks like I need to find a way to butcher those Emperor tier bosses. Qinfeng looked toward the distant horizon. Through the eye of insight, he could vaguely see the battle over there. Because of the distance, and because Qinfeng's range wasn't enough, he could only watch and do nothing. So he focused his gaze once more on the endless Beast Tide outside the city. In that case, don't blame me for dropping a nuke. Qinfeng steeled himself and immediately took out that SS-Rank skill book, Heavenfall Arrow Tide. At level 25, he had unlocked one skill slot. At level 30, he had unlocked another. So he might as well learn this large-scale AoE skill. Although Qinfeng's attack speed was fast enough and his mob-clearing speed wasn't slow, compared to a large-scale AoE damage skill, it was still a bit lacking. Heavenfall Arrow Tide, level 1, SS-Rank. Active consumes 1,000 mana to release an energy arrow into the sky. After 1,000 meters, the arrow explodes and turns into countless energy arrows, dealing 2,200 physical damage to all enemy targets within a 1,000-meter area below. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Looking at the skill description of Heavenfall Arrow Tide, Qinfeng was stunned. He admitted it. He had underestimated this skill. This skill was only level 1. It already had a 1,000-meter damage radius. No wonder Su Qingyao had said before that this was an ultra-large-scale AoE damage skill. What if I raise it to level 10? Any active skill learned by class user could be raised to a maximum of level 10. And the prerequisite for raising skill levels was reaching level 30. Now, Qinfeng already met the requirement. Just so happened he still had nearly 1,700,000 experience points left, so he decided to level up all his active skills. First, his target was Heavenfall Arrow Tide. Consume 10,000 experience points to raise Heavenfall Arrow Tide to LV2. Yes, no. Qinfeng chose yes without hesitation. At level 2, Heavenfall Arrow Tide's mana cost rose to 1,100, and its corresponding damage also increased to 2,500, 210 physical damage. More importantly, the cooldown time was reduced by 5 seconds. Consume 20,000 experience points to raise Heavenfall Arrow Tide to LV3. Consume 30,000 experience points to raise Heavenfall Arrow Tide to LV4. Consume 100,000 experience points to raise Heavenfall Arrow Tide to LV10. Yes, yes, yes. Max it out for me, all the way. Qin Feng spent 550,000 experience points in one go and finally raised Heavenfall Arrow Tide to level 10. The level 10 Heavenfall Arrow Tide had damage that was simply terrifying. Heavenfall Arrow Tide, level 10, SS rank. Active consumes 2,000 mana to release an energy arrow into the sky. After 1,000 meters, the arrow explodes and turns into countless energy arrows, dealing 7,300 physical damage to all enemy targets within a 2,000-meter area below. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Strong. That was Qin Feng's most direct impression of the skill. The only question was whether these energy arrows could trigger explosive arrow. Qin Feng suddenly thought of explosive arrow. If they could, then, at that thought, Qin Feng immediately fired a Heavenfall Arrow Tide toward the outer city to test the effect. He pulled the longbow, and a pitch-black energy arrow automatically condensed on the bowstring of the Mortal Dust Beginner's bow. Whoosh! The bowstring trembled, and the pitch-black energy arrow shot straight into the sky. The 4 squad members who had been watching Qin Feng at every moment, as well as the other defenders, immediately noticed this strange move. Judging from the energy fluctuations of that arrow, it should be a skill, but no one knew what kind of skill it was. Everyone present turned their eyes toward the black arrow shot into the sky outside the city, wanting to see exactly what Qin Feng's skill was. Boom! About 3 seconds later, an explosive sound rang through the surroundings. Then, a horrifying scene appeared. The exploded energy arrow instantly turned into densely packed, tiny arrows as thick as chopsticks. They spread and expanded in all directions without any pattern. And that still wasn't the end. Those arrows could actually trigger split arrow, doubling their number once again. Only after they spread to a certain extent did they begin to plunge sharply downward. In just an instant, an area within 2,000 meters turned pitch black, like dark clouds pressing down overhead, creating immense psychological pressure. Whoosh, 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 the densely packed black arrows fell like torrential rain, plunging into the beast toward below. 232,072. 92,828 split arrow damage. Dense damage numbers kept floating above the heads of the exotic beasts. Immediately after, rumble, 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 one deafening explosion after another rang out. Some elite exotic beast that hadn't died, yet had damage numbers float up above their heads once again. 450,144 critical, 450,144, 450,144. With just a single skill, the beast tied within a radius of 2,000 meters was wiped out instantly. Qin Feng's experience points and attribute points were also skyrocketing like crazy. The battle notifications were practically flooding the screen non-stop. The physical percentage damage bonus of Skyfall Arrow Tide was the same as Explosive Arrow, but the former had an extra fixed damage value of 7,000. Because of that, Explosive Arrow's fixed damage was a bit lower. But Explosive Arrow came with a critical hit effect. Holy shit, what the fuck? Guan Chi stared at the scene before him, his eyes practically popping out. His whole body was sprawled over the city wall, and his jaw looked like it was about to drop through the ground beneath it. Brother Feng, and you still say you're not cheating? Hearing that, Qin Feng only smiled and didn't answer. Big Brother Mangren, could this skill be that SS rank skill I traded with you before? Su Qingyao guessed it right away. That's right. The reason this skill is this strong is, on one hand, because I upgraded it to level 10. On the other hand, it can trigger one of my passive skills, Qin Feng said in an even calm tone. So that is how it is. Su Qingyao nodded thoughtfully, then asked a key question. Big Brother Mangren, does that mean all archer arrows can trigger passive skills? I'm not sure about the others, but from what I can tell so far, Split Arrow and Explosive Arrow should be able to, Qin Feng said without hiding it, because there was no way to hide it anymore. In full public view, that chain of explosions and the effect of the arrows splitting. Any awaken who understood the archer class knew exactly what that meant. Big Brother Mangren, it looks like you've walked a path completely different from ordinary archer class users. Su Qingyao's eyes lit up. Qin Feng didn't quite understand. Seeing that, Su Qingyao began explaining things to Qin Feng, while Qin Feng listened carefully. Whenever Skyfall Arrow Tide came off cooldown, he would fire another shot at the beast tide outside the city. Easy and effortless. Ordinary archer class users either go for an agility, attack speed, and evasion build, or a strength, attack, and crit build, Su Qingyao said slowly. And the skills they learn are either for increasing attack speed or boosting attack power. The attack speed skills are basically fervor, hot-blooded surge, and passion overflowing. Aside from those 3 core skills, the rest are mostly AoE skills used to increase their team's overall damage output. As for attack skills, there are Berserk, Ready to Strike, Unstoppable Momentum, and so on. But not a single one of them learns mostly passive skills like you do, Big Brother Mangren. Haven't they ever thought about taking this path? Qin Feng was puzzled. Logically speaking, over the past 300 years, It shouldn't be possible that no one had noticed this issue. At that, Su Qingxue beside them first nodded, then shook her head. How could they not? Some people even used themselves as test subjects for this experiment. But the results were less than ideal. As everyone knows, passive skills may be rare, but a lot of them are low rank. High-rank passives that also match one's own class are incredibly scarce. So those awakened with high-rank talents feel that low-level passives don't offer them much room for improvement. They'd rather learn a high-rank active skill instead. As for awakened with low-rank talents, if their families are wealthy, they'd rather use acquired high-rank skills to strengthen themselves. As for those from ordinary backgrounds at this point, Su Qingxue paused. A trace of apology appeared on her face as she looked at Qin Feng. She didn't mean to look down on his status. She was just stating a fact. Seeing that, Qin Feng didn't care at all. He picked up where Su Qingxue left off. So awakened with low-level talents and poor family conditions think passive skills are too expensive. They'd much rather get an active skill book that's relatively cheaper and still does decent damage. So that turns into a cycle. It's not that they don't want to develop a new build. They just don't dare use their own future as an experiment, especially when that experiment has already had failures. Exactly, that's it. Su Qingxue nodded in agreement. Now that you've appeared, it seems like you could change the entire development path of the archer class. That left Qin Feng speechless. Change it? How? The reason his damage was so insane wasn't just because of his god-tier growth talent. It was also because of his second talent, which could sublimate all things. And it was precisely because of that second talent that an F-rank passive skill could be upgraded all the way to SS-Rank. No one else could replicate that growth path, though a weakened version of it might be possible. Big Brother Mangren, if I switch classes now, is it still too late? Su Qingyao suddenly threw out that question. Hearing that, Qin Feng turned to look at her and felt that something was wrong with this white-haired lowly S-brain. Wasn't an SS-Rank shield armor class good enough? Why insist on picking a squishy class instead? Actually, that might have some potential. Maybe it's not impossible. A flash of inspiration suddenly hit Qin Feng. A resistance build archer, able to tank and deal damage. What is your talent, and what are its effects? SS-Rank golden battle armor. Su Qingyao didn't hide it from Qin Feng. My talent has two effects. First, it can increase my own defense by 200. Second, when I activate the talent and the battle armor merges with me, my constitution will increase drastically. When he heard the effects of Su Qingyao's talent, Qin Feng glanced at Guan Qi beside him. Both of them were shield armor class users, and both had the same kind of effect. But Su Qingyao's talent wouldn't provide any improvement to an archer at all. Forget it. You're not suited for the archer class. Just stay honest and be your Warhammer goddess properly, Qin Feng said, shaking his head. When Su Qingyao said she wanted to switch classes, Qin Feng had thought that maybe one of the effects of her SS rank talent might boost strength. But now it looked fucking ridiculous. Without even a single talent effect that matched the archer class, she still wanted to play archer? What kind of delusional dream was that? Better go wash up and sleep. In your dreams, anything is possible. Seeing that even Big Brother Mangren didn't support her changing classes, Su Qingyao could only give up. But I really like archers. Such high damage, such large-scale AoE skills. The tiny spark of Su Qingyao's dream had only just appeared before Qin Feng snuffed it out directly. Roar, roar, roar. Right then, a burst of thunderous roars suddenly came from the distant horizon. Humans, you cannot stop me. Today, this city will surely be trampled flat by my race. If you want to break through our defense line, it won't be that easy. Su Miyang's voice also carried over to Qin Feng's side. Kakik, is that so? The unknown beast emperor let out a cold laugh. You've been watching for so long. Are you still not planning to make a move? The moment those words came out, everyone present's expressions changed drastically. Could it be that there were emperor-rank exotic beasts hiding in the dark as well? Standing at the edge of the city wall, Qin Feng activated Eye of Insight again. He vaguely discovered that dozens of li away from the wall, two flying birds were circling high in the sky, and their target was Kanglin's city. Today, we can finally feast our fill. Just thinking back to the taste of those weak humans, it was so tender and delicious. The voices of those two flying beasts were completely unrestrained, instantly spreading over an area of dozens of li. They were trying to create chaos through fear. But they had forgotten that Kanglin City had stood here for 300 years. What kind of storms had it not weathered? Why would it fear a mere two beasts? Among all the class holders present, some of them might fear death, but none of them would shrink back because of fear. This was pride carved into their bones. Pride passed down from generation to generation. If they had retreated because of fear, Kanglin City would have been gone 300 years ago. Courting death, Sun Muyang was enraged, and his furious shout shook the heavens and earth. Right after that, a blinding golden light burst from his body. When the golden radiance faded, a gigantic golden-armored war soul, 100 zhang tall, stood between heaven and earth. At this moment, Qin Feng finally understood the terrifying power of a third-turn powerhouse. Merely releasing his aura had already caused such a heaven-shaking phenomenon. Human, Su Miyang third-turn life soul. Level 268. Through appraisal, Qin Feng had only learned these two simple pieces of information, yet he was already deeply shaken. If a third-turn powerhouse was already this terrifying, then what about fourth turn, fifth turn, or even higher sixth turn? It seemed the path of class holders was long and full of obstacles. Qin Feng muttered inwardly. Now, while Su Miang, Principal Wu, and the others could still hold back these three Emperor-class exotic beasts, Qin Feng had to do something. He feared things would change if he delayed. Attribute points were important, but compared to everyone in all of Kanglan City, he could still tell which mattered more. It wasn't that Qin Feng was some saint. It was because he understood one truth. When a nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. Attribute points could be farmed at any time, but if Kanglan City was gone, then his home would be gone too, because this land was his root in this world, and also Guanqi's and Su Juzhou's root. Qin Feng immediately opened his friend's list and placed a voice call to Principal Wu. On the other side, Principal Wu was currently locked in fierce combat with a 10-zhong-long white-browed hanging-eyed tiger that radiated black qi from head to toe. He suddenly saw Qin Feng's voice call pop up in his friend's list. A bad premonition instantly surged in his heart. He thought something had happened to Qin Feng. He immediately accepted the call, his tone somewhat urgent. Qin Feng, did something happen on your side? Is the city defense department unable to hold the line? If it can't hold, then retreat from the city defenses immediately and take Guanqi and Su Juzhou out of Kanglan City. I'm tied down here for now. I can't get away to take you out myself. Hearing the concern in Principal Wu's voice, an indescribable emotion welled up in Qin Feng's heart. In this world, aside from Guanqi and Su Juzhou, no one had ever cared about him like this. I'm fine here, Qin Feng said, shaking his head. Nothing happened to the city defense department either. Those exotic beasts won't be able to break through anytime soon. Hearing Qin Feng say that, Principal Wu immediately let out a sigh of relief. Then why are you looking for me? While dodging the giant tiger's attacks, Principal Wu asked Qin Feng the reason for the call. Listening to the huge commotion coming through the voice channel, Qin Feng grew even more anxious inside. He had to do something. As long as these three Emperor-class exotic beasts were killed, then the remaining beast tide would be nothing but lambs waiting for slaughter. Principal, can you tell me the information on those Emperor-class exotic beasts? What do you want their information for? Principal Wu frowned slightly. He couldn't understand what Qin Feng was trying to do. Don't worry about that. Just tell me. If I'm doing this, then I naturally have my own plan. Qin Feng's tone turned somewhat forceful. Fine then. Principal Wu had no way to deal with Qin Feng, so he could only tell him all the information on these Emperor-class exotic beasts. Exotic beast, polluted white-browed, hanging-eyed tiger, Emperor-class. Level, 200. HP, 100 billion. Attack, 500,000. Defense, 200,000. Exotic beast, polluted green-scaled eagle, Emperor-class. Level, 200. HP, 80 billion. Attack, 400,000. Defense, 150,000. Qin Feng, this is the basic information on that giant tiger and those two birds. You can see it too. Exotic beasts are different from dungeon monsters. Their attack is higher, and they have more HP. Remember what I said. Do not leave the city. After telling Qin Feng the basic information on the three beast emperors before him, Principal Wu reminded him once more. After learning the basic stats of these beast emperors, Qin Feng began constantly calculating his own damage in his mind. After reaping another wave of kills with the heavenly falling arrow tide earlier, Qin Feng's attack had risen again. It had now reached around 650,000. Multi-arrow gave 8 additional arrows. Adding the original arrow made 9. Split arrow split once more, making 18 arrows. His attack speed had now reached 70, which meant 70 normal attacks per second. Therefore, in theory, Qin Feng could fire 1,260 arrows in 1 second if they all hit the target. With the various equipment stat boosts, the stack damage from explosive arrow, his talent as weak point attacks, and the true damage from the mortal heart bow. With all those forms of damage stacked together, in 1 second, Qin Feng could deal roughly 1.5 billion damage. The instant that number appeared in Qin Feng's mind, his heart immediately began pounding. 1.5 billion damage in 1 second. If Su Juzhou activated her support aura as well, then multiplying that damage several times over wouldn't be a problem. Because Su Juzhou, now at level 30, had also raised Elf, SM, and Fearless Heart to level 10. Both support skills could boost allies by 100. 100 attack speed and 100 attack power. If Su Juzhou's talent skill was added on top with another 100% boost, then each would become 200. A 200% boost would mean 6 billion damage. Of course, that was under the most ideal conditions, and it was also the theoretical maximum damage value. But reality was that those Emperor-class exotic beasts were sentient. They would dodge. So the problem Qin Feng had to face was that someone had to draw their aggro. Only then could his accuracy be guaranteed. Thinking of this, Qin Feng asked Principal Wu again, Principal, does our Kanglan City have any high-level shield armor class holders? What are you asking that for? Principal Wu had absolutely no idea what Qin Feng was really up to. Don't worry about it. Just tell me quickly. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. Qin Feng did not reveal his plan. because he knew very clearly that once Principal Wu learned about his plan, he would absolutely never agree to let him do it. So he needed proof. Proof that he had the ability to kill a level 200 Emperor class exotic beast. Yes, Wang Ming is a level 200 shield armor class holder. If he hadn't been unable to condense his own life weapon and break through his current level cap for so long, we wouldn't be in such a passive situation right now. Principal Wu felt some regret in his heart. That's great. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Hearing that, Principal Wu immediately said irritably, "Great? What's so great about it?" That is not what I meant. Qin Feng also realized he had misspoken and quickly apologized. "Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you." Principal Wu felt utterly helpless. "Principal, if I say I can solve the predicament we're facing right now, would you believe me?" Qin Feng asked tentatively. "Solve it? What are you going to solve it with?" "Stop joking. This joke isn't funny at all. If I gave you another year, I might believe it. But right now, just stay put in the city defense stronghold." Principal Wu simply did not believe him. "All right then. Have Minister Wang find a way to lure that big tiger about 5 li closer to the city defenses. You'll understand in a moment." In the end, Qin Feng gave this compromise. After all, Qin Feng couldn't leave the city, and his maximum range was about 15 li. As long as it entered his range, then every problem would no longer be a problem. 100 billion HP, that was all, in front of his true damage. It was nothing more than a slightly bigger health pack. Principal Wu did not agree immediately. "Principal, stop hesitating. He who hesitates is defeated," Qin Feng urged. "There are 3 level 200 Emperor tier exotic beasts. If no powerhouse comes to support our Kanglan city, then the moment your strength runs out will be the moment the city falls. We have no other choice now, and I at least still have a way to try. If we keep dragging this out, in a little while we won't even have the chance to try anymore." "Fine. I hope you won't disappoint me." In the end, Principal Wu still agreed, because Qin Feng was right. They had no other choice now. Fortunately, Su Muyang was currently in Kanglan City and, by his own strength alone, was holding back those 2 flying beasts. Otherwise, the situation from the very start would have been even worse. He then turned his gaze toward Wang Ming. "Xiao Wang, follow my command. Lure this big tiger 5 li back." "What? Principal Wu, are you sure you didn't misspeak? Lure it toward the city defenses?" Wang Ming thought he had heard wrong and quickly asked Principal Wu to confirm. "That's right. Just follow my command. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility." Principal Wu could only put it that way. What else was he supposed to say? That a student who had just awakened his talent had a way to deal with a level 200 Emperor tier exotic beast? Wasn't he that complete nonsense? Even Principal Wu felt that he had to be crazy right now. Otherwise, why would he be going crazy together with Qin Feng? This alright then. Although Wang Ming had no idea what plan Principal Wu had in mind on the battlefield as a shield armor class, all he could do was follow orders. Even though Wang Ming's position belonged to the city defense department, while Principal Wu was only from the education department, and the two were not even in the same system at all, Wang Ming knew very well Principal Wu's command ability, as well as his sharp battlefield insight. That was why he was willing to follow Principal Wu's orders. "Lin Zhan, your task is to keep an eye on Wang Ming's condition at all times. At the same time, have the priest from the Superpower Bureau make sure his HP stays in a healthy state at all times." Principal Wu then shifted his gaze to Lin Zhan at the side. "All right," Lin Zhan nodded. "Muyang, your task is the heaviest. Do not let those 2 feathered bastards interfere with this side of the battlefield." Principal Wu raised his head toward the sky and issued an order to Su Muyang. "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, these 2 mangy birds won't be able to interfere with you in short term. But you all need to hurry too. I can't hold on for long." Su Muyang, who was constantly fighting those 2 flying beasts high in the sky, nodded in response. Listening to Principal Wu assign a whole series of tasks over voice chat, Qin Feng finally spoke. "Principal, open a raid. Otherwise, in a moment, you'll all be hit by saturation fire." "What do you mean?" Principal Wu did not quite understand. "Nothing. Just listen to me. You'll understand in a moment." Qin Feng kept him guessing. Seeing this, Principal Wu immediately opened a raid and merged Qin Feng's squad into it. "Huh? Principal Wu opened a raid?" The moment he entered the raid, Guan Qi exclaimed in surprise. "My big brother is in the raid too." When Su Qingyao saw Su Muyang, a trace of delight appeared on her face. Meanwhile, when Wang Ming and the others saw that Principal Wu had actually pulled a few little kids into the raid, they were so furious they nearly burst into curses on the spot. But now was not the time for cursing. After this was over, they would definitely grab that old man by the beard and demand an explanation. On the battlefield, how could he fool around like this? Compared with Wang Ming, Lin Zhan appeared much calmer because he knew Qin Feng. More importantly, he knew that Qin Feng had been personally recruited into Vermilion Bird Academy by President Zheng of Vermilion Bird Academy. At the same time, he was also extremely curious why Principal Wu had opened a raid like this and pulled Qin Feng into it. As for Su Muyang in the sky, he was far too busy at the moment and had no idea at all that his 2 little cousins had already entered his raid. "Xiao Jiao, get ready to fight. Buff me." At outpost number 8, Qin Feng stood by the city wall, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's, staring fixedly into the distance. The moment the target entered his range, that would be the time for him to make his move. Minatanli, Sixtanli, Fichtanli. As Wang Meng and the others drew closer and closer to him, Qinfeng's view also became clearer and clearer. But 15 Li still wasn't enough, because that had only barely reached his attack range. If that big tiger left his attack range again, then there would be nothing he could do to it. Roar! While Wang Meng was drawing the aggro of the hanging-eyed, white-browed tiger, Principal Wu, the expert from the Superpower Bureau, and the high-level powerhouses from the City Defense Department were also attacking nonstop. But their attacks against this big tiger were basically no different from scratching an itch. After all, with 200,000 defense, it could negate most of the damage. As for its 100 billion HP, after all this time, they had only managed to grind off 1 or 200 million. It wasn't that their attack power was too weak. It was that Emperor-tier exotic beasts had regeneration mechanics. As long as your attack power could not break through the Beast Emperor's healing effect, then it was equivalent to 0 damage. The fact that they had managed to grind away 1 or 200 million HP from this big tiger was already quite impressive. After all, in all of Kanglan City, the number of people who had reached third-class advancement could be counted on fewer than 3 fingers. Finally, when Wang Meng lured the big tiger to 14 Li from the city defenses, Qinfeng moved. He immediately activated Instant Step, and his whole body leaped into the air. After all, the higher you stood, the farther you could see. His eyes blazed as he stared fixedly at that big tiger more than 10 li away. 10 zhang in size, meaning more than 30 meters. In Qinfeng's field of vision, Wang Meng and the others looked like insects in front of that big tiger. The bigger your body, the bigger your weakness, Qinfeng muttered to himself. Immediately after, his right hand moved so fast it left after images. Arrow after arrow shot out continuously, sending trembling hums through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After nearly 20 seconds, countless arrows landed with perfect accuracy on the big tiger's body. Because the distance was too great, many arrows did not hit its weak points. But even so, they still dealt enormous damage. 390,000 critical hit, 780,000 weak point critical hit. Dense and countless damage numbers continuously floated up from above the big tiger's head. And those damage numbers were still rising non-stop because it had triggered the affix battle unending from a necklace blessing of the goddess of life. Battle unending. Each attack additionally increases your attack by 1%, stackable up to 30 times. This appears 10 seconds after leaving combat. However, that still wasn't the end. Every arrow that landed on the hanging-eyed, white-browed tiger instantly triggered the 300% effect of explosive arrow. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of terrifying energy exploded in an instant. In a flash, dust flew everywhere and shattered stones scattered in all directions across a radius of dozens of meters. Then came a scene that filled Wang Meng, Principal Wu, and the others with horror. 3,044,000 explosive arrow critical hit with necklace 30 stack bonus damage. 3,044,000. 1,215,800 split arrow damage. Dense, orderly, and absurdly explosive damage numbers kept floating up non-stop. Since explosive arrow was area damage, it naturally affected the weak points as well. At the same time, split arrow and multi-shot piercing effects triggered, and a chain of explosions erupted in an instant. The Emperor-level exotic beast HP, as high as 100 billion, visibly dropped by a chunk. Under the blast, all beings were equal. Holy shit! Wang Meng's eyes went wide. He was standing right at the center of the explosion, yet he hadn't taken any damage at all. That meant the attack had come from an ally, or more accurately, from a teammate. At that moment, an unbelievable guess immediately rose in Wang Meng's heart. Lin Zhan, who was supporting from the side, couldn't help sucking in a cold breath as well. More than 3 million damage. Snapping back to his senses, Wang Meng immediately looked at Principal Wu, who was still in a daze not far away, and said, Principal Wu, isn't this a bit too much? I really didn't expect you to hide this deeply. If you had a trump card like this, why didn't you bring it out earlier? If you'd used it sooner, we wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Wang Meng's booming voice instantly pulled Principal Wu back to his senses. If I said I didn't know either, would you believe me? Believe my ass. You old bastard are shady as hell, Wang Meng said, his face full of disbelief. Back when he had first been transferred to Kanglan City, he had already suffered at Principal Wu's hands. At this moment, among everyone present, aside from Principal Wu and Lin Zhan, who knew a bit of the inside story, no one else knew anything. Everything Principal Wu and the others said over there was heard by Qinfeng word for word. But he didn't care about any of it. He only knew one thing. His task was to kill this giant tiger. 20 seconds later, the effective flash step ended and entered cooldown. However, his operation had only just begun.